think it's like right here. Right here. You're welcome. Did a late night scheme. I don't really got no time. I'm coming. Thank you. What's up, nigga? What's up, football? Could do a late night scheme, and I don't really got no team. dropping the temperature in the morning. I always wake up like this.
That shit always been like that since I was little. You go to sleep, it ain't that cold. You wake up, it's cold as a bitch.
Want any gas?
Huh?
So you want any gas?
Yeah, bro, these niggas be coming in on lows and shit. I be giving these niggas discounts and shit. You know, they some bro got down 50-40 and shit, so I be looking out. It is. Them niggas Sam, they be doing the tires and shit. When warm tires be going flat, warm tires be going flat, big tires go flat. He be coming in that bitch. I be giving bro the discount. Nigga that work at Exxon, them niggas be coming in that bitch. Bro came in that bitch for a fucking lawnmower tire. Throw his ass the
You work at
discount.
Lowe's, ain't you? You work at Lowe's.
Yeah, like niggas that be out there, I be throwing their ass discounts. Like, so on that, it's like the transition is like right now. It's a nigga tire probably and bro see my face with your ass. You probably give you a discount just because I'm with your ass. Like, I got a car and everything. Bitch put up on me the other day. And I locked up, she give her a car because she be locked. Like, matter of fact, a lady I had low yesterday, her friend do locks and just got a shop. She gave me her friend card too.
I need my shit retwisted.
The shop that in my hell, she worked with me too.
drained already? Let's see. Bro, I'm tired as a bitch. I'm not even gonna lie, y'all. I'm tired as a bitch. I'm tired as a bitch, bro. I'm not gonna lie. But the grind don't stop, though. That's the thing, like, you can be tired. The grind don't stop, though, you feel me? Niggas better hop up and be tired on the stream, nigga. You gonna be tired regardless, nigga. If you stay up, you feel me? If you don't go back to sleep, but, sleep for the rich. Y'all know what's the motto around this bitch. Sleep for the rich, man. Oh, God. Sleep for the rich. That's all I got to say this morning. I gave y'all motivation for this week yesterday, you feel me? On the Sunday. You feel me? Y'all be great. It's Monday, bro. Y'all know what time it is. It's time to put your suit on, you feel me? Suit up on these niggas. Suit up on these niggas, you feel me? On your motherfucking Superman and shit. Hit that booth real quick, put your cape on. Y'all go crazy this week. For real. That nigga hot as a bitch. For real though, bro. Y'all go crazy, man. Hope y'all niggas find $1 billion, like I said yesterday. Hope y'all find the Billy. Hope a nigga named Billy find the Billy. I hope a nigga named Billy find the Billy today. That's crazy. Imagine. Imagine nigga Billy got a Billy. I don't think no Billy got a Billy though. Scared, tired. Sheesh. A nigga literally went to sleep on stream. Like, this shit crazy. My ass went to sleep on stream. And woke up on this bitch basically. Could do a late night scheming with the guys when you doing no teaming. I try to pop out, do shit nasty, do this, gave me a reason. Bro, no, he ain't living like that. I don't know why you think he a demon. Bro, like, wait. Bro, ain't getting no cakes, so I'm still cussing Drake trying to stay out the way. Cussing Drake trying to stay out the way. It's humid as a bitch. I'm not gonna lie, it's humid. It ain't hot, it's just, it make you feel sticky as a bitch. It make you feel sticky as a bitch.
spin it around. We can probably spin it around right here in the kitchen.
Gaming is all about senses. How it looks.
Warning. This video contains themes of violence. Lil Tim would seemingly respond, saying that these guys from Chicago need to chill out on Quando Rondo. Following the rap game's intertwined beats closely during this period, he would reply to a tweet by Lil Baby.
Yes, sir.
It's up in the sky. This was an eerie lyric that kind of foreshadowed later events, often confusing. Other OTM members with 4 counts of aggravated assaults and 4 counts of firearms possession, with all of this connected to a shooting that went down on May the 1st. And matters were made worse by the addition of a street gang conspiracy charge too. These charges were no joke, with the gang conspiracy charge being the same as the ones that took Quando's other beloved shooter Leaky off of the streets previously. In response to the news of the latest indictment taking one of his OTM brothers off of the streets, Lil Tim would joke on Twitter that his homies need to find new professions because they're always getting caught for their crimes. This was followed by Lil Tim the very same day pledging to kill his ops when it's time. In fact, despite the local authorities making their best efforts to dismantle the OTM gang in Savannah, Lil Tim would proceed to tweet openly about his activities in the streets, even hinting towards having caught bodies in the past. The month after the indictment that locked up Pluto and 2 other members of OTM, in November, Lil Tim would retweet a clip on Twitter of somebody saying, "What's your body count?" along with a caption that simply read, 3. And throughout the month of November 2019, Lil Tim would tweet saying that he was smoking on dead ops, honoring his fallen brothers and mocking his ops by reposting a tweet where somebody said that their dead ops are sat in heaven, mad that their homies don't avenge them, and all they do is just rap about it. Tim would also say that he is smoking Purple Baby, something that he would do numerous times, seemingly as a reference to the deaths of Huncho Reese and Heem. Now, Lil Tim would be a menace on Twitter during this time, not dissimilar to the way that King Von used to constantly tweet hinting at his activities in the streets. And Lil Tim would show maximum disrespect, claiming to be rolling up his dead ops every day. He would tweet that he plays for keeps and that he's happy that dead people's mothers are crying at their graves because he knows that they would do the same to him if he died. Lil Tim would claim to be riding out constantly until somebody gets killed, as well as tweeting, warning his ops to leave before he picks them out a white coffin. Now, Lil Tim at this point was clearly a hardened veteran of the Savannah gang war. He might not have been as famous as some of the infamous killers in the Chicago gang wars, but looking at his tweets, it was clear that he was deeply involved in the beef and ready to kill to defend his or his crew's interests. And with so many of the people Quando Rondo usually shouts out as his shooters, like Leaky, Pluto, and Pam, all facing serious gang charges, at this point Lil Tim had seemingly become Quando Rondo's #1 protector during this time. And moving into 2020, it was clear that Quando was still not planning to let anybody in the rap game push him around. After his beef with NLE Chopper and the LA Hoover Criminals, and having his show shot up, Quando Rondo was clearly living a dangerous lifestyle. But he would channel all of this energy into his music even more going forward. On January the 10th, 2020, Quando Rondo drops his new project, Q-Pack, likening himself to Tupac Shakur. The cover art would show Quando Rondo praying whilst dressed in all blue and wearing a classic Crip bandana. He was really making a statement with this project. Whether or not you agree that he was anything like Tupac Shakur musically, he was fast becoming that tough guy in the rap game who many people wished death on. But when it came to his lyrics, he wasn't scared of letting the world know who would be shooting back if you dared to try him. On the song Nothing Else Matters, Quando raps about Lil Tim being a shooter and emptying clips like a shooting range, with Lil Tim even appearing in the music video too, so the whole world would know the face of Quando Rondo's top shooter. On the song Blue Ops, Quando would rap a lyric about Tim, which would become famous in the following years. With Quando rapping, walk around the corner, caught him, bingo, Timmy take off his dreads. Shots fired, bow bow, man down, it's up in the sky. This was an eerie lyric that kind of foreshadowed later events, often confusing people who didn't realise this lyric was recorded long before these events play out in real life in Atlanta, and partly because this became a lyric Quando would reference numerous times after the shooting of King Von. Quando actually followed up that line on the song by saying, "Them boys wish they didn't start the beef because every night we gone slide." He would also rap another lyric saying they swing on their street, kill the whole team, I stopped their deal, killed their dream. A lyric that I believe could be referring to the killing of Huncho Reese, losing his life before he could fulfill his full potential in the rap game, as well as his friend Heem being killed, which would explain killed their whole team lyric. There's also another lyric where Quando says that his label NBA told him that he makes the music and his friends are the ones to send to go and kill. Another song on the project called Safest, ironically featuring a Lil Durk verse, sees Quando shout out Leaky and identifying Lil Tim as his shooter. Meanwhile, on the same song, Lil Durk raps that he's preparing himself for shootouts and being killed, as well as even calling Quando one of his favourite rappers. And that's a crazy lyric when you think about just how much bad blood there would eventually be between these two artists by the end of that year. On another song on the Q-Pack project called Codeine Tales, Quando also mentions Pab being in jail and paying for his lawyer fee. The Q-Pack album was a success for Quando Rondo, landing at number 22 on the Billboard 200 album chart. No doubt Quando was making a bag from his big moves that he'd made in the music game, and it seemed like Lil Tim wasn't short of money during this time either, as he would be seen flexing with money and guns on Twitter just days after the album's release. Perhaps unsurprisingly, Lil Tim would be tweeting saying that he's being watched by the Savannah cops. But that didn't seem to slow the roll of the Rollin' 60s. And the following month, Tim would be back on Twitter breaking down big stacks of money with Quando. Now, the month after that, in March, Lil Tim would be dissing his dead ops, showing off a blunt on Twitter and saying that he doesn't need to say any names because we all know who's in there.
Yes, sir. You gotta say names, we all know who in there.
As 2020 rolled on, Quando would continue to make Lil Tim a much more visible part of his team and brand. On April the 11th, 2020, Quando drops the video for the song Who Died, a track which has a skit at the start where Lil Tim tells Quando they can catch an op tonight, with Quando agreeing to go and slide with Tim. And the song itself is laced with lyrics where Quando raps that he will be sending his shooters to take out the ops for him. Once again, shouting out Lil Tim by name numerous times, calling him Big 33, as well as rapping Tim rocks out on the ops with his Glock and hits them in the spine. Quando would also shout out Leaky, saying that they are Crip until they die, as well as rapping suggesting that him and Tim are frustrated about the city learning about the inner workings of their beef, and saying that they need to be careful about what they say on the phone about the violence that they've been involved in the streets. However, despite rapping that him and Tim need to be careful about what they say on the phone, Tim was still posting openly on Twitter, showing off huge wads of street money for the whole world to see. Clearly, Lil Tim was deeply involved in Quando's career at this point, and if the lyrics are anything to go by, he was playing a protector role, a role which becomes much more important when you begin to learn about Quando's growing beef. Now, it's unclear exactly when the beef between Quando Rondo's camp and King Von and Lil Durk's camp begun, but it seems a lot of it had to do with the beef brewing between King Von and NBA Youngboy, the person who Quando signed to. Now, the King Von and Youngboy beef wouldn't become public knowledge until summer 2020, but over the course of early 2020, there would be some hints at some sort of tension between the Savannah-based rappers and the Chicago rappers. In March 2020, Lil Tim would tweet saying to turn that G Herbo off, with Herbo being another Chicago rapper who Von and Durk are friends with. But perhaps that tweet had another meaning, because a couple of months later, on May the 6th, 2020, Lil Tim is retweeting Von's posts about wanting to get his money up. Clearly he's following Von on Twitter. Now, there's also been speculation as to the liking of King Von's tweets by Lil Tim. Perhaps Lil Tim was a fan, or perhaps he was following Von's presence on Twitter closely amid the brewing beef with Quando. And Tim would also make tweets in support of NBA Youngboy, and given the close relationship between Quando's crew and NBA, it would be clear where Lil Tim's loyalties would lie. In fact, Lil Tim was really following the rap game's intertwined beefs closely during this period. He would reply to a tweet by Lil Baby saying that he wanted to work with NBA Youngboy, saying that Youngboy would not work with Lil Baby because the month before, Lil Baby had collaborated on one of Youngboy's biggest enemies, Fredo Bang's song, the track Get Even. Clearly Lil Tim understood the beefs in the rap game. He knew who Youngboy's enemies were, and he knew exactly who it was and wasn't okay to affiliate with. And make no mistake, Lil Tim was clearly dangerous and willing to go to extreme lengths voice when it came to defending himself in the streets. In June 2020, Tim tweeted that he wanted to shoot it out with the cops, as well as continuing to disrespect his dead enemies, tweeting that he's going to roll their friends up before he goes to sleep. Lil Tim was really the kind of person that Quando needed on his side when dangerous rappers were coming to cause him harm. But unfortunately, he would still be in the crosshairs of law enforcement. On August the 7th, 2020, a trap house was raided in OTM territory in the 1200 block of 33rd Street. In this house, Lil Tim was caught, along with 4 other people, and $16,000 in cash, 2 guns, and 12 pounds of weed. But even more bizarre was the fact that one of the people caught in the house was NBA player Tim Quarterman, who actually hails from Savannah. He's actually got a history of jumping on stage with Savannah street rappers back in 2017 before Quando was even popping. I guess you never know what you're going to find when you bust a 33rd Street bando. But anyway, Lil Tim would bail out on these charges and continue flexing with cash on Twitter. But it would only be days later, in August 2020, when those rappers from Chicago began putting pressure on Quando publicly. And King Von's beef with NBA Youngboy was actually a big part of this. Tension had already been brewing between Von and Youngboy after Von had called Youngboy out multiple times in 2019, famously saying that he lies in his songs.
Youngboy? Why? Damn! Hang up. Because it's like you cheated. Go ahead and say you're going to hang up. No, I raised. I just laughed. Yeah. Cool, right? No, so I can't see. Yeah, no, nothing, you know. So, what you trying to say? Like, I'm just trying to see what you thought about it. Be cool. He's straight. He ain't better than you. He ain't better than you. Yeah, for sure. See how we doing? I ain't doing. See, hey. You put up. Now, that's my brother.
So I'm here to check out Keith. He's interested in setting up his LLC for his business. I'm going to show him. Taylor Brands, come along.
Publicly, and King Von's beef with NBA Youngboy was actually a big part of this. Tension had already been brewing between Von and Youngboy after Von had called Youngboy out multiple times in 2019, famously saying that he lies in his songs.
Youngboy? Why? Damn! Hang up. Because it's like you cheated. Go ahead and say you're going to hang up. No, I raised. I just laughed. Yeah. Cool, right? No, so I can't see. Yeah, no, nothing, you know. So, what you trying to say? Like, I'm just trying to see what you thought about it. Be cool. He's straight. He ain't better than you. Yeah, for sure. See how we doing? I ain't doing. See, hey. Now, that's my brother.
Young boy talking about on this song, bro.
What?
You talking crazy on this one.
Oh, yeah?
He ain't even like that.
Oh!
On his ass, man.
That.
That's cap. You got cap in your raps.
Bro, Street Boss, don't hit the white lady.
You got cap in your raps.
But this beef would get incredibly personal in August 2020, when Von tweeted, "People won't believe the woman he just made a hit with." That same day, images would surface of Von spending private time with the mother of Youngboy's child, Jania, and later speculation would swirl that Von and her may have even created a sex tape during their time together. With that all coming after Von tweeted he could post a video that would make somebody stop claiming their own children. Later on, Von's sister would also indicate that she had seen a video of Jania sleeping with them, and DMs would later circulate from somebody who was with them when they met, suggesting Von and Jania had indeed slept together, not recorded music. Fellow Chicago rapper 600 Breezy would weigh into the situation, congratulating Von publicly for sleeping with his enemy's baby mother and saying Rapper K, which means rapper killer, suggesting that Von and his friends like 600 Breezy did indeed want to see Youngboy dead. The day after these pictures of Von's rendezvous with Jania circulated, Youngboy posted a picture along with his son and a caption saying that he's going to make sure his son grows up and smashes King Von's daughter since he's trolling him with his baby mother. And whilst all this is going on, another Chicago rapper with affiliations to the Black Disciples street gang, just like Von and Dirt, Lil Reese, would come out publicly claiming that he was planning to beat up Youngboy's artist, Quando Rondo, with Reese tweeting that he is looking to catch Quando and see if he's still talking tough. Now, Quando would clap back at both Lil Reese and DJ Academics, who had reposted these quotes, saying that Reese ain't gonna do nothing and that him and Academics don't deserve to live.
Don't need no academics. Man, you don't deserve to live no more bit, bro. I hope you.
Oh my God!
This on J-Ski would leak to the public,
Bro, what the fuck?
suggesting that they were planning to kill Quando. And whilst all this is going on with Von Engineer in the studio and Quando going back and forth with Chicago gang members, Quando's label boss NBA Youngboy will drop a snippet of an unreleased song. This song later turns out to be the track Dead Trolls. And in the song, Youngboy claims, like Von, to be responsible for 7 murders, whilst rapping that he's going to catch someone from out of town who is chasing after a girl and kill them. Youngboy would also rap that his ops are mad that they can't get a feature from him. Perhaps a hint to a potentially uncleared collaboration between the two artists being held back by Youngboy, as one of King Von's earlier tweets from February 2020 seemed to suggest. Some people would later claim that this Youngboy song actually predicted King Von's death, with one lyric saying planning to kill someone in Atlanta after a show. Now, chances are that's just a creepy coincidence. But what's no coincidence is the fact that Youngboy dropped this snippet on the very day that King Von was running around with the mother of his child. A day later, King Von tweets claiming not to have a girlfriend and to be instead focusing on his career. But a few days after that, Von teases a snippet of a new song of his own, the track Too Real, a song where he raps that he will expose somebody and that he's going to kill someone because of a rap beef. Things were getting heated, and no doubt Quando's top shooter and protector Lil Tim was not feeling it. On September the 7th, 2020, King Von tweets saying that he hopes God has room for more dead people. And a day later, Lil Tim would seemingly respond, saying that these guys from Chicago need to chill out on Quando Rondo. A week after that, King Von would jump on IG Live to address his ongoing beef with Youngboy, saying that he's not in beefs in the industry and that he doesn't want to have beef in other states, but also saying that he will beef people for no reason if they say they don't like him.
For everybody, I ain't into nobody in. So the people I've been had beef with in the streets, you know what I'm saying? I wouldn't be into it with nobody from all in another town for no reason. Like, you gotta be into it with somebody for a reason. Just know we into it, gang. Okay, that got nothing. You see what I'm saying? I'm the type, I don't gotta know why we into it or nothing. You only gotta tell me why you don't like me. Don't even tell me why you don't like me. I don't even care. Just let me know you don't like me. You see what I'm saying? Let me know why you don't like me. That's what it is. Let me know. I'm like, all right, you know what I'm saying? Let me know. But I'm so gangster that I don't need a reason. It don't gotta be no reason. We can be into it. Like, I don't care. It don't gotta be a reason, for real. I'm into it, people. It don't gotta be no reason. I don't know why. I don't care why. But it can be that, you see what I'm saying? Well, I like to know why we into it. I like to, I need to, because I ain't no goofy. Then I play hard. I ain't trying to lose. I can't lose to nobody. Lose to who?
And this nigga 21 Savage in the comments dick eating though. This shit is sad, bro.
I'm gonna lose to. You been knowing me, Lord.
Yeah, this ass smoke. That shit don't make no sense.
How you get trained in that, Lord?
At this point, you could see clearly that Chicago rappers were trying to bully Quando Rondo and NBA Youngboy in the rap gang, and unfortunately for Quando and his team, they were truly kicking him while he was down. Because not only was Lil Tim now facing closer legal scrutiny following the raid on that trap house on 33rd Street, but during this time, Quando's career was experiencing a dip. On August the 26th, 2020, Quando drops his latest project, Diary of a Lost Child, a project which performed poorly, only selling 3,500 units in its first week, causing him to be clowned extensively by the rap industry, specifically DJ Academics. Despite all the disrespect, the project still landed on the Billboard charts at the fairly low position of 193. But looking past the poor sales figures, Diary of a Lost Child was a quintessential Quando Rondo project. It featured Quando dropping the usual lyrics, warning those who had been messing with him that he's still dangerous and surrounded by shooters. But perhaps this time around, these lyrics were aimed directly at his new rivals from Chicago, rather than his old enemies in Savannah. On the song Shooters and Movers, Quando raps about leaving blood on the corner way out of town and riding around with killers, even rapping that it only takes one call to get people killed and that he might provide a Rolex in return for killing an op. Funnily enough, Lil Tim would reply to somebody quoting this lyric on Twitter, saying that he's going to see if it's true. On the track Pain and Process, Quando hinted towards a blurring of the lines between street and music.
This nigga said, let me see if it's true.
About rapping, and if they catch him, they're going to get him gone. Then there was the song Way Up, where Quando says that he's smoking his ops and Purple Baby, as well as mentioning 4K Trey, another name for the crew that NBA Youngboy represents. He would also call out Leaky, saying that he's banging rolling 60s and 33rd Street. Then on the song Downfall, Quando says that he keeps his shooters with him because there's people hating on him and preying on his downfall. Despite its poor sales, this project had a lot of lyrics that could be seen as a hint to the behind-the-scenes beef that was brewing. By late September, Lil Tim is on Twitter making his intentions clear, saying that his fallen friends Sosa and Stucky should get ready for dead ops to come and join them in heaven. And then in October, he would tweet, "You got death coming." On November the 4th, Lil Tim would tweet that he needs a new op to roll up, and his very last tweet before he would end up shooting King Von dead would be the ominous statement, "Since my box didn't come, one of your next birthday's not going to come." Perhaps it was a coincidence, or perhaps Lil Tim knew that he would soon be in a situation where somebody's life would need to be taken. But what was clear is when that day came, that Quando Rondo was face to face with his new ops from Chicago, who had vowed to kill him. Lil Tim wasn't playing, and he would end up doing exactly what Quando had been rapping that Tim would do for him for years at this point, popping out of the truck and shooting to kill in order to protect his people.
Refresh the everyday with Mentos Gum. Yes to fresh.
Here at Loyalty, we're offering you the fastest way to sell your car with our Smart Sell technology. Stop on by.
On the night of November 5th, 2020, Quando Rondo and Lil Tim were in Atlanta shooting a music video for a new song called The Drop, a collaboration between Young'uns and Quando Rondo. The song itself had lyrics mocking murdered Savannah rapper Huncho Reese's death after his concert, with Quando saying, "Two purple babies get rolled up," a reference to Heen and Reese. This was a song all about disrespecting the dead, but little did Quando and Tim realise that after leaving this video set, they would find themselves in another deadly rap-related shootout, with their outfits from this very video tying them to the incident. They would be seen on social media immediately after the shoot, showing off that they were packing high-powered firearms, with Lil Tim notably wearing a black work jacket and a grey hoodie underneath it. Quando and Tim would later find themselves sat inside of a car outside of the Monaco Hookah Lounge in Atlanta. Earlier on that evening, King Von was playing a show that he
They
booked
bagged
at
this
a
nigga
nearby
in the
venue.
dicky
Just after
fit.
midnight, King Von tweets his location for the evening, a show at Atlanta club Opium, and Von would go live on Instagram on the way to the club, seemingly in good spirits, rapping along to his own music, and later doing a live pre-show with the name of the club pinned. He would be seen on Instagram posted up smoking hookah, surrounded by his entourage, including known shooters from his native Chicago block, O Block. Von would go on to play that concert at Opium, where he would be seen on stage surrounded by his team. Just after 1 a.m., he would retweet a Young and Ace lyric along with a caption saying that his crew are going to catch someone and he sees them as food. This was perhaps a sign that Von had been alerted to Quando's location, and after finishing his show, Von would be seen leaving Opium in an SUV. Interestingly, Von's truck can be heard playing the NBA Youngboy song My Window as it drove away from the scene.
Stop playing!
Von would confuse his team by choosing not to go back to his Airbnb as his security team were told, instead taking a last-minute and unexplained detour to the Monaco Hookah Lounge where Quando Rondo was sat. Lil Tim would make his last tweet from his original Twitter account in the hours leading up to this confrontation. Around 3 a.m. on November the 6th, King Von would find himself outside of the Monaco Hookah Lounge in Atlanta. Perhaps he knew that Quando Rondo would be there, or perhaps it was just a coincidence. All we know is that while he was there, Von approached Quando Rondo and began assaulting him with a flurry of punches, with Quando's close friend Lil Tim jumping out the car, opening fire, and striking Von multiple times. This was all captured on CCTV footage, but I can't show you that on YouTube. But essentially, Von starts beating up Quando Rondo outside the club in front of a huge crowd. After only throwing a few punches, Lil Tim jumps out the car and shoots Von numerous times. At this point, Von's friends from O Block, Slutty and Louie, would attempt to shoot Lil Tim, leaving him wounded but not dead. And they would even attempt to execute him after he fell to the floor, but they couldn't because the gun jammed. And while this is all going on, a wounded King Von continues to wrestle with Quando Rondo on the ground. And while that's happening, Von's other friend from O Block, Muwop, approaches, punching Quando to the ground and separating him from Von. Meanwhile, after failing to execute Lil Tim, Slutty and Louie attempt to flee the scene, without realizing that they were running directly towards police officers who opened fire, believing that their lives were in danger too. The cops would kill Slutty and leave Louie in critical condition. Muwop and other O Block members would ultimately drag Von's limp body to a waiting car and rush him to hospital, with later reports suggesting that Von had even been coherent in the car on the ride to the hospital. But what's even more crazy is the fact Quando would end up taking a wounded Lil Tim to the very same hospital that King Von and his team were at, with Quando going live showing him trying to help Lil Tim in the hospital and trying to get assistance from staff.
Come on, he's shot. Come on, Pit, boy, you got this up. Come on, cuz, just keep breathing, Pit, boy. Just keep breathing, cuz.
Hold on, you can't move on that thing.
You got it, my fault.
Yeah.
Man, he's shot. What you mean, wrong side? Come on, man, please. Come on, all right. Get him a wheelchair. Man, what you mean I gotta stay right here? Man, we need to get him. Man, we need to get them back. They ASAP. I put man. Ma'am, how? He done been shot before. Now we need a wheelchair. How we get there, man? We need help. Hold up, man, get him a wheelchair, man. What we doing? What y'all doing, cuz? Man, what you mean? Man, we can't take him around there. That man will die.
After this, THF Bezu, a close friend and collaborator of King Von and Lil Durk, would later post that they would have shot Quando at the hospital if he didn't start recording. King Von would be rushed into emergency surgery in critical condition after the shooting, where he would ultimately die in hospital. The very same hospital where Lil Tim would be getting treatment and where he would be arrested by police and charged with the murder of Von. With the media all around the world waking up to the news and reporting on the death of Chicago's most buzzing rapper.
According to GBI, rapper King Von and his group were at Opium nightclub before making their way here to Monaco Hookah Lounge, then to the parking lot where chaos ensued. Believe it or not, this all playing out right in front of two Atlanta police officers.
One of them was actually inside his patrol car, or next to his patrol car with his blue lights on.
APD responding, attempting to stop the shooting, but it was too late.
He hit like one officer that didn't respond. He tried to protect himself and stop what was going on.
The investigation on this shootout will continue. No officers were injured during this incident. According to GBI, this is the 82nd officer-involved shooting that they've been requested to investigate in 2020.
After King Von wound up losing his life so suddenly, a lot of people were asking questions. But unusually, in this case, it wouldn't take long until they were answered, because the surveillance footage of Von's death leaked near immediately after the incident, and internet detectives on social media were quickly able to identify Lil Tim as the shooter, all based on the grey hoodie he was wearing in both the shooting footage and in social media clips from earlier that day at the music video shoot. And a very small group of people who were highly knowledgeable about Savannah Street history and Lil Tim's past will begin posting about the situation, with claims circulating around this time that at this point Lil Tim had already killed 4 people in the streets, with King Von making it a total of 5 bodies. Whether or not this is definitively true, I cannot say. But one thing that is clear is that from the footage, we can see that Lil Tim was extremely calm and calculated in this chaotic situation. Perhaps this is the result of having been a hardened veteran of numerous street shootouts. I actually saw one comment on the footage that I thought was very telling. It says, "Only he knows what he's done, but you can tell from the video that the Von shooting wasn't his first rodeo. He was cool and composed, coming from the other side of the car, whilst all the other dudes were running around like chickens with their heads cut off. They were all uncoordinated, trying to get licks in on Quando, and the whole time Tim was in the back, lurking, just trying to get close enough for a kill shot. This shows me that he has been there. He held his head when others around him lost theirs. Textbook example of why you can't take anyone lightly. You would think some Southside Chicago dudes in their late 20s and early 30s would be the ones who move like veterans in that situation, but instead, it's a kid from Seaport who couldn't even legally drink 2 years ago. And if Von's people knew it was smoke like that, they should have been on that man like glue. He was the golden goose. He was going to set them all up for life. They should have been watching his every move like a hawk. Nobody should have been able to get close enough to Von to even cuss him out, let alone fight him, and damn sure not actually kill him. You're going to tell me your homeboy had the potential to put you and all your kin in a different tax bracket, and you let that opportunity slip away. Where do they do that? That man wouldn't have even caught a splinter around me. I would have been on bro like a shadow. The dudes dropped the ball for real. There ain't no excuses for that. And I ain't saying they're not killers, but they damn sure didn't keep their wits about them in that Von situation. The goal is to keep the golden goose safe, and they did the exact opposite. Regardless of your opinions on the chaotic situation where Von lost his life, the world now knew
like that was him.
the man who had taken the life of Chicago's most buzzing rapper and one of the city's most infamous killers. And soon, people would be commenting on Lil Tim's Instagram, saying that he's a dead man, and tagging Lil Durk, saying that this is the guy who killed Von, with people reacting to the accusations on Twitter and telling people to delete the tweets pinning the crime on Tim, going as far as to call people the police for circulating Lil Tim's social media profiles. However, some people close to Tim and Quando would actually encourage people to look closer at their street credentials. For example, Lil Pab would tell fans looking into Lil Tim to Google their gang OTM and see how real they are, even going on to tweet support for Tim, saying that if your homie is getting jumped and you don't do anything, you're a bitch, with Pab even talking down on Von for getting killed, trying to get a viral moment by trying to fight Quando, tweeting that Tim is going to beat the body because he had every right to shoot Von, and saying that everybody dissing Tim right now is not safe on their block, with Pab even going on to say that you don't have to be a thug to get killed, because people get killed daily for doing dumb shit, and then tweeting suggesting that he was smoking on Von, and tweeting Free Leaky and Lil Tim, even going on to tweet that he can't wait to hear Lil Tim's version of Crazy Story. Crazy Story being the title of one of the most famous songs that King Von dropped in his career. This was essentially the song that made Von a star. But Lil Pab wasn't the only one disrespecting King Von after his death. Other OTM members would seemingly take to social media saying that they have millionaire smoke, dissing King Von and O Block, the block in Chicago that he comes from, and the gang of the same name.
Want to know exactly what's in your P.O. box without calling or getting in the car? Wouldn't it be great?
We got new smoke. We got new smoke. What you play with don't sound like doses for the night. But step by the foot of why I never told him that I like it. What I'm open.
Numerous people affiliated with 33rd Street would go on to post on social media disrespecting Von, but this was far from a one-sided conflict. In the immediate aftermath, friends and affiliates of King Von from Chicago would respond on social media, particularly 600 Breezy, who would make posts on social media suggesting that he was headed to NBA Youngboy's hometown of Baton Rouge with his steppers. A few days later, on November the 12th, 600 Breezy would mock Quando Rondo, saying that first punch that Von hit him with was like a punch from the heavyweight boxing legend Mike Tyson. A lot of people would give their 2 cents on the situation, but 600 Breezy would end up being one of the most outspoken people on this situation as time went on. But eventually, people would finally hear directly from the person at the center of the whole altercation, because just 2 weeks after the killing, on the 20th of November 2020, Quando Rondo would cause a stir when he was spotted commenting #FreeLilTim in front of 1.5 million people watching the Gucci Mane versus Young Jeezy versus battle. And this was an event notable for a jaw-dropping moment when Gucci Mane says that he is smoking on Pookie Loc, a friend of Young Jeezy's who Gucci Mane apparently killed in a self-defense shooting during a failed robbery. A situation not entirely dissimilar to what happened with Von trying to jump Quando and getting killed himself in the process. Perhaps Quando's comment at this very relevant moment was intended as marketing, because the very same day that this happened, Quando Rondo would come out and release a new song titled End of Story.
Oh my God, bro, I don't even remember that shit.
Crazy Story series of storytelling songs, with Quando's song End of Story essentially being a disrespectful title, flipping the name of Von's song Crazy Story and saying that he ended King Von.
I don't even remember
Combine
this
that
shit.
with the fact that the cover art for the song was a picture of Quando and Lil Tim taken on the set of that music video shoot that took place just before Von was killed. And in the song End of Story, Quando explains his side of the incident, expressing frustration about Lil Tim being judged for opening fire and saying that other people's friends would have left them behind and not have defended him like Lil Tim did. Quando would rap that if the shoe was on the other foot and if it was Quando who got killed by one of Von's shooters, the fans would have probably been celebrating. With Quando rapping outright that his man Lil Tim did nothing wrong, and if your friends wouldn't do the same for you, you shouldn't have them around you. But Quando would go even further than just giving his side of the story. He would drop lyrics that seemed to be a direct sign of disrespect to Von and his entourage from O-Block, essentially dissing Von and his friends, saying blood on your brother on the ground, go and pick your mans up, and rapping that him and Tim are claiming self-defense and that Von should have never put his hands on Quando. Quando would claim that this situation had now led to a $1 million bounty being put on his head, with Quando taunting his new ops from Chicago, saying, is that all you got? Why not make it $8 million? Now, this might sound like a light-hearted lyric, but make no mistake, King Von and his close label mate Lil Durk, by their own statements, are surrounded by killers and murderers. And Lil Durk's one of the richest rappers in the game, so an alleged $1 million bounty from this particular group of gang-affiliated Chicago drill rappers is nothing to be trifled with. Only days after Von's death, rumor would circulate that Lil Durk had bought all of the tickets for Quando's next show, set for the 28th of November in Georgia. The show would be cancelled, and the venue, Shockflow Entertainment Center, would soon let fans know that the cancellation was a direct result of Quando's legal situation. In fact, the very day that Quando released his song End of Story, 600 Breezy would take to his IG story to tell Quando to stop cancelling shows and daring him to perform that song End of Story live. But despite the heat in the streets and the music industry, it seemed that Quando and his camp weren't planning to put any respect on Von's name. On November the 24th, Quando posts a cryptic tweet on the situation, saying simply, we gon' see. But Quando wasn't the only one using music to prod his rivals, because a week after End of Story dropped, King Von's close friend and former mentor Lil Durk would tease a new song. On November the 27th, 2020, a snippet of Lil Durk's upcoming song, Hellcats and Trackhawks, circulates online, with lyrics suggesting that him and his crew are looking for Quando at his shows. Perhaps a reference to the rumor that Lil Durk had bought all the tickets to Quando's recent booking. Now, that track, Hellcats and Trackhawks, would later release in full, and it came along with more lyrics where Lil Durk seemed to suggest that they were trying to catch Lil Tim and Blast. as well as a line directed towards Quando or Youngboy saying that they're not feeling your favourite rapper. Then, a day after the snippet releases, on the 28th of November, when that original Quando Rondo show was due to take place, it would be revealed that the mayor of Macon, Georgia, had cancelled Quando's scheduled performance, something that would be confirmed in a tweet from Lil Pab. And Lil Pab would go on to diss King Von on Twitter following the news of the show's cancellation, expressing frustration about all of the hate that Quando is getting on social media, with Pab saying that because the show got cancelled, people were calling Quando scared, but Von is the one who is dead. Quando himself would go live to address the situation at a gas station in a menacing clip where he claimed to have his whole team of Jump Out Gang and Rollin' 60s Crip members armed and ready to catch another body.
Now, and the police done cancel the show, cuz. That shit got me blown. We've been ready. On 6, so we've been ready to put another, on it, Hey, jump out shake. 30 clip on me, jump out shake. Man, that got me blown.
Hey, these niggas tripping.
I already knew what was going on with you, man. That got me blown, cuz. Hey. Man, whoa. Cuz the police done cancel the show, dog. Hey, y'all boys, come right up. Man, no bitch ass need stop posting so we can do a show. That bitch ass. Come on, that whole ass police, cuz. For real. That we fucking over smoke. Whoa,
These niggas is menaces.
I had them hitters with me. Couldn't wait. Jump out black. Couldn't wait. Neighborhood, cuz. Bitch, you talking about I ain't gonna make no money, bitch? I'm already rich. You tripping. Love you, baby, bro. Hey, boy, let me on the iPhone charger. We've been big and ready.
In response to this, 600 Breezy would laugh at Quando on Instagram for having his show cancelled again, and calling him a hoe on Twitter. In response to this, Lil Pab would clap back with more tweets on the topic later that day, saying that people in their city that used to love the crew from 33rd Street have turned on them for killing their favourite rapper, and seemingly addressing 600 Breezy directly, saying F your dead friend, and that he's going to spit on his ops when he sees them in real life. Then, the day after this cancellation, Quando posts another clip to social media, wearing a mask and holding a rifle, saying that he is in Chicago and that he wants his ops to pull up, also saying that he's got no shows and to free Lil Tim.
Man, I'm down in the talking now. We in that rap right now. Hold up. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. I ain't got no show. You hear what I'm saying? Oh, got it. Free baby boy.
In response to Quando claiming he's in Chicago, 600 Breezy would drop his address and invite Quando and his goons to pull up. From here, Quando would attempt to quash rumours that he had cancelled the show because he was scared to perform by getting his promoter on the phone and posting apparent footage that confirmed that the show was in fact cancelled by the promoter, not Quando.
Check this out. Listen, I got the promoter on the phone right now. This is the promoter from last night right here on the phone. All right, check this out, bit, bro. Please tell these folks I did not cancel no show, bit, bro.
Nah, man, Quando ain't canceled. Man, the police and the mayor came at the last minute. They came at 9 o'clock saying we couldn't do the show. Don was here.
Come on, man. Stop playing. Look, this is him. Hold on, rewind it a little bit back so they can see his face on there. They ain't see it right here. Yeah, this is him. Y'all folks tripping, boy. On God, we been...
And we gonna reschedule that more coming soon.
Come on, man. Bet, bro. It's up. It's up, bet, bro. On God.
We ain't canceling. We out here.
I bet that, bro. Appreciate it.
Now, some people were quick to suggest that this footage was fake due to it having a 2018 date in the corner. However, in Quando's defense, this could easily just be a security camera that hasn't been time-synced, because the date is shown of the 1st of January 2018. But regardless, the pressure of having to prove himself on social media was no doubt tiring for Quando Rondo, and the following day, he would seemingly delete his Instagram. A little over a week later, on December the 7th,
They trolling. I know how that shit be, bro. They be trolling.
Lil Durk to squash the beef and complaining that he can't do do shows, with Lil Durk sending him the ominous reply, "Stay safe." However, Quando would later return to social media and go on to deny that these DMs were real. However, once again, the back and forth between Quando's 33rd Street soldiers and the O-Block affiliated goons from Chicago would intensify. A day after those supposed DMs leaked, on December the 8th, another close friend of Lil Durk and King Von from Chicago, Nemo600, would post a pic in front of a sign in Savannah, Georgia, showing the whole world that he was in Quando's home city looking for him, with Mimo later even going live at a Savannah gas station with a gun, claiming outright to be in Savannah looking for Quando and saying he has all of the killers with him, even doing an impression of Quando's earlier video at the gas station with all of his goons.
I'm in Savannah. On Waldo, we in Savannah, boy. We're in a M-Mart somewhere, gas station. Can't put our cars on Front Street, but got out. No, pull up at your own risk on Steve. You don't need all the killers on contact that I can. You don't need everybody on the camera. Everybody's face don't need to be on here. Y'all don't even need to see everybody else. No, just know it's that, and just know they with me. Folks know. We're in Savannah in the gas station. I'm gonna keep saying Savannah, I'm gonna stay, keep blowing y'all stupid ass.
Hey, yeah, I'm 6-0. What the f is that? I came out here to die today, cuz. I came to die today, cuz. I can't leave my daughter all type.
Your bitch ass. All that whining ass. You ain't your daughter, man. I like, man.
I'm 6-0, cuz. What the f is that? I came out here to die, cuz. Like, what the f, cuz?
Open the door, cuz. Open the door. Oh, Steve, my gun in here. Go find some, man.
So 6-0, cuz. This got my pipe in the car, cuz. What the f, cuz? Ah, we dead. I'm 6-0, cuz. Hey, y'all really coming, cuz? I came out here to die today, cuz. I came out here to die.
That's what that nigga said.
On 6-0, cuz.
Alright, man, I can hear your goof ass. We finna go back to Fraser Projects. Meet us at Fraser. I'm finna go shoot another scene. Y'all think I'm bullshit? Give me we 10 minutes away.
Ironically, at one point a car even pulls up, playing music by NBA Youngboy, and you can tell for a moment that Mimo was flustered and thought that they were about to get shot up.
There's a black car pulling up. They banging some. What they listen to? On stage, they listen to. Look at them. I thought that was the on Lusty. Ah! Let's go, y'all.
Bitch ass nigga, he got scared. Bro, I would've started banging.
Footage would later surface of Mimo dancing in a Savannah hood while filming a music video. This would lead to Savannah goons to go on live mocking Mimo for being out in the cold dancing and trying to avenge his dead homie, even going as far as to compare King Von to Lil Saint, the kid who got shot in the dance film You Got Served.
Mimo had a dance competition.
Mimo had a dance competition with Zach Bro. Come on. Cause this code is a bitch.
We're gonna be out in the ocean. Like, yeah. And it's cold.
I was doing it for Lil Saint in the cold.
Yeah. Instead of rain, your bitch ass out here in the cold, man. You did it for Lil Saint, man. You gonna shoot you in your bitch ass, man. Just to shake your ass, you taking the picture and your homeboy down for me.
Dead, man. You say you love dead, man. And y'all come all these miles, man, for you to around and come and goddamn shake your ass like a fairy. This just came all the way from Chicago to dance, doing it for a couple of seconds and put that bitch on. Cousin, dying out there for like that, man.
A day later, both 600 Breezy and Mimo 600 would claim to be spinning the block in Quando's hometown. A day after that, Lil Reese, the person who Quando was originally beefing with on Twitter in the months before Von's death, would comment on Quando's return to Instagram, pointing out that he had blocked him. Just over a week later, on December the 18th, Mimo 600 drops the video for his song Duck Yo Show, a diss song that he had filmed earlier that month in Savannah. And this song would provoke a strong response from Savannah's goons.
My struggles have been transformed to successes.
Bro, these niggas is
Taylor
fucking
Branch could do the same for you.
goons.
3 days later, one of Quando and Lil Tim's friends, Jump Out Gang Black, would drop a King Von diss song called King Tim's Story. This song would be a scathing diss track pointed at King Von, with the track essentially suggesting that since Lil Tim killed King Von, he should now be referred to as King Tim, as well as rapping that he's smoking on Von. Jump Out Gang Black would go on to shout out his native Savannah gang sets, OTM, Only the Mob, as well as acknowledging this $1 million bounty that had been placed on Quando's head, even ending the song by dissing King Von and switching the famous lyrics from King Von's Crazy Story, where he says he's not from 63rd, saying instead they are from 33rd. But beyond the lyrics, the music video would be packed with disrespect aimed towards Von too. The video starts with a Lil Tim quote saying that if somebody has to die, it's not going to be him. The video also showed Jump Out Gang Black burning an RIP Von t-shirt in the video, a shirt which ironically is printed in the same style as the RIP shirt for him in Huncho Reese's video. At this point, it's clear that Jump Out Gang and Quando's homies from 33rd have no intentions to put any respect on King Von's name. From here, Lil Pab would continue to disrespect King Von on Twitter, for example laughing at a retweet saying that King Von went out like a crash dummy and got himself killed by starting a fight. But King Von's people were continuing to send shots back. King Von's uncle, Range Rover Hang, even dropped a music video for his own Crazy Story remix called Story Continues, a song that was recorded shortly before Quando's cancelled concert in Macon, with Range Rover Hang seemingly suggesting that he would arrange a hit and have people there waiting to kill Lil Tim and Quando if they perform. But these threats would naturally attract a response, as on February the 12th, 2021, Quando Rondo drops the video for his new song Soul Reaper, a video which features Lil Pab right by his side toting a gun, and in this video, Quando Rondo uses an actor with dyed blonde dreads who looks just like King Von's friend Lil Durk. And in the music video, Quando would seemingly depict this Lil Durk lookalike getting kidnapped.
Yeah,
Meanwhile, the song itself had lyrics that seemed
yeah.
to reference King Von, with Quando rapping that someone ran up on me and then we sprayed him, I'm talking lights out. And Quando referenced the fight taking place before the killing of King Von, saying that it doesn't matter who got beaten up, it's about who got killed, as well as warning Lil Durk for his earlier snippet dissing him, saying that when he catches them, they will see who's really savage. Later that month, Quando would take the disrespect to a whole new level, and it wouldn't just be Von and Durk in the crossovers. Quando would go live on Instagram, rapping lyrics from his upcoming song Purple Baby, saying all I smoke is dead off, and then falling to the floor like he's dying, and saying King Von in here.
Oh, this nigga tripping.
I know we can't do that, girl. We can't do that.
After this, Quando got in front of a piano and begun to sing the names of a number of dead people who he claimed to be smoking. Some of these names were known to the public, some of them I'd never heard before, but he would claim to be smoking Purple Baby, Mooka, Hemi, Baby C, Huncho Reese, and then ending the song when somebody in the background yells that they're smoking Von.
All I smoke is, all I smoke is, all I smoke is purple baby, 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 purple baby. We smoke Mukalati, Mukalati, Mukalati. 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 We smoke Hemi, 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 Hemi. 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 We smoke Baby C, Baby C, Baby C, Baby C, Baby C. We smoke Baby C, Baby C, we smoke Baby C. We smoke Baby C. We smoke Reese Pack, Reese Pack, Reese Pack, Reese Pack, Reese Pack. We smoke Reese Pack, Reese Pack, Reese Pack, Reese Pack, Reese Pack. And we smoke. We can't even say the last little art we smoked, cause that mama be telling on us.
It seemed at this point, having faced virtually no consequences personally for the killing of King Von, Quando Rondo was getting more and more confident insulting Von and Dirk in his music and capitalizing on the situation. However, all of this was going on whilst his main shooter and protector, the man who had taken Von's life to protect Quando in the first place, Lil Tim, was still behind bars. After being arrested the morning after the Von killing, Tim spent months locked up waiting for an update on his case. And during this period, Lil Tim would call him from jail, seemingly in good spirits, and ask him to be sent money.
Problem child. Hey, Tim.
Hey, I talked to my brother yesterday. He told me, I'm about to call back, but he said, bro, when you come home, it's not ready. My other buddy told me to come home, bro. Tell him to come home,
And while Lil Tim is locked up, Quando would post support for Tim online, saying that he would rather say free Tim than RIP, indicating that he's still facing legal consequences for the shooting of Von. As the months went by, pictures of Tim in jail would circulate online. The January 2021 image showed Lil Tim using a jail phone and smiling with his diamond grille shining. Eventually, Lil Tim would be released on bail, with Jump Out Gang Black and Lil Pab celebrating the release of their 33rd Street brother on Instagram and Twitter. Then, on March the 27th, 2021, Lil Tim's name would begin trending on Twitter as news of his release on bail spreads, with Quando even posting on Instagram, "God is home." Then later posting a clip of them celebrating by throwing a bunch of cash in the air. However, Tim and Quando's rivals would still be watching their every move, as Lil Durk and Mimo600 would like the picture along with NBA Youngboy's biggest enemy, Fredo Bang. However, this pressure didn't stop Tim from showing his face. Soon after the release, Tim would go live on
ain't
Instagram,
do nothing
not
to
saying
him,
it,
like, them
but
niggas
as
be
time goes by,
bitches.
he would get more and more confident and find subtle ways to disrespect his enemies. For example, the month before King Von was killed, in October 2020, King Von's
Rap niggas
ex-girlfriend
be hoes,
Asian Doll
bro.
would tweet publicly saying that she only dates killers with 3 bodies or more. Perhaps this was a reference to the fact that
I'm
when
talking
she
to
split
the-
up with
I'm
Von,
talking to
she
myself.
allegedly
I'm
spent
just talking
time
to
getting
myself.
close
No, I
to
heard
NBA
you say something
Youngboy,
about
who
that.
just like Von, has a reputation synonymous with killing. And since we all know that Asian Doll loves to date killers, after being released, Lil Tim would hop on social media and shoot his shot, saying openly, "Somebody tell Asian Doll I want her. I heard she only likes killers." The following month, on April the 12th, 2021, Quando posts on Instagram that he has bought matching high-stack Cartier watches for him and Tim. This is perhaps a reference to earlier lyrics and tweets where Quando raps that he will give a Rolex to anybody who kills an op, with Lil Tim tweeting back saying that he wants to find out if this is true. But anyway, despite all of the apparent disrespect coming out of 33rd Street, eventually Quando Rondo would break his silence about his involvement in the situation that claimed Von's life. In an extended interview with Angela Yee speaking on the situation, Quando would break down the events in a much more respectful tone than his earlier song, with Quando saying that before the fight broke out, he thought King Von's entourage were a group of regular people, and saying that he was just trying to let them walk past casually, being surprised when he was suddenly sucker punched by Von.
Like, I'm thinking it's some regular individuals. If I would have just tried to walk through them, next thing you know, it hit me.
Quando would say that the whole incident felt like an out-of-body experience.
Like, it's like I had an out-of-body experience.
Dirk would later troll these comments by Quando in his own interview where he told Ebro that he wanted his concert to be like an out-of-body experience.
It's gonna be like an out-of-body experience.
Quando would also claim that the moment that Von came over and started the fight, he felt like the devil was coming to get him.
Like, it's like the devil was coming to get me, like...
Quando would also reiterate that Lil
What
Tim
the
is his
fuck?
day one homie that would protect him from anything.
One thing about it, he gonna protect me with anything, which anybody should do.
Right.
He would also say that he prayed when those gunshots were going off.
Lord, please let me make it home. It's like everything went back normal. I look up and I see my partner on the ground. You feel me? Shot up.
And Quando was adamant that he didn't even know that it was King Von he'd been fighting with until the next day.
This is a neighborhood crip, man. I did not know that was him till the next day. And I'm like, I don't want to say, because I know dude just dropped the tape. Like, was they trying to do something to me? Like, just boost him up? Or like, what? I don't know.
You just don't know where. You just don't know where it came from. You have
Ooh.
no idea.
Despite this attempt at a diplomatic interview, it would seem that the damage had already been done. Having spent months mocking King Von after his death and making light of a supposed $1 million bounty on his head, Quando Rondo would remain in danger. And from here, he would have to defend himself against a wave of attempts on his life, as those people who loved King Von would seemingly be on the hunt, state to state, with just one objective in mind: slide for Von.
High prices everywhere? Not here. Kohl's has lowered prices on thousands of items store-wide. Kohl's.
There's something for every adventure during Busch Gardens' all-new Summer of Wonder. From yachts lover to the concert goer Excitement and wonder for all. Buy a 2025 Fun Card, get now through Hollow Screen free. Hurry, before prices go up.
It was close to half a year since that fateful night when King Von lost his life trying to fight Quando Rondo. The moment Quando's close friend Lil Tim pulled the trigger, he set into motion a chain of events that would change their lives forever, with King Von being one of Chicago drill's most feared killers, as well as a popular rapper. This meant that Quando Rondo, Lil Tim, and everyone around them would have to defend against wave after wave of assassination attempts, all seemingly connected to the slain Chicago rapper. On April the 16th, 2021, Quando Rondo denied being shot at and told the world that he rides in a bulletproof truck. That same month, Quando's latest concert is announced on May the 1st, 2021 in Waycross, Georgia. After having his previous shows that were scheduled just weeks after Von's death cancelled, Quando was eager to show his fans, ops, and the world at large that he could travel the country and perform without incident. However, unfortunately for Quando, that simply wasn't true. On May the 1st, 2021, Quando Rondo plays the very show that he was booked to perform at in Waycross, Georgia. And here he's seen playing to an empty venue, complaining to the crowd that his shows are usually bigger than this, with Quando addressing the fans and still thanking them for coming out despite the low turnout.
I ain't gonna lie. Man, my show is really big, you feel me? People in this, but I know like a lot going on. You feel me? But I still appreciate everybody who came out. I'm gonna rock this bitch out like it's 10,000 people in here. Come on, Shirley.
When these images and clips surfaced, Chicago affiliates of Von and Dirk, like Nemo 600, would mock Quando, saying that he must have made a loss on that show. But as the night went on, that show's turnout would be the least of Quando's worries, as him and his entourage would leave the venue after performing, driving to a Circle K gas station just 11 minutes away in the next town of Blackshear. At around 3:20 a.m. after that show, Quando and his team would be in the parking lot of a gas station convenience store in Blackshear, Georgia. Soon after arriving, somebody began to open fire from across the road, with one man allegedly being hit in the hand and ending up in the hospital. Quando Rondo would flee the scene before authorities arrived. According to one report, over 100 bullets were fired at Quando's entourage during this incident. However, members of the public would arrive beginning to film and posting the footage on social media, with the woman filming telling viewers that she was on the scene of the Quando shooting and saying that people had heard the gunshots from all the way down the street. And she would even walk right up to bullet markers where the shell casings had apparently been fired from all the way up the street.
Oh my God, it is Quando, y'all. It's got to be. They talking about it was the rapper that performed at the Vibe at the club. They talking about it was Quando. They heard it was, somebody had a bounty on them. I'm like, damn, how the f you know? Look at all them bullets. Yeah, they got them picking up bullets.
How you miss 100 shots, though, bro?
It was unclear who exactly was responsible for the shooting. Quando's ops from Savannah, the gang S8K, or the Section 8 kids, would post seemingly referencing the incident, with a caption saying "Get Back Gang," which, if you didn't know, is actually another name for King Von's gang, along with audio from Lil Durk's song Hellcats and Trackhawks, that earlier song where Durk says that he's looking to catch somebody lacking at their show. Now, it's unclear whether S8K members were taking direct responsibility for the incident, or simply celebrating a hit sent from Lil Durk or Von's crew, Get Back Gang. However, a black disciple from Georgia seemingly claimed responsibility for this hit on social media, leading people to believe once again that this was a hit affiliated with Lil Durk. Naturally, due to his extensive affiliations with the Black Disciples street gang, of which King Von was indeed a prominent member. Lil Pab also tweeted after this incident, brushing off the shooting and telling his ops to enjoy life and not let one person stress them out so much, and going on to post a picture of himself alive and well the following day. Quando would seemingly address the threats against his life in a later interview, also brushing off the danger and saying that he doesn't care about death threats because he's always armed.
Death threat all you want to, man, bro. That's just some words, man. Do be an action.
Right.
You feel me? I'm going home to my daughter.
Right.
And if I didn't, God called me.
Right.
But I'm going home to my daughter, bro. I'm not even the type of person to move without a firearm.
Rumours would later circulate that Lil Tim was also injured in this shooting. Now, whether or not that's true, it was clear that Lil Tim suffered a serious injury, being shot numerous times during the altercation with King Von. A couple of months after that shooting at the gas station, in August 2021, Lil Tim would post a sobering picture to Instagram, revealing that due to his gunshot wounds, he's having to use a colostomy bag, but still giving thanks for the fact he's still alive. It's unclear whether or not this injury was from the Waycross shooting, the shootout with King Von, or even a previous shootout in Savannah. But regardless, it was clear that Quando and Lil Tim were continuing to pay the price for this beef with King Von. But that didn't stop Quando from continuing to push his career forward. On May the 7th, 2021, Quando releases his 6th mixtape, Still Taking Risks, his first full-length release since the killing of King Von. And this project would be laced with references to the incident, as well as the consequences. Quando would rap about having a $1 million bounty on his head in the opening track Blue Man. He would also mock King Von on tracks like Red Eye, saying that he's smoking a dead guy and catching homicides with Timmy. There's also a line on that track where he said that he's signed to NBA and rapping, if he loves that girl, make sure he never sees her again. Seemingly a reference to King Von essentially dying as a result of his girlfriend Asian Doll, creating a love triangle between Von and Youngboy, with Quando going on to disrespect King Von's crew Get Back Gang, saying there ain't no get backs. Quando also says that he has shooters doing murders for only $1,500, and that he wants to kill all of his ops one by one until he gets to the top dog. Perhaps another reference to a desire to take out Lil Durk, as he depicted in his music video for the song Soul Reaper. And Quando even ends this song by mocking Lil Durk for linking up with Youngboy's enemies like Fredo Bang, as well as saying that Lil Tim got out of jail and got straight back to shooting. Even mocking Von, saying that Timmy busted Von's head because he got caught without his gun. There's also the song Drop Cell, where Quando reiterates that he didn't even realize that it was a beef with Von the night he got shot, and saying that he has bullets for a wrestler, another reference to Von trying to fight the night he got killed. Quando also raps saying that his young'un is quick to make a rapper bleed. Elsewhere on the track Devil on My Shoulder, he shouts out Timmy, saying he will shoot for him. But perhaps most notably was the track Purple Baby, the song where Quando extensively disses his dead enemies from Savannah, repeating a chorus that had lyrics saying that he's smoking purple babies, a reference to the gang's 1100 block and VBS, the Villa Boy Soldiers, who rep purple, and specifically the deceased members Heem and Huncho Reese, who lost their lives amid a deadly beef with the Rollin' 60s crew, OTM or Only the Mob, aka Jump Out Gang, this crew that Quando and Tim have been representing all of those years.
I am going to need a volunteer. Aiden, why don't you come up here and give us a try? Go from uncertainty to understanding.
Money on his head, and that they're going to murk them. A suggestion that Quando and his people are trying to take out the people who are putting money on their heads before they get a chance to kill them. That would be followed up with a lyric saying that they're smoking on their new dead homie, which of course is a reference to Von. The track also had lines about Jump Out Gang jumping out and shooting, as well as a lyric attempting to discredit the street reputation of Chicago gangs, with Quando rapping that his ops think that they're the only killers in America. Again, referencing the fight with Von, saying that he's not wrestling, just shooting, and even referencing Lil Reese's earlier Twitter beef with him, saying his ops wanted smoke until he killed their friend, ultimately ending the song saying all he smokes is dead ops and free Lil Tim. Elsewhere on the song OK, Quando says that the night Von died made him sick, and reflecting on the trauma of seeing his friend Timmy split open after being shot. On the track Still Doing Wrong, he says that they had no choice but to kill Von, but to this day, he still doesn't know what he did to upset him. And then finally, on the track Stand On It, Quando would taunt Lil Durk and the Chicago rappers, who keep saying that they're going to kill him, saying that they better stand on that statement, mocking his rivals and questioning why they think they're the only shooters out here, introducing his team of shooters as Jump Out Gang and saying that they're the ones who put people on the news. Still Taking Risks was a bold project from Quando Rondo that made a big statement. And in spite of the shooting after his concert in Waycross, Quando was still planning on disrespecting his enemies. And Quando wasn't the only one who wasn't scared of the Chicago hitters hell-bent on taking them out, because Lil Tim would also share the same sentiment. Quando went live on the 8th of May 2021 with Lil Tim expressing frustration at their ops and saying that they're smoking Purple Baby and other ops, and saying that people are trying to blackball them from the music industry.
I can't sleep at night. Man, these nightmares, they eat me up. Yeah, no real purple babies for real, man. About to start smoking one. Black babies, Rogers, and get bitch, cuz.
You know, I got that's at the house with me, baby. I got a purple, baby. I went no bags.
Man, I'm pissed off, AJ. You gotta get up. No, boy, they cannot get that big straight up, ain't it, big boy? I'm telling you, boy, they let me get the big bag. These folks really don't want to in the industry. So now I'm about to come boom rushing through this.
Gotta kick the door in.
Come on, man. But act like they don't like me. Yeah, 4th of July.
Quando even says that him and Lil Tim are going to drop a mixtape together.
Should have put me on that.
That me and Lil Tim about to drop a tape, and we ain't about to do no capping at all. Motherfucker. It's up. It's up. It's up.
And it would appear that in the midst of all of the hype surrounding Lil Tim, as he quickly went from unknown street figure to demon slayer who had killed Chicago's most dangerous rapper, he would spot an opportunity to capitalize on it. So Lil Tim would seemingly hit the recording studio too, in an effort to garner more money and fame off of the back of this situation. In June, Lil Tim would be on live previewing his new song, Off the List.
I dropped them out. I dropped them out. Man, let me let y'all hear some, man. Since y'all got me turned out like that.
Now, this wasn't Lil Tim's first go at rapping. He had dropped snippets of songs all the way back in September before this whole beef popped off. But now that Lil Tim was known the world over as the man who had killed Chicago's most famous, self-proclaimed demon, he might just have a shot at getting famous off the back of this killing, just like King Von got famous, rapping about all the people that he had supposedly killed. As the days went on, Lil Tim got more and more active on social media, seemingly building up the hype for his new Rapper Slayer rap persona. On June the 9th, 2021, Lil Tim goes live, saying that he keeps a black hoodie, and denying being in hiding, saying, look what happened to Von.
You know I keep me a black hoodie. Hiding in the woods. What? Why I seen that tweet, boy? You ain't hiding in the woods. What? Bitch, I'm in trenches. What happened to you, buddy? Double down on your ass, man. Yeah, bitch ass.
Interestingly, after shooting King Von, Lil Tim didn't tweet for around 8 months, with his final tweet posted literally less than an hour before that shootout. But then, on July the 7th, 2021, Lil Tim would return with a brand new Twitter account, claiming that this new account was set to be foul and disrespectful, titling himself Lil Tim, the biggest op. Lil Tim would swiftly begin liking other posts on Twitter of people saying that they're smoking on Von, as well as reposting a tweet by Quando Rondo, seemingly referencing that moment where Quando helped a wounded Lil Tim into the hospital after the shootout with Von. A few days later, Lil Tim would post up on Twitter with his friend, saying that if you don't have a homicide, we can't be friends, even attracting him a like and a follow from hip-hop's biggest troll, 6ix9ine. Lil Tim proceeded to post clips on social media showing that he was outside in these streets, on the front lines, and not scared of any of his enemies.
Come on, man. Front line, oh.
Eventually, on July the 21st, 2021, the full version of Lil Tim's new song, The List, would leak. And this was a wild track, seemingly dissing King Von and taking full responsibility for his murder, with Lil Tim rapping that he just checked a new N-word off the list, and that he's quick to gun you down, check the score, bitch I don't miss. Elsewhere on the track, Lil Tim dared his ops to spin on him, and a music video for the song would release in August, with Lil Tim rapping these lyrics whilst holding a shovel and smoking a blunt. A scenario that to me seems to indicate only one thing: he's smoking on Von and digging his grave. Elsewhere on the song, Lil Tim would rap that he's pulling out a shovel and grave digging all of his friends, as well as rapping that he will kill people and he doesn't care who they are, as well as saying, F that get back, another reference to King Von's crew Get Back Gang, and rapping that his ops all had guns, but they didn't shoot that night. A likely reference to King Von's friends Slutty and Louie, who had attempted and failed to execute Lil Tim on the ground that night the shooting occurred. Following the leaking of Lil Tim's song Off the List, blogs and websites would quickly react. This would lead to Lil Tim denying that the song was aimed at Lil Durk or King Von, with him posting an Instagram story reminding everybody that he mentioned no names on the song, as well as claiming to not even be able to officially release the song or video due to somebody sending it to the judge, with this apparently having potential to jeopardize his self-defense argument in court. Now, it's possible that due to this awkward rollout, the song and video being leaked, and then having to cancel the official release, Lil Tim may well have not made any money from this song. But what did happen was he caught the attention of another rapper with common enemies, 6ix9ine. Now, 6ix9ine has a storied history when it comes to beefing with Chicago rappers. He famously had words with Lil Durk on IG Live during his prime as a rapping Blood member.
But when I feel like disrespecting me, Blood.
And he had also gone back and forth extensively with Lil Reese. But since King Von mocked 6ix9ine for eventually becoming Snitch, when Von died, 6ix9ine was one of the first people to respond to Von, disrespect Lil Durk.
Look how happy he is. He sacrificed, look.
Look how happy he is. Look at this dent on his shirt. Look.
Mm.
Yo, you think King Von thirsty? I think King Von thirsty. Look. Yo, drink that. Look. If a killer ain't dead, we ain't wearing no RP shirt.
With 6ix9ine being one of the biggest people pushing
Dirk did say that shit.
this is essentially a
Capping ass.
catchphrase taunting Lil Durk and questioning why he hasn't retaliated for the killing of Von. And it's partly the result of a famous King Von lyric, where he rapped, "If he dies, his people will slide to avenge him every day and boost the murder rate." Combine this with lyrics that Lil Durk rapped on Pooh Shiesty's song Back in Blood, where he says, "If the killer isn't dead, then you can't wear an RIP shirt."
Stefan, killer ain't dead, we don't wear no RP shirt. Yo, Lil Tim still alive, son. No 4K trade members. None happened to them. Look. Von rest in piss.
Clearly 6ix9ine is looking to capitalize on
I miss Prime 6ix9ine, bro. Prime 6ix9ine undefeated.
As in August, a clip went round of 6ix9ine and Lil Tim seemingly arriving to a Savannah music studio together. And the media would soon report that 6ix9ine and Lil Tim had seemingly teamed up to record a collaboration. 6ix9ine posted a video of him in Savannah, allegedly rolling his dice with Lil Tim's people.
Look, this is what we doing, man. Put me on camera. This is what we doing. Stop this.
And then another video would go around, apparently showing Lil Tim in the booth recording with 6ix9ine. Now, Lil Tim would deny doing a song with 6ix9ine, telling his followers on social media, "What do I look like doing a song with a rap?" Lil Pab would also cast doubt on the situation, posting the studio footage, pointing out that there is no song to show. And Quando Rondo would also deny the collaboration after 6ix9ine posted a video showing him in Savannah and saying he was playing dice with Quando's people, with Quando saying that his people had taken 6ix9ine's money and left the building, indicating that in reality, 6ix9ine had actually been finessed out of his cash by the 33rd Street Goons. After this, Lil Tim would come out to say that it was not 1027 or 33rd Street members in that video with 6ix9ine, essentially saying that 6ix9ine came there to meet with him, but Tim didn't want to go through with it. Tim would claim he would never do a song with a snitch when he has friends that literally got snitched on.
Cause you know I can have anything, any name with my mouth, cause you don't see me in that video. Them your people in that video, that's your family, guys. That's your people, cause you don't see no 1600, you don't see no 1027 chains in that. Them your people and they flashing money with that man. That's not me. You tripping. He can't die for me, but I wasn't there with that.
Tim would later do an interview with Fuchsia's TV, claiming to have taken around $40,000 to $60,000 from 6ix9ine before leaving the studio without recording.
Nah, I never did it. I act like I was gonna do it. Got down a little couple of 40, 60 rats type. It just did. Like, I ain't never did it. I act like I was gonna do it and never did it.
So it turned out 6ix9ine had actually planned to include Lil Tim on his King Von disc called Wah Wah, but when Lil Tim pulled out of the song, 6ix9ine had to re-release the track as a solo song under the title G-Name. But even without Lil Tim on the track, 6ix9ine's lyrics would be all aimed squarely at Lil Durk for not avenging King Von, with pointed lyrics on the track saying your man got shot and you didn't get back. And in the video, when 6ix9ine rapped the lyric, "Go get a gun and go get some get back," he even flashes the word "slide for Von" up on the screen. So in the end, it really did seem like Lil Tim was actually able to translate his street notoriety into cold hard cash. Ironically, in this case, without even having to record a song. But behind the scenes, Lil Tim was still recording and practicing his rap skills. After the 6ix9ine debacle, Quando Rondo and Lil Tim collaboration track called Biggest Op leaks online. But for now, Lil Tim would remain behind the scenes and in the streets rather than pursuing a rap career fully. As time would go by, people would be wondering whether or not this supposed $1 million bounty on Quando's head was even real. In September, a clip circulates apparently showing Quando walking around all by himself in Walmart with no security.
Yesterday, Quando Rondo, as you all know him as, came to my job. He was by himself. Everybody is making comments saying he's supposed to be on the run. He is living life, as you can see, having fun.
And as time goes on, Quando Rondo seemed to just be living his life as normal. The following week, he goes on live and says only his friends can fight him, and if anyone else tries, they're getting shot. As well as saying that Lil Tim and NBA Youngboy are the only people who have been there for him.
Me and Black got the hit and, you know, some brotherly. You know, I fight with him, anybody else throw their hands up, they get their ass. But then, like, for me, Lil Tim, the Lil Top. I don't give a fuck about a like, you know, talking about eternally.
Unfortunately for Quando, Lil Tim's troubles with the law were far from over. Sometime at the end of 2021, Lil Tim gets into a high-speed chase with the cops, eventually getting himself arrested, with NBA Ben 10 saying "Free Tim" and showing that he's saved in his phone as Von Killer. Lil Tim would abruptly stop tweeting on September the 18th, 2021, with one of his last tweets saying that he knows people that carry guns just to get caught with it rather than shoot, with Tim later telling Fuchsia's TV that he wasn't driving the car, but he still got charged and spent around a month behind bars as a result.
I wasn't even driving though. I was in the car. They stick everything on me because I had told them who was driving, so they charged me with it. I did like a month.
With Lil Tim briefly in jail and Quando Rondo out here walking around Walmarts with no security, the trend of asking when somebody is going to slide for Von would continue intensely. On September the 19th, 2021, O-Block member and childhood friend of King Von, Muwop, who is currently awaiting trial for the murder of FBG Duck, and who is also the very person who punched Quando Rondo to the ground whilst he was still scuffling with King Von after Lil Tim shot Von on November the 6th, is on Instagram Live getting trolled by fans who asked him right to his face when he's going to slide on Lil Tim.
Hey, don't say no, bro.
Oh God, I won't. Listen.
Alright.
When y'all go and slide on Lil Tim, right?
Hey, go ahead, gang. Then I say don't say no, man. I don't know. Hey, out of that, it's over with. I'm out of there. My brother just messed it up for everybody.
Eventually, after all of this talk of sliding for Von, the man that everybody was telling to slide, Lil Durk, would finally have enough. It would seem that Durk, unable to keep his beef in the streets, felt compelled to begin rapping about this situation in his music too. On October the 8th, 2021, Lil Durk would rap on the Who Wants Smoke remix with Nardo Wick, saying that people keep trolling him saying slide for Von, but he's already got back, people just don't know it. As well as rapping that people die pumping gas, a possible reference to the shooting of Quando at the gas station earlier that year. It seemed that Lil Durk was trying to quash
But ain't
the
nobody
slide for Von
died.
trend by hinting to the world that he had in fact already slid. This song was followed a week later by Lil Durk's new song titled Pissed Me Off, a track where he raps that since he lost Von, he can't be happy until they even the score. And rapping, perhaps self-referentially, that if you're not a shooter, you should at least put up money for the guns, a stolen car, and the bail. Durk would rap a warning, saying that somebody mentioned his friend on Live, but they can't laugh now. Likely another reference to Quando mocking Von's death on IG Live, and suggesting that Quando isn't laughing after the shooting in Georgia. Durk would go on to mock people in different states for acting like they're from Chicago, a likely reference to how Quando and his goons all posted up with guns on camera following the cancellation of his first show after Von's death. Ultimately, this slide for Von meme was incredibly destructive. Whether or not it contributed to the violence, or simply just baited Lil Durk into incriminating himself and rapping lyrics that could tie him to crimes just to save face, what was clear is that the danger was real, and the supposed $1 million on Quando Rondo's head was far more than just a rap lyric. And from here, sadly, this deadly feud would continue to play out on both the streets and in rap songs, with these murderous, vengeance-themed anthems captivating rap fans all over the world and the Billboard charts.
Hold on, this is not dairy? How is it so creamy?
Whoa!
So creamy.
On the one-year anniversary of King Von's death, Quando Rondo tweets that I never forgave you for what you did, that hurt me to this day. Perhaps he's talking about Von sucker punching him, or perhaps he's talking about Lil Durk and the campaign behind the scenes to avenge Von. Even though Von was the aggressor, after all, King Von's real beef was with Quando Rondo's label mate NBA Youngboy, and Youngboy himself wouldn't have kind words for King Von either. After this tweet, Youngboy would reference Von's death publicly on audio-based social media app Clubhouse, telling DJ Academics that this is what happens when someone comes in the industry trying to be the tough guy, saying that Von acted on his feelings and now he can't feel anymore.
Man, we see how this we see how this time with so come inside the rap game. It's like, I mean, we really gotta get into it for the reach this 3-point. Man, boy, you stink like your ass a gangster, boy. Show you something, boy. We done seen this. We done seen it. You wanna be a gangster too bad. You wanna be a killer too bad, man. You better calm that stupid ass down, for you can't have no type of emotion no more, boy.
In December, the beef between Lil Durk's OTF, Only the Family collective, and Quando Rondo and NBA Youngboy's camp would continue to play out on Clubhouse. Close friends of Dirk and Von, Doody Low, and Lil Barney, aka The Muscle, are in the Clubhouse chat room when Quando Rondo joins their room, leaving everybody scrambling ready to leave. As Quando starts trolling them, saying that he came here to play Call of Duty, and they tell him to pop out.
It's cracking.
I ain't lying.
What's wrong, man?
Quando.
Oh, I'm gonna get out of here.
Police in hell, boy.
Man, what y'all boys talking about?
We ain't talking about nothing, bro. You know, we ain't trying to kick it.
Man, I'm trying to play the game. Add me on the game.
Bro, ain't nobody trying to play no game.
I'm trying to play Call of Duty.
Pop out, baby.
Lil Tim would also be on Clubhouse, telling people that he's a rapper now.
You ready, Tim?
Man, I'm in the Pope, and I'm in Savannah. I'm trying to get some beats.
See, Lil Tim about to get out that monitor, and you know we going up on tour.
Quando would cut in and tell Varney that they're going on tour and asking if everything is nice between their groups now, with Varney refusing to reply.
So y'all, ain't nothing you feel me? We just want all our supporters to know we ain't on no, you know we ain't on no or nothing like that. Everything cordial, ain't it, Bernie? Barney.
Ain't no Barney Mott with them sometimes you can't talk, man.
Man, tell these people they good, man.
Leave that man alone, man.
At some point, Quando starts playing a remix of the disrespectful Chicago drill anthem, 51 Dead Ops, which famously had a lyric saying, F your homie, he dead, and saying that he's playing it for his friend Varney in the chat.
They for my mans that's on here.
Eventually, Barney unmutes and speaks to Quando and says that they're going to meet up soon.
Lil Bernie, what's up, man?
Oh, brother.
Why you got your muted? We gonna link real soon, though.
For sure.
And eventually, Lil Pab also pipes up, making fun of Varney for having missing teeth, with him saying he got shot in the mouth. This led to a big argument where Quando says that if they were shooting, they wouldn't have missed.
That little Bernie got a missing teeth, though.
Yeah, I got shot in my mouth.
Wow, what you say, Bob? Swear to God.
Yeah, I do. I got shot in my mouth.
You got what?
I got shot in my mouth.
Damn.
I'm trying to the film club. I was talking reckless.
That game missed your mouth.
Yeah, he shouldn't.
Hey, one thing about us, though, we don't do no missing.
Smell like.
We don't do no
Hey,
missing.
you look like.
Who, me?
No, your sidekick.
I was about to say, I am the. What?
You know me.
I don't know about that.
After that, Quando continues to mock Varney, saying that he's about to go and call his friends, who can still pick up the phone, another diss towards Von being dead.
I'm about to go to my partner house, and after that, I'm gonna go to my other partner house. After that, I'm gonna call my other partner, and then my other partner is like that. You know, let's be still pick up the phone.
And then Lil Pab tells Quando to bring him some backwoods blunts so that he can roll something up, another sneak diss, suggesting they're smoking on Von.
Hey, I just roll me up. I did my bang on. These bitches don't want it. Same song.
Back to Matt because the main
gone. And that's Matt because they main gone.
Damn, Lord Bernie, I can't stop the rain.
Trolling the
At this
fuck
point,
out
Varney would apply some pressure to Lil Pab, telling him that he doesn't talk to middlemen.
Hey, Pablo, what's to you?
Too much.
That's my shit, so what you mean, cuz?
On hood.
Hey, I don't like talking to middlemen, gang.
That's what you is. You a middleman. You D-rolling.
Then Quando would taunt Varney, saying that he doesn't plan on dying.
Well, I ain't tripping no more. If I go, y'all gonna see how this supposed to go.
Yeah, fact.
Cause I don't do no horse playing. I don't do no more dying, man. Say that again, no horse playing. I don't do no horse playing.
Just over a week later, Quando Rondo is back on Clubhouse with Lil Tim and Lil Pab. This time, apparently speaking to fans on Clubhouse whilst driving at high speed. And at a certain point, people listening bring up Lil Durk, with someone later saying that they're smoking the same person that Tim's been smoking.
What you smoking on? Huh? What you smoking on? Phone now. Huh? He heard you. Say it again. I thought that's timber smoke.
At the end of the month, OTF affiliate Nemo 600 ends up in Clubhouse with Lil Tim and NBA Youngboy, with Youngboy saying initially he's going to keep it friendly with Mimo before then playing Lil Tim's song about killing Von and asking him why they're not friendly anymore.
Believe that, yeah, man. They keep that
Millie was on here.
That's my homeboy. Yeah, that's my little homeboy. We gonna keep that thing gangsta and cordial out here. Almost there.
You don't want that smoke, you know what happened in Atlanta. You know what happened last time I saw you.
Say that, Mimo. What you on, bro? Mimo.
You check the new off the list.
Off the list. Man, bro, I guess don't want for me. Damn, bro, I thought it was cool. Damn, for me. I thought we're keeping this gangsta and clothes. Make me bro happy, man. You don't want to talk to.
Clearly, Youngboy wasn't over his beef with Von either. And moving into 2022, on January the 12th, Youngboy drops a song referencing the killing of Von, rapping on the track Bring the Hook that he's smoking O-Block pack and that Von got folded up in Atlanta after saying he was going to kill Youngboy, with Youngboy even comparing Von's death to something from the show Squid Game, which if you think about it, is kind of a deep bar, because in many ways, the drill music game is as dangerous and deadly as Squid Games for both Von and Youngboy. Youngboy also dropped a line about a body being stitched back up, seemingly a reference to the fact that King Von's autopsy images were leaked online. Lil Durk would respond to this song with a social media post the same day, saying don't claim it if you didn't do it, and calling Youngboy a bitch, sat next to a picture of Von. King Von's sister would also chime in, repeating that same statement on her Twitter, and the following day, mocking Youngboy for acting like he's a demon whilst he's on house arrest, telling him to get in these streets. A day later, a number of people would be seen in O-Block filming a new music video and burning green bandanas. This is a sign of disrespect to Youngboy's 4K Trey or 4KT crew, who are known to wear green bandanas. Also getting involved again was fellow Chicago Black Disciple rapper Lil Reese, who responded to a post by DJ Academics saying that Youngboy was on demon time on his new song, saying that Youngboy is just rapping like the rest of these rappers rap. This is something that NLE Chopper also chimed in to agree with. NLE Chopper would go on to do an interview a couple of days later where he said outright that he agrees with Lil Reese and that he felt that Youngboy had nothing to do with Von's death and that Youngboy was wrong to rap about it. NLE Chopper would even go as far as to say that Von was doing the right thing by trying to put the guns down and fight, and suggesting that Lil Tim shooting him was a snake move.
Pretty much I was just agreeing with what Reese said, because
Dick eating ass nigga.
Things that
Nigga stay dick eater.
nobody's right or nobody's wrong in my opinion. But you know what I'm saying, I know what's right with me, and I don't know like who I stand with and who I support. Like, and when you speak on certain situations that you really don't have nothing to do with, or you wasn't in that position, and somebody lost their life because, you know what I'm saying, somebody was trying to put a gun down and have a square, you know what I'm saying, a simple fight, and you glorify certain things that was a snake move. At the end of the day, wasn't wrong or right, because you're protecting your brand at the end of the day. But still, it's just certain things you don't glorify if you wasn't there, if you wasn't in the space, and if you ain't do something, you know. So it's just certain things you respect. At the end of the day, NBA Youngboy is a fantastic artist. Once a period of time, he was my favorite artist. You know what I'm saying?
2 days after that, an NBA Youngboy fan would claim to have beaten up NLE Chopper at the airport on behalf of 4K Trey. No doubt there was still animosity between NLE Chopper and Quando Rondo, considering the backstage altercation they'd had a few years ago, where NLE Chopper's friend got their head cracked open with a bottle, and due to the fact that NLE Chopper was also close friends with King Von, later claiming in a Breakfast Club interview that Von would even supply him with firearms when he visited Atlanta, and that he's sliding with Von in the beef due to their friendship.
First and foremost, I made certain comments because my brother Von, that's what I made a comment on, defending his name, because he's not able to defend his name. I was going to his house because he was, you know what I'm saying, he hated being on house arrest. I was going to his home, playing 2K with him, chilling with him, recording songs with him in his house. When I used to come down, he'll make sure I had straps on me. He'll make sure I was protected. Like, you know what I'm saying? He was a brother. He was more than anything.
With the hip-hop scene buzzing with this chatter about the latest diss in this deadly feud, the next day, on the 18th of January 2022, Youngboy comes out again with another song referencing this beef, his track Know Like I Know. The song references Von's sister, saying that she was Big 4L on Twitter the day that Youngboy dropped his song Bring the Hook. This is a reference to 21 Savage, who reps 4L, and the fact that Von's sister had used a 21 Savage lyric on Twitter directly directing that line towards Youngboy, calling him a and claiming she was a member of the same gang as Von. But the majority of the opening bars on this track were actually aimed at NLE Chopper, with Youngboy saying that he will kill him for picking sides with Lil Reese on Twitter and telling him he's a real demon, saying directly that he watched NLE Chopper's interview about him in bed and saying that he thought to himself how strange it was that he doesn't even know NLE Chopper, but NLE Chopper wants to see him dead. He also came with lines that could have been aimed at NLE Chopper or Lil Durk, rapping that you can get killed like your friend and that they're not ready to see brains laying around the club. I'm personally leaning towards thinking that this lyric is aimed at Lil Durk due to the fact Youngboy raps that he's playing for keeps, a reference to the famous Chicago drill song Play for Keeps by close friends of Lil Durk, L.A. Capone and Rondo No. 9. A day after this, on January the 19th, 2022, Youngboy posted a picture on Instagram saying that his ops are going to die, and another telling them to stay safe. With this second line, seemingly a reference to the supposed DMs between Durk and Quando, where Quando had tried to squash the beef with Durk, and Durk replying, "Stay safe." This is possibly an indication that despite Quando denying it, these DMs may well have been real, with Youngboy acknowledging it. Lil Durk would seemingly respond with a picture of his own, using money to spell out the words, "Hurry y'all bitch ass up." Seemingly not discouraged by Durk returning fire on social media, Youngboy would continue dropping disrespectful murder anthems, inflaming the beef with Durk's OTF crew and Von's friends from O-Block even further. On January the 21st, 2022, Youngboy drops the song No Switch, with the title being a reference to Lil Durk's frequent mentions of switches in songs. On the song itself, Youngboy references Von's death, saying that pallbearers bring your body to the grave because his shooters don't miss. Following that lineup saying that's on Dave, a possible double entendre making fun of King Von, who used to always frequently say on King David, a common phrase used by Black Disciples members, which is essentially swearing on the life of the founder of the Black Disciples gang, King David Barksdale.
From King David, like I'm muscle, man.
But this is a bar that has double meaning, because NBA Youngboy had a close friend called Dave pass away when he was much younger. Anyway, Youngboy goes on to rap, "You don't want to see Lil Tim jump out that truck," another reference to the sequence of events that saw King Von losing his life. And Youngboy ends the song with an outro where he claims outright that his team are rapper slayers. This is a bold statement when you consider the fact that in addition to King Von, Quando Rondo's gang were rumored to have had something to do with the murder of rival Savannah rapper Huncho Reese. And on top of that, NBA Youngboy's crew have been famously connected to the murder of up-and-coming Baton Rouge rival rapper G Money. So when he says that they're a bunch of rapper slayers, they really mean it. The day that Youngboy released No Switch was the same day that Lil Tim seemingly returned to Twitter with a new account and a kiss emoji. Clearly the beef was heating up, and Durk would be quick to respond. Durk would feature as a verse on the January 25th, 2022 Gucci Mane song Rumors. And on this track, Durk would rap that he's paying for specific people to be shot, and that he's following people when they're in Atlanta. Seemingly referencing Lil Tim being shot, saying they shot someone's homie for trolling him, and that they were surprised he survived. As well as rapping that he's not even checking his ops pages to see if anyone died after sending these hits. As well as rapping that he is planning to use women to set up his ops to get killed. Even ending his verse, saying that he won't tell people who shot their friend, pondering why his ops don't call him and choose instead to post on Instagram. And he would also seemingly diss NBA Youngboy for his earlier back and forth, saying that he is lucky he doesn't do this stuff for Instagram. Then, the following month, fans would hear another response from Lil Durk. On February 22nd, Lil Durk would drop his new song, Aha. Durk would rap saying that people tell him not to respond to people disrespecting Von, but he claps back, saying that he wants his people to pick up their guns and shoot when people diss Von. He would rap that he's giving people locations and getting it done, seemingly a reference to the shootings targeting Quando Rondo as retribution for Von. Durk is literally saying that he is actually sliding for Von and attracting the attention of the cops. Durk would go on to rap a line that seemed to suggest that Von was sleeping with Youngboy's women, Jania, and that Quando and his crew are Youngboy's subordinates. Durk then says that his shooters have been sliding through their blocks and the ops don't even know it, and saying that someone got shot but they didn't claim it, but he can prove it, perhaps a reference to the gas station shooting and the rumor that Lil Tim was hit. Durk would say that Quando and Youngboy have only been acting tough since Von died, and inferring that NBA Youngboy snitched to get out of his legal trouble. Durk would also rap that despite people thinking he's soft because he sings, he is the one who gets people shot, seemingly another reference to the May shooting of Quando's entourage. Durk would also claim that he is indeed talking about his ops on the earlier song Piss Me Off, inviting them to slide and get revenge if they don't like it, before saying that he's been killing people to feel better rather than going to therapy. Durk would end the track with a final lyric suggesting that he had somebody's friend set them up and give him the location of one of the people he's targeted. Interestingly, also in the music video for Aha, Lil Durk showed off $1 million in cash, which he had also used as a prop in his $1 million worth of game interview.
$4 million worth of game. Live from Chicago.
$1 million seemingly being the exact amount that was the bounty on Quando Rondo's head. This is no coincidence, and it really echoes King Von bringing $100,000 cash to O-Block shortly before the murder of FBG Duck. This was a bold and frankly incriminating song when you know the truth behind it, but Youngboy didn't waste any time either, responding the very same day with a diss track of his own targeting Lil Durk, the song I Hate Youngboy. This had a lyric all about Lil Durk's cousin being killed and nothing being done about it. Youngboy also rapped that there's a cleanup on aisle O, mocking King Von from O-Block's death. Youngboy also claimed that he was listening to Wooski, one of King Von's biggest enemies, and he claimed to no longer like Gucci Mane since he collaborated with Durk on the song Rumors, where Durk was dissing Quando. He would also rap that Durk is only dissing him so hard because he's on house arrest and can't retaliate in the streets. Following that up, rapping outright, I'll kill you. Youngboy would go on to mention the mother of his child Jania, who Von had apparently slept with, saying that she's richer than anybody in Durk's team. Youngboy would also claim to be trying to kill and set up literally anyone who ever did a song with Durk, even dissing Lil Baby, who had recently done a collaborative album with Lil Durk, Voice of the Heroes. He would also call Durk a pussy and claim that Durk was only dissing him because he was mad about Von getting killed. He would even diss Lil Durk's father, referencing Big Durk, who had spent time in federal prison, saying that he's a bitch and telling him to comfort Durk's grieving auntie. He would also once again diss King Von's sister, Kayla B, who had claimed on Twitter she was 4L, and Youngboy would call out fans and even YouTubers for hating on Lil Tim and Quando Rondo and acting like they were wrong for killing Von, with the bar telling YouTube streamers not to react to him no more, seemingly directed to the Twitch by Snap, who'd actually been seen on social media with Lil Durk that same day. The fact that these two major artists had gone back and forth on each other so savagely and all in the same day was huge news in the rap world. And the beef didn't even stop at the songs, because after releasing Aha, Lil Durk posted to IG that he got 2 million views in 15 hours, taunting his rivals and saying these are real numbers. But then when NBA Youngboy unexpectedly clapped back with his response track the same day, his I Hate Youngboy song would go on to do crazy numbers and surpassing Lil Durk's debut. After this, Quando Rondo would take to Instagram to gloat towards Lil Durk's earlier posts, referencing the success of Youngboy's song over Durk's release, posting Youngboy's video with 2.2 million views in 5 hours, more than Durk's video got, and saying, nah, these are some real numbers. For a moment, it seemed that despite the bloodshed on both sides, this was becoming more of a rap beef than a deadly street feud. Despite all of the negativity behind the songs, both artists were releasing music and going back and forth in a slightly more positive way. However, clearly, this feud still ran far too deep to remain simply a rap beef. So unfortunately, only a few months after this exchange, this back and forth would once again spill into the streets, with Quando Rondo eventually being caught lacking and losing one of those people who had been closest to him through these years of ups and downs, with this dark tragedy being accompanied by intense speculation over exactly who was responsible. But considering everything that had happened up until this point, working out who did it wouldn't exactly be rocket science. After the death of King Von, Quando Rondo and his entourage seemed marked for death. Amid rumours of a $1 million bounty on his head, he would need to move safe. But even before the feud with King Von, Lil Durk, and his OTF collective, Quando Rondo had other people that would have wanted to see him dead too. A longtime member of Savannah, Georgia's Rollin' 60s Crips, with local set Only the Mob having deep ties to the streets and years of history catching serious charges, there was numerous groups and gangs from his native city that might have had it out for him. One such example was the crew known as SAK, or the Section 8 Kids, who were still hating on Quando Rondo and his crew. Only the Mob, OTM, sometimes referred to as JOG or Jump Out Gang or 1027, Quando's crew were an enormous target for numerous people. And just like Lil Durk from Chicago, Quando Rondo's ops from Savannah would use music as an attempt to get back at them. For example, in April 2022, SAK Gudda drops the song Drill Time, along with a music video that started out with him crossing out 1027 and Jump Out Gang tags on a wall, and he would rap F1027 in this song. So at this point, Quando and his team have the most dangerous gang in Chicago trying to kill him, as well as numerous ops in his own native city of Savannah also looking to take his life. But Quando didn't seem bothered. After the release of Lil Tim and his new mixtape Still Taking Risks, it appeared that Quando and Tim had no fear about being outside or speaking their minds. In April, Quando Rondo would be broadcasting his daily activities, sliding openly through the streets of Savannah, accompanied by his mother and $50,000 in cash. He would be mobbing with his local friends like Phoenix and Big Tim, seemingly with an army of people watching his back throughout the area.
Yeah, fire around thugging with Mom Deuce today. 50 on me! Hey, y'all boys, I'm about to go in the store, be on the lookout. Alright, Okay, Trey. Going on. Why around Mongoose stuck in the day? Why? Mongoose, I got my little all around this shit. Hey, Phoenix, watch my car, cuz. Yeah, I watch. What's Marvin love about? Going on. I did, Well, you matched my auntie number yesterday too, now. For my birthday, she played 25 tickets. It really supposed to be 150, right? Yeah, you matched my number. Yeah, this big little Tim. Thanks.
In this live, Quando is behaving like he truly runs the city, even proceeding to smoke a cigarette on live inside of the convenience store. At one point, Quando actually starts winning at a game, even calling up Lil Tim in the store, saying that he's up big money.
Call Lil Tim. I need some. Call Lil Tim. Call Lil Tim, big play. Big play. Call Lil Tim. Call Lil Tim, we up. Call Lil Tim. Woo! Right there. Right there. Call Lil Tim. Why you ain't calling him yet? No, you not. Yeah. I'm in that hitting, baby. Check me out. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Big play, what he's doing. What I hit for? Man, 30,000. Speaking into existence. Okay. Little Tim. Little Tim. Little Tim. Stop playing now. Stop playing now. I don't play no games. Get that ready, Nanny. Get that ready. Come on now. Juwana. I ain't been in here 5 minutes and I done hit that. Juwana.
Oh, no, so they gonna give you this in cash?
Watch out, don't touch nothing. You touch something, you gonna pay for it.
Ain't no money, ain't no pressure, no money.
But you. How you gonna scan it? Do something to it. Alright. How much that is? See, money. You hit my birthday for $330.
It's interesting because you can actually really see the close friendship that Quando and Tim had in these little moments. On May the 11th, 2022, Lil Tim does an interview with Fuchsia's TV where he spoke on the Von situation. He didn't go too in detail about the events of that night, but he did boldly claim that he did what any good friend would want him to do.
That no matter where you at, they partner with you.
So while Quando and Tim were out here living life and speaking openly about their thoughts on the situation, behind the scenes, Quando's ops from different cities were making connections and plotting against him and his people. In May, SAK members seen on Instagram Live with O-Block members who were friends with King Von. It seemed like Lil Durk was still on the hunt and looking for ways to potentially get his revenge on Quando or Lil Tim for the death of King Von. And Durk wasn't even keeping this a secret. On June the 3rd, 2022, Lil Durk says that he's still trying to nail him, i.e. kill Quando, on the track Keep Dissing 2 with Boston Richard. Durk would go on to liken himself to King Von, rapping, "Bro got bodies, he's a demon child, I'm brothers to a devil." After the Slide for Von trend had become so popular, it seemed to be common knowledge that Lil Durk and the people around him were openly trying to have Quando Rondo killed. But despite their earlier sentiments, Quando and Tim weren't all about the negativity. In August 2022, in an effort to give back to his community, Lil Tim did a book bag drive in a Savannah church. Unfortunately, despite making small positive steps, the negativity of gang life in Savannah would prevail. A few days before a scheduled trip to Los Angeles, one of Quando's close friends, Fendi, is killed in a shooting on West 38th Street. After cops responded to reports of shots fired around 3 a.m. on the 800 block of West 38th Street, they would find 22-year-old Fendi, real name Phoenix Odom, dead at the scene.
Right now, a man dead, and police are scrambling to figure out who killed him. Here's a look at the crime scene on the west side of Savannah, where you can see investigators gathering evidence for hours overnight. Now, that shooting happened early this morning on West 38th and Bullock Streets. As soon as we learn more about what led to that shooting, we will bring it to you.
Unsurprisingly, Quando's enemies would mock the death of his close friend. But despite the tragedy that took place in Savannah, Quando and his team would press on with their trip to Los Angeles, where initially they'd seemingly be having a good time, as Quando and Lil Pab would post clips to social media showing them in the back of the car, popping a bottle and enjoying the good life. However, unfortunately, it was here in Los Angeles when tragedy would strike again. On August the 19th, 2022, just before 5:30 p.m, while sitting in their SUV, Quando Rondo and Lil Pab would be the targets of an assassination attempt, as three masked gunmen would approach Quando Rondo's car whilst parked at a gas station right near popular LA tourist destination, the Beverly Center, where these shooters would open fire. The police chief would later describe the shooters as having gotten out of a white car in dark clothing, shooting, and fleeing immediately after the shooting in what seemed to be a professional hit clip.
They gassed up their vehicle, and as they were getting into their vehicle, a white car approached from the alley. Three men got out of that car. They were wearing all dark clothing. They approached, fired numerous shots, and then left in that white car going eastbound in the alley north of Beverly. It does appear that we don't see any kind of argument or anything go on beforehand, so clearly these men came here with a mission in mind.
They said it was too late for me to go back to school, but with WGU, I can conquer my future and earn my degree.
KCAL News would give viewers a good look at the alley where the shots were fired from, and Fox 11 News Los Angeles would break down the entire series of events, explaining that the shooting took place at the gas station, which was followed by an attempt to flee by Quando's entourage, where they drove a short distance before pulling over to seek medical attention for Lil Pab, who was hit in the shooting.
Once that SUV is hit by the gunfire, they take off, they hit the gas, and they drive a few blocks away into West Hollywood. They wind up stopping over at Santa Monica and San Vicente, right in the very heart of West Hollywood. You know, over there by the sheriff's station, also by the West Hollywood Park. They pull over there because the wounds to the man who was hit inside the Escalade too severe. He's bleeding. They pull over. 911 is called. Paramedics rush in. They take the injured man who's hit by gunfire to the ER. He does not make it, does not survive.
This essentially created two separate crime scenes, the scene of the shooting and the scene of where Quando's car stopped, with a KTLA-5 helicopter putting surveillance on both of these scenes soon after the incident. According to KCAL, when Quando's car stopped, a pedestrian flanked down a sheriff deputy who began to help Quando and the wounded Lil Pab in a dramatic scene that was captured on camera by bystanders.
And that's where sheriff deputies were then flagged down by a pedestrian during rush hour on a Friday, right around 5:30. They found the victim with a gunshot wound and inside of a black Cadillac Escalade. Paramedics rushed him to the hospital. That is where we are told he died. His identity currently being withheld until family is notified.
Quando Rondo would be filmed by passers-by, breaking down at the scene and screaming in disbelief as his wounded friend Lil Pab is pulled from the car and given CPR. With this heartbreaking scene quickly going viral and being broadcast on most major news outlets.
Somebody got shot, bro. I'm pressed. I get it. Can I get some space, please? Hold on.
Rondo devastated, not just at the scene, but with later social media posts memorializing his close friend and cousin. Lil Pab was one of Quando's right-hand men, someone who had been there for him during his come-up and stayed by his side when the whole industry turned against him. Pab had now lost his life, highly likely as a direct result of the $1 million bounty placed on Quando's head following the killing of King Von. Ironically, with Pablo's death coming just a week before he was set to face trial for his 2019 RICO charges. But instead of Pab facing justice, Los Angeles police will now be looking to catch whoever did this brazen and professional murder. This was a brazen and professional hit, with the shooters clearly not caring about the fact that this took place in broad daylight in a busy tourist district. In fact, this scenario was eerily similar to the murder of FBG Duck by members of King Von's gang, O-Block. After all, both of these shootings would seemingly take place right in front of popular tourist destinations, In this situation, Los Angeles' Beverly Center.
To give you an idea, shots rang out there and right across the street, the Beverly Center. Imagine that, 5:30 in the afternoon. Incredibly, no one else hit by the gunfire.
However, in the aftermath of the incident, there would be a lot of conflicting narratives regarding who was responsible. Members of the LA-based gang, the Hoover Criminals, would be quick to celebrate Quando's misfortune, no doubt a result of the feud between Quando and the Hoovers many years before. Interestingly, after the incident, posts would circulate with captions saying, "Not Dirk's work," which, if you ask me, is a little bit suspicious. After all, Quando had been warned by the Hoovers when he went to LA in 2019, and since he's a member of Savannah's Rollin' 60 Crips, and that the Hoover Criminals are local enemies of Los Angeles' Rollin' 60s Crips, the Hoovers clearly had a grudge against Quando since he had been seen making a disrespectful hand sign towards the Hoovers a few years ago. But that was years ago, and at this point, Quando's beef with the Hoovers seemed much more about social media, unlike his beef with the Chicago rappers, which had already claimed the life of King Von. And despite these early reports that the Hoovers were responsible for the shooting, it would actually be friends and associates of King Von who were quick to celebrate the most hard following the killing of Lil Pap. Friends of Von would post pictures of him on IG following the shooting, with some going as far as to say, "Ain't no time frame on that get back," even posting pictures of Quando saying it should have been him. King Von and Lil Durk's DJ Bands would mock Quando Rondo, taking to Instagram saying that he was signing artists to Belt to Ass Records.
Belt to Ass Records, you know what I'm saying? We signed, man. Anybody could get signed, man. That's all you gotta do is play crazy out here, get your ass signed, man.
O-Block member and friend of King Von, D Bands, would later be on live in O-Block along with other gang members claiming to be smoking Lil Pap.
Tell her who we smoking. We smoking what dude name? Lil Pap at the beat.
Meanwhile, other OTF affiliates would mock Quando Rondo and tell fans to guess who they're smoking.
Seeing me be like, no! Y'all killing me with these nose. No! They killing me. Look at their nose. They killing me. Y'all killing me with these nose, man. No! Guess what we rolling up this morning? Huh?
Even OTF affiliate Lil Vani, who had actually gone back and forth on Clubhouse with both Quando and Pab himself, would take to social media to mock Quando for losing two friends, saying that when it rains it pours, and that Quando should keep his chin up. Despite the disrespect coming from the people who wanted Quando and his friends dead, Quando's team would not be discouraged. Lil Tim would post tributes to Pab on his Instagram and his Twitter with a flurry of posts honouring his fallen friend. In one tweet, Tim tells Pablo to say what's up to Sosa and Stucky in heaven, and expressing disbelief about this sudden loss. Lil Pab's brother would also post from his account, saying that he was a real one who stood on business, and saying that he's got Quando's back forever. Even NBA Youngboy would post twice, seemingly indicating that Get Back was on the way, and saying that he truly wants what's coming to him, but it might take some time, even describing the situation as sad and wicked. Youngboy's ominous but tasteful statement would be in stark contrast to the other side. After many of Von's friends had posted disrespectful things on social media towards Quando, one person would stand out from them all, taking the disrespect to a whole new level. A few days after the shooting, a Chicago black disciple named Famous Richard makes a skit and music video mocking Quando's reaction to the Lil Pab shooting.
Sheriff's deputies pulling out a man who had been shot in an SUV. This man, a passenger in that car, frantic at the sight.
The song was literally called No, and the hook was Famous Richard just screaming no like Quando did when he saw Lil Pab die. This song was even promoted, encouraging other people to do the impression of Quando shouting no, calling it the Quando Rondo Challenge. In response to this, Quando Rondo's friend Jump Out Gang Black, the person who made the song King Tim Story, would clap back with an IG story, saying that things are much deeper than they seem and that people are false claiming this incident, even adding that he is planning to make somebody pay. Meanwhile, a few days after the incident, amid the disrespect coming from King Von's friends and affiliated black disciples in Chicago, Lil Tim takes to Twitter to diss Slutty, tweeting "the Slutty way," a reference to King Von's friend Slutty, who had tried and failed to execute Tim the night Von died, ultimately end up being killed by the police. But once the dust settled on this incident, those involved would need to hop off the internet and begin to deal with the real-life consequences of the situation. In September, Lil Tim would be seen at Lil Pab's funeral, and while rumours had circulated that Quando wouldn't be attending the funeral, he'd later be seen carrying the casket along with Lil Tim and others. After the ceremony, Lil Tim would be popping champagne at Lil Pab's wake. And considering just how much of Quando's great artistry has come from him channeling his pain into great songs, it's no surprise that it didn't take him long to open up about the death of his right-hand man Pab in Pain Songs. On August the 30th, 2022, Quando Rondo opens up about the situation on the song Give Me a Sign with NBA Youngboy, rapping that people were testing him and now a rapper got killed. as well as saying it broke his heart to see Lil Tim get shot and then charged with murder just for protecting him. Elsewhere on the song, NBA Youngboy raps about King Von sleeping with his ex, saying that he couldn't cope with it, and saying that him and Quando have been blackballed in the music industry for what Lil Tim did to King Von. This would give fans an insight into the pain that Quando and Youngboy had been going through, living with the consequences of King Von's death as a result of their rap beef. But what was still a mystery was who exactly was responsible for this most recent murder of Lil Pam. Soon, the internet would begin piecing together the clues, with a suspicious eye being cast towards the LA branch of the Rolling 60s Crips. Now initially, Quando seemed to have a connection with the LA wing of the same gang he represented in Savannah. He had been seen with Rolling 60s members in LA on his previous trip when he was pressured by the Hoovers. And it seemed that Quando was familiar with that age-old process where the world of rappers and gangsters collide, known as checking in. This is the idea that rappers have to contact the local gang and negotiate protection whilst visiting a new city. This checking in process may or may not involve a payment, or it might simply operate on a mutual respect being shown. Many rappers like Lil Baby have seen showing love to LA's Rolling 60s as part of an apparent checking in process. Here's Lil Baby in Rolling 60s territory with legendary Rolling 60s Crip rapper Nipsey Hussle. A former Crip leader by the name of Big U actually broke down the process of checking in to Charlamagne in an interview on The Breakfast Club.
Explain extortion to us. Wouldn't the rappers really be getting extorted by the gang members? Because when you're coming out here, you're eating, and you're in the club, and nobody knows you, and you bringing your crew, then what happens? You fool. You fool.
Interestingly, Quando had actually had numerous interactions with legendary LA Crip Big U in the lead up to this tragic incident. Big U had claimed on The Breakfast Club that Quando had reached out to him for protection and suggested that despite claiming Rolling 60s, Quando had never showed him love until he began having problems with Dirt after Ron's death.
You know, you got a lot of dudes, like when I was here last time, they claim my neighborhood just in this music, but they don't really, until it's a problem, then they call me. Like Quando Wonder, I just showed Envy. Like, you can't call me now. You can't call me when the fire hot. Yeah, me before that. You know what I mean? You had my number, you could have called me, you could have did all that.
This comment elicited a response from Quando, who denied ever calling Big U for protection, instead saying that he was asking how he could give back to the Rolling 60s in LA.
It's time for me to start straightening my face, politics-wise. You feel me? It's time for me to leave the street in the streets and just play my role with this internet. I never once called nobody, no on planet and Earth for no protection. Because I don't fear no man. Why would I wait to get us? Anybody that I ever called, I call on some like, how can I help? How can I do this? How can I do that? I never called no person on planet Earth for protection.
Big U would reply to this, claiming to have love for Quando, but also suggesting that he was planning to pull up on him and that he was in his town.
First of all, I never talked to Quando. You know, it ain't nothing but love with Quando. You know, I was Charlamagne said to me, nephew reaching out to do something for the kids, definitely do that. Because I never talked to him. He just asked me if somebody reached out. I just feel like I know cousin, I've been knowing, and I never heard from him after we had a conversation maybe a year and a half ago. No, maybe 2 years ago. And then, so when he called me, I'm only on positive vibes. So, I'm gonna pull up on cousin, he can pull up on me. I'm in his town right now, so, but I ain't got nothing but love for nephew. And he talked to my son a week ago about whatever they was talking about. So, I'm gonna leave it at that.
Big U would claim to not be doing anything with Quando if it's about anything negative.
Quando want to do something for the kids, for the family. I'm definitely with him on that. You know, definitely supporting. No, if it ain't positive, man, I'm not rocking with it. I'm just not rocking with none unless it's positive. 100. Period. So I'm not even taking negative calls, man. I'm not looking for no negative calls. I'm not taking negative calls. If I think it's gonna be negative, I'm not taking it. If it ain't positive, if it ain't about doing something constructive and helping these kids, I'm out of it. But no, I never talked to nephew. You know what I mean? I never talked to him as he called me, because I'm on all positive vibes. But I will talk to Quando.
At Walden, I acquired invaluable clinical experience
and hands-on expertise.
And months later, Big U would appear on No Jumper in an interview where he seemingly apologized to Quando and indicated that there had been a miscommunication.
Somebody got to be a man at some point and say they was wrong. Like as far as Quando Rondo. I was wrong for saying it, but he was wrong for not reaching to his homeboy. And then on the same line that I reached out to you, you reached back out to me. You know what I'm saying? But I apologize to my homeboy. You know what I'm saying? Because that's where it starts and stops. Somebody got to apologize. It was wrong. I was wrong.
And then, a couple of months later, in August 2021, Quando is in Los Angeles on a trip the year before the death of Lil Pap. And on this trip, he would appear in a sit-down interview with Big U himself, the ridiculously titled Checking In podcast on World Star Hip Hop, with Big U starting off the podcast welcoming Quando to LA.
Checking in with my young fella, Quando. Yeah. What's up, young fella? Is you in California, huh? You see? You know what I'm saying? Man, I'm glad to have you, man.
These two would seemingly patch over their past feud and exchange mutual apologies, with Big U elaborating, saying that his nephew said that he did Quando wrong and vouched for him.
As a man, my little homie called me, and he told me, Unc, you was wrong. But I'm going to say I was wrong, too, because you said I was wrong.
This was an interesting interview where Quando would open up about a lot of things he was going through during this time. Quando feels that every song he puts out, people assume he's dissing certain people, but he says he has so many beefs going on that people actually get it wrong.
I be saying like a lot of stuff I say like in songs and stuff like this ain't the only person I have a problem with. Like I ain't talking to this person. Anything say they gonna put it that way.
Quando would also explain that his enemies are actively trying to stop his money by making shows so dangerous that venues keep on cancelling.
They trying to stop my money. You feel me? Fans thinking I'm high when they don't know like I'm dying to do shows and stuff.
Big U would also explain the process of checking in with Quando, saying exactly what a rapper should expect if they check in with the Rollin' 60s in LA.
You might check in with me. I'm going to tell you what clubs to go to and what clubs not to go to. They ain't dealing with the right people. If I go to Chicago, if any of my artists is going different places, I tell them call this dude. Because he treated me right, he gonna treat you all right.
Quando would also claim that he could never stop being a Crip.
I'm real heavy like on cripping, period. I'm gonna do that to the day I die. Sometimes I ask the Lord, when I be asking the Lord for forgiveness, first thing pop up in my head is, well, I can't stop being no Crip, no. You feel me?
Quando would explain that you don't have to be a killer to be a Crip, and that anyone can identify as a Crip.
I always tell them, like, cuz, you don't have to be a killer to be a Crip. You don't have to be no shooter to be no Crip. You ain't gotta be no jackboy to be no Crip. You can be a dentist and be a Crip. You just a Crip. That's a dentist.
Quando and Big U seemingly left things on good terms after this interview. However, a year later, after the Los Angeles assassination attempt on Quando Rondo that claimed Lil Pab's life, Big U would appear on social media, seemingly taking a dig at Quando, saying that if he took a loss, he wouldn't leave his gang, and there would be no crying from him.
Imagine all the dudes, and when the storm came, they folded their tent, they went inside, or they shut down. No, that ain't what no real do. When it get hard for me, I get quiet, I get still. Because I need to hear all the doors is open.
Then, a week later, on September the 6th, 2022, Quando Rondo would come out on social media to say publicly that he's no longer representing the Rollin' 60s neighborhood Crips and that he's laying his blue bandana down, essentially explaining that the Rollin' 60s neighborhood Crips in LA are linked up with his ops, essentially inferring that someone from the LA Rollin' 60s is who set him up to get shot at in LA, leading to Lil Pab's death, all on behalf of somebody trying to avenge King Von, with Quando saying it don't take rocket science to see what's going on, and ending the message saying that he's now just going to focus on his family and his loved ones. In response to this, LA Crip Jay Stone would reply saying you can't just drop your flag and quit the gang, and that real Crips lose homies all the time, and not everyone is going to slide for you. Quando would seemingly respond to this with a follow-up post, essentially warning people not to talk about him, saying he doesn't care because he's rich, has 200k, and can knock down anyone in his way. One theory about how the Rollin' 60s might have set up Quando Rondo has been linked to an LA-based Rollin' 60s rapper by the name of Brick Baby. Brick Baby dropped a verse on YG's 2016 song, the menacingly titled track Don't Come to LA, a song all about robbing and shooting out-of-towners. He'd also openly claimed not to like Quando in an August 2021 No Jumper interview, calling him out for claiming Rollin' 60s and trying to get Big U and the LA Crips to try and squash his beef with Lil Durk and the Black Disciples, essentially saying that Quando needs to check in every time he comes to LA.
It's like Quando Rondo.
You're not with him.
Boy, stop. Don't come to the 60s and want to provide now that brought that boy your ass.
Well, that's gotta be weird for you because you with Dirk so much.
It ain't weird for me. You know what I'm saying? You're not from Rollin' 60s.
Right.
You're not from LA Rollin' 60s. You're not from Rollin' 60s.
Right.
You gotta come talk to the streets.
Big U's a little
removed from a lot of it?
Nah, he is the streets. You
Right.
gotta come talk to the people who feet in the streets. You gotta come clear yourself on both angles. You get what I'm saying? You gotta come holler at somebody.
I feel it.
Period. You went to go holler at Big U. You went to go holler at Hollywood. Like, that ain't Hollywood. He really my big dog. That's my big bro. Whatever he say, if he say hold down, we gonna try it. You know what I'm saying?
He would even claim to have connected with King Von through Lil Durk when he was alive, and despite not being a Black Disciple himself, Brick Baby said that he considers Lil Durk his brother.
Von was in and out of jail, so I done seen Von when I was down there in the O, all that shit, when I be going to Chicago and all that shit. If my boy lose a close homie, that's my boy. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's my boy. I'm not from BD. I'm from 60s. But you lose you my boy. Like, my ops, your ops at this point.
Dick eating ass nigga. Nigga straight dick eating.
He'd even been seen in the studio with Lil Durk in the months before the shooting, and in an Atlanta vlog where he said that he'd been friends with Lil Durk and the Black Disciples all the way since 2015. Brick Baby was even rolling with OTF member Dooley Lowe in January 2022, calling their alliance 6OTF.
How do you know my friend Brick Baby Shifter over here?
That's game. I've been doing both for like 5 years solid.
Wow.
Like 7.
7. Who else you tackling in with out here in LA?
Brick Baby.
That's it.
I don't, you know.
Just days after that shooting at the Beverly Center, Brick Baby would post on social media telling Quando that he's a fake Crip for not checking in with him and giving them money and guns.
That you from out of town. And you banging the hood from California. You're an imitation gangbanger if you do not check in. If you do not make sure your hood is funded. If you don't make sure your hood got blitz. If you don't make sure your hood got sticks in it. Yeah, the kids is eating over there. Yeah, a couple who put you down with the play family is straight. You're an imitation because America don't deal with the same enemies we deal with in LA.
Brick Baby goes on to comment on Quando's claim of dropping his rolling 60s Crip flag, saying that Quando can't leave a gang that he was never in.
You can't leave a hood that you never was in. If you claiming our hood, you cannot leave a hood you never was in unless you just get put off. Stop claiming it. If you don't want to deal with street politics, stop gangbanging.
With all this content floating around, it's no surprise then that rumors would spread that Brick Baby had something to do with this. Allegations which he personally denied on social media.
Stop playing with the name, cuz. Stop playing with my name. Point blank, period. On 6-0 Crip. Die every day. Don't got nothing to do with me. On 6-0, you internet ass. They putting stories together. You is on the street. No, I don't got nothing to do with it. Stop calling my phone, talking about, oh, hey, you know, man, on 6-0, man. On hood, them boys got hot. On 6-0, ain't none of my that's not Beverly Hills and broad daylight. What's wrong with you?
With this whole situation even provoking a response from NBA Youngboy, who said, wait till I start talking. However, from here, Brick Baby would bizarrely go on to do a series of interviews speaking on the situation directly, telling Cam Capone News that Quando was smart to try and squash his beef with Big U.
It was a great move for him, like, to go check in with the big dog, the SI big dog. So you trying to get him to soften up the people that's around your age and, you know what I'm saying, still outside. He's still outside too, but you get what I'm saying, to soften it up for us. So if we come around and just say, I did something to him, and he called Big Bro, like, oh, the Big Bro called me like, man, I told you he was cool. You know what I'm saying? He went that way. But the whole thing is, that's not the age group that you beefing with. You know what I'm saying? You beefing with Dirk, right? You want to get a message with Dirk, that's my boy. So the age group that you dealing with, he still, even when Unc get the message, he gonna have to call me to get the vote. I'm the closest one to vote. You know what I'm saying?
Brick Baby would also express how surprised he was when he heard that Quando, an apparent rolling 60 Crip, had killed a Chicago Black Disciple, the King Von situation, with Brick Baby thinking that he thought Quando had a good relationship with the Black Disciples because of his earlier connection to Lil Durk.
like, you know how close he is? Like, these are boys. Like, what the going on? And I'm like, he's been living in LA with the other, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, these are boys. Like, what's going on?
But Brick Baby once again would outright deny being responsible, saying you must be smoking dope to believe that.
With me with 2 strikes, I don't get out of prison. Fuck, kickball day like Beverly Hills, man. You gotta be smoking good Chris. You gotta be smoking big dope, Chris Brown style. You know what I'm saying? Dead ugly. Home Chris.
Brick Baby would later be asked in a September the 11th, 2022 interview with Cam Capone News about these rumours that continued to spread that he was personally involved in the incident that claimed Lil Cam's life, with Brick Baby claiming to have been in Atlanta at the time of the incident.
That was the Quando Rondo situation at Beverly Hills. In Beverly Hills at the gas station.
I guess there was rumors about you? Yeah. I was in Atlanta, so 100% the police know what's going on. You get what I'm saying? I'm gonna let the police do their job, because I ain't not gonna put me in the middle of no murder while I'm raising my kids.
He would go on to say that he wouldn't even comment whether or not he was involved with it.
Now, if y'all caught me slipping on camera and I really popped something and y'all got it, like, it's all on the internet, it's like, it is what it is, you know what I'm saying? I wouldn't be commenting on it, though. I wouldn't be saying, hey, leave my name out of it. I'd probably go the scary way and just blank out all social media and just get up out of here and shit with it. You know what I'm saying? I'm not talking about it. They gonna have to come find me. I'm not operating with a phone or nothing after I do.
He would also go on to say that he isn't surprised that people think he's involved due to his past history with Lil Durk, but he denied believing that Lil Durk could have possibly been involved in the hit.
Were you surprised when you started hearing rumors about yourself?
Hell yeah. No. Hell no. As soon as I seen, at first I seen, all right, I landed in Atlanta, boom. They say he got shot at a football game on South Georgia. He was shot too. Yeah, I'm looking, I'm like, damn, ain't catch a break. Cause I was like, didn't he just lose a homeboy like the day before that or something? I'm like, watch what the internet do with this. And he knew it was coming. I just was laughing. I doubt Dirk had something to do with it. Like, I don't see how.
A few days later, Brick Baby even said in a September the 15th, 2022 interview that there's an old saying that you're not a rolling 60 until you kill another rolling 60. An allusion to the death of Nipsey Hussle at the hands of Eric Holder, another rolling 60.
At a point, it was like everybody in LA used to say, oh yeah, you ain't a real 60 till you kill a 60. But it's like, our hood big. And it been internal beefs for years.
He would also clown Quando Rondo for attempting to change sets after the death of his friend, laughing at him for trying to tap out the gang like it's wrestling.
Have you ever thought about leaving the set alone? Because recently there was a young rapper who said he's done with that. He said he's done with that. But
hey. 1, 2, 3. Man, never in life. Even if we got retired gangbangers in the hood.
Right.
You get what I'm saying? It's the way you go about it. You don't never drop your flag, though.
Around a month after the shooting, Brick Baby would be seen on social media flexing with bundles of cash and releasing a new song with OTF artist C3, a track called Brick Lato. A track which had C3 rapping, I heard they claim in 60, have them real hoods get at you. As well as rapping, they drop that location, we at your spot, we pulling up like peekaboo. With this release sparking yet more speculation that Brick Baby had actually been signed to Lil Durk's OTF label just a month after the shooting, with an OTF affiliate jumping on this song with him, seemingly claiming responsibility for the deed. But Brick Baby would duly deny his involvement in the incident in yet another Cam Capone interview.
And then there was the rumors about you signing to OTF. Is there anything to that?
Nah, man, it ain't nothing to it. I mean, it's OTF. We got in the works, but it ain't no locked in type situation. They just see me on the ground with a gang of money and just think that it's that.
However, Brick Baby would continue to drop songs like the track Murder Dance with I Swear Vezo, where he raps, I just gave 100 bands to my murder man, I prepaid for 10 bodies, and he don't need a stretcher, he need a body bag. He was dissing on the net, we finally caught his ass. Only thing I'm regretting is I ain't wear a mask. And lyrics saying, broad daylight, knock his brains out, drop 50 on his car, knock his brain out. But Brick Baby would have people really surprised when he said outright in a No Jumper interview with Poetic Flacco that people can no longer tell Lil Durk that he needs to slide for Von because of what happened to Lil Pap.
Oh, they did something. Oh, slide for him. Oh, you. Oh, yeah.
Slide for Von, right?
Nobody.
Yeah.
They say you can't say that no more.
Why? Oh, yeah, because no. Like, who died?
You can't say that no more.
Oh, because of FBG Cash? Or who?
Nah, because Lil Pop.
Oh. What's that?
But I'm just saying, they just say you can't say that no more. That's the new term, like no more slide for Von.
And do you feel like you now have earned your way into the quote-unquote OG status now?
Definitely.
Right.
Not like that, it's just like, because of the way I carry myself.
He would go on to say that Quando has to lay in the bed that he made by not showing love to the Rolling 60s Crips in LA.
You should have been doing the right thing from off the rip. That's what they say, the bed, you gonna lay in the bed that you make. That's just a perfect example, like, hey, if you would have handled your connection or your people, whatever you had, the right way before it jumped off.
And saying that Quando was done for beefing with Durk, who has $20 to $30 million to his name.
That just signed the deal for like 20, 30 million, Durk, right?
Yes.
Who the beef would come for you? Got too much money, man. You get what I'm saying? Like, listen, man.
Don't beef with rich people.
Don't beef with rich people, man. Unless you gonna slide. And you don't need to say nothing out loud. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, point blank period. You put that bag of thing in your head.
These bold comments attracted shock on Twitter from other apparent members of the Rolling 60s Crips. And Brick Baby would later deny his comments were self-snitching, reaffirming once again that he has nothing to do with the shooting.
Never said nobody did nothing. I'm the dead on me. I didn't say Durk did nothing. I said nobody did nothing. I said the internet. So you can't say slide the line on me. We don't got nothing to do with them games the boys is playing. 6-7. Dead on me. When I doubt, Durk just got called, just rolling around in LA. Come on, let's make it make sense.
But even as recently as April 2023, Brick Baby is still releasing music like his most recent track, Not Enough, which came with lyrics where he seemingly admitted outright to lining people up and boldly proclaiming to have been paid in excess of $1 million for setting someone up to get killed. All of these public statements paint a picture of the LA Rolling 60s being involved in this incident. But for the record, at the time of making this video, this crime is still completely unsolved, and there's been no substantial evidence to tie anybody to the murder of Lil Pap. This murder, just being the latest senseless killing, is yet another dark moment in hip-hop history. Just like the death of King Von, there really are no winners here. Thankfully, Quando Rondo survived this assassination attempt, but he still lost one of those people who had been closest to him throughout his entire come-up. Fortunately, Quando wouldn't be deterred, and he would return to music, channeling his pain into yet more meaningful hit songs. In fact, Quando Rondo would team up with both NBA Youngboy and Lil Kim to record an entire album of music, speaking openly on everything that happened over the past few years.
Kids can't be kids when their clothes don't fit right. The same goes for their nighttime underwear. Goodnights has large and extra large sizes to comfortably fit kids up to 140 pounds.
Despite the never-ending backlash for the role that he'd played in the death of King Von, even in the face of assassination attempts and arrests, Lil Tim was determined to translate his street infamy into musical fame. The month after Lil Pap was killed in LA, on September 26, 2022, Lil Tim goes ahead with his latest music release, dropping a video for his track, Third Day In. In the video, Lil Tim would be seen mobbing an alleyway surrounded by Lil Pap and other 33rd Street goons. And while the track didn't include any disrespect towards King Von or Lil Durk, Lil Tim is seen in the video dropping the O-Block gang sign upside down, a sign of disrespect to King Von and his gang O-Block.
Which way you got to go O-Block? How do I do that?
Everybody throw them up.
And while Lil Tim was still releasing some of his first songs and getting his rap career going, his mortal enemy Lil Durk, at this point a veteran of the drill music game, would be using his feature slots on other huge artists' songs to drop shade on Quando and Lil Tim. On October the 21st, 2022, Lil Durk makes a guest appearance on Jeezy's new track, Most Hated. And in his verse, Durk accuses Quando of being too scared to perform and suggesting that the police denied cancelling his shows, as well as saying that they would have slid on him, but Quando is hiding like a ghost. Durk would also mention Nemo 600 going to Savannah in the cold of winter, saying that they wanted to catch him lacking in the snow and wipe his nose. Durk would even go as far as to mock Quando for losing his two friends, Fendi and Lil Pab, in August. Durk would also seemingly reference King Von's reputation as a killer, saying that after beating his body, he told Durk that he would kill again. Unfortunately for Lil Tim, on October the 24th, 2022, he ends up getting arrested once again on drug charges, once again leaving Quando to fend for himself in the industry beef. But Quando would end up coming back with a huge response to Lil Durk's frequent disrespect in music. Way back in February 26, 2022, Quando Rondo announced a joint project between him and Lil Durk's other arch nemesis, NBA Youngboy, a joint mixtape called Who They Hate. This project never released, but later in the year, that joint project transformed into a new joint album titled 3860. This project was named after NBA Youngboy's native 38 block in Baton Rouge, and Quando Rondo's past in the Rolling 60s Crips in Savannah. Quando would tell Rolling Stone in an interview about the project that the album was all about him and Youngboy paying tribute to their deceased friends, with Quando revealing that he had recorded much of the album in his old hood to remain inspired, inferring that his segments of the album were recorded whilst he was surrounded by killers in places that he felt scared to be. On November the 16th, 2022, the cover art and track list for 3860 debuts on Lil Tim's Instagram account, and this post contains the bombshell announcement that Lil Tim himself is the only other rapper to be featured on the project. That album, 3860, released on the 25th of November 2022, and the entire album is essentially a giant middle finger to Lil Durk and King Von's friends. Lil Tim featured as the first verse on the album's opening track, titled I Swear. This song, in my opinion, is an incredible track and is shockingly underrated. The official audio of this song still has less than 1 million views, which is unbelievable to me, especially considering the fact that in many ways, this song is the very moment where Quando, Youngboy, and Lil Tim all stand together and address what's been happening over the past few years in complete defiance of all of their enemies. The song itself features a great and heartfelt performance from all three artists. Quando's singing on the hook is on point, and when Lil Tim touches the mic for the first verse, he delivers bold lyrics and addresses pretty much everything about what he's gone through since the death of King Von, opening the verse by saying he has all these bodies on his conscience, and rapping crazy, catch him walking out a party, pop out, walk him down. Seemingly another reference to King Von's song Crazy Story, combined with a literal description of Von's killing outside of a nightclub. In the verse, Lil Tim acknowledges that there is a bounty on his head, and he ends his verse by saying that he has plenty of bodies and he's beat plenty of cases, and at this point is undefeated in the streets. I'll be honest, Lil Tim actually surprised me with how good his rapping and flow was on this track. His earlier songs didn't show nearly as much potential, but this song shows that he does have it in him to become a genuinely compelling rapper. But then, to take the track to the next level, NBA Youngboy jumps in, delivering a hard verse, singing directly to God that people are plotting to kill him, but that he is always going to be shooting back. Youngboy would rap that he has a lot of money and is known for killing people. He seemingly references King Von's death after fighting Quando Rondo in a disrespectful manner, saying they smoked on him and he wasn't even strong, as well as delivering bars that seem to snipe at Durk, saying they know we poppin', tell them all make pain songs, and ending his verse saying that for years now, people have been trying to kill him and ended up getting killed themselves. This was a very bold opening song for the album, and from here, for the rest of the tape, both Quando and Youngboy would rap back to back, track after track, speaking openly and bravely about what their lives have been like since King Von lost his life. There's the track It's On, which references sliding for Von, saying, do it for who? I bet you don't, with Do It For Von being a line that Lil Durk and OTF members would often post on social media or reference in songs. Then, on the track Casket Talk, Quando raps that he is continuing to diss the dead and say F the odds, despite people trying to kill him like Tupac. He would rap that he's heard rumors that they're coming to kill him, but saying that he isn't scared because he's a gangster with his own money and killers who could get you whacked first. In his verse, he thanks Tim for saving him from Von and rapping that people don't like him because they don't fight, they shoot. On Youngboy's verse, he raps about people wanting to beef about their dead friends and saying that people now describe him as a rapper slayer who has anyone that disses him killed. There's the song Want Me Dead, where Quando dissed Von and his sister, saying his favourite of Dead and his sister talks too much. A reference to King Von's sister Kayla B, tweeting about the situation when Quando and Youngboy were going back and forth with NLE Chopper. Quando would also rap that Lil Timmy rolled her brother up and stepped on him. He would shout out Jump Out Gang and fallen member Sosa, and he would also diss Lil Durk, referencing Durk's song directed towards him, Aha, with Quando rapping, Aha, I don't think it's funny, we stepped on your brother, as well as mocking Lil Durk for failing to kill him and Lil Tim for an entire year. He would reference the shooting in Georgia, saying that they shot 100 times and missed, and he would diss King Von again, saying that they're smoking weed from O-Block and that Von was a stepper, but he got stepped on, ultimately ending the verse by dissing famous Chicago Set 300 that Lil Durk is affiliated with, and pledging allegiance to Youngboy's 4K Trey crew. Meanwhile, in Youngboy's verse, he would reference Von, rapping F that rat boy, and saying that his hit squad are now trying to kill another. There's the song No Mercy, where Quando raps that he hangs with the killer who killed Von, and that the people looking for him aren't killers, as well as rapping his Lil One murdered one in the New Atlanta, and that's why he has $100,000 on his head. Quando would also diss the Los Angeles Rolling 60 Crips, saying that he's even got beef with his own kind, but that he can arrange for them to get robbed. Quando disses Von once again on the song Loaded, saying that he's steady dissing his dead ass and rapping, get your hat back before you say you're gonna do me. This is a reference to Lil Durk and his crew wearing V-Roy fitted caps, a sign of respect for King Von. There's also the great song $1 Million Kid, an excellent piece of pain music where Quando sings about the struggles of being blessed with both $1 million checks from the rap game and contrasting that with the $1 million bounty that's been placed on his head. With this bounty being something he mentions again on the song Trophies, with Quando acknowledging the $1 million price on his head, saying that he's coming to catch himself by collecting a million, and rapping that all these bodies on his conscience have got him feeling like Lil Timmy, as well as rapping that he stained a rapper, and even mentioning Lil Pab's unsolved RICO charges and saying that that was his best friend. On the song At the Top, Quando raps about the bullets coming through the car door when Pablo was killed and being traumatized from the incident. On the song Heat Tucked, Quando raps that I bought the body from Lil Tim, it's both of ours, rest in P. Another outrageous statement where he seems to suggest that he rewarded Lil Tim financially for protecting him from Von, and that as a result, Quando is just as responsible for the killing of Von as Tim is. 3860 was a bold and brazen statement, essentially flipping the middle finger to King Von, Lil Durk, and whoever killed Lil Pab. Quando and Youngboy wanted the world to know that they were outside and not scared. And the album was described by one critic as hard as nails with ruthless lyrics. But it would turn out that when it came to releasing this project, things behind the scenes were a little more complicated. And perhaps these lyrics were a little too ruthless, as Youngboy would later claim that both him and Quando mutually agreed that the content on this album was too demonic and that they wouldn't release it. According to a statement by NBA Youngboy, they had apparently begged the label not to release this project, even going as far as saying that he spoke to religious missionaries who said that he will be judged for releasing this violent album. Youngboy would even go as far as to say that the record label are blocking his Stop the Violence message and that they only care about making money. Youngboy would go on to say that people are terrified of him and he doesn't play. However, despite the lack of promotion and attempts not to release the project, it would still be a roaring success, landing at number 62 on the Billboard charts. But it wouldn't be without response. On December the 16th, 2022, Lil Durk drops his latest compilation album for his crew, the OTF project, Loyal Bros 2. And on the project, Durk has a track called Mad Max, along with Future. And in this song, he raps a line that could be hinting towards the death of Lil Pab, rather than Quando Rondo. With Durk rapping, when it's war, you never see main names, you've got to get everybody he got. And rapping that he lets other people claim the bodies that his people did because he will never admit to sliding. And Durk would even rap that he's a big threat and is dying to get his ops. Even seemingly taunting Quando directly for the killing of Lil Pab with the dark lyric, you ain't know we was gonna get you. Elsewhere on the track Threats to Everybody, Durk raps that putting money on people's head has people that his ops have never even seen before coming to shoot at them, with this likely being a reference to whoever was sent to shoot up Quando and Lil Pab in LA being motivated by a large bounty by Lil Durk, with Durk even going as far as to make fun of his ops for wanting to avoid gas stations. Lil Durk was clearly not in the mood to let the beef settle after 3860 release, and he would use his album to hint at having had something to do with Quando's recent misfortunes, regardless of how incredible. Durk would continue to drop jaw-dropping lyrics that hinted at his involvement in the murder of Pab. On the song Wonderful Wayne and Jackie Boy, a collaboration with Babyface Ray, released on December the 2nd, 2022, Durk would rap that an op he doesn't like just got their head hits, and that he would rather get revenge than money. Durk would then rap that his ops say his name for clout but in the streets they get hurt. Likely a reference to Lil Pab dissing Dirk in the clubhouse with Lil Varney. Dirk would even end his verse with a brutal sequence that mocked Quando Rondo for screaming no after witnessing Lil Pab's murder, in a line that seemed to take direct responsibility for the hit, with Dirk rapping that his shooters tell him they have their ops locations, and he gives them the green light and tells them, go, and he turns on the news later to see someone screaming, no. This is one of the most bold and offensive disses aimed towards Quando, Tim, and his team that has come out publicly so far. And Dirk wasn't the only one. In January 2023, Lil Tim is on IG Live when famous Richard, the Black Disciple who did the Quando Rondo challenge in his music video, joins Lil Tim on Instagram Live, asking why he's hiding and saying that he's smoking on Pab.
Oh, King Dave, where you at? Why is you hiding? No, Biddy. Why you hiding? Ain't no smoking real Pab. Biddy, why you hiding? Who is this? This famous. Ain't no smoking.
Despite the negativity continuing to swirl around him, moving into 2023, Quando Rondo decided to focus in on his next project, with the concept of his new album Recovery being all about him overcoming his recent losses and rising above the negativity. However, Quando Rondo couldn't even seem to put out an album in peace, because after announcing his next project was 1 month away, and that he'd be dedicating it to the memory of Lil Pab, this would solicit a response from Lil Durk, who claimed that he could drop a single and ruin Quando's release schedule. With this provoking a response from Quando Rondo, who told Lil Durk, go ahead and drop. However, Quando would later deny that he was referring to Lil Durk in a Sage Cheese interview, saying that he was actually just telling the label to drop the album sooner.
When I posted about my album and I said, you feel me, drop we all on the time schedule, I was actually talking to the label in a good way.
This interview even prompted a response from Dirk himself, who suggested that Quando was lying and that his acting was so good, he must have been trained with Will Smith. Despite the back and forth, Quando did indeed go ahead with the release of his Recovery album, an album which in my opinion is probably the strongest body of work Quando Rondo has ever released in his career. The project was laced with references to the tragic death of Lil Pab. The lead single Speeding saw Quando rapping that his team have had to be on the defensive ever since Lil Pab got killed. That song came with a music video that also showed Lil Pab's funeral program and tributes to him. The project also had the tribute track Long Live Pab, where Quando rapped that his enemies were trying to kill the only artist coming out of Savannah, as well as addressing people who mocked him for screaming no, suggesting that they have probably never seen anything that violent. The project was filled with references to Quando's desire to avenge Pab, with him rapping on the track Lost Ones that he often asks God if he's wrong to try and kill the person who killed his partner. On the track Where Would I Be, Quando also reflects on how Lil Pab might still be alive if they'd have never been to Los Angeles together. Then, on the aggressive anthem Tear It Down, Quando would rap that he wishes Pablo had made it, and that he's spinning about all the pain that he's feeling after losing Pab, rapping that he's been going through pain since his cousin died, and that his gang will kill again if you try them. On the song Heartaches, Quando says that he can't sleep at night after witnessing Pab get shot, and saying that he's hoping to get her. But he would also still reference the death of King Von, rapping on the song Vision, that you don't want to see Lil Tim on that monitor. You've also got the track 50, where Quando even raps that before he gets off stage, he has to scream that he's smoking Von. Now, my favourite song on that album is the track R.I.P. Fat Fat, an inspirational and positive banger dedicated to the memory of another of Quando's friends who unfortunately lost their life in the lead up to this project's release. This was apparently the result of a shooting in the early hours of the morning on the 4th of March 2023 in the Savannah Fields neighborhood. An incident, unsurprisingly, followed by chatter on social media debating whether or not this was connected to Quando's ongoing beefs on him. Aside from being one of the hardest songs in Quando's catalogue, the song R.I.P. Fat Fat would also see Quando declaring his intentions to return to California to avenge Pab. In fact, the very last song of the album is titled Forever 16 and is once again dedicated to the memory of Lil Pab. On the track, Quando raps that he's going to make his ops bleed about Savaya, aka Lil Pab. In fact, in the very last lyric of this very last song of the project, Quando raps the ominous bar, "We gon' get some get back," pledging publicly in front of the whole world to avenge his friend Lil Pab. A few months after Quando's Recovery album, in May, Lil Durk would resurface and release a new album of his own, Almost Healed, which dropped on May the 25th, 2023. And the album contained yet another scathing diss track from the Quando Rondo, the song War Bout with 21 Savage, which contained a brutal chorus where Durk repeatedly mocked Quando, screaming no at Pab's death and telling him to come outside and go through all that harm.
That's really what it means.
Quando
No bullshit.
and saying the morgue got
I'm paying rent. I don't even pay rent.
One seemingly referring to Youngboy and saying that he must have heard Quando screaming no and had to turn the sound off. But Dirk's
That
disrespect
shit don't make no
went far
sense.
beyond music, as in the lead up to the album dropping, he would form a closer relationship with DJ Academics, who would not only interview Dirk on his podcast, Off the Record, but in the build up to Dirk's album release, seemingly in the effort to taunt Quando Rondo, Academics posted a story to his Instagram of the Beverly Center, where Lil Tab ultimately was shot, later losing his life, along with a Lil Durk song in the background, where Dirk would rap, "We don't
Yeah,
care
man,
what
like,
rumors."
you don't remember when I used to have them bands, bro, cuz I had bands from, when I say I had bands, bro, cuz I had bands from the start. My granddad, my cousin know what I used to, my granddad had to say. I had bands from the start when I was like 14, 15, you remember when that Stain read for that motherfucking QB? Like, bro, when I say I've been doing this for a long ass time, bro, I've really been doing this money shit for a long ass time, like, bro. This shit really what I always wanted, bro. So that's why I really can't complain about. Like I just said, like, bro, I really can't complain, bro.
Dirk would then go on to say,
it's like that's what you strive to do.
It's
It's just like, I get you. It's like, I get it. It's also been in that mix of like, me personally, I just want to be able to all the time.
Bruh, with no hiccups. That's what I be saying, bro.
Now,
That's what I really be saying, bro.
Back to these comments with an
That
alarming
consistency,
twist,
bro. You
where
can't
he
be
appeared to
consistent.
suggest that his crew of nerds
No bullshit.
killed 7 people last year. Perhaps this was just bravado, or perhaps this truly was self-incrimination at its worst. Because unfortunately for Quando, a few months after this tweet, he would find himself in hot water, being arrested and accused of being the leader of the Rolling 60s Crips in Savannah, Georgia.
Quain Terrell Bowman is a Savannah rapper indicted on gang and drug charges. The Chatham County grand jury indictment accuses him of being a leader of the so-called Rolling 60s gang.
Quando Rondo is sitting in the Chatham County Jail after the district attorney indicted him for gang and drug charges.
In my hand is the 17-page, 49-count indictment dating back to October 2022.
The Rolling 60s are currently one of the largest and most violent street gangs in Savannah. That man
leading to a serious legal case and efforts to actually ban Quando from the city of Savannah due to repeated attempts on his life, allegedly causing a danger to the community.
The district attorney's office filed a motion to have the famous Savannah rapper banned pending trial from Chatham County. The filing claims he was the target of a number of shootings, including this one 10 days ago on Skidaway Road. And because of those shootings, prosecutors say Bowman's presence poses a
It's
danger
easy
to
because
the
our
citizens
family so
of
small.
Chatham County.
However, in the midst
This
of
shit
all
hard
this
on one
serious
person.
content,
Like,
Quando,
nigga need a
on the
fucking
other hand,
team.
was at least speaking up. As on August the 20th, 2023, it was announced that the murder charges against Lil Tim for the killing of King Von had officially been dropped, and Tim would celebrate with a disrespectful celebratory song titled Left the Stain, where he discussed beating his charges and his sadness at the loss of Lil Tab. Now, we don't know what's going to happen next. But if I've learned anything from looking at every piece of information related to this situation, it's clear that there can never be a break. Quando Rondo was born into
I mean, so I'm going when I was doing something like the nigga I was going down to jail, I want to do it.
the streets. He's been surrounded by killers since day one, and it's truly sad that him and King Von ended up crossing paths in the way that they did.
That's what I, you know I'm already looking up vacations and islands and shit. I'm doing that shit, for sure. You don't even need no fast one for that shit. That San Juan, Puerto Rico, like, I forgot where that shit at, but you don't even need no passport. And the Spirit flight's cheap as hell. It's just when we get there,
He felt compelled to bring his killer instincts into the music industry with effort to bully and intimidate Quando Rondo and Imperial Young. Ultimately,
go down that bitch with a bang, you feel me? But we already paid for the Airbnbs, you feel me? The rentals or whatever. Cause I always want to go. I don't like walking around no more. I can't walk around no more. My hip, you know? I need me everywhere I go.
Von's original attack on Quando in that parking lot was clearly an unplanned beating, but Quando didn't see it coming. Von and Quando probably didn't imagine that within just a few seconds of that first sucker punch, this fight would turn dead. Quando had shown love to Von in the past, and there really was no indication before that fight that Von, Youngboy, or Quando's problems were anything that blood should have been shed on. But once Lil Tim hopped in the car and pulled that trigger, hitting Von with the shots that would claim his life, whether they liked it or not, Quando and Lil Tim had to face the consequences. Because in this case, Lil Durk, one of the biggest and richest rappers in the game, seemingly with a family life cycle affiliated from Von's past, would be valued for revenge. Hell,
But
even
that's
though
all.
that's
But then
collaborated
again,
with
too.
Quando Rondo,
I guess it also too
people
depends on
respects
like
to
the
him
traffic
as
you
an
bring in
artist
that
that
motherfucker too,
inspired.
though, because
It's
like
honestly so sad.
the reason I
These
rather be
two
getting in trouble
young,
because
successful
they
black men.
sometimes they entourage, but then again you see how like but you see how most niggas don't even can't even bring a niggas out the country because them niggas don't be having no passport.
Or you got a felon, like niggas, like if you're a felon, you can't come to Canada.
Exactly.
It's a lot of niggas I know we can't. They can't come to Canada with niggas. Like, I'm going to Canada.
It's crazy because just something as simple as Canada, like, that's crazy, right? Canada can't even go to Hawaii, bro. That shit you don't even need a passport for that. And it's like, that shit.
You want the gas?
Huh?
You want the gas?
I'm trying to get my mental right for like, cause I know that I feel like where I'm going to go, like I feel like I'm going to take a big leap of faith.
My tongue is like always good.
Yeah, I feel like I'm going to take a leap of faith with this, like, just go full time on me. Cause I feel like, I know, over the last month, I've been meeting so many people that's in a position, and they are working to put me in the same position. So it's like, I feel like I just need to like say fuck that and just do straight that. Like focus on what everything it is that I'm trying to get done and do.
Damn, no bullshit. If I would have kept this, that could have been good. Oh, fuck it.
So that's what I was trying to see if he called you to see you how to say something.
What's that on that beat?
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! They tried to get a young nigga. Oh, I'm fucking tripping, bro. Damn. I just be in this bitch chilling. Damn, my ass has a bitch. I'm a terrible YouTuber, bro. Fuck it, nigga. We here, nigga. Them niggas don't even be here, nigga. I'm here, nigga. Damn, I'm missing comments and shit. Right, tweet.
India's probably the last place you would think of when it comes to gangster rap and drill music. Most people would think of the birthplace of gangster rap, South Central Los Angeles, where the Bloods and Crips reign supreme, or the birthplace of drill music in Chicago, where gangs like the Black Disciples and Gangster Disciples fought a bloody war that made its way to the lyrics of rap songs. But if you followed my channel closely, you'd know that every city around the world has a hood, and in most hoods around the world, there are gangsters doing dirt in the streets and gangster rappers rapping about it. I've covered the gangster rap music scene from LA to Chicago to Stockholm in Sweden and Sydney in Australia. But today, we're going to be taking a closer look at one of the most high-profile gangster rap stories that you might have missed. Because in India, a country with a population of 1.4 billion people, one rapper was able to stand out above the rest and become the voice of the streets in the most populated country in the world. That man was Sidhu Moosewala, the gun-toting gangster rapper who brought the energy of modern-day Chicago drill to Punjabi language music in India, pioneering a whole new style that made him the voice of the new generation of youth and changed the way people saw Punjabi music around the world. But Sidhu Moosewala would become famous for more than just his music. His gangster persona became infamous across India and the world at large, and he seemingly truly lived the lifestyle he rapped about. Moosewala was obsessed with guns, covered in tattoos of firearms, and he would constantly be seen in the media toting high-powered weapons.
Bore shotgun. I've got the system, I've got the semi-autos, everything, slowly getting everything together. I want to repeat the things that you have a passion for.
He would be slammed by the media for alleged glorification of weapons, and he would receive numerous charges for things like shooting on camera. However, Sidhu Moosewala got to the point where he was so beloved in his country that the cops would let him fire their rifles, and he would end up getting fined for it. But unfortunately, Sidhu Moosewala also had his enemies. A high-profile beef with another Punjabi artist, Karan Aujla, saw diss tracks and threats being thrown back and forth between the two artists. However, beyond the music industry beefs, what made Sidhu Moosewala's story so much more powerful was his plans to get political. His mother was a politician named Charan Kaur, who won the Sarpanch election for Musa in December 2018, the small village where she brought up Sidhu. But after finding fame and fortune in the music industry, Sidhu decided in 2021 to try his hand at politics too, and Sidhu himself ended up running in the 2022 Punjab Legislative Assembly election, a controversial campaign that Sidhu ultimately ended up losing. It may well have been Moosewala's large ambitions that ultimately made his downfall, as less than a year after his controversial attempts to get elected in politics, he would wind up being assassinated. Just like the pioneer of gangster rap on the West Coast, Tupac Shakur, the Punjabi megastar, singer and politician, was shot dead in the front seat of his car. It's both the way he died and the way he lived, with a desire to use his gangster rap music to influence politics, that had people calling him India's Tupac, or the Desi Tupac. Eerily, Tupac was one of the reasons that Sidhu actually took a liking to the hip-hop sound and began making music, with Sidhu rapping in one song that his stars are aligned with Tupac's, a line which may go deeper than he could have ever imagined. But there's even more crazy is the fact that one of the last songs that Sidhu released while he was alive was the track The Last Ride, which came with a cover art depicting the car Tupac was shot and killed in, releasing this only months before Sidhu would meet his own tragic fate. So today, we're going to take a closer look and tell the story once and for all of the brilliant rise and tragic fall of Sidhu Moosewala, India's Tupac Shakur. Warning, this video contains themes of violence, death, and gang activity. This video is an educational documentary. The bullet-riddled palm trees of Jacksonville in northern Florida. And it seems that no matter the city, if you look hard enough, there's always a crew of hardened gangsters that control the streets and are willing to kill to protect what's theirs. But ever since the 2010s, when Chicago drill emerged, it seems that behind every gang, there soon emerges a gangster rapper. One of those people who had lived the dangerous gang lifestyle and eventually found a way of telling their story through music. Since the emergence of a teenage gang member named Chief Keef from Chicago's O Block, gangster rappers have emerged from all around. Suspect. Hailing from the infamous London borough of Camden, Suspect and his affiliates in the legendary street crew turned rap collective, Active Gang, have brought years of carnage to the streets of North London, with deadly knife battles taking place just minutes away from some of London's busiest tourist hotspots. Active Gang and their enemies turned up the violence to 11, and quite literally single-handedly raised the crime rate in their community, with multiple murders taking place on both sides of the wall, and innocent victims, women and children, frequently being caught in the crossfire, often with the people doing the shooting or stabbing doing it without leaving a trace, leaving local police and politicians completely incapable of stopping them. But when Suspect and his affiliates seemingly murdered two rivals in the space of only a few months, with the police hot on their trail, members of Active Gang would have to flee the city of London and hide out as long as they could, sparking an international game of cat and mouse, with British bobbies desperately trying to use social media to track down Camden's most notorious killers. All the while, Suspect himself was recording and releasing some of the most shocking and violent drill songs the UK rap game had ever seen, bragging about the murders that he committed openly in his music, even referring to himself with the menacing title, The Grim Reaper of Agar Grove, and all while using body doubles and diversion tactics to trick the authorities and rap fans into believing that he was still active and lurking on the streets of London. The story of Suspect, Active Gang, their rivals, and their victims is one of the most wild and tragic stories ever to have been told on the streets of London. But that story has never truly been told in detail from start to finish until now. So prepare yourself to learn once and for all the whole shocking and true story behind London's most gruesome gangster rappers.
We got group if it ain't the eight and you're getting popped, boy.
You're live with BBC News, just some breaking news.
Breaking news, breaking news. 2 men have been stabbed to death.
No idea.
6 people were injured.
Nobody outside.
No. There must have been some beef and someone called Calvin died.
C-Miz and his cousin split up, but unfortunately the men who jumped out of the car locked onto C-Miz, and C-Miz ended up dropping to the ground when the 71st member started to stab him repeatedly with machetes and then run from the scene.
Get back inside.
And then whoever was in the car pulled out a shotgun and sprayed pellets into the crowd.
I've always said we should toughen up our gun laws.
In 2 separate attacks in Kentish Town in North London last night.
Tragic incident. Nobody done anything for that guy. For our brother who passed away, and we ask Allah to have mercy upon him.
Corporate was running for his life and literally screaming for help, banging on neighbours' doors to let him in so he could escape his attackers.
Jeffrey Wegby was pursued and fatally shot inside his home address in Brent.
And we used to fight against these African British guys, mixed race guys.
They are going to go out and kill any Somali.
That a music video shoot had been shot up, and it was none other than Active Gangs.
Active Gang. Where did you get your name Suspects from? Do
You catch bodies. Got a few man on those belt.
See this rapping thing, obviously, yeah. You don't do this rapping thing without, like, the proof in the pudding.
Nah, I'm not even about that life.
71st members made a song called Congo.
Oh, it's that time. Who's in there?
Buzzy, who's in there?
And the reason why they called it Congo is because C-Miz was actually a refugee from Congo after him and his family fled the war from over there. And members repeatedly in their songs say that they get their from Congo, not Cali.
This one here, yeah. You know who that one is? Yeah. This one is that freedom. That's a combo.
That one's a combo.
Suspect AGB sentencing today, I believe.
2 of the men that were standing trial fled the country.
He's in another country, a free man.
Wait.
I can't even give out locations. No. I gotta stay low.
We're funny corners.
See what matters.
The London borough of Camden is one of the most famous tourist spots our city has to offer. To the casual visitor, it would be difficult to see how this thriving area, with its bustling markets and high property prices, could be so dangerous beneath the surface. But that's the thing about London. Unlike the sprawling cities of the United States, being such a densely populated area, you might go from standing next to a multi-million-pound property and turn one corner and find yourself in the middle of one of the city's most deprived council estates, or projects as you Americans would probably call it. Camden itself is located in northwest London and is one of the 32 boroughs, meaning administrative areas, that make up Greater London. The current borough of Camden was created in 1965, when London's administrative area was expanded to incorporate the Greater London. And it includes districts or neighbourhoods, many of which are famous for their ostentatious wealth, such as Hampstead, Kentish Town, Camden Town,
I
Kilburn,
missed all these
Somerstown,
comments.
King's Cross, St. Pancras,
bro.
Jock Farm,
I'm a
and
badass
One of
I'm a
these
great
neighborhoods you're
streamer.
most likely to be aware of is Camden Town, also often just called Camden, that the borough is named after, and that's where much of the events of this video will take place. Camden Town has been known around the world since the 1960s as the heart of London's art and cultural scene, with it being home to famous music venue The Roundhouse, where acts like Pink Floyd performed in their early years. Moreover, over the years, Camden has been a breeding ground for many different urban youth countercultures like the punks, ravers and hippies. Ultimately, Camden is one of those places where outsiders and nonconformists can fit in, call home and flourish. And perhaps as a result of the openness and tolerance fostered in the area, over the years, Camden, or more specifically Camden Town, has become a tourist attraction in its own right. Best known for its popular street markets specializing in arts, counterculture and alternative clothing, delicious and trendy street food, and maybe the odd bit of counterfeit designer clothing and smoking accessories that I'm sure fans of this channel will probably enjoy.
What the fuck
in fact,
is my
speaking of
vape
smoke shops, Camden has for a long time been known to be a hotspot for illegal drug markets, sometimes even being referred to as the Amsterdam of the UK. Despite Camden's countercultural ethos still being somewhat intact, the area has also gained attention in recent years.
Struggling with moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis? Talk to your doctor about #1 prescribed Entyvio, offering 2 maintenance options, including the Entyvio pen. Infusion and serious allergic reactions can happen during or after treatment.
Is for arguably going through a significant gentrification, similar to many other boroughs of London, which despite the natives struggling with rising costs of living, the push still continues to demolish affordable housing and replace it with multi-million-pound new build developments. This gentrification process only tells part of the story, because Camden really is an area with some of the biggest wealth gaps and income inequality in the United Kingdom. As I mentioned at the start, many of the poorest estates in London exist literally a block away from multi-million-pound mansions. These are the kind of multi-million-pound mansions you might expect to see in prime spots right next to Camden Square, which is only 6 minutes walk away from the formerly neglected Agar Grove estate. This estate is home to the depressing council block Lulworth House, which was featured prominently on the cover of Suspect's album Suspicious Activity, and is the birthplace of the menacing street crew Active Gang, who we will be discussing extensively in this video. Now, when I went to visit the area, I was struck by just how much this depressing and brutalist old council block stood out amongst the newly built private luxury developments surrounding it in the neighbourhood. Anyway, despite their close proximity to the multi-million-pound properties, the British equivalent of public housing, or the projects, known here as council housing or council estates, tend to be the areas where gang violence is most common. Council estates are typically large publicly owned projects that offer affordable social housing, generally cramming as many families on low pay into cramped apartment buildings. However, nowadays, many of the old council estates are being torn down and to a lesser extent replaced by private housing associations run for profit. Part of the reason this has been allowed to happen is because of the bad reputation that council estates have fostered, becoming notorious hotspots for criminal activity and antisocial behaviour. The social unrest in Camden's poor communities and social housing has led Camden to become increasingly dangerous over the years, with particularly brutal murders taking place right on the streets, sometimes even in broad daylight. But before getting more in depth on the gangs in the area that are driving this violent crime, on a more positive note, Camden also has a rich history when it comes to UK rap music. For example, one of the first real breakthrough UK rap groups hails from Camden, the infamous and divisive rap trio N-Dubz, who were among the first British rap groups to gain popularity when UK rap went from underground to the national mainstream during the 2000s. In the late noughties, a new wave of British gangster rap emerged called road rap. This saw artists such as South London's own Giggs gaining national popularity by showing an authentic look at Britain and especially London's gang underworld. In many ways, the British road rap wave predates and foreshadowed the gritty and raw visual aesthetics that Chicago drill music videos would end up popularizing globally years later. Some young gang-affiliated rappers from Camden would also start dropping songs, including artists like Ambush, Prospect, and Rowdy, who repped the Queen's Crescent gang located in the postcode NW5 in the Kentish Town neighbourhood. In fact, Queen's Crescent, or QC, has been considered as one of the most notorious hoods in Camden for some time due to extensive gang activity. And while Ambush made a considerable name for himself in the British rap scene since then, unfortunately in 2012, Rowdy, real name Sean Ferdinand, ended up receiving a life sentence for allegedly stabbing and killing a young man and attempting to kill another. By mid-2010s, many of Camden's gangs were actually united under one banner called Cracktown, or CT. And in 2015, Cracktown affiliates YD and JP would release their song Man Down, which is
arguably one of the first UK drill songs recorded in North London to gain prominence. Sadly, the music video for Man Down also seems to mark one of the last times that these different Camden gang sets known as Cracktown came together on good terms whilst pursuing more positive goals like music. Because soon after this video release, the music side of Camden gang life would slow down as members would focus on a deadly war that was brewing in the streets. And sadly, in the years that followed that music video, many of the young men depicted in it would find themselves being forced to pick a side in what would end up becoming one of the most violent street feuds London had ever seen. Camden, like other boroughs of London that have significant populations struggling with poverty, has for a long time been affected by gangs. For example, notorious former gangster Marvin Herbert grew up in Camden. He was suspected of up to 24 murders with his Yardie Hit Squad gang, one of many Jamaican Caribbean gangs that operated in London during that period. In the 90s, the Camden neighbourhood of Somerstown saw many Caucasian families moving out, with many migrant families, particularly Asian backgrounds, migrating to the area and calling it home. Unfortunately, due to racial tensions in the area, this would eventually lead to a race war between the poorest white youths still living there and the Asian youths who had moved in recently. The animosity in the area between these two groups exploded after a 15-year-old white boy, Richard Everett, was stabbed to death by a gang of British Bangladeshi youths who were apparently seeking revenge against another white youth in the area. After this, white youth gangs began patrolling the streets of Somerstown, attacking anyone of Asian background that they came across, even firebombing a halal butcher shop. This was an incredibly violent and volatile time in Camden. Gangs in London around this time were also generally much larger than they are now, with as many as 100 members in each gang. In 2007, a document by Scotland Yard's Special Crime Directorate that was seemingly leaked to news outlets and online listed a whopping 257 gangs allegedly operating in Greater London boroughs. In Camden, the document, which was at the time argued to already be a little bit outdated, listed a total of 8 gangs active in the area. This included the Born Sick Crew, Centric Gang, the Cromer Street Massive, the Denton Boys, the Drummond Street Posse, the NW1 Boys, aka Cumbo Gang, the Peckwater Gang, and WC1. The Drummond Street Posse hailed from around the busy Euston train station and were thought to have been involved in that 1994 killing of Richard Everett. The group was also allegedly involved in a violent clash with another gang, the Cromer Street Massive, from around King's Cross Station in 2003. In 2006, the Centric Gang received media attention after one of their alleged members, a young student named Mahir Osman, also known as Smiley, was brutally stabbed by alleged rival gang members from Tottenham. According to the news article, Centric Gang hailed from the Chalk Farm neighbourhood where the famous music venue The Roundhouse is. But according to a childhood friend of Smiley, journalist Ismail Inashe, Centric Gang were a Somali-based gang that had members all over the Camden borough. In 2007, another gang, the Denton Boys, who were from the Denton estate in the Kentish Town neighbourhood, were allegedly terrorising the neighbourhood, committing daily robberies and other violent crimes. In 2008, local news and blogs were reporting of another gang called the Money Squad, or TMS, reportedly another largely Somalian origin gang, who were allegedly selling large amounts of drugs around the Camden street markets. That same year, newspapers would also report of an alleged member of the Money Squad, Sharmak Hassan, being shot to death in what seemed like a gang-related incident. Years later, a reformed gang member and popular Muslim motivational speaker and social media influencer, Abu Taymiyyah Jailani, would talk about his time in Camden gangs, describing it as postcode wars, but also mentioning how his gang was mostly Somalians and Yemenis from Kentish Town, whereas their ops were African-British guys of a mixed-race heritage.
Those who I used to hang around with mostly like Somalis and Yemenis. Okay, he was more situated in Kentish Town, but used to come to Camden a lot because the other elders were there. He was trying to, at that time, rep this postcode called NW1, and we used to fight against these African British guys, mixed-race guys, all because of a postcode. I have all these scars on my head, on my body. A friend of mine was shot, and this was in Camden. It was the reason as to why I left the streets.
Another example of how race and ethnicity have for the longest time been central in igniting Camden's gang conflicts is a 2009 local news report identifying so-called no-go zones in certain Camden neighbourhoods, including the Peckwater estate, home of the Peckwater Gang in Kentish Town. In these no-go zones, patrolling officers were reportedly commonly attacked with rocks by gangs when they tried to enter the estate. Moving into the 2010s, a special task force was set up by the Camden police in an attempt to tackle gang-related violence. This led to numerous arrests of alleged drug gangs in Camden, including in the Queen's Crescent area. By 2011, tensions boiled over between minority youths, many of whom were affiliated with local gangs, and the London police. In the wake of the fatal shooting of alleged gang member Mark Duggan by the police in nearby Tottenham, this brutal use of force on London streets, followed by the Met Police attempting to avoid accountability for the killing, led to days of major protests which escalated into riots all over London, including Camden. Despite the unrest, violent crime in London fell significantly during the first half of the 2010s, bottoming out in 2014 when the homicide rate actually fell below 100 per 100,000 inhabitants, which was largely attributed to the London police's fight against gangs. However, already the following year in 2015, the homicides begun increasing again significantly, with this actually coinciding with the emergence of UK drill music in mainstream London youth culture, as artists such as the 6-7 Crew and Harlem Spartans begun to gain popularity throughout the city, giving the whole world a window into life as a young gang member on one of London's many dangerous estates. These early pioneers of the UK drill genre and the beatmakers who brought these lyrics to life eventually led to the distinctive sound of UK drill being born, with the sliding 808s, wavy percussive patterns, and creative snare placements that made it a unique sound and eventually a global movement. Also in 2015, many news outlets began reporting on maps published online showing the alleged territories of different gangs in London. One of these maps is still available and appears to list gangs in Camden such as the QC blocks, Camden Marleys, Somerstown, Cumbo blocks, Drummond Street Posse, Cromer Street Massive, and Agar Grove. Interestingly, many of these same gangs are mentioned in a 2019 Guardian article about knife gangs in London. It's around this time that the gangs involved in the events of this video begin truly getting active in the streets of Camden, as young men and teenage boys from the area would get sucked into the local gang politics and their deadly conflicts. In this story, there will be many names of many young men who played a role in the war playing out on the streets, as well as in the recording studios where those battling for dominance on the streets of Camden would boast and brag about their activities on the roads. However, there's one name that stands above all of them when it comes to brutality and notoriety. That's a young man by the name of Tariq Kennedy Manga Monteiro, who you might know better as Suspect. Suspect, real name Tariq Monteiro, was born on February the 27th, 2000. Suspect is often thought to be of Somali descent due to his many close friends being Somalia, and he's even known to use the language. However, his parents are often claimed to be of a Moroccan and Cape Verdean or Guinea-Bissauan descent. Thus, his last name Monteiro, which has Portuguese origins as Cape Verde and Guinea-Bissau, were once both Portuguese colonies. Yet others seem to think that his last name is actually due to the fact that Suspect grew up much of his childhood in foster families, with the foster family he would eventually settle with perhaps being of Cape Verdean or Guinea-Bissauan origin. However, when it would later come to his affiliations in the racially motivated gang wars on the streets of Camden, he would identify very much as Somalia. The reason why Suspect was placed in foster care is not entirely clear. However, what we do know, based on his social media, is that Suspect seemed to first settle in the Somerstown neighbourhood in Camden. This is where he would allegedly first meet guys like S-Wavy and SY, who would later move to Agar Grove. Later, his foster parents, who now resided in Tottenham, seemingly couldn't control Suspect either, and at one point he went missing, leading to the local news appealing to the public to help find a young suspect who had gone on the run as a 14-year-old. It seems that a week later, the police were able to locate Suspect, most likely hanging around his old stomping grounds in Camden. Suspect had been going on the run since he was a small boy, and this perhaps foreshadowed his later infamous actions as a wanted man. Due to Suspect's young age at the time, there isn't too much public information about the specifics of his dealings with the law, but later reporting about Suspect's court appearances seem to have revealed that he had an extremely lengthy criminal record even as a child, apparently having received a total of 18 convictions on a total of 41 offences. This includes charges for drug dealing and battery in 2013, an apparent 4 robberies in 2014, and other lesser charges, including assaulting a police officer in 2017. How many times Suspect has been locked up is also unclear, but what we do know is that during some of those incarcerations, he met other youngsters who would turn up and later become highly influential figures in the UK drill scene. This includes Kennington rapper Lowski from the Harlem Spartans, who actually discussed doing time with Suspect in 2016, just as he had released his breakout drill anthem Hazards. Suspect apparently also spent time with members of the 6-7 gang, whose rappers such as LD and Dinzy were some of the first UK drill artists to blow up back in 2014. Once again, here we see a teenage Suspect going to jail and meeting people who are also locked up, but enjoying infamy on the streets, all resulting from UK drill songs they had released while they were free. And I would expect that there was a certain level of admiration that Suspect might have had seeing his incarcerated peers making a name for themselves with drill music. And much like the UK rappers that he looked up to, it seemed that Suspect was also infatuated with Chicago drill music, being seen on Twitter declaring his appreciation for Lil Durk as early as 2013. However, it was clear during this time that Suspect wasn't happy with the circumstances in life. Already as a young kid, Suspect would tweet about his life being depressing and insinuating that his actions in the streets had already brought him dangerous enemies. Indeed, gangs do appear to have been part of Suspect's life for a long time. In his old Facebook posts, a young suspect can be seen throwing up a C hand sign, but the meaning of this exact hand sign has been contentious and subject to debate amongst fans. It does seem that in 2012 to 2014, the C was referring at least partly to Cumbo, an estate which suspect...
We believe it takes caring leaders to make caring leaders. If you believe that...
also appears to mention in early lyrics that he had posted to his Facebook. Ironically, at the time, gangs throwing up the C was incredibly similar to what the Los Angeles-based Crip gangs would do, and these London-based crews were seemingly taking a lot of inspiration from the Crips, opting to wear blue and using the blue paisley bandana to identify themselves in clothing, as seen on one of Suspect's 2012 Facebook posts where he called himself a CYG. Elsewhere on his Facebook, he would post numerous pictures throwing up the C, as seen here with the caption, C-Town, Cumbo, Amsterdam. Suspect letters represent exactly is somewhat unclear, with some fans suggesting that they refer to either Camden Gang or Cumbo Gang, whilst others have suggested that CG was actually referring to Centric Gang, or the Centric Boys or Centric Crew, who had been active in Camden since at least the 2000s. This theory appears to hold some water due to the fact that journalist Ismail Anashe explained in his blog that Centric Gang were a group of young Somali-based gangsters that had members all over the Camden borough, because what we know for sure is that eventually Suspect began hanging out with many Somalian teenagers who hailed predominantly from Camden's Agar Grove estate, using the initials AG. This gang would eventually become known as Active Gang, and through 2013 and 2014, Suspect was extremely active on Facebook, working his way through numerous different accounts. He would post pictures of himself on the block with his gang, and continuing to answer Q&As, openly responding to questions from friends and probably anonymous ops, all about the gang life that he was living as a teenager during these years. He would use these Q&As to diss rival gangs from nearby Rowley Way, with people asking him who's more certified in the streets, him or his friend S. Wavy. Suspect would explain how he was banned from Regent's High School in Year 8, refusing to say why he got arrested, and explaining that while doing these Q&As that he's 14 and in Year 9 at school, even naming and shaming his biggest ops in Camden, and saying that he's going to beat up an op named Luke. At one point, he even gets pressed by an older G in his area who says, "Listen carefully, I don't want to hurt you. You're a young buck, but you can't come to my block." With a defiant suspect telling this older gang member to catch them and taunting them, saying that their estate is scared of him. Clearly as a teenager, Suspect had gotten himself deeply invested in the gang lifestyle, not just physically as a member, but mentally, and ultimately he would end up surrounded by fellow gang members with the same mindset and background as him. So let's take a closer look at the gang and some of the members who would run the streets with a young suspect. Before we go any further, I've just got a quick favour to ask you. If you're enjoying this video and my channel in general, please consider subscribing to my Patreon to watch the fully uncut 4.5-hour version of it for just $2. And if you're feeling generous, for $10, you'll be able to get your name in the credits of all of the videos that I drop while you're a member. But most importantly, by becoming a patron, you'd be supporting the long-term survival of my channel. Because even with 1 million subs, I'm still completely independent. I don't have any big company supporting me with these videos. I come up with all the ideas myself, and I put together everything with my current team of just 4 people working full-time. And I'll keep it real with you, I don't always make a profit from these videos. There's a lot of ups and downs with the business, and Patreon is really what helps me ensure that I've got a consistent budget to create bigger and better videos all the time. In this video, you'll see that I actually went and filmed on location, but I think if I had a bigger budget, I'd be able to make this a full-blown Netflix-level production and fly out to other hoods all around the world so I can document the history of rap music there. And also, I know a lot of you hate how long it takes me to make these longer and more detailed videos. So hopefully I'm trying to get to this goal of dropping a full-length video every single month on this channel for the entire year, but I'm still a little bit behind on that. So the more patrons that I have supporting me, the more that I can invest reliably in editors, camera people, and travel every single month to take that content to the next level. So please show some love. Head on over to patreon.com/mission. We make monthly videos a thing. Appreciate you watching, and on with the video.
Fucking broke.
Over the years, Suspect would build a network of young gang affiliates that he would run with in the streets of Camden. Part of this lifestyle was drug dealing, or trapping, as it's more commonly referred to in music. Suspect and his friends were deeply involved in the drug trade, and they didn't care who knew it. As the story goes, Active Gang, the most recent and famous incarnation of the Camden Gang set that Suspect claimed, was created around 2017 by local youths of predominantly Somalian backgrounds. The founding members came from around Agar Grove Road, not more than half a mile from Camden Town's most popular tourist attractions. Most had previously repped the older Camden sets like Centric Gang, Cracktown or CT1, much like Suspect. However, Suspect was not one of the original members in Active Gang, and he seemingly never actually lived around the Agar Grove estate. Now, Active Gang is commonly referred to with the initials AGB, with the full name, according to the fans, supposedly being the Active Gang Boys, Active Gang Bandits, or Active Gang Bloods. But regardless, there's a lot of names and faces that are going to be relevant when it comes to discussing Suspect's side of the war in Camden. One important name in the history of Camden gang beef is Mitch. He's often considered to be the founding father of the street crew that would eventually go by the name Active Gang, with some claiming that Active Gang was actually started in his honour after he passed away. Then there's his cousin, S45. You also have AK, and then there's SY, aka Stain, Striker, Hitman, and his brother Blitz, Broad Day, aka Broad Day Assassin or BA, S-Wavy, AR, aka Armed Response, there's Reeks, and also Too Smoky. Now, Active Gang members from Agar Grove would also link up with other sets from the nearby neighbourhoods, building alliances against their common enemies. Another street crew from the area that they're allied with is FSG, or Finesse, Stack and Grind, from the Denton and Ferdinand estates in the Chalk Farm neighbourhood, with prominent members like T-Scam, who has made a name for himself as a rapper in recent years, as well as having an extensive connection to street activity. Another area that's connected with the Active Gang crew is NRB, or the North Road Bandits, from the York Way estate and Corporation Street, including members like Yevs and ML, and of course the historic crew with origins from the Cracktown set, CT1, hailing from the Kernock, Freefields and Bayham Place estates, with members like Traps and Alert. The alliance between these gangs will be known as 71st, based on the N7 and NW1 postcodes that these areas are located in. But of course, there's no such thing as a gang without ops. So now, let's take a closer look at the other side of the coin and understand the group of rivals that these young men have been in a years-long war with. Now, before I go any further, I just want to speak on the topic of postcode wars. A postcode, or as Americans might call it, a zip code, is the postage number corresponding to a specific area. In London, the idea of gangs warring over turf, specifically which postcode they're from, is very misunderstood. To many uneducated on gang conflicts, they seem to believe that these groups are quite literally warring over territory based on arbitrary numbers at the end of their mail. But it's important to me to explain that these gang wars in London are much deeper than the number at the end of a gang member's mail. While postcodes have become a prominent identifier in London gang wars, these beasts are historical feuds where blood has been spilled between friends, family, or in some cases races over years and decades. As it often happens, gang alliances are often based on common enemies, and in the case of 71st, their enemy is called 51st, which is also an alliance between multiple gangs that they're at war with. This includes QC from Queen's Crescent and the West Kentish Town estates, as well as Peckwater from the Peckwater estates and the surrounding area in Kentish Town, which are both in the NW5 postcode. And then there's Cumbo from around Cumberland Market and the Regent's Park estate in the NW1 postcode. Now, prominent members associated with the 51st postcode include C-Miz from the original Queen's Crescent set, or OQC. Then you have Culprit, also hailing from Cumbo, and another member allied to Peckwater, or the Waters, and a prominent rapper in his own right is Gutter, who has apparently gone by other names over the years. Other people involved go by the name of Action, aka Rex, Selly, aka Cell, or C2, affiliated with the Peckwater estate, but he would actually seemingly distance himself from the streets for a period, having ended up having a successful career as a model. There's also Lanks from Peckwater, Diggs from QC, Gambino, Frosty, Stings, Flips from Peckwater, JJ, Drills from QC, Lebs, Wanda, Creeps, Cons, RO, Goose, and R1. Now, that's not every single person from every single gang in Camden. That would be nearly impossible to find out, even if people do think I'm the FBI. But what it is, really, is a list of people who have been mentioned prominently in songs, the news, or in the local community. So, now you know the history and the people involved, let's dive in and begin to unravel the origins of this bitter and years-long beef. It's often the case in some of the most vicious gang wars that many of the members on each side actually started out as childhood friends. The war in Camden is no exception, and in this case, some of these guys who ended up wanting to kill each other actually started life playing together on the playground. This is something that Suspect actually refers to in very menacing terms in lyrics to his song Dugout, where he raps, "It's crazy how everything played out. parks and streets he used to run around and play with his friends in are now the same places that he would be plunging a knife into the chest of one of those friends, and saying that the same streets that he would knock and ask his friends to come and play out on ended up being the same place where he would be hunting for those friends turned ops and asking them to come out so that he could kill them. It's a sad state of affairs, and the self-awareness that Suspect had about these childhood friendships turned deadly beefs is chilling. However, as has happened many times before in these stories, from Chicago to Camden, once the youngsters from impoverished backgrounds get older and fall more heavily into the gang lifestyle, former friendships slowly break down until something happens that forces everybody to choose their side for good. Moreover, many of these youngsters had become used to the violence from a young age. For example, Mitch in S45 from AGB would experience the loss of their cousin Lefty, real name Mohammed Abdullahi, as early as 2013 when he was brutally stabbed to death. According to this story, Lefty's murder stemmed from a beef between young and old members from around the Petwater estate. And Lefty was also allegedly not only a cousin of Mitch in S45, but also a Petwater OG called Wage, who was supposedly a big brother of Mitch and a former member of a gang called TMS. TMS consisted of mostly Somali youths from Camden in the late 2000s and early 2010s, with one of the latest mentions of TMS being from a blog post in 2011. As suggested by some experts on the topic on Reddit, it's possible that eventually Mitch and other members of AGB, who are predominantly of Somalian background, ended up inheriting some of the existing beefs from older gang members that they were close to, and similar stories continue to circulate on Reddit in the past few years. However, it also seems that during the mid-2010s, gangs in Camden stayed relatively united. Many of the youngsters who would later start beefing were allegedly together in this music video. However, around 2016, a number of unfortunate events would transpire in the streets, causing friction between these young men. According to one rumor on Reddit, things started after a member from Active Gang stole a watch from another man called Merce Dikanda from Petwater. However, as always with Reddit rumors, many people firmly deny that the watch incident even happened or that it had any significant effect on the beef. But whatever may have transpired around this time, as far as I could tell, it seems that Suspect largely stayed on the fence in the brewing beef, and he would end up missing much of the events that transpired in the streets due to being in prison during these years. The exact timings of his incarceration seem shaky, but in May 2016, people were commenting on Suspect's Facebook saying, "Free him." And based on the information from his later legal proceedings, he also has convictions from 2017 for assaulting a constable and violent disorder. And at some point in 2017, Suspect would find himself behind bars again, this time not getting out until the following year. But while he would remain locked up, the beef was about to go to the next level, as over the course of 2017, a number of connected incidents would play out, escalating the violence in the streets and separating this group of former friends into opposing gangs that ended up in a full-blown war. Going into 2017, the war in Camden would intensify, and violent acts would play out all over the city, leaving the authorities one step behind, constantly trying to get a grasp of the spiraling violence in their community. On May the 5th, 2017, one of the first more well-documented major escalations in the war would take place. Around midnight, Camden police would receive numerous calls about a shooting taking place near Camden Road train station, right at the heart of Camden's tourist district. After arriving at the scene, they failed to locate any suspects, but would soon receive a call from the University College Hospital in South Camden about two shooting victims who were behaving aggressively. One was a 16-year-old boy who initially refused treatment for his bullet wounds and was arrested for assaulting a police officer during the commotion at the hospital. The other, a 21-year-old man who had also sustained bullet wounds, would refuse treatment and attempt to leave the hospital upon finding out the police had been called. Both of them would be arrested on the spot, while a third teen, aged 17, would also be arrested in Camden Town after a short foot chase by officers. All three of the individuals were arrested on suspicion of GBH, or grievous bodily harm with intent, but as two of the suspects were juveniles, not much information was available about the incident other than what was on the news. The next major incident would occur a few months later, this time on the home territory of Active Gang at the Lulworth House Tower at the heart of the Agar Grove estate. According to newspapers, on the 22nd of August, armed officers locked down the car park next to Lulworth Tower after reports of a shooting around 7 p.m. Someone from the building would even catch a video of officers patrolling the car park after the attack. However, when they arrived there were reportedly no victims at the scene. But after an investigation, the police were able to locate the victim, who had in fact gotten shot but was still able to drive themselves to a hospital, despite bleeding profusely. Only a few weeks later, on September the 4th, around noon, 20-year-old Mitch, real name Mohammed Adar Mohammed, from Agar Grove, was walking down Hampstead Road near the Mornington Crescent train station in Camden when he would be confronted by Flips, real name Erica Calm, from the Petwater estate. Flips apparently pulled an 8-inch kitchen knife from his waistband, and according to police, at this point Mitch backed away from Flips with his arms outstretched, and at this point Mitch was stabbed suddenly several times in the arm, neck, and back. After being stabbed, Mitch ran across Hampstead Road, before collapsing in the street. These events all unfolded right in front of a plainclothes police officer who at this point began to chase Phillips along Hampstead Road. Whilst running from the police, Phillips threw the knife onto a nearby railway track, where the knife was later recovered, still covered in blood. After a short chase, Phillips was finally detained and arrested for homicide in nearby Harrington Street. When asked why he ran, Phillips bluntly said,
Bro, you haven't even been gone for a week.
Meanwhile, members of the public would desperately attempt to save Mitch's life, with one passerby holding a scarf to his neck before emergency services arrived. And a doctor from London's air ambulance would perform emergency surgery at the scene in an attempt to stop the bleeding. But unfortunately, Mitch would succumb to his injuries.
Bro, you haven't even been gone 4 weeks. It have not been 4 weeks, bro. It ain't even been that long. Nigga on this bitch cat. Sure.
Pass away. This was now the second young man lost to knife crime within his family, with his cousin Mohammed Abdullahi, aka Lefty, having been fatally stabbed in the heart in 2013. These two murders had taken place just a mile away from each other. During the trial, Flips would claim self-defense, arguing that Mitch was rumored to have previously shot and injured two of Flips' friends. Another 51st affiliate would take the stand, giving testimony that Mitch had shot him just days before the murder, but the judge didn't believe this, stating that it was clear that the witness came to court to lie for Flips. And so, on December the 21st, 2018, Flips was found guilty of murder and 2 charges of carrying a knife in a public place, with one of those being an incident that took place 3 months earlier, and he was sentenced to a minimum of 17 years in jail. Ultimately, more blood had been shed in this ongoing gang war, and members were now picking their sides and planning retaliation. Soon after the murder of Mitch in October 2017, police in Camden were on high alert due to the increasing violence in the borough between what they described as drug gangs. However, despite the police attempts to show the community that they were taking gang activity seriously, unfortunately, as we'll see throughout this story, the authorities are always one step behind these warring gangs. And moving into 2018, the clashes between these groups would get even more deadly, with the police unable to protect the public from the wanton violence that had been unleashed onto the streets of Camden. Moving into 2018, the Camden streets were hot. Since the murder of Mitch, which followed back-to-back shootings, it's safe to say that the police were unable to get a grip on the violence. And in February, over the course of just a few days, 3 men would lose their lives in a series of loosely connected attacks. On the night between the 17th and the 18th of February 2018, a girl was holding her 16th birthday party at an Airbnb in Kensington, SW5 West London on Earls Court Road. The girl apparently wanted to invite around 50 people, including girls she went to school with and boys that she knew from social media. There were also allegedly boys from a gang called ZT, or Zero Tolerance, which hails from Hackney Fields, Blackstone and the Moorland estate. Later on, the Old Bailey court were told that the girl throwing the party had been particularly careful not to invite any boys from Camden, because apparently she was aware of the history between the boys from Hackney and the boys from Camden. But despite this, the address of the rented flat that was used for the party circulated online, and eventually Lewis Blackman, aka Dots, or Dotty, from the Petwater estate would receive details of the event, making plans to gate-crash the party with a group of around 10 other people from Camden at about 3 a.m. Dotty and his group would reportedly arrive to the event and cause havoc, entering the flat brandishing knives and bats, causing damage to the flat, with some partygoers fleeing over a back wall. One defendant, believed to be the rapper Boogie B from OFB, would claim in court that whilst at the party, Dots had grabbed him, snatched his phone and necklace, with the phone apparently being a joint birthday and Christmas present that his mother was still paying for him, and the chain being a crucifix handed to him by his father on the only occasion they had ever met. After robbing him, Dotty allegedly pinned Boogie against a wall by the scruff of his neck and slashed him in the arm. Boogie would claim that he intended to leave the area before hearing Dotty shout, "Come and get it and I'll shoot you up," prompting him to turn around, with Boogie saying that at this point he lost control. Boogie began to run after Dotty, with 19 others following him. 12 of them were armed with knives, and 1 was armed with a stick. Dotty would quickly fall behind his friends, ducking behind a car and jumping out, facing the group of attackers. This moment would actually be captured by a nearby CCTV camera, showing the frightening moment when Dots realised he was far outnumbered. He would then turn off and begin to run after a very short standoff. But unfortunately, in a moment that was caught by yet another CCTV camera, the group would soon catch up to Dotty, with Boogie B delivering the first blow. Boogie moved in and delivered the final wound to Dotty, claiming this is when he recovered his stolen goods. Police would discover Dotty at around 3:20 a.m. after they were called to Logan Place over reports of a large number of vehicles in the area. Boogie B was sentenced to 20 years for his part in the murder. A shrine would later be erected on the Petwater estate in honour of Lewis Blackman. As you're probably wondering now, what does this unfortunate event have to do with the beef between 51st and 71st? Well, on its own, nothing. However, as we'll discuss next, this night put events in motion that would result in another night of horrific revenge attacks that would leave 2 71st affiliated young men dead. With all this happening, despite the fact that Dotty lost his life at the hands of another crew completely unrelated to this beat. Since he was a prominent member of the gangs affiliated with the 51st postcode estates, Dotty's friends would be left grieving, and his enemies would be celebrating, despite not being involved in the murder. But then, days later, February the 20th, 2018, at around 7 p.m, a large group of 51st affiliates, including Gambino, Frosty, and Stings, would be seen at a vigil for Dotty on the Petwater estate. Then, at about 7:30, they would be seen leaving in a stolen Mercedes van, spray-painted black, and a stolen silver 3 Series BMW. At around 8:30, CCTV would capture the BMW and the NW5 postcode. The car was following 16-year-old Abdi Karim Hassan, a youth better known on the street as AK, walking on Bartholomew Road. Moments later, he was attacked and stabbed too. He was stabbed in his chest and back, and and unfortunately he would die at the scene. It's believed that these two vehicles drove to Hackney and Tottenham in the hopes that they would find the people or gangs directly responsible for the death of Dottie, as they knew Dottie's killers identified as members from OFB or the original Farm Boys from Tottenham and ZT or Zero Tolerance from Hackney. Next, the van filled with gang members would travel back towards the Camden area. Four masked men would jump out of the Mercedes van and run after two young men, one of them being 20-year-old Sadiq Mohammed, also known as S45. He would seek refuge in the backseat of a passing car on Malden Road and reportedly pleaded for the driver to take him to safety, shouting, "Go, go, go, drive, drive." But the female driver, assuming that she was being robbed, would get out of the car and flee. The four men would converge on the car, and despite S45's best efforts to keep the doors closed, he would be dragged out of the vehicle. He was thrown to the ground and repeatedly stabbed, and unfortunately, he would later die from his injuries at the scene, with the news describing the tragic outcome of the two men being left dead within just hours of each other. After the Camden community had been rocked by this horrific wave of violence, the area was described by the local news as being in a state of shock. Police would be seen combing through multiple crime scenes for evidence following the murders, with a forensic tent and cordon seen near the murder location of AK near Bartholomew Road that night, with officers continuing to investigate into the morning. Mitch and S45's mother would be interviewed by the BBC following the incident, in an emotional segment grieving the loss of two sons in a matter of months and begging the youth in Camden to put down their knives.
5 months and was lost of two sons. I beg you, people that go to mass, children, say stop, please. Please and please.
Later that month, 1,000 concerned citizens took to the streets of Camden for a march against violence, demanding action on knife crime. The mother of Mitch and S45, who was leading the charge and the procession, even stopped at the location of the murder, before coming to its end at the location of Mitch's murder. The Member of Parliament for the area, Keir Starmer, would attend the march and speak to the crowd. And despite the apparent cuts to police funding in the area, while the community were marching, the underfunded police were working to try and find the perpetrators. Sting's real name, Isaiah Papula, was arrested just after the night of violence. Caught on February the 22nd, 2018, after attempting to discard the car key for the BMW used in the crimes, which was found parked in the local area. On the 9th of July 2019, Stings was sentenced to life in prison with a minimum of 28 years for the murder of S45, and he would also get life with a minimum of 9 years for the manslaughter of AK. Responsible for the taking of two young men's lives before their time. It's believed that these incidents of mass violence is what actually caused the police to start investigating the gang war in Camden more closely. Clearly the police and authorities were trying to get a grip on the spiralling violence in their community, and now it was time for the politicians to step in and try and do something too. Later that year, on September the 21st, 2018, Camden Youth Safety Task Force, chaired by local MP Keir Starmer, would release a report recommending how to keep young people safe in Camden. The release event even included the announcement of £500,000 in funding to try and help the council, partners and the community to act upon the report's recommendations. And so, as Keir Starmer stood there at his podium, brandishing his glossy brochure that offered promises on how to fix the problems on Camden streets, pointing out the problems caused by Camden's lost and neglected youth who fell through the cracks, emerging from the shadows, fresh out of prison, was one of those young men who had been forgotten by the system, left behind by society, and failed by the state who should have protected him. And that young man was Sutherland. When he did return to the streets of Camden, he did so with a bitter grudge, grieving the loss of his friends who had lost their lives in back-to-back murders that the city had failed to prevent in 2018, and ultimately ready to unleash pain, death and destruction on the very streets that made him. I'm here at the Queen's Crescent Community Centre. This is the hub for the local community, but also where you'll find the local MP Keir Starmer paying his respects to the community in the midst of any kind of serious knife crime attack. Its association with the ongoing knife crime epidemic is made even more clear by the mural to Calvin Bangisa, aka C. Miz, who lost his life in April 2019. The Metropolitan Police released dashcam footage showing several men armed with large blades chasing him down and ultimately taking his life. Today, a large mural remains here, reading Ms. Words, which keeps Calvin's memory alive, but also reminds everybody of the shocking murder that took place on a busy London street. By the end of 2018, the streets of Camden had gotten as deadly as they had ever been, and the situation there had become a crisis. But little did the community or authorities know that the worst was yet to come. In fact, on November the 7th, 2018, one of the first actual songs in this particular Camden gang war is released. Pegwater members Lanx, C2 and Action released their track What Happened. Filmed in front of the convenience store near the Pegwater estate where AK lost his life, it featured lyrics where they appear to claim to have killed two of their ops, seemingly a direct reference to the murders of AK and S45. Now they were beginning to use music to boast and brag about the murders of Mitch, AK and S45. This clearly had a huge impact on the members of the estates in the 71st postcode. T-Scam would later rap in his Cold Room freestyle about how hurt he was to lose AK and his intentions to kill anyone who spoke ill on his friend's name. And more so, Suspect himself, who would rap on the later song Turn Up about how much he missed AK and S45 and his intention to kill anyone involved in their deaths. However, Suspect himself was still incarcerated when his two friends lost his lives. Then, some point later after this incident, he was released from prison back onto the streets of Camden. Suspect later claimed in his song Test My Temper that he had devilish thoughts when he was in jail and that when he was released, he came out to raise hell on the streets. Around these times, Suspect would also be seen on social media looking for his ops on the Pegwater estate.
Yeah. Nowhere be at. Nobody outside. Ooh.
However, one of the most brutal instances of violence that Suspect was allegedly involved in would take place in early 2019, marking the start of an extremely violent year. In 2019, many members who had been locked up were released, and fresh home 71st members from their various estates wanted revenge for the 3 murders of their friends that took place before people went to prison. At around 1 a.m. on the 15th of February 2019, a 51st affiliate who went by the name G Squeeze was walking past a Sainsbury's supermarket chain in Cumbo's territory near the Regent's Park. According to a report by London's Evening Standard, he was rammed by an SUV. Then, several 71st members exited the vehicle, attacking him with knives and stabbing him repeatedly in his body and head, leaving him with what the newspaper described as life-changing injuries. Apparently, Suspect was one of these people instigating the attack, and he and other active gang members would taunt G-Squeeze relentlessly in his music and social media going forward, and even boastfully rapping about how many of their ops they've put on the bonnet of their cars and rammed with vehicles. On the 28th of March 2019, Active Gang would release their first music video, a track called Money and Violence, featuring verses from members Suspect, Broad Day, and Hitman. The track features a menacing intro where Suspect reps his allegiance to the original crew Cracktown and Active Gang, as well as dissing the 51st postcode, and references to using zombie knives and firearms. In the verse, Suspect raps about how he lies to his mother when she asks if he's going to change his violent ways, as well as saying RIP to S45 and rapping about how the beef is still active in the streets and he continues to stab his enemies. Then, on the third verse, Hitman would hit the mic, claiming to be hood famous and the Active Gang are the kings of Camden, claiming that the ops are on ropes since Suspect got out of jail, and claiming to be in the Cumbo and Pegwater estates looking to kill. Despite showing some promise as rappers, clearly the members of Active Gang were primarily focused on their activities in the streets. As only days after this song released, yet another murder would play out on the streets of Camden, with Active Gang members openly claiming responsibility. C-Miz, real name Calvin Bangisa, was a British Congolese young man whose family came to the UK to escape the civil war in Congo and search for a better life. C-Miz was allegedly an older member of the original Queen's Crescent Gang, or OQC, a set that was apparently beefing with several other gangs around Camden, including gangs that would later unite under the 71st Alliance. And he had allegedly even been in physical altercation in the months leading up to his death. C-Miz was allegedly known by another name in the streets, C-Murder, but despite an alleged reputation as a killer in the streets in an unrelated incident, it was ultimately an altercation with members from Active Gang that would end up taking the life of C-Miz. According to these rumours, C-Miz was regularly dissing dead members for rival gangs on social media, such as Mitch and S45, and not long before his death, he even allegedly had attacked Suspect unsuccessfully, ultimately leading to Active Gang to actively hunt him down in the days that followed. On the 1st of April 2019, around 8:30 p.m, as C-Miz and his cousin were getting out of a taxi in the Gospel Oak neighbourhood, he would unfortunately be unaware that at that moment he was indeed being followed by members of Active Gang. and upon getting out of the cab, 4 masked men driving behind got out of a dark Volkswagen Bora that had been stolen 4 days before. The 4 masked men began running towards the pair. One of these men was allegedly suspect, and another was SY, accompanied by other affiliates from Active Gang. Unfortunately, C-Miz, the main target, was being chased, and during this foot chase, he tripped. C-Miz would fall to the ground, where he was kicked and stabbed relentlessly. At 9:01 p.m., about half an hour after police had been called, C-Miz was unfortunately pronounced dead at the scene. Months later in June, C-Miz would finally be laid to rest in a large funeral attended by his family, friends, and the larger community. After his death, at least 2 graffiti murals were made in his memory, one around his death scene on the Grafton Road Bridge, and another at the Queen's Crescent Community Centre. His death clearly touched many in the community. Suspect and the others were seemingly celebrating following the brutal murder of C-Miz, with Active Gang members believed to have been involved in the murder posting victoriously on social media, with Suspect later posting a Snapchat story of someone holding an Active Gang cap in front of one of the murals, combined with laughing emojis. And once again, they would later end up dissing C-Miz relentlessly in their music. Suspect would also often refer to C-Miz's Congolese background, rapping how they're not smoking stuff from California, but from Congo, using the common trope in drill music to figuratively smoke one's ox, even referring to C-Miz by his family name, claiming to be smoking Bungisa. In fact, one particularly disrespectful song featuring Too Smoky and Arms would circulate, titled Congo, where Arms rapped that they're smoking Congo and that his friend killed C-Miz. Meanwhile, due to the high number of Somalians in the 71st postcode gangs, rumours circulated in the community that gang members from Queen's Crescent of West African heritage were planning to kill any Somalians that they see as vengeance for the attack on C-Miz, raising once again fears about a race war erupting between gangs of different ethnicities in Camden.
Revenge for Calvin's killing, and his friends have literally said they are going to go out and kill any Somali in retaliation.
Basically, if you're Somali, yeah, and you're around Camden, get back inside. There must have been some beef and someone called Calvin died. The friends of that person are looking to kill a Somali person.
Despite the ongoing disrespect, over a year would pass and no one was charged with the killing of C-Miz. Later, his family would speak to the press again, opening up about the devastation that his death had caused for the family and emphasising how they need justice for their son, with Calvin's mother saying the local community knew who killed her son, but the police do nothing. And in the wake of the murder of C-Miz, the highest-ranking police officer in Camden would rub salt in the wounds, on April the 10th, 2019, telling the community that it was their responsibility to solve the crime, not the police, and admonishing the community for not snitching, telling them that the police were frustrated that people in the room likely knew the killer's names but wouldn't tell them. 2 days later, Keir Starmer would host another event at the same location, holding a town hall at the Queen's Crescent Community Centre and telling the community that they cannot allow this to continue. He would even tell the audience that they didn't want to be here again after having held similar meetings a year before after the murders of AK and S45. And after telling the community that he wouldn't let the violence continue, sadly, nothing would change. And so, the community that Keir Starmer was elected to represent would indeed continue to suffer violent incidents, and it would only be a matter of months until another young man in Camden would lose his life at the hands of out-of-control gang violence.
I'm here at the spot where Alex Smith, also known as Culprit, unfortunately lost his life at the young age of 16. In reports following the murder, it was claimed that he had frantically banged on his neighbours' doors looking for help, but unfortunately, nobody opened up. But then again, when you consider just how brutal the attack on him was, who could blame them for wanting to stay safe behind a locked door? This mural here stands today as a reminder, not just of the life of Alex, but also of the brutal war that played out on these streets.
On the night of the 19th of May 2019, police were called to a hospital in North London after a teenager had arrived there with numerous stab wounds, his condition soon after turning critical. This teenager would turn out to be the Active Gang member AR, or Armed Response, real name Arif Bayomi. After AR's condition got better, he was reportedly interviewed by the police, but refused to give a witness statement about what had happened. However, he did open up about the attack likely resulting from him being a member of the Agar Grove Gang, an admission of association that he would probably learn to regret later on. Despite the lack of cooperation by AR, the police would eventually eventually do their jobs and find out the events that had taken place. According to court documents, that night, 2 members of the Cumbo gang, part of 51st, were driving in a stolen Audi looking for their ops. Eventually, they would spot members of the active gang who were riding in another vehicle, with a vicious attack being launched on the occupants of that car. This left AR with several serious stab wounds to his chest and abdomen, which landed him in the hospital for several weeks. Besides the events of that day eventually becoming notorious to drill music fans, soon the authorities would also catch up to this ongoing street activity. The police would later locate the Audi, finding 2 sets of fingerprints belonging to Cumbo affiliates RH and RO. However, neither would seemingly be charged with the attack at the time, with the police seemingly not having enough evidence to connect them to the crime. However, unfortunately, street justice would soon play out. The next victim would be a teenager named Alex Smith, better known by his peers on the street as Culprit. 16-year-old Culprit was seemingly affiliated with the 51st Estate Cumbo, and he could be seen on his social media posts hanging out on the block with other members. However, according to some, Culprit himself was involved in the violence and played a prominent role, not just in the streets, but also in drill music, where people spoke on the violence. The freestyle by Culprit has circulated online that features a peculiar cover-up, depicting another young man's head pasted on a sign stating, "Stop killing the man down." The person whose head this is was an alleged affiliate of the Cali Road gang that Culprit was known to have a beef with, a 17-year-old teenager who went by the nickname Neds, real name Nadim Bilgin. On 7 p.m. of the 29th of January 2019, Neds was killed on a busy Caledonian road. And although several people were arrested soon after his death, the case remains unsolved to this day. Culprit clearly had no sympathy. He would apparently make a song called CRK, or Cali Road Killer, where he seemingly disses Neds, using that cover-up that depicted Neds holding the sign saying "Stop killing the man down." Now, it's unclear how true rumours of Culprit being a killer himself are, as the murder of Neds remains unsolved. But based on the content of his lyrics and social media postings which were preserved, clearly at this point, Culprit appeared to be deeply involved in the gang lifestyle. Anyway, in August 2019, Camden was hot, and the police were active in the streets trying to get ahead of the violence. Active gang members were still looking to cause harm to their ops and get revenge for what happened to Armed Response, as videos of them spinning the blocks and smoking to unreleased music would later circulate. Unfortunately, on the 12th of August 2019, active gang members would end up getting just what they were looking for, as that evening, Culprit had been spending the night hanging out with friends. Later, they would head to a Nando's restaurant on Great Portland Street in the Cumbo neighborhood. There's even a picture of Alex in that Nando's, eating what would end up being his last meal with fellow Cumbo affiliate Gutter. Meanwhile, on the Agar Grove estate, police would later establish through a combination of the ANPR, which in the UK is automatic number plate recognition that automatically reads the license plates of passing cars, as well as CCTV and cell site evidence that active gang members, Armed Response, and a young man who was helping him run his county lines operation, had spent that day travelling in a stolen blue Seat Leon with fake plates in the port city of Southampton, around 2 hours away from London. Apparently the group had planned an attack on their ops in London, so they had returned to London in the stolen Seat together, arriving at AR's address at around 9:50 p.m. They would stay there for around 20 minutes before leaving the home in the blue Seat where suspect was living. That car would arrive just after a white Ford Fiesta, also with stolen plates, at around 10:30 p.m. Later court documents would reveal that while at suspect's house, his runner was offered drugs by Somalian boys who he claimed not to have met, but it's believed that these boys were SY and S Wavy. Along with suspect, this made up a deadly trio that would later be referred to in music as Triple X. Just before 11 p.m, both cars left and went to number 8 Longford Street, a block associated with Cumbo, arriving shortly after 11 p.m. The Seat was being driven by AR, with Reeks in the front passenger seat and his runner in the back seat. Meanwhile, the Ford was being driven by SY, with suspect in the front passenger seat and S Wavy in the back seat. So that deadly trio, Triple S, were all travelling in the Ford. Right before, just at around 10:30 p.m, Culprit had left the Nando's restaurant on Great Portland Street, proceeding northbound with 3 friends, one of whom was actually believed to have been involved in the attack on AR just months earlier. It's believed that the car carrying Triple S spotted Culprit and his group and identified them as the ops they were looking for, with suspect apparently jumping out of the car on Longford Street and proceeding on foot wielding a foot-long machete and making no attempts to conceal it. This was likely a large zombie knife, the kind of blade the suspect would rap fondly about throughout his career as a drill rapper. Culprit would seemingly notice them taking off running to an estate on the north side of Euston Road, where they were likely trying to hide from suspect's crew. Suspect, S Wavy and Reeks would then leave the building on Longford Street, but instead of getting back into the cars, they would remain on foot, taking chase while the drivers of the car attempted to keep eyes on the victims and cut off their escape. During this foot chase, suspect was seen by members of the public brandishing that foot-long machete openly. Whilst desperately trying to escape his attackers, Culprit would frantically knock on the doors of nearby houses, begging people for help, but no one would answer him. The court would later hear that it was believed that the attackers mistakenly believed that they were chasing one of the people involved in the stabbing of AR. However, once they caught up, it simply didn't matter who it was, they would be exacting street revenge. Culprit would ultimately be outrun by his attackers in Munster Square near Regent's Park, where AG members would fatally stab him in the chest. A post-mortem would reveal that the culprit was stabbed at least twice, with one being a fatal stab wound to the chest. But unfortunately, culprit would be pronounced dead at the scene at 11:33 p.m. And the following day, police would be seen combing yet another Camden crime scene for evidence. After the killing, suspect, S-Wavy, and Reeks waited nearby until they were picked up in the Ford Fiesta, with that car driving off with the Seat not far behind. Both cars were driven to the Kilburn area, and minutes after the stabbing, AR would attempt to call Y Traps 5 times before finally getting through to him at 11:21 p.m. Just before 2 a.m., his runner unsuccessfully attempted to purchase gasoline in a plastic jerry can at Tesco Esso in Maida Vale, and then 10 minutes later, his remains were later found in East Barnet, whilst the Fiesta was found burned in Kilburn Park. After news of culprit's murder went public, the local community formed a memorial at the spot where he lost his life, soon becoming a symbol where 51st affiliates would pay tribute to their fallen friend. However, conversely, some of those who had been hurt by culprit's actions in the streets would return to deface the mural. One particularly brutal diss song relating to culprit's death came a year after the killing, with active gang member 2 Smokey releasing a song titled Knock Down Ginger, aimed squarely at culprit. This is a song essentially mocking culprit for knocking on doors as he ran for his life, comparing it to a game of Knock Down Ginger, or as Americans would call it, Ding Dong Ditch. Unsurprisingly, following culprit's death, the violence in Camden seemed to escalate further, with 3 people getting killed in 5 days in September 2019 alone. At this point, Camden was a war zone, and as usual, nothing was being done about it. Interestingly, local MP Keir Starmer didn't appear to comment on the death of culprit directly in the immediate aftermath of the murder. However, in an interview at the end of August, when asked about the topic of knife crime, he would sidestep mentioning culprit's murder, simply saying that they have a serious problem with knife crime, and mentioning the previous killings in his community, aka S45 and C. Miz. Keir Starmer would then go on to assure people that despite failings at preventing gruesome knife murders, Camden is still safe. But Camden was not safe, not by a long shot. However, in one area, progress was being made, because while gangs were still running amok in the streets of Camden, this time the police were closing in on suspect and his accomplices. Or so they thought, because while they were gathering evidence to arrest suspect for the murder of culprit and building up a tight case to put one of Camden's most prolific killers behind bars, they would soon realise it wouldn't be so easy, because even with all the evidence in the world, if they wanted to arrest suspect, they would first have to catch him. Following the murder of culprit, real name Alex Smith, it would appear that the police were finally ready to take decisive action. Or perhaps culprit's killers had simply been so sloppy in carrying out this brazen attack that the police for once had everything they needed to put the borough's most prolific killers behind bars for good. It's likely that those responsible for the murder of culprit knew themselves that they had been sloppy, because in the immediate aftermath, those involved took steps to try and cover their tracks and flee the authorities before they had a chance to catch up with them. Once the vehicles used in the crime had been set alight, members from active gang that were involved plotted to leave the United Kingdom for good in an effort to avoid a lifetime in prison. In the days shortly following the murder, suspect and S-Wavy would flee the country. There were stories suggesting that suspect had first escaped to France, with one video showing him in the hood with local gangsters. The Redditor who first posted this clip actually took the time to explain his supposed origins, claiming that suspect was actually hiding out in a North Paris suburb for 2 months, and it was here that the locals in the hood approached him, with suspect revealing his troubles back home. Understandably, they first greeted his story with disbelief. Apparently, it wasn't until years later that they saw a French YouTuber's video covering suspect's gruesome tale that they realised he was actually telling the truth the whole time. So they dug up the clip from their camera roll and posted it up publicly. Suspect wouldn't remain in France for long. From here, it would seem that Suspect and S-Wavy would make their way further afield to Kenya. Meanwhile, 2 others who were involved, Reeks and S.Y., would instead flee to Kenya's neighbour, Somalia. However, the 2 other people involved with the murder and an accomplice wouldn't be so lucky. Armed Response would unsuccessfully try and flee the country. He was apparently in the process of trying to secure false paperwork to fly to Egypt, but was stopped at the airport. AR was arrested on the 18th of August 2019, and he would appear in court the next day. He would be sentenced to life for murder on the 12th of March 2020 alongside Y Traps. In many ways, these young guys on either side of the knife have been failed by the system, and it could have been just as easily suspect, S.Y., S-Wavy, or any of the members of the active gang that killed culprit being on the receiving end of them. With another young person like culprit suffering from the same issues and rumoured violent behaviours that hurt others before he lost his life. There really are no winners here. Even Reeks and S.Y. fleeing to Somalia to evade justice. It doesn't take a genius to work out that life in the UK is likely a damn sight better than life on the run in Somalia, which is literally considered one of the most dangerous countries in Africa. These aren't rational choices being made by the young men we're discussing in this story, and one does have to wonder, what are the root societal causes that are driving these gang wars? Whether it's poverty, racial tension, or a lack of strong male models preaching positivity, I can't say definitively. But the sad fact is, no matter your circumstances, If you take a life and cause another to grief, you should face consequences. And for suspect and S-Wavy, well, for the time being, they had evaded justice. But the clock was ticking. And unlike previous murders, this time the police in Camden were determined to make sure everyone involved, or at least the ones they could catch, would face justice. However, little did they know that the out-of-control gang war on their streets would soon become a global phenomenon. While the never-ending gang wars was a hot-button issue in Camden for decades, many outside of the borough had been oblivious to the deadly conflict that had been going on minutes away from one of London's most famous tourist hotspots. After all, by 2019, gang violence all over London had spiralled out of control. Traces of violence continued to crop up across the borough, including a 25-inch blade that was found ditched next to a playground in Queen's Crescent. Stats from the Met Police would reveal Camden to be the second most dangerous borough in London, behind only Westminster, with the bitter war between the numerous estates that made up the 51st and 71st postcode alliances showing no sign of ending, even with prominent members on the run or in jail. As 2019 came to a close, Suspect and S-Wavy remained hiding out in Kenya as the Met Police's manhunt continued. And at this point, something interesting happened. Even before fleeing to Kenya, Suspect had been recording music and plotting out a career as a rapper. And he seemingly wasn't going to let being on the run from murder charges stop his plans. In fact, Suspect had stockpiled plenty of material for his music, and the fallout from Culprit's murder only seemed to kickstart his career. Around the end of 2019, Suspect would be seen on social media freestyling with active gang members, visibly armed with machetes. Ultra-violent lyrics all about violence and stabbings would be a taste of what was to come from Suspect when he began taking music more seriously. Around a month after that freestyle clip had been circulating, on December the 16th, 2019, Suspect released his first official solo track, Way Too Charged. It dropped on the popular grime and drill YouTube channel Mixtape Madness, and came with a music video filmed in person before Suspect had gone on the run for the murder of Culprit. But what really stood out was the track's brutal lyrics, where Suspect bragged openly about the crimes that he and his active gang comrades had committed, casually rapping about jumping in stolen cars, looking for ops, and trying to stop their hearts, while accompanied by SY and AR. Lyrics eerily similar to the events that played out the night Culprit lost his life. He would boast about ramming specific ops with cars and saying it must have stung like nettles. And even in one disturbing lyric, he mentions greeting his ops' mothers in the streets, saying, "She don't know I'ma kill her son." Way Too Charged was a raw introduction to Suspect as both a rapper and a gangster. This was only the beginning, and he would continue his momentum, appearing on songs and perpetuating the crimes that he had committed in the streets, something that he would continue to build on throughout his time on the run. Soon after Way Too Charged dropped, Suspect would feature on a song alongside UK drill veterans Blanco and Biss from legendary South London crew the Harlem Spartans. That was a song titled Hood Up, and saw Suspect creatively describing the murders that he had been involved in, rapping that he minused one of his ops from 51st, and now he calls them 4, promising to stab anyone from the NW5 postcode, as well as dissing the Peckwater and Queen's Crescent estates, promising to kill his ops from these areas. And despite literally still being on the run for murder charges, he was surprisingly active on social media. In early 2020, he was still active on Twitter, retweeting quotes from his favourite US rappers like Lil Durk and Quando Rondo, and then on March the 4th, 2020, he would release his next solo track, Purge Style, with a menacing concept that bordered on horrorcore, this time likening his activities in the streets to the movie The Purge, where people are granted a night to satisfy their murderous instincts without legal consequences. Once again on the song, Suspect gleefully describes the horrendous acts he committed during his time as a gang member in Camden, including disrespectful lines referencing G-Squeeze's injuries after he was rammed and stabbed, and claiming that no one has retaliated since they killed C-Miz, even claiming openly to have stabbed over 10 of his ops, including C-Miz, and describing the incident in vivid detail, comparing himself to a barber, saying his blade cut through his dreadlocks. At this point, Suspect had been evading police for around half a year. Suspect would tweet soon, after Purge Style dropped, that it's ironic that cops suspect him of murder, given that his name is Suspect. He was seemingly suffering no consequences for either the crimes he committed or the music he released speaking on them. So he continued making demonic drill raps and building his profile in the drill scene. On March the 15th, 2020, active gang members dropped the posse cut No Hook, featuring Blitz, SY, Striker, and Suspect, with Suspect himself rapping concerning bars where he raps that stabbing ops is what he does for pleasure and that he's Olympic level when it comes to stabbing. He also drops juvenile bars comparing hunting ops to the schoolyard game Duck Duck Goose, suggesting the ones who get caught end up on stretchers. Even going on to drop a slick double entendre saying that he camps for ops and leaves them dead inside forensic tents. He would also reference the murder of 51st member Dottie, who was killed by Tottenham gang members from OFB from the Broadwater Farm Estate, saying that since Dottie died, they've never retaliated or been to the Broadwater Farm Estate. The disses were extremely specific and personal, and this would continue in every song he released. At the beginning of April 2020, Suspect would drop the song Zero Life, a collaboration with fellow accomplice of the culprit murder SY, who himself had fled to Somalia. The track came with lyrics where he claimed that he was smoking CMIS and that it tastes so sweet. While the likes of Suspect and SY were continuing to disrespect their Camden rivals, thousands of miles away in Africa, back in Camden, street activity would continue. On the 27th of April 2020, there was a shooting in Queen's Crescent, right outside the community centre, close to where CMIS had been killed, an attack which left a man hospitalised. Interestingly, a month before this, Camden MP Keir Starmer had actually been elected as the leader of the Labour Party, Britain's top opposition party. So while the war in the streets raged on, the politicians would be looking for their photo opportunities. And a week after that shooting, at the community centre where Keir Starmer had promised again and again to put an end to the violence, he would appear once again, smiling and handing out food. And while the war in Camden raged on, one of its main instigators, Suspect, was happily hiding out in Kenya, building his notoriety through his music career and getting more and more brazen. He was living life like a real-life character from Grand Theft Auto. And with that in mind, perhaps unsurprisingly, he would take inspiration from violent video games when it came to promoting his music. On May the 24th, 2020, Suspect released the track Franklin, Trevor and Michael, likening himself, SY and S-Wavy to the murderous main protagonists from the fifth game in the infamous series of gangster video games Grand Theft Auto. But for now, he would thankfully be unable to commit any more murders, being restrained to simply rapping about crime. But even from Kenya, he would be eager to go back and forth with his ops, who continued to send verbal shots from Camden. On June the 7th, 2020, Action from Peckwater drops a freestyle dissing Active Gang and their dead members. Within a few days later, on June the 12th, 2020, Suspect uploads a freestyle with a mask on in a kitchen, directly responding to Action from Peckwater.
He's got wrist, got packed from fraud and vans, got hook, got packed from fraud and fees, got what a mess. Call a female, AG debt, will up, look, keeper, what a mess, what a mess. Get to combo, then go press. There's no point of God's respect. When Ghosties got that 40, heading the path like just you know me, hey. So many up from boom, their death threats are spreading all.
Interestingly, Suspect had seemingly gotten more comfortable showing more of himself online, posting another picture in the same kitchen, holding up two fingers, signalling how many people he'd killed. And at this point, he was still yet to face any consequences for these two murders he'd allegedly committed. And as the year went on, he would continue to lean into his new identity as a buzzing drill rapper. His next release was the track Test My Temper on June 22nd, 2020. Suspect would also claim to be the reason that his ops are hiding and that even their mothers are frozen, and ending the track saying that they've got plenty of their ops and have the police stressed because they can't find evidence. This was a bold statement, essentially taunting the cops who had yet to locate Suspect at this point. Test My Temper was also one of the rare occasions where the song came with a music video. However, because Suspect had fled the UK at this point, he would now have to rely on body doubles to play him in those videos. But anyway, the music video depicted Active Gang as a well-organised and large gang with a lot of members moving militant. And Suspect was by no means the only one trying to get his music career off the ground. The following month, on July 2020, Active Gang members released the song Straight Facts, which featured Broad Day, Too Smoky, Yevs, and ML. In the second and third verse, Yevs and Too Smoky appear to refer to C-Miz by his nickname, C-Murder, saying that they put red rum in a box, i.e. they killed him, and rapping that now he's dead, they're smoking murder and putting him in the air. Despite the ruthless lyrics, it was clear Active Gang members beyond Suspect were beginning to develop as rappers and make a name for themselves in drill music. However, as is often the case, unfortunately a lot of these guys are so deep in the streets, even when it becomes clear that they have a talent for music, it can be hard to leave dangerous habits in the past. And once it was a full year on from the murder of Culprit, the streets of Camden would become extremely deadly, and drill music would provide the soundtrack for yet another violent summer. By the summer of 2020, the many gang conflicts that had plagued the streets of Camden and beyond were as heated as ever, and over time, new alliances were being forged in the streets and in music. This would soon see the violence broadening beyond Camden's borders, with new gangs and sects being brought into the conflict. Two warring gangs that had historical hatred for each other are SSK, based in the South Kilburn estate in Brent, northwest London, a borough bordering Camden, and HRB, or the Harrow Road Boys, named after Harrow Road, a long stretch of road based in the historic city of Westminster, that borders both Camden and Brent. But the gang itself is primarily based around the Mozart estate, which sits in the W9 postcode. This is the estate famously wrecked by one of the biggest rappers coming out of West London, Fredo. HRB and SSK have historically maintained beef with each other over the span of 3 decades. There's enough history between these two crews to make an entire video, and maybe one day I will. But for now, all you need to know is that these are yet 2 more London neighbourhoods in a perpetual war. And in the summer of 2020, that war would be driven into overdrive when a HRB affiliate by the name of Billy the Kid was shot in the back twice on July the 16th, 2020, losing his life allegedly as a result of a shootout initiated by his own side. Following this incident, the tension between these two warring gangs went to another level, and behind the scenes, it was rumoured that members of HRB had become friendly with members of Active Gang, with it being suggested that Active Gang may have even had close friendships with Billy, the HRB member who lost his life in that shootout. With that in mind, on the 1-year anniversary of the murder of Culprit, yet another brutal slaying would occur on the streets of London, this time concerning an affiliate of South Kilburn. According to reports, on August the 12th at 12:20 AM, a silver Jaguar XF estate circled the block at Hansel Road, eventually spotting SSK affiliate Gucci, real name Jeffrey Wegby, outside of his house. 2 gunmen jumped out of the vehicle and fired 10 shots. He managed to make it inside, but he'd been shot 4 times in the chest with 2 different guns. Police responded to reports of a shooting at Hansel Road, and when they arrived, they found Gucci in his home with gunshot wounds to the chest, and he was pronounced dead at the scene. Alleged affiliates of the South Kilburn Street Gang would be seen posting next to his grave after the funeral. Gucci was mourned by his community and friends, who posted it to social media following the shooting. There also appeared to be a connection between Gucci and another famous drill rapper, Digger D, who also has a bitter grudge against Fredo from HRB, with Digger posting Gucci rapping up on his Snap story and later even shouting him out in the ruthless HRB diss track Blue Woo 2, which also included numerous lines going at Active Gang and Broad Day Assassin specifically. A prominent member of HRB by the name of Lil Dots would release a collaboration track with Broad Day from Active Gang just a month after the murder, a disrespectful diss song called Roll Up. Roll Up had a bold chorus where Dots rapped that they put people on the news, rapping that Harrow Road and Active Gang kill and stab their ops together, and that they ride with 2 guns, shoot and drive back to the Mozart estate to smoke Gooch, with the line about rolling with 2 guns being particularly brazen, considering the fact that the forensics in the Gucci murder proved that 2 different guns were used to kill him. The following month, on November the 1st, 2020, he drops the song No Hook, not to be confused with the Active Gang track No Hook from March 2020. This new song was a collaboration between Broad Day and Suspect, along with Absav, Work Rate and 60, members from another collective known as 156. Later in the song, Suspect would grab the mic and rap a disturbing verse, saying that he can't ask Culprit how the chest shot that he gave him feels, and reminiscing on the murder he committed, rapping that he remembers that day and it gives him chills and makes him laugh when he smokes and thinks about it. Even going on to say that he would do it all again because he loves that feeling. Talking about the dirt you did to your ops is one thing, but the way that Suspect elaborates on the pleasure that murder gives him is truly twisted. Suspect goes on to drop a highly incriminating lyric, rapping that it was at night when Culprit got killed and that the cops still want the suspect for them, essentially taunting the Camden police, who at this point, over a year after the murder, had still been unable to capture him. Suspect goes on to reference the other murder he claims responsibility for, insulting his ops and saying that they can't get C-Miz or C-Murder back and that he's smoking on him. Broad Day's first upload of No Hook would clock in 100,000 views in a day, but the original upload would eventually be taken down by the police. Perhaps unsurprisingly, just days after No Hook released, rumours would circulate suggesting that Broad Day had been arrested in connection to the case. However, there was never any public confirmation that an arrest had been made in connection with the murder of Gucci, and during this time, images would circulate seemingly showing Lil Dots and Broad Day Assassin in jail together. But it's unclear when these pictures were taken, or exactly what charges they were facing at this time. But while Broad Day was behind bars, even from Kenya, Suspect would begin to reference the murder of Gucci mockingly in his songs, like his appearance on the track Still Active, CB, where Suspect raps that he's smoking Gucci, an insult that he would repeat again from the 2022 track A-Star. And Suspect wasn't the only one, as S-Wavy also name-dropped Gucci later that year on a leaked track called Savages. However, despite the public disrespect and seemingly open discussion of Gucci's murder,
it's time to go back to school shopping, and our family loves going to Kohl's to find all of our favorite styles and brands that make the kid
on songs, it would seem ultimately that there was no evidence connecting Broad Day to the murder of Gucci, and he could very well be completely innocent and just inferring a connection to the crime to further his rap career. And the following year, in August 2021, Broad Day would seemingly be fresh out of jail, beating whatever charges he was facing, and appearing in a celebratory social media post on Suspect's Snapchat story, where Suspect told Broad Day Assassin to do up his laces, as well as appearing on an Instagram Live with fellow Active Gang members T-Scam and Suspect celebrating his release. Eventually, we would see Broad Day, T-Scam, and Suspect all attempting to join together on a three-way Instagram Live, with Suspect's internet struggling, prompting comments saying he's got that Kenyan connection. This would be followed by social media footage appearing to show Broad Day in the Jewelers treating himself to a welcome home gift and iced out AP watch. And Broad Day would go on to release numerous songs. And by February 2022, the BBC News reported that despite the offer of £20,000 for any information on the case, Gucci's murder remained unsolved and the killers were still on the streets. Perhaps we'll never know who was truly responsible for this brazen assassination, but what is clear is that Active Gang and its members were eager to use their music to paint a picture of themselves as being responsible for all the deadly acts going on around them. And unfortunately, after a violent summer in 2020, with the police once again stumped and unable to stop the street revenge from playing out, soon Active Gang's rival would make a move in an effort to avenge the loss of culprit the year before. As is often the case with these years-long gang conflicts, certain dates become associated with important events and individuals in the gang. On the one-year anniversary of Culprit's death, the murder of Gucci had taken place, with lyrics and rumours suggesting that Active Gang members may have played a role in, or at the very least, celebrated the killing. However, just a month later, it would be Culprit's birthday. On September the 14th, just one day before Culprit's birthday, a young man known as Dirts, real name Kamal Noor, had been walking down a North London street, where he was approached by two men who rode up on a bicycle. A confrontation took place, and Dirts was chased, with a witness describing a fight lasting less than a minute, which ended with Dirts being stabbed around 8 p.m. on Goodinge Close, just off North Road in Archway. When paramedics arrived, Dirts was pronounced dead at the scene, and once again, another forensic tent was put up in the North London street. Dirts himself was allegedly affiliated with a street crew based around the nearby Miranda estate in Archway, where this murder happened, known as the A-Team, which is associated with Active Gang and their ongoing feud with the estates that make up the 51st Postcode Alliance. After the murder, the two suspects fled the scene on the same pedal bike, and the police would release images of the suspects publicly in the hopes that somebody might be able to offer up information on what had happened. This would actually wind up being one of the rare occasions that the police were actually able to identify those responsible, with 51st affiliates Lebs, real name Michael Levy, and Wanda, real name Melvis Mariano, as well as a 17-year-old girl who allegedly burned their clothes, being arrested in connection to the murder of the following month. Lebs would be photographed on the wing in jail, and while they seemingly pled not guilty, they're still awaiting for a scheduled trial. And once again, it's important to remember that everybody is innocent until proven guilty, and until a full trial has taken place, we cannot say definitively who was involved in this incident. Interestingly, however, despite the trial having not taken place, numerous individuals associated with the estate from 51st have made comments taking responsibility for the crime. A year after Culprit's murder, Gutter from Petwater, or One Side as his crew would eventually call themselves, would make a lengthy post on social media referencing the death of Dirts, with a long diatribe seemingly aimed at Suspect, saying that you're rattled, thousands of miles away in Kenya, and your life is finished. Going on to diss Dirts, saying that he was dead on Culprit's birthday, and that he, Dirts, died behind Suspect's corpse, and saying that was his man who hung around his members, and that Suspect can't control the score in the gang war all the way in Africa. Even going on to accuse Suspect of denying Dirts was affiliated with him out of embarrassment, and accusing him of trying to sweep Active Gang's losses under the rug. Even going as far as to say Suspect flew to Africa after Culprit's murder and became addicted to social media clout, calling him Vlad TV, even ending by saying that he reps a block that he wasn't even ever from. Clearly, the killing of Dirts on Culprit's birthday was an emotional topic for both sides. A couple of years after the murder, on March the 20th, 2022, Gutter from Petwater drops the song Straight Facts, with lyrics that said outright that they felt Dirts' murder was direct revenge for culprits. He would rap that his ops talk about culprit, and that he can talk about getbacks that were sent by One Side, as well as claiming that they got revenge and killed an op at the same location where Active Gang members filmed their music video for an earlier song with the same title, Straight Facts, with the location Dirts was killed being Goodinge Close, only 2 minutes walk from Corporation Street, with the sign visibly being seen in the background of the original version of Straight Facts. As far as the estates from 51st saw it, they had got back the culprit and avenged their friend who had been so brutally killed by Suspect and his Active Gang conspirators. Regardless of these supposed get-back, from here, Suspect would continue to work on his music and commentate on the gang war from a distance. And through to the end of 2020 and into 2021, he would go on an untouchable run as a rapper, rapidly building a fan base as the mystique around this on-the-run, double-murdering rapper who could not be caught continued to pick up steam. On October the 4th, 2020, Suspect and T-Scam, along with the help of prolific UK drill video creator Pac-Man TV, teamed up to release the video for their breakout track, The Hotspot. It came with a menacing music video where Suspect, played by a body double, rapped into a mic surrounded by active gang goons. This time, they were all adorning red bandanas, seemingly now identifying themselves as Bloods. Despite there not seemingly being a long heritage of affiliation with a blood gang, perhaps this was a stylistic choice made in order to have a clear distinction between their rivals from 51st Estates, like Cumbo, that had traditionally worn blue and identified as Crip. Regardless, now active gang members were making blood gang iconography a central part of their aesthetic, as well as beginning to use the traditional LA blood chant Sue Woo as an ad-lib on songs. But outside from the blooded out music video, the song The Hotspot was loaded with derogatory lines aimed straight at active gang rivals. Suspect would claim to be smoking 3 deceased ops, Culprit, C-Miz, and Gucci, and he would paint a vivid picture of attacking his ops with any weapons he could find, rapping that his crew do shootings, stabbings, and even resort to swinging cans full of tuna in a sock if they need to produce a makeshift weapon whilst fighting ops in jail, and describing running his ops down until they're out of breath and blood, putting them in the mud, and thinking about who he killed when he's smoking. The Hotspot was yet another brutal and offensive diss track, but once again, Suspect and T-Scam proves that they were able to bring this shocking and violent content to life in an original way that captivated UK drill fans. And as a result, the track passed 1 million views in less than 2 months, marking the first time rappers from Active Gang had hit such a substantial milestone. Active Gang members even received a commemorative plaque for their achievement, and in yet another grim display of disrespect to their rivals, Active Gang members would take this plaque to various locations where their ops had been killed and took photos, including the location of Culprit's murder, the Peckwater estate, the front door of the apartment where Gucci was assassinated, and the street where C-Miz was stabbed to death. Naturally, with this sort of brazen and offensive activity going on, it didn't take long for the authorities to catch wind, and the official upload of the Hotspot music video was eventually taken down, most likely as part of the Metropolitan Police's shady campaign titled Operation Domain, a monitoring operation intending to remove music from YouTube which they claim incites violence, perpetuates and fuels the gang wars in London. The month after the Hotspot music video dropped, Suspect's name was buzzing on social media. On November the 8th, 2020, Suspect would even go live on Instagram holding a talent show for his fans.
What's up, bro? What's up, bro? You good? Yeah, chilling. Chilling, man. You come for the talent show, yeah? Yeah, man. Go on.
I can't even talk on the I've done, but I keep on swinging the Sammy, poke man's back with a left and a right. It's a double whammy. I take a few perks, smoke a little trees, gonna have the beam. Then I still get calls from neighbors, shipping up lab, looking like quavers, never been booked and I hand out. Always been a type to send them packs out, and I with them max out. I'm here, cause we know. Hey, bro, I've been listening to your music for a minute now, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, man. I rate that, man. Respect that, man.
Soon, the British fans would be joining and entertaining Suspect by rapping that they're smoking on people that he literally killed.
I've got some bars still. Combo skirt to the fifth, got a dog with a fist. Combo, smoking blow. Hey.
At one point, Suspect begins telling the fans and police that he's a good guy and a role model.
You're too kind, innit? I'm a good guy, man. You dates need to know this as well. Sussex a good guy. Good man. Role model, you can say.
At one point, he even gets on with a younger member from the Mozart estate associated with the Harrow Road Boys, with that group and Active Gang being rumoured to have had something to do with the murder of Gucci from South Kilburn, with Suspect even joking, telling him that he should switch gangs to Active Gang, even offering him a zombie knife and a parcel of dope to get him started, and going on to tell him he needs to graduate from flick knives to zombie knives and then guns.
Where are you from? South, man. Yeah. South Philly, like that? Trust me, fam. Trust me. I'm a civilian, innit? But I handle the job, bro. You really involved, though? Yeah, some man, yeah. You really in the streets, though? I'm gonna ask for the Dutch right now, man. What's your name? Yeah, man. What's your name? JB, fam. JB, yeah? Come on. You might as well come to AG, man. Yeah, man. I got a Zeki and a G-Pack for you. Yeah, man. You gonna come, yeah? Instead of doing the 50 Rambo thing, man, just quickly, boom, promote you to a straight Zeki, get me?
And there must have been a Met Police detective monitoring these lives and looking for any clues as to Suspect's location. But regardless, for now the authorities in London would still be clueless as to where Suspect was hiding, and he would continue living and laughing it up in Africa and recording offensive music. Next up, on November the 19th, 2020, Suspect released the song Dugout, once again using a body double, donning a red bandana to appear as if he was still rolling with the gang in London. And once again, the official upload would eventually wind up being removed from YouTube at the request of London's Metropolitan Police. As mentioned before, Dugout is a disturbing track where Suspect goes into gritty detail about the dangerous gang lifestyle that he's lived since being a child, opening the hook with a dark but thought-provoking lyric where he reflects on getting into a deadly gang beef with former friends that he went to
Slater King, let's get to the question that everybody is dying for you to answer. Where have you been?
I guess I just needed to disappear for a little while. So I sort of bought an island.
An island?
Played with. This particular bar really stuck me because it just goes to show the sad state of this young man's life, where he found himself quite literally trying to kill his schoolyard friends. Suspect was clearly no saint in the streets, and his mentality clearly contributed to him doing terrible things to people from his community. However, the self-awareness he displayed in some of these songs are remarkably rare for a UK drill rapper. However, don't get it twisted. This golden moment of self-reflection is quickly contrasted with belligerent and violent disses towards his ops, dead and alive, as he describes a string of attacks putting his ops on ropes, as well as saying he's smoking on his two victims from the rival gang, Seniors and Culprit. And after mocking those two people he killed, he goes on to describe himself as the Grim Reaper of Agar Grove, and his active gang partners as leaving roads taped off his crime scenes and taking their ops' souls from them. The music video also featured sound effects and animations straight out of the game Call of Duty, further trivializing the real-life violence that he's recounting. These are dark, twisted lyrics, but you have to admit, at the very least, Suspect does have a talent for metaphors, which would be respectable if he wasn't bragging about real-life gruesome murders. Off the back of this line, Suspect then goes on to deliver another impressive lyrical arrangement, proceeding to use the rest of his verse describing things in his life that relate to numbers, counting from 1 to 10. One more murder and he's got a UAV. Sus rolls with 2 zombie knives along with S-Wavy and SY, making it 3 savages in an SUV. He asks his fellow driller to pass him the 4.4 pistol. He says he's now in the 5 or 51st territory with 6 bullets in his gun. He says he rides with members from the 7 or his own gang 71st. He shouts out Blitz, calling him a legend with the Trey 8 or 3.8 pistol. He wants his ops not to get hit with a bullet from the 9mm pistol, and ending the verse by bragging that a 10-person jury couldn't unanimously agree to convict him, so he walked free. Once again, Suspect used this song to prove to the world that he's not your average drill rapper. His lyrical ability was a cut above the usual standard for drill rap, and combining that with the sad fact that Suspect's lyrics about committing violent acts were 100% true, and the fact that he was literally on the run for murder while these songs were being released, made Suspect's music a hot topic amongst UK drill fans. In December 2020, Suspect would post a video saying that he's smoking Seniors on social media.
Oh, you don't know? Calvin comes and shows up. See this.
And previewing an upcoming Active Gang freestyle. That teaser would be followed by a major release. On December the 4th, 2020, Suspect and T-Scam dropped their track Turn Up with another music video made by Pac-Man TV and uploaded onto prominent UK rap YouTube channel GRM Daily. Clearly, music was beginning to pay better than the streets, as the music video would be wall-to-wall with Rolls Royces, Lamborghinis, and music video baddies that fit in well with the party vibe of the beat and lyrics. It also featured another actor donning a blood bandana and playing Suspect alongside a masked T-Scam. It also included a lot of specific references to the Camden gang wars. In one line, Suspect references an incident where they shot a rival gang Peckwater, rapping that when they started shooting, people were dropping their drinks and that they had 20 ops screaming, "Where's the burner?" This was a reference to a social media video that had circulated showing gang members from 51st reacting to a shooting and yelling in the street to get the guns. As well as saying that he misses his fallen members AK and S45, and that because of this loss, he won't stop beefing until all of his ops are dead. In the next verse, T-Scam would openly reference the murder of Culprit once more and use more sound effects from Call of Duty in the background. Once again, the official upload of this song was taken down by the police. But this didn't discourage Suspect, and Turn Up would be followed on the 24th of December 2020 by his previously teased appearance alongside 2 Smokey from Active Gang on the famous rap freestyle platform Plugged In with Fumes the Engineer. This track featured some of the most savage lyrics Suspect had rapped to date, opening his verse with the jaw-dropping bar asking the listener if they've ever heard someone's last words, and rapping that when his ops are dying, trying to say those last words, he tells them, "Shush you nerd, go gulag and ride your bird," a British phrase meaning to serve your sentence in prison, and another reference to the video game Call of Duty Warzone, referring to the gulag, the place in the game where eliminated players go after they die to compete in a one-on-one fight for the chance to respawn back into the main game. When you know the deadly reality behind some of these lyrics, it's really crazy hearing somebody trivialize a real murder like this. But from here, he goes on to drop shocking but skillfully phrased lyrics that paint a vivid picture of his violent life as a driller, rapping that he opens his ops' chests like there's treasure inside, and ending his verse with another interesting lyrical technique where he describes his routine hunting for ops using each letter of the alphabet. He says he's trying to get from A to B, doing laps in the C, which is his op-lock combo. His gear is in D, so his car is in drive while he's looking for his ops, until his tank of petrol or gas is on E or empty. He doesn't give an F. He says he will kill any G from a rival gang. He shouts out Hitman or H from Active Gang and says that he stabs ops like I or himself, basically saying that when it comes to stabbings, he can only compare to himself as no one is as active as him. He says that he got blood on his Jordans or J's the night he caught a body, and then fellow Active Gang rapper 2 Smoky would continue this technique in his own verse. This time starting from A and going all the way to T, and then when Suspect jumps in with another verse, he goes from K all the way to Z, using most of these letters to openly describe him and his gang committing murders, specifically saying in 2019 they got 2 W's and that someone else got X'd in 2020, seemingly more references to the murders we've seen used in future. When 2 Smoky jumped back in the mic, he continues to disrespect, ending his verse with a particularly flippant line, saying that he was in jail when somebody died, and that when he heard the news, he laughed until he nearly cried. Once again, to the surprise of nobody, except perhaps Suspect, this freestyle would be removed from YouTube by the Met Police. On January the 7th, 2021, Suspect would take his frustrations to social media, complaining that him and his crew had spent time and money on music videos and accusing the police of targeting Active Gang and taking down their videos for no apparent reason. Clearly lacking the self-awareness to realise it's obviously because he's wanted for murder. But he goes on to say that the police haven't even contacted anyone or explained anything, and pointing out the fact that the versions of the song that are up were censored, and saying that Active Gang are just a music group who are trying to make it out of the hood and that the police want to stop that, ending the message saying F the police and more music would come. On January the 20th, 2021, in the form of the Active Gang posse cut Who's Bad, featuring S-Wavy, Yevs, 2 Smoky, and Suspect himself. It came with another Blood Gang-themed music video filmed around Agar Grove, with members rapping kitted out in designer drip. In Suspect's verse, he claimed that somebody in his gang has 2 bodies, and if he kills another one, it'll render him a serial killer. This is another smart lyric, as he uses the double meaning of the word cereal, referencing the breakfast cereal Special K, saying that his third killing, or K, will be special because it will make him a serial killer. And if you watch my King Von video, you'll know that in order to be a serial killer, you need to kill 3 or more people in different locations with more than a month between them. Of course, this song didn't stay up for long on YouTube either, and neither did Suspect's next song, the collab track Block Heroes with Nino Uptown, released on February the 14th, which once again was taken down from YouTube by the authorities. But the police's attempts to suppress Suspect's voice were futile. In fact, they may have even accidentally helped build the legacy of this murdering rapper who could not be stopped. Suspect would continue to release music, arguably making steps to make his songs a touch more commercially friendly. On March the 28th, 2021, Suspect would drop his new single Moonwalk, but this Michael Jackson themed song was far from the Jackson 5. This song was back-to-back with more violent and disrespectful lyrics. However, on this track, he didn't diss any victims by name, and as a result, the original upload of the song remained public on YouTube. The song was Michael Jackson inspired by, in more ways than just its name. Suspect would compare his revolver's chamber spinning and its recoil kicking to Michael's classic dance moves. He would reference Michael Jackson's lyrics on Can't Stop Till You Get Enough in reference to his own habit of making his enemy's heart stop with a knife, even using MJ song titles to recreate a conversation he had with detectives, and the early MJ album title Off the Wall to refer to how he beats his enemies. Moonwalk was a resounding success for Suspect, running up over 200,000 views in its first few days, 500,000 views in less than a month after its upload, and more importantly, being one of the few professional-grade songs that he created while on the run not to have been taken down by YouTube. Suspect was on a roll and developing his rap skills to a whole new level. But let's remember, this is nothing to glamorize. Despite his emerging skill as a wordsmith, realistically, the question has always lingered. Would Suspect have this much success had he not killed 2 people before starting his rap career? Drill music over the years has cultivated an interesting position in the overlap between gangster rap and non-fiction true crime, and Suspect was seemingly able to capitalize on this culture that was celebrating murder like no one else from the UK ever had. But little did he know, the clock would be ticking, and the authorities were doing more than just taking his songs down. They were keeping a close eye on his activities in social media, building up a picture of exactly what he was doing. But before they could swoop in and deliver justice, the war going on back in Camden would continue to rage on. While Suspect was becoming a famous drill rapper thousands of miles away from the gang war that he played a deadly role in, the members left behind in Camden would still be dealing with the day-to-day horrors of an all-out gang war. On December the 22nd, 2020, a video from Drills from 51st being chased by Active Gang members into a police station is posted on social media. Drills would post on Snapchat defending his actions to save face, saying that at the time he was signing on at probation at the police station when he was ambushed, claiming that he grabbed a chair to throw it at them when the attackers pulled out knives, at which point he understandably blocked the door to defend himself from stabbing, suggesting that anyone in his shoes would have hid inside too. However, as this clip circulated, the suspect himself would pipe up, saying that his gang only get their phones out and film when they can't touch their ops, and suggesting that Drills was lying about throwing a chair because in the police station they're apparently all bolted to the floor. Drills would also post a clip that appeared to show him spinning blocks in 71st that very night, looking for retaliation. And he would go on to post saying that he went to all of their blocks and now everyone is silent. In the grand scheme of things, this was a minor exchange, but clearly both sides of this war were serious about catching up with the other side. It would be the knife-wielding gang members in Camden that were the real threat. And on May the 25th, 2021, the streets of Camden would be disturbed once again by these blade-carrying antagonists. At around 6:21 p.m, police were called to Islip Street following reports of an altercation where somebody was being chased by a group of men. By the time they arrived, the chase had progressed onto Kentish Town Road. According to active gang members, this incident was a 20 versus 1 fight where AG member Yevs managed to get away alive after allegedly stabbing someone. Apparently this was the result of a devious plot by Yevs, who went to the op block during a new
Volvo plug-in hybrids. Perfect for anywhere.
with his jacket to blend in. He was apparently recorded from a nearby high-rise running from the group in the bright yellow jacket. The news would report that 2 men were found in possession of knives and arrested on suspicion of a fray. Although 1 man was taken to hospital because he felt unwell, the police did not report any real injuries. Soon after the incident, he was picked up by police.
Yo, hey, get a basket, nigga, get a basket, get a basket. Nah, not one of the ones. No, man, fuck it. No, you can do whatever you want. You can do whatever you want. Go to the candy yard. Get like 3 bags of peanuts. All for it, man. All for it. Get like 3 of them font size Snickers. Yeah, 3 of them joints. Alright, it should be some honey barbecue chips. You see them bitches? To the left. Yeah. I mean, no, yeah, flip the camera. Alright, go down. Yeah. Get like 3 bags. Alright, turn around. Alright, go down. No, to the left. Keep going. You see them canned sodas? Get them joints. The cotton candy joints, yeah. Get like 3 of them joints, yeah. It should be 4 should come in the joint though. Make sure it's 4 of them bitches. Yeah. Get like 3 of them bitches, yeah. Get like 3 of them joints. Alright, go to the aisle. Go to the yeah. Go in there, bitch. Now let me see. Let me see. What kind of Pop Tarts they got? Cookies and cream? Man, get one to each. Fuck it. Hold on. Look down. Hold on, put the camera back down. No, man, you good, bro. I'm tripping. Alright, turn around. Alright, go down the aisle. Hold on, what kind of cookies do they? Oh, hold on, bro. Hold on. I'm tripping. Put them Pop Tarts back. Put all them Pop Tarts back. Just put them anywhere, bro. And get them vanilla wafers. Get them vanilla wafers. I'm tripping. Them vanilla wafers way better. I'm tripping. Oh, hold on. They got Thin Mints. Hey, get like. Let me see. Get like 2 boxes of Thin Mints. Fuck it. You see them? Hold on. Look up. Go to the right. Hold on. I just seen the Thin Mints. Fuck. Oh yeah, right. Hold on. It say fudge mint. What the fuck? Them Thin Mints, bro. Get them. Them fudge mints. Them Thin Mints. Yeah, them like Girl Scout cookies. Get them jumps. Get 2 boxes of them. Alright, and get like 2 boxes of vanilla wafers, then I'm done. Yeah, sir. I'm gonna fuck them bitches up. Oh God. Alright, bro. Thank you, bro. I'm Gucci. I'm Gucci.
arrested on suspicion of GBH, and Yevs would ultimately plead guilty to lesser charges of affray and possession of a knife in public, being sentenced to 22 months in prison, along with 2 other rival gang members that were involved in the armed chase. Clearly, Yevs was a fearless knife man in the streets, with suspect later rapping the rather incriminating lyric saying that if he told you who Yevs had stabbed, it would be a very long list. On June the 8th, 2021, a video of T-Scam dancing with 2 machetes went viral, reportedly taken shortly before his arrest on gun possession charges, likely referring to a November the 20th, 2020 arrest, where T-Scam was charged with possession of a firearm after a loaded revolver was found in a park in Camden. On June the 22nd, 2021, T-Scam posted that he was fresh out of jail after getting 4 not guilty verdicts. And then, on June the 30th, 2021, T-Scam triumphantly jumped on Instagram Live to show off his new custom active gang balaclavas that the group were planning to release. This was a live where he was seemingly in the trap with fellow active gang members Hitman and A-Kid, who themselves are in disbelief that T-Scam is actually on live in their hideout, with Scam joking that he's actually going to put their faces on the live.
You need, hey, Skulks, you need to get some active gang merchandise, mate. Anything goes merchandise. You need to get some, go get your anything goes merchandise. This value is cold. See the hat? Well, everything coming soon. You're gonna be able to buy these, you can buy these already, and these. Hey, you don't wanna see Hitman? I'll show you. And A-Kid, you don't wanna see A-Kid, man, they're gonna see you.
During this time, T-Scam wasn't the only one celebrating his freedom. Just over a month later, in August, Broad Day Assassin gets out of jail too, and they all go on live together with T-Scam and Bugsy. T-Scam would go on to say that he recently did another freestyle on live where he incriminated himself, and if it gets leaked, he's going to report it.
Yeah, give them a freestyle. They're gonna get something real soon.
This guy's the funniest.
Like, who drops aside though? Man, if that live gets leaked, bro, man, we have to report it to the max.
Soon after this, Bugsy starts showing off and is about to say which person each nugget is when T-Scam realizes this is probably a bad idea, eventually saying whatever they're smoking comes from Cumbo.
Yeah, no, I don't even want to talk about what you did.
You don't even want to talk cop. But
It's that time.
It's that time. Who's in there though? Bugsy, who's in there?
This one here. Yeah. You know who that one is?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That one. I think that one starts with a
Get me. This one is that free. That's a combo. This one. Free.
Yeah, that one.
Free and
That one's a combo.
That's free.
Yeah, man. In a combo then.
I didn't got a grinder that night.
With more members of each gang back on the streets, the back-and-forth disrespect on social media persisted through 2021, and it's no surprise that things would be dangerous out on the gang-affiliated blocks of Camden. And the next incident would be characterized by the use of firearms rather than blades. On the 14th of August, 51st members are having a block party barbecue at Clarence Gardens in Cumbo and decide to invite their ops on Snapchat, with Wanda posting a picture of the party on Snap saying they're outside and the ops are invited, with Broad Day reposting the invite saying thanks for the invite, and indeed it would appear that their ops turned up within hours. As the following day, the Evening Standard News reported that a group of men arrived to the party shooting a firearm indiscriminately into the crowd. They hit 3 women, one of whom was 73 and another just 17, plus a 28-year-old man. This shooting caused national outrage, and news reports would soon discuss the sharp rise in violent crime in London.
We do now seem to hear about people being shot dead, guns being fired in parts of North London, in parts of Manchester. You know, there's an awful, it feels like there's an awful lot more gun incidents than there were.
4 arrests would be made 5 days later, and 3 days after that, a 5th arrest would be made in connection with that shooting. Just 1 day after that shooting, T-Scam drops the song Freestyle, the most viewed video of his whole career, and possibly my favourite track any active gang member has ever released. The song is a gunslinger's anthem, with an infectious hook where T-Scam brags that he was facing 15 years for firearms charges, but his lawyer, or barrister as we say in the UK, did magic like popular British illusionist Dynamo and made those charges disappear, as well as dropping one of the most brutal but funny bars that I've seen in this entire beef, saying in reference to one of his dead ops, likely culprit, "I heard he wanted to rap, now he's dead, he can spit bars with Biggie and Tupac." This was an extremely brazen song to release, quite literally after a mass shooting on your ops block party. But the song was a certified hit. In my opinion, it cemented T-Scam's place alongside Suspect as a top-level rapper coming out of the UK drill scene. And T-Scam would go on to reference this shooting in other songs, like his appearance on the season finale of Plugged In with Fumes the Engineer, releasing on Christmas Day 2021, where he rapped that the unknown shooters went insane when his ops sent them an invite, a reference to the earlier Snapchat post. Clearly, active gang members were claiming responsibility for this incident. On October the 6th, 2021, Broad Day Assassin, who had seemingly been let out of jail just a day before, was shooting a new music video in Camden, when shooters pulled up shooting, with the alleged targets of the shooting actually firing back.
Word was getting around on social media yesterday that a music video shoot had been shot up, and it was none other than active gangs.
The news would report that immediately after the shooting, an armed police response unit responded to the property where the music video shoot was going on, with footage later circulating showing armed officers conducting a gunpoint raid at the filming location. However, not discouraged by the pressure of the ops or the cops, Broad Day proceeded to release his new song Honorably just 5 days later. And while Broad Day had previously had success on his collaborative tracks with Lil Dots from HRB, this was his debut solo track and cemented him as the next big rapper to watch from Active Gang after Suspect in T-Scam. However, the music video had been made amid a backdrop of violence and spells in and out of prison. Clearly, the authorities were watching Active Gang very closely, and soon, Suspect would end up having a breakthrough, landing a major guest spot on a song that would score him his first entry on the official UK singles chart. However, unfortunately for Suspect, amid his rising fame, with thousands of eyes watching his every move, soon the authorities would have a breakthrough too. Throughout 2021, Suspect from Active Gang was having success after success with his music. On June the 24th, 2021, Suspect has the opening verse and a second verse on the huge plugged-in cypher with Fumes the Engineer. In his lyrics, he rapped about the murder of a rival from 51st, Lewis Blackman, aka Dotty, the Peckwater teen who gate-crashed the ops party and ended up being killed by members of Tottenham Gang OFB, with Suspect rapping that they dropped him, so I can't complain, and shouting out his locked-up friends. In the song, he raps that he has 2 G's in his blood, a metaphor for the 2 gang members, C-Miz and Culprit, that he personally claimed responsibility for killing. And he rapped in vivid detail about chest shots, making his ops lie down, seemingly another reference to Culprit, who suffered this very fate. And Suspect continues referencing his ops in Peckwater, 51st, who wear blue, with a slick lyric saying that he turns blue into purple when he sees red, a reference to the colour made when the blue bandanas of his ops mixed with their red blood, and tying it all together with a Suwoo ad-lib proudly declaring his status as a Blood Gang member. During an IG Live in June 2021, T-Scam also tells a fan that Suspect is still in the same local area, and so is SY, and someone in the background says that they're chilling with Jason Bourne.
Hey, T-Scam, you know what's going on?
Where's Suspect?
Suspect, he's local, went to the shop, he comes back soon.
Hey.
You know, when he comes back, I'm sure.
Inshallah, where's SY?
He's with Sus.
Now, despite what T-Scam and Suspect would have you believe, he was not in the local area. He was 6,000 miles away, hiding out in Kenya, but nobody knew it yet. Seemingly hadn't gotten away with murder, slowly Suspect was getting more and more eager to soak up the limelight, having generally kept his face covered most of his career and relying on body doubles in music videos. On July the 19th, 2021, Suspect would begin to get sloppy, accidentally revealing his face on live, teasing a new song with T-Scam. These Instagram live sessions would become a fixture amongst active gang members who were looking to make a name for themselves on the internet. On July the 31st, 2021, T-Scam hops on Instagram Live to let random kids rap. Suspect then joins, and T-Scam calls him the most famous guy in the world.
Hey, Sus, you ain't gonna add Sus. Let's add the most famous guy in the world. Suspect AGB.
The live view account then rockets from the low hundreds to thousands as Suspect raps one of his favourite T-Scam lyrics. T-Scam would then muse over Suspect's newfound fame.
Bro, look how many views. I thought going live with you, bro. What do you mean 1,400? Hey, you're famous. Let me get autograph. Let me get your autograph, man. You're famous.
And they would discuss their workflow and parts of songs that Suspect had recorded that they were sending back and forth. They would seemingly then attempt to throw people off the trail, telling their Instagram Live viewers that they would meet in person at the studio tomorrow in Camden.
Go on. Tomorrow, yeah, come on, go there tomorrow, innit? What time though? Call him from now. So we can just go to the studio quickly.
And one fan would even start rapping his own violent drill freestyle to T-Scam and Suspect, with them reacting, saying they only like it if he really did everything he said.
What do you know about two-man gliding? What do you know about two-man sliding?
fucking crazy. No, real life, fam, bro. Real life. No, trust me, bro. Real life. Bro. Real life. That was a good age. Real life. Bro. No need to cut, man. Good option, man. No.
Suspect, and to a lesser extent T-Scam, were becoming household names in the UK drill scene with their social media antics. And with all of this going on, perhaps Suspect felt that the sky was truly the limit when it came to his career. On August the 6th, 2021, Suspect would get the opportunity he'd been waiting for, when West London drill legend Fredo, affiliated with the Harrow Road Boys on the Mozart estate, dropped his new album Independence Day, including a song called Double Tap, featuring Suspect. The song was an instant hit and ended up becoming Suspect's second most streamed song to date, at the time of writing having over 15 million spins on Spotify. The track would go on to land at number 73 on the UK singles charts, landing Suspect his first and only charting song. Double Tap was a surprising entry on the mainstream music charts, considering the violent content and chorus mainly concerned with firearms. But it was also a display of Suspect's top-level wordplay, using double entendres to describe his grisly life in the streets in a way that really made you think, like this line, where he describes having 2 hands on a 12-gauge shotgun, as well as 2 hands being at 12, describing the position of a clock at midnight. As well as another amusing and historically accurate bar, where he describes his gang using a rusty old gun from World War II, a common occurrence in the UK where firearms are hard to come by, with Suspect rapping that the rusty gun he's using to drill could well have been used to kill a Nazi in World War II, and describing the gun as so old that it's been around since Winston Churchill. It's these kind of clever and creative ways of talking about violence that garnered Suspect his cult following. And despite the horrific acts of violence he'd carried out, he clearly had a talent for music to paint a picture of these awful things that he had done. Suspect was one of the realest and rawest drill rappers ever to get on the mic, and he was seemingly doing all of this while on the run from the authorities on serious charges. Days after the song releases, Suspect tweets that his story will be televised one day, and whether or not that's true, it certainly made it to YouTube. Suspect had become a legend in the UK drill scene, and at this point, fans were watching his every move. After the murder of Culprit, their subsequent fleeing to Kenya, Suspect and S-Wavy would continue to post together on social media following the murders. However, as Suspect's hunger for fame rose, so too did his need to post. And every time he did post, he would have thousands of people watching. Unfortunately for him, it was only a matter of time before he slipped up and gave some clues. And people on Reddit eventually figured out that he was in Kenya through his social media posts. A Reddit user by the name Mutako Yambwa made a post on the popular r/UK drill subreddit explaining that he's Kenyan and that he noticed in pictures that Suspect had posted to social media, he recognized plug sockets and wall tiles common in Nairobi. In September 2021, Reddit users worked out that Suspect was in Kenya. Despite Suspect trying to confuse people by tagging his location in these pictures as Monaco, he had just made a fatal mistake in revealing his location to the world. But perhaps he didn't even know it yet, and it would take the authorities some time to figure it out themselves. On September the 16th, legendary Brixton drill rapper SR, formerly known as Stabber, yes, Stabber, releases the official remix to his hit single Snap It, featuring verses from a handful of the most respected drill rappers from all over London, including Lowski, SD, G-Trap, and of course, Active Gang's very own Suspect, with an Agard Road street sign displayed prominently on the album cover to make his affiliations clear. Suspect would once again appear in the big-budget music video via the use of an actor, and whilst this song was allowed to remain on YouTube, the comments were turned off. This would be followed up a week later by another guest appearance on South London drill legend Lowski's album, with Suspect contributing a verse on the booming track Whoosh and Push, another violent drill anthem that saw Suspect comparing himself to Camden's Vladimir Putin, and describing his gang AGB as being as deadly as the Russian KGB. While Suspect was continuing to have success in the industry, his die-hard fans on Reddit, who had now uncovered his location, were beginning to turn on him. In October, on the UK drill subreddit, a poll appeared, asking if Suspect was in the wrong for acting like he's still in the UK, beefing people who are thousands of miles away when he knows he's never coming back. A few days later, Suspect would be singing along to a music video on his TV, seemingly yet another layered reference to his dead ops. But by this point, Suspect being in Kenya had become a running joke within the Reddit community, as people would crack jokes in the comments saying that the air looks Kenya, saying that the TV stand and hardwood is clearly sourced from Kenya, and that now he would have to do his drills with a spear. On October the 17th, 2021, Suspect released his new song, Encore, and that came with a music video that even featured social media footage of the Met Police's armed raid on the Broad Day music video shoot. The track Encore itself was yet another instance where Suspect got in the booth and used clever wordplay and cultural references to paint a picture of his violent life, opening the verse using members of the Fantastic Four to describe his powers when it comes to harming his ops. Then, that track was followed followed up on December the 16th, 2021, when UK rap and grime channel GRM Daily released Suspect's Freestyle Session, another high-energy and aggressive murder anthem full of dark lyrics like this one about using his zombie knife to open people's heads, but assuring listeners that he doesn't eat people's brains like zombies from the movies, even admitting that if he gets caught, he could be looking at 30 years in prison if he doesn't fix up and cover his traces, clearly showing some degree of self-awareness regarding his location here. That track would be followed up by another collab with Nino Uptown, the track Frostbite, on January the 20th, 2022, with Suspect having the gall to describe himself on the song as a block hero and the neighborhood savior, and ending his verse saying his music career is now bringing in a lot of money and that he's now killed his ops with success, as well as the literal murders he committed. This is one of Suspect's last public releases, but you can tell from this one that his arrogance is growing, and at this point he truly felt untouchable. However, little did he know, the authorities were hot on his trail as a result of his reckless posting on social media. By 2022, Suspect had been on the run for 2 years and 4 months. Suspect met a woman in Kenya named Halima and got married. He would shout her out in the track Final Moments on Suspicious Activity, and they would even have a son together. Suspect's son was named Arif, after co-conspirator in the culprit murder who didn't manage to get away on the response. Other pictures would circulate, appearing to show Suspect with his face fully on show, wearing an active gang hat, with fans calling this the stupidest thing they'd ever seen, with others analysing the scenery in the picture and working out that he was in Mombasa, Kenya. Mombasa is a coastal city in southeastern Kenya with a population of 900,000 people, a popular travel destination for its beautiful beaches. It would appear that Suspect was living a normal life and literally taking beach vacations within Kenya. Even once the internet had worked out he was in Kenya, Suspect must have thought no one was looking for him 2 years after the crime. Or perhaps he was simply unaware of the extradition treaty between the UK and Kenya. Extradition is the formal process where one country asks another to return a person in order for them to stand trial and serve a sentence. And the UK has such treaties with over 100 countries around the world, including Kenya. Notably missing from that list is Somalia. It still baffles me to this day why Suspect didn't choose Somalia along with SY and Reeks, who to this day have still never been caught. 2022 was supposed to be Suspect's year. In January, he's tweeting prolifically, teasing his upcoming debut album Suspicious Activity, and taking an abrupt break from Twitter after January the 21st with a final motivational tweet reading, "Everything you need is out there, go get it." Perhaps the Metropolitan Police themselves had read that tweet, because only 5 days later, after an astounding 898 days after the murder of culprit, on the 26th of January 2022, both Suspect and S-Wavy were arrested in the early hours of the morning in Nairobi, Kenya, the country's capital. They were charged with the murder of Alex Smith, aka Culprit, after an international arrest warrant had been issued and executed, with the whole process being coordinated by the ODPP, International Cooperation, Extradition and Mutual Legal Assistance Division. They tracked both of them down to Nairobi's upmarket Kilimani area, where they had been staying since sneaking into Kenya in 2019. S-Wavy was located at the Al Dar Apartments, where police used smoke bombs to conduct a dramatic raid, while Suspect was located in his residence at house number A308 in Medea Gardens. The two locations are only about 2.5 kilometers away
It's
from
open,
each other,
nigga.
about a 7-minute drive. Director DCI George Kenoti
open.
arrests that Kenya will not be a safe haven for fugitives, and warned any other suspect hiding that their days are numbered, saying outright, "If you commit a crime, be ready to face the law. We will smoke you out." Following the arrests, more details would soon emerge of their sloppy attempts to hide out. The pair apparently had gained entry to Kenya on visitors' visas, which they never renewed, meaning that they were considered illegals in the country. After being arrested, it was reported that Suspect's wife and lawyer were due to host a press conference, where Halima and the lawyer representing both Suspect and S-Wavy, as well as S-Wavy's sister, came out to say that they believed they had been killed in police custody, since the police had refused any communications with the suspects following the arrest.
There were matters on social media yesterday.
You can only get Wendy's new saucy nugs at Wendy's. So if anyone ever tries to tell you they have saucy nugs at home, you might want to see what else they're hiding. Because that person lies. For a whole new way to nug, gotta be Wendy's.
Gotta be fresh.
Make this a summer to share in one of our capable SUVs. Visit your local Kia deal.
Yesterday, about 2 young men who were arrested, and purportedly it was indicated that extradition proceedings may be brought against them. And from yesterday, we have been trying to get audience from our clients, and my greatest concern is the police have completely refused to give us access. For whatever reasons, we do not know the full facts, but there was talk about extradition. We don't mind. If they want to bring extradition proceedings, we can deal with that. But what I can't deal with personally is the police denying me the right for a lawyer to see a client.
I'm Halima. My husband carried the taken sick in the morning of the day, so it was really bad. They just took him. They never told me where he's been taken. It's been since yesterday till now. Yeah, we haven't taken them and everything. So until now, they can't find anything.
So, yes, Luke was arrested in the early morning today around 7 a.m. It's been over 35 hours. We have no proof of life. We just want to know if he's alive. We just need proof of life. At this moment, it's been over 35 hours. So it's just very, very concerned. It's been very emotional. Thank you.
While numerous pictures of suspects were circulated, which Reddit commenters suggested had located him to the country of Kenya, this particular picture is actually the one that some say led Kenyan police to their exact location. This was a photo showing both suspect and S-Wavy in the basement of a popular shopping mall only 15 minutes away of where they were caught. This is the AdLife Plaza in the heart of Kilimani in Nairobi, with comments suggesting that the pair would have looked completely out of place in Kenya wearing Trapstar and Nike Tech tracksuits popular amongst London gang members. One commenter even claimed to have spoken to the mall security who recognized the pair and said that they stood out and that he thought that they were American gangsters, even going on to claim that this particular mall is extremely secure with only one entrance and a strict search policy with 2 security guards, while others suggested that suspect and S-Wavy had actually been out partying in nightclubs regularly and telling people who they were. This is likely the Club Gemini that's literally located at the top of this very shopping mall. Ultimately, the chase was finally over and suspect would now be in police custody. No more nightclubs, no more studio, no more IG lights. Or so you'd think, as despite being denied communication with both his wife and his lawyer, suspect would seemingly still manage to access a phone and communicating with friends on the outside world, ultimately FaceTiming his friends back home to show them the luxury Kenyan jail experience he was having, where he was still allowed to have KFC delivered.
Show them yourself. You got KFC.
However, the finger-licking high life of the Kenyan prison system sadly wouldn't last, and soon after, photos would emerge depicting suspect during the extradition process. On Sunday, the 30th of January, 2022, the pair would be brought back to the UK, and updated mugshots for both would be released, and they would appear at Westminster Magistrates Crown Court on Monday, the 31st of January, being remanded in custody, set to appear at prominent British court, the Old Bailey, on Wednesday, the 2nd of February, in connection to the murder of culprit. On the 2nd of February, S-Wavy would appear in court at the Old Bailey via video link from Wandsworth Prison, while suspect did not attend due to illness. Judge Alexi Duran set a plea hearing for the 20th of April and remanded the defendants into custody. However, it would seem that even in the face of his capture, extradition, and charges, suspect had no plans to put his music career on hold. In a since-deleted Instagram post put up around this time, suspect's management confirmed that they had been given access to his social media accounts. In a bold-faced post stating, due to unforeseen circumstances, unfortunately, suspect has been arrested. As we all know, suspect is innocent and will be back in due time. This post was ultimately an announcement that his debut album would be releasing on February the 6th, 2022. And when the 6th came, fans would receive a 12-track album titled Suspicious Activity. The album was an impressive body of work, despite its brutal content. It would open in cinematic fashion with an intro track that had a narrator describing the dog-eat-dog environment in the streets of Camden that Suspect hailed from. In the verse, Suspect once again references kids' nursery rhymes, comparing his murdered ops to Humpty Dumpty. On the track Final Moments, Suspect seems to poke fun at culprit and his death, despite his extradition and outstanding charges. On Freedom's Priceless, Suspect says that he's playing hide-and-seek with Trident, the organised crime unit of the London Met Police. A game which, ironically, by the time the album released, he had duly lost. On the track set, tracked by his co-defendant. In the second verse, he compares himself to Lil Durk, going on to describe his disturbing mindset, saying that he's infatuated with drill, and that if he flips his kill switch, he will send people to hell, and claiming that he feels nothing when he does this because the streets turned him into a soldier. The album did somewhat well, at one point being number 12 on the Apple Music Top Albums, but it did not chart on the official UK albums charts. And despite not attracting mainstream success, the album did become a cult classic amongst UK drill fanatics, with followers on Reddit describing it as the greatest UK drill album of all time. The cult following of Suspect and his legal issues meant that he would rack up millions of spins on the album over the course of 2022. Unconfirmed reports claimed that by December of 2022, the album had sold nearly 11,000 units, with the suggestion that this would be the equivalent of around £100,000. As UK Drill's Snapchat pages joked that he would be able to buy unlimited Oreos and tins of tuna with his commissary. Meanwhile, commenters would suggest that 100,000 goes towards the best available lawyers, as despite achieving glory through music and evading the police for over 2 years, the end result was still Suspect in handcuffs sitting in jail and awaiting trial for the murder of culprit. And considering the fact that he had spent the last 2 years believing that he would never be caught rapping recklessly about how he was responsible for 2 murders, these charges would prove impossible to beat. However, suspect would end up sitting in jail awaiting trial for over a year, and in the meantime, other members of Active Gang would continue to wage war in the streets and racking up serious charges. After playing an active role in the murders of his gang rivals, C-Miz and Culprit, Suspect and S-Wavy of Active Gang had fled to Kenya, and Suspect managed to go on the musical run of a lifetime, spending about 2 years and 4 months recording music, openly bragging about the murders he committed in gruesome detail, all the while evading and taunting the police who were desperately trying to solve this case. And after his extradition in January, 6 months later, Suspect would seemingly also get access to the internet, beginning to post to Twitter again in June and August of 2022, tweeting boastfully about how his ops still mentioned his name after the murders he committed, tweeting 3SS in reference to himself and S-Wavy, who along with S-Y, who was still on the run in Somalia at this point, previously made up the deadly trio Triple S. Suspect would seemingly reflect on some of the spout-chasing slip-ups that landed him in jail, tweeting, "God forgive me for getting lost in the source," and social media blurring too many lines, as well as tweets indicating he feels like his life has been a movie, as well as another optimistic post suggesting that he believes he'll be free by 2023. Later, he would go on a series of tweets suggesting that he's having dark thoughts that he cannot say out loud or he'll be sectioned under the Mental Health Act, as well as bigging himself up, saying he's really that guy, just wait and see, perhaps another indication that he thought he might be able to beat these charges. Perhaps that explains his next tweet, appearing to suggest that he's not really a killer and that he's just a music performer, a villain character, with drill music being all entertainment. Going on to reach pretty hard with a statement saying how if an actor catches a case, they won't play his movie in court, but they're going to play Suspect's music. Many pictures and videos of Suspect and behind bars would emerge while he awaited trial, like this video where he's seen as part of a crew throwing up Active Gang signs while somebody gets a beating in jail. Another picture of him would surface on broad day Snapchat with the caption, "Free the Mastermind," and another iconic photo of him living good in his cell wearing a Versace bathrobe. He would even record multiple freestyles via prison phones, which were uploaded online.
Fans love my lyricism. I told bro, did it stop with me and name that's some constructive criticism. Mum said I'd never listen. Son, how you back in prison? I ain't have a father figure. Me and God with different vision. Always trust my intuition. Never make a split decision. 3 years, 3 blitz through my whole crew gang. Some content from the waist down. I ain't in the waist time. Through the grapevine, it was not nice to shop in the rain. Mom, there's no win in the game.
However, Headwater member C2, who Suspect had previously mocked in a music video for working as a model, would post multiple times alluding to Suspect being jumped and beaten up in prison, saying that he's having a tough time in jail and that there had been suspicious activity on D-Wing. Seemingly in response, Suspect would post mocking C2, posting a picture of him in a wig and saying that he likes to feel like a little lady and congratulating him on trying to find himself and acting like a bad boy this year. C2, apparently in jail too during this time, would end up making his own jailhouse freestyle, named after Suspect's hit song Caught in the Rain, dissing dead ops from Active Gang. Despite the daily struggles of being the most wanted member of a prominent gang in jail, Suspect appeared to be optimistic while in prison, posting Instagram replies that he would be at Wireless Festival the next year and that he would even be home soon. In November, Suspect would freestyle for his fellow inmates as they gathered around and cheered him on.
Know that chatter you want, but you can't get your bros back. Run them streets, got chinged up. Bust with his head won't blow back. Got my whole shot, hold that.
It would be over a year that Suspect would wait in jail for his trial before the day would finally come. He and S-Wavy would file not guilty pleas in June 2022, and so the trial for the murder of Alex Smith, aka Culprit, would begin on the 27th of March 2023 at the Old Bailey. And pictures would emerge showing Suspect in the dock in court, smiling. Judge Sarah Monroe, KC, was the judge on the case. She had gained national attention earlier in the year, making history, being the first ever judge to hand down a sentence in a case that was televised live.
The sentence I pass upon you is therefore one of life imprisonment.
Initial reports on social media would circulate claiming that the pair would not be identified by their rap aliases, nor would their lyrics or music be used in court at all, as well as suggesting that the prosecution would mainly rely on cell site data to put Suspect at the scene, with other reports suggesting this wasn't accurate and that witnesses might not be able to identify Suspect. It would turn out that a lot of this social media reporting suggesting that the prosecution was struggling was complete cope. This same account also claimed that there was a man in a courtroom wearing a trap-style puffer jacket and that he understood the culture and was going to get Suspect off. Now, it's unclear whether or not this was complete trolling or whether there was some truth to it, but due to these posts, many members of the UK drill subreddit and community were led to believe that Suspect had a much higher chance of freedom than he really did. On May the 10th, just days before the verdict, Suspect would be seen on social media FaceTiming his Kenyan wife, Halima. Now, I wasn't able to find full court documents relating to the trial publicly, so it's unclear exactly what evidence was used against him. But some crime Twitter pages tweeted that a lot of interesting details came up during the trial. They used Suspect's many convictions as a youth offender, bringing up that he had a total of 18 convictions for 41 offences prior to the murder. They would also be told details about the ongoing gang war in Camden, which Suspect and culprit had both been involved in. The court would also hear a victim impact statement from culprit's mother, who said that she was haunted by the thought of her son being hunted by a pack of knife-wielding gangsters. However, Suspect's defense would emphasize that Suspect grew up in foster care and did not have intent to kill. The court would hear about how Suspect and S-Wavy fled the country after the murder and bragged about the murder in several songs, with culprit's mother making direct references to lyrics from his freestyle, with it being reported that that song had been analysed in detail in court, with it likely that these lyrics about tripping up ops and stabbing them in the chest and leaving a state's red tape no doubt harmed his case dramatically. It's ironic that this freestyle that ended with him rapping about his op that didn't make it, and now that he's rapping about the murder he might make it, ended up sealing his fate. In the end, on the 10th of May 2023, both Suspect and S-Wavy would be found guilty for the murder of Alex Smith, after which they refused to participate in proceedings, failing to attend the sentencing. So, 2 days later, the sentence would be handed down in their absence, with Suspect getting life with a minimum of 24 years, and S-Wavy receiving a minimum of 23 years. Apparently the judge even admonished Suspect and S-Wavy for making music celebrating the death of culprit during the sentencing. Friends and affiliates would post reacting to this news, and later, reporting would suggest that neither Suspect or S-Wavy showed any remorse or explanation for their crimes throughout the trial, and footage of Suspect settling into life in prison with Triggy would circulate after the sentencing, and eventually a picture would even surface showing Active Gang's most prominent rappers, T-Scam and Suspect, both together in jail. Meanwhile, S.Y., who had still managed to evade justice in Somalia, would post to his Snapchat reacting to the news.
Hold on. This is not dairy? Wait, whoa. How is it so creamy?
It is so creamy.
Whoa! Wow.
So
News with heartbreak emojis and calling to free the innocent. Ultimately, Suspect's wild story had finally come to an end. And despite what any Active Gang fans might say, finally, justice had been delivered for Alex Smith, aka Culprit. And after spending 2 years and 4 months running free and mocking the death of this young man, now Suspect would have to face the next 24 years in a jail cell for what he had done on the 12th of August 2019.
Two men have been stabbed to death in two separate attacks in Kentish Town in North London last night. The body of the first victim, believed to be in his late teens, was found a couple of hours before police discovered the second victim, who's thought to be in his 20s. Investigating officers...
Local residents have said that they saw the mother of the teenager being comforted by the police. She was in an emotional state.
We want to reassure every Camden resident that the safety of our communities is our highest priority.
People to go to mass children say stop please.
Talking to the family, the local residents on the estate say they're shocked and saddened to what's happened, but say this is a reality of living in this area.
And we are directing all of our attention and resources to keep you safe.
They are going to go out and kill any Somali in retaliation.
Basically, if you're Somali, yeah, and you're around Camden, get back inside.
Alex Smith was just 16 years old when he was fatally stabbed on August 12th, 2019, on the Regent's Park estate in Camden.
We do now seem to hear about people being shot dead, guns being fired in parts of North London.
St. Aloysius Church there is panic.
Shocking footage shows the moment the brawl exploded in front of horrified shoppers at the luxury London flagship store.
Anybody following the Chicago... But interestingly, unlike Von, who was seemingly in the streets since a child, Jeff would wildly claim that he had only gotten involved in the streets about 3 years ago when he turned 18 and graduated from high school, committing all of these alleged murders in a very short time span.
So around what age did you jump off the porch and start hanging out in the streets?
I'm gonna say when I came outside for real, I was like 18 type shit.
Okay.
I just turned like 18.
Jeff also became known for his equally wild antics that showed he was a complete loose cannon. For example, when he famously snorted crushed up pills during his DJU interview. Then there was the time he seemingly shot his gun towards someone during an Instagram live, as well as openly bragging about how he was robbing people for their designer watches.
Hey, look up. You said take this picture.
I was about to have 4 weeks. I got blood on them diamonds and I still wore it.
This like this. What
I was just saying, I don't know if that's a tattoo or real.
Nah, they ain't. Hey, no.
To compare Lil Jeff to King Von is guaranteed to anger some people, and by no means was Jeff's star power or rapping abilities anywhere near that of Von's. But then again, Von also had support from the biggest artist to ever rise from the drill scene, Lil Durk, and he was several years older than Jeff when his rap career took off. Furthermore, Von had already been in the streets for close to a decade, forming a reputation that would eventually help him to become the boogeyman of Chicago drill that he ended up being, as well as being an undeniable legend in the rap game following his untimely death in November 2020. Jeff, on the other hand, was still, by all accounts, very much still in the streets whilst he was trying to find his voice and talent on the mic. While Jeff's rapping style was controversial and divisive amongst fans of Chicago drill, there's no denying that Lil Jeff was evolving musically and becoming more and more comfortable in using his rather unique, high-pitched voice. It kind of made him sound like the real-life Joker of Chirac. Unfortunately, we'll never know what might have come from his music career, because as most drill fans know by now, on the 8th of June 2024, Lil Jeff was gunned down in the south side of Chicago, only about a half-a-mile walk from the notorious Parkway Gardens public housing complex, aka O-Block, that King Von was known to rep. And, as always seems to be guaranteed these days, Lil Jeff's demise and the shootout that led up to it was all captured on surveillance footage, even going viral within the drill community just after it happened. But it was not just the fact that Lil Jeff was killed that made the story blow up beyond the drill audience, but more so how he died. As when that surveillance video leaked soon after the news of his passing, the world saw a masked up Lil Jeff getting shot down as he was literally trying to chase another man into his house whilst wildly shooting in his direction, something that he'd even claimed to have done before in several songs. After Lil Jeff's death, the media attention around him would blow up, with even more mainstream rap media platforms like No Jumper, who had previously not reported on him, including him in their content several times. Meanwhile, the twisted online detectives of the Chiracology subreddit were going into overdrive, and in the days following Jeff's death, dozens and dozens of new threads and comments from his fans and haters would fill the platform, with the most devoted Lil Jeff-ologists eventually even starting their very own subreddit to exclusively discuss and declare their devotion to their new king of drill. There were almost comical posts where Lil Jeff-ologists shared their grief, explaining how they were having sleepless nights and depression in the 24 hours following Jeff's death. These twisted posts would explain how the loss of their new favourite demonic rapper had been a personal blow, and how despite the alleged 11 murders to his name, they felt a personal connection to this flawed individual, and how his killer aura had resonated with so many. Soon would come updates, as fans posted saying that it had been 1 week since Jeff's death, and the devastation hadn't gotten easier, with this user explaining that he wants to drill himself so he can be with Lord Jeff, and asking other users if they have tips on how to breathe. Another update landed on day 12, as the user explained that he'd been saying Jeff's name in the mirror to try and bring him back, and explaining how he can still feel Jeff's presence around him, and that he's been seeing Jeff's reflection flashing lots of money at him in store windows. Now, all of this goes to show you the bizarre and twisted level of fandom that Chicago drill has really reached, with this adoration of Jeff even topping some of the most extreme King Von glazing that's been observed online. Chicago drill is truly the juncture where internet fandom meets music meets real-life true crime, where the very people actually involved in that life are getting killed by the hundreds every year. And when it comes to this combination of music and true crime, the story of Lil Jeff is surely up there with some of the wildest to come out of the drill scene in recent years. But Lil Jeff's story is still one shrouded in mystery, because while Jeff was certainly no stranger to letting the world know about his reckless escapades in the dangerous streets of Chicago, he was also a fairly new face in the scene who seemingly appeared out of nowhere just a few years ago, which makes his claims to have double-digit bodies under his belt sound particularly outrageous, making making many fans of Chicago drill to quickly reject these claims as obviously false. Moreover, Lil Jeff hails from an area that's previously received only limited coverage in media focused on the drill culture. So in this video, we're trying to give the most in-depth look into the life and the music career of Bloodhound Lil Jeff so far, and try and determine, with all of the information available publicly today, was Bloodhound Lil Jeff really a street demon with 11 murders to his name, or just a wannabe serial killer on social media who effed around and found out?
When you order Mix and Match from Domino's, you can get more than just your favorite pizza. You can get specialty chicken, savory pastas, oven-baked Parmesan bread bites, molten lava crunch cakes, and yes, medium 2-topping pizzas as well. We didn't stop at pizza, and you don't have to either.
Residents say they're fed up with violence like the weekend's mass shooting, and they're taking back the street. Saturday, it was a different scene on 75th Street in Chatham, where one person was shot and killed, 9 others wounded.
Outside your school, homemade signs demanding peace, they gathered.
We gonna rock with it, roll with it. We're only 17, 18 years old, and we losing our lives at a young age.
Man, we do this shit, man, every day, man. Drill City, we out here, man.
On one of the most violent streets in the city, 79th Street, artist and activist Common lends his support and voice to lift up this Chatham neighborhood.
Yeah? You see the vendettas that made we blood.
So can you tell us, like, who introduced you to the street life?
My brother.
Your older brother, right?
Unfortunately, there are many families who are suffering.
So you would say you've experienced some trauma growing up in these streets of Chicago. Because how old was you when Chief Keef came out? Like,
I was in 3rd grade.
Because they said Bloodhound Lil Jeff got 10 bodies.
I ain't gonna lie, my homie dad, that's on my face, she's right here.
See money?
Yeah.
And how did this death affect your mentality, bro?
These, all I see is reggae.
What type of lifestyle that Devon led? Everybody consider him the top savage of the rap. Was that something you looked up to?
Yeah, so that's him, I'm me.
Hey, y'all, listen to this real quick. Let me know what y'all about. This smoke with the whole rack. Whoever wanted it, he giving it out. My dead drink. Summertime finna be a black.
Because we live in a time right now where, like, a lot of rappers actually live the life they say, whether it's, like, trapping or anything.
16-year-old Robert Boston and 17-year-old Monterio Williams were gunned down.
Chicago police investigating a fatal shooting yesterday evening. 19-year-old Jaleel Goins was pronounced dead at Rush University Medical Center.
Go ask my aunt that might go break his ass and get out that car.
So when y'all, like, in the booth and all that, how do y'all stay away from, like, even incriminating lyrics?
I went black for like a week. And poof. So after that one, poof. I came back. Poof.
Oh, Bloodhound, 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 Bloodhound.
Bloodhound, Bloodhound. YB, Bloodhound, Bloodhound.
Lil Jeff, real name Jeffrey Lamar Harris, was born on the 14th of July 2002, getting named after his father, who shares the exact same name. Jeff's family has seemingly mostly lived around the same area, the east side of Chicago.
Bloodhound Lil Jeff story today. Can you start by telling us where you from?
Chicago, you know what? East side of Chicago. East side of Chicago.
East side.
Yeah.
However, this east side is not to be confused with the official east side, which is one of the 77 community areas of Chicago located in the far south side of the city. The unofficial east side, on the other hand, which is where Lil Jeff grew up, is mainly part of the Chicago folklore, and thus its exact borders are often heavily debated by locals, with many even arguing that everything in the south side, from State Street all the way to Lake Michigan, actually counts as the east side, which would even include hoods like the infamous O Block and their main rivals STL EBT and Jaro City. And on the other side of the Washington Park, also hoods like Tay Savage's Welch World. Yet these hoods are typically not discussed as being part of the east side, but rather simply being part of the south side, as in the case of O Block, STL, and Jaro, or more specifically in the case of Welch World, part of the so-called Low End, another area that's a deep part of Chicago folklore, which roughly covers the area on the south side from the state to the lake north of Washington Park. In the drill culture specifically, the East Side has become particularly known for hoods that exist roughly south of 67th Street, with this street and the two huge green spaces, the Jackson Park and Oakwood Cemetery, that border the street, creating a natural boundary in the north. However, there are also sets on the north side of 67th Street that claim the East Side, such as TYMB and Drill City, which both rep the 65th Street. While the line of where the East Side ends when going westwards from Lake Michigan is much more ambiguous, with the State Street and I-94 next to it, generally acting as a sort of last cut-off point, in the drill scene, this East Side is known particularly for gangs like G Herbo and Lil Bibby's crew NLMB, which is made up of two clicked-up gang sets, No Limit and the Muskegon Boys, with these initials creating the NLMB moniker, which has also been used to stand for Never Leave My Brothers. However, NLMB's hood is located in the South Shore neighborhood, which is located very close to the shores of Lake Michigan, and is infamously known by the locals as Terror Town, a place with a long history for being particularly dangerous. Whereas when it came to Lil Jeff, his family seemed to mostly stay in a much more central area around the Grand Crossing and Chatham community areas, which generally have been much lesser discussed in the drill scene before Lil Jeff's recent blow-up. Although the area has seen its fair share of rappers since the early 2010s wrecking these specific hoods. Now, Lil Jeff's family has long ties to the streets in the area. His father, Jeffrey Harris Sr., allegedly belonged to a street set called the 068 C Block, C standing for Champlain Avenue, with their main spot seemingly being on 68th Street and Champlain. To put this location in context, this street corner is only about 0.3 miles from the location where Lil Jeff would eventually lose his life. And while there's not much available about this particular set online, Jeff's father was born in the early 80s, and thus he and his set were likely at their most active around the turn of the millennium and throughout the 2000s. What we do know with some certainty is that Jeff's family were closely connected with the very people that Jeff would later go to war with, including the person alleged by many to have been the one to gun him down, although there's no real evidence at the moment to prove who was the actual triggerman. But what can be said with more certainty is that close to the hood of Jeff's father, there would be another large hood that would end up playing a very large role in the street beefs that Jeff would get involved in. This hood was well known in Chicago, even back in the 90s and 2000s when Jeff's dad was more active in the streets, and its history likely even goes much further back than that. Their hood was called the Lon City. For example, in the classic 1996 song by Chicago rapper D.A. Smart, titled Walk With Me, he lists several Chicago hoods all around the area, with one of the bars referencing Lakeside, Paxtown, and Lon City, and Smart mentions how both Black Disciples and Gangster Disciples run the two latter hoods. But while Lakeside and Paxtown have more or less stayed intact until this day, at least in name, Lon City would eventually break apart, therefore it's not included in the modern gangmaps. However, during the late 90s, in the trial against Larry Hoover, the infamous founder and leader of the Gangster Disciples, or GDs, one of the former members of Hoover's GDs, who turned informant, would give a very detailed description about the Lon City's territory at the time, this territory allegedly covering everything from 78th Street to 83rd Street, and all the way from State Street to Stony Island Avenue. This territory being absolutely enormous by modern Chicago gang standards. However, their main spots were seemingly on the 79th Street, such as 79th and Evans, which is just a stone's throw away from the 79th in Maryland that Jeff would later begin to claim. One of the highest ranking GDs of the 90s, called Shorty G, real name Gregory Shell, would even allegedly live in Lon City. Shorty G would also have a prodigy in Lon City called Lil Frank, real name Frank Smith, who would later rise to the top of the leadership of the original GDs before he was given a life sentence in 2023 for allegedly organising a killing of another high-ranking GD member as part of a leadership dispute. Due to its large size, Lon City had likely always had smaller sets working within it, both GD and BD, although the area has seemingly been majority GD. However, coming into the 2010s, Lon City, like most Chicago hoods, had lost the majority of its original structure due to the collapse of the traditional gang hierarchies during the 2000s, which led to the large gangs like the BDs and GDs to break into small neighborhood sets without any central leadership between them. In Lon City, these separate sets were also becoming more independent, particularly 6 sets that were known as A-Tray Mob, Evans Mob, Hit Squad, Mix Mob, Wiz City, and Drill City, the latter of which would eventually become Lil Jeff's set. According to Chiracologists, these individual sets would eventually break Lon City apart completely due to some of the BD sets backdooring the original GD leaders of Lon City. In the aftermath of this breakup, what's now known as Mix Mob would seemingly keep wrecking Lon City even after the breakup. Meanwhile, Drill City would seemingly get its name around the same time as the Chicago drill movement was starting. Chicago drill music being the ultra-violent evolution of gangster rap, with beats inspired by Atlanta trap and gritty lyrics all about real crimes that were actually happening in Chicago. With this set having some of the first pioneering drill artists, such as the rapper known as Fat Smack, who is in fact the actual cousin of the rapper Pac-Man, who hailed from the nearby Dro City hood, and is generally considered to have been the original creator of the drill genre before Chief Chief Keef made it famous.
The devil might be real or a magic mystery, but I make you disappear. Poof, history. I know you sick of me, but Mac is the antidote. So if you act fruity, I have to split your cantaloupe. Hey man, you know this is Pac-Man. This is Drove City. That's my hat, man. Hey, I tell him, the coupe looking like a Sunday, a chocolate Maserati, butter vanilla guts, back pocket at the pot. Yo, on my heels, she was jocking me in the lobby. See the Morgan Crocodile's pocket watching like she gon' rob me. I swipe for a room, penthouse, we at the W. The had your name on the neck and on my stomach too.
Already in late 2010, Fat Smack would put out a mixtape titled A Day in Drill City, this being among the first drill projects ever to come out. Drill City is also known as BNC, or Bar None Crazy, which generally refers to them being an insane or renegade gangster. This means that they generally don't adhere to any central structure of a historical gang, like the BDs or GDs, and essentially are willing to go to war with or kill people that descended from the same original gang as them. It seems that Drill City will first call with another set from the former Lon City called Wiz City, or Whisper City, named after a boy called Whisper, aka Wiz, who seemingly died in 2008 from medical complications. Similarly as Drill City being bar none, Wiz City would be known as Brain Dead. This generally also meaning that they are insane or renegade BDs, who again don't abide by any centralized BD leadership and are willing to go to war with other BDs. In the very early 2010s, Wiz City was seemingly already beefing hard with several of the former Lon City sets, including Evans Mob, Mix Mob, and 8 Tray Mob.
Hey man, so I just want to talk about that Mix Mob thing, man. It's getting ridiculous, man. That's some real shit, man. That's getting ridiculous. First of all, you say that like that, and then y'all is here. You feel me? Y'all got your mama's house arrest because if I wasn't, what's going on? It's a big drill, man. We're old 82nd movement, man. We ain't playing no games. Boy, we're city crazy. You already know 82nd crazy, boy. That's out. Mix Mob. Boy, we out here brain dead crazy, boy. GDK, that, boy. You see this? That's it.
Meanwhile, it appears that Drill City members were originally much more open to linking up with different sets, even ones that were already at war with Wiz City, such as Evans Mob and possibly even Mix Mob, which might be why someone on Reddit presenting them as having lived in the area during the late 2000s and early 2010s describes Drill City as playing sides.
Oh!
Yes?
How do you sleep at night?
On a mattress from Mattress Firm. I sleep.
Upgrade to the Purple Restore Cool Touch. Save $300 and get 5% back. Get matched at Mattress Firm. Sleep at night.
Meanwhile, another Redditor claims that Wiz City was getting close with the TYMB set, which is known from the early drill culture for getting shout-outs from the likes of Chief Keef. However, Drill City was beefing with TYMB, and there are even rumors that they killed one of their most loved members in 2012, a young man known in the streets as Obama. Real name Reginald Smith, the 24-year-old was shot and killed in a walk-up style attack on the 6500 block of South Drexel Avenue. The wildest rumors even claim that this killing led to one of the Drill City members getting kidnapped by TYMB before getting released for a 10K ransom. However, the consensus among Chiracologists seems to be that Obama was more likely killed by a member from another set that would become very close with Drill City. But more about that later. In any case, TYMB continues to be one of Drill City's longest ops, which is at least partly why even Lil Jeff would drop a Y sometimes in his music videos and on social media. At the time though, Wiz City's alliance with TYMB would allegedly cause Drill City to separate themselves from them and ally fully with their biggest ops, the Mix Mob instead. This alliance eventually going under the moniker DCMM, or Drill City Mix Mob, as represented by Fat Smack and another Drill City member called Leaky in their 2013 song by the same name. And they would also openly claim to be Wiz City K and vice versa, with Wiz City members vowing to K or kill anyone from Mix Mob or Drill City. The war between all these former Lon City sets would only keep escalating in the years to come, and alliances would keep changing over time. But moving forward, Drill City would seemingly also keep certain enemies that stayed the same, such as the majority GD sets, 8 Tray Mob, Evans Mob, and Hit Squad, who have seemingly always stayed relatively united with each other and against Drill City or BNC, as well as the Brain Dead BD set Wiz City and another nearby Brain Dead BD set called MTV 079 or Money.
Before, like, you know, all this
2010, 2009, 2010. That's when really everybody, like, all the on the other side, they started turning video type of shit. A bunch of weird. I ain't gonna lie, we was the only GDs though. Like, we know.
You talking about like for A-Tray and Evans Mob? They be saying majority BDs too.
Yeah, we got some BDs. For them phone, like, yeah, like, we EBK, we ain't just no jam. My brother PD, we family. He A-Tray Mob, we family.
I'm gonna say,
Out of these three majority GD sets, Evans Mob is perhaps best known through their early 2010s connection with the infamous Washington Park-based set 600, due to two of their members, 600 Breezy and S-Dot, having a childhood and family connection to this set. Evans Mob is also known for a now classic moment in drill history when two of their members would catch infamous drill rapper Lil Reese from Lamron, aka the Grim Reaper, with this video causing the so-called Lil Reese Poopgate, as people would claim that the video showed visible skid marks on Lil Reese's underwear. A stinky conspiracy in Chicago drill that's been debated for years, and one which fans would eventually go all in on, analysing the patterns of the specific boxers that the Grim Reaper had been wearing that day, to eventually debunk the theory and prove that it was all a big poopception all along, as the alleged brown stain actually turned out to just be part of the design of that particular set of boxers. But anyway, A-Tray Mob are a lesser known set to the average drill listener, although they too would have some rappers attempting to come up in the original drill wave, with artists like Don Darius and Murder Mal dropping some early songs that would gather some decent views, such as their 2013 music video for a remix of Lil Durk's song Competition, where one A-Tray member can be seen proudly presenting his shirt which says MTVK, BNCK, and Wiz City K. Hit Squad, on the other hand, is perhaps the smallest set out of these three, getting its name after a man called Hits, real name Marlon Dubose, who was killed in 2010, being shot in the head and neck. These are already many sets to keep track of, but ultimately, these were just the sets from the original Lon City hood. Whilst the story of Lil Jeff also includes numerous sets from nearby the original Lon City, because during the early drill era, while Lil Jeff was still just a young boy with dreams of pro basketball, his big brother Jay Boogie would jump headfirst into the streets, becoming friends with the very people that Jeff would later want to kill so bad that it ended up costing him his own life. For many fans of Lil Jeff, his big brother Jay Boogie is perhaps best known for being the profile picture on Lil Jeff's Instagram account. However, Jay Boogie is almost 5 years older than Jeff and has had a long history by himself in the streets of Chicago, his name being familiar to many of those drill fans who have followed the scene since its inception. Both Boogie and Jeff seemingly spent their early years in the far south side of Chicago in the Burnside neighborhood, more specifically in a hood called Flipside, which reps the 93rd Street, with Jeff attending the CICS Elementary School close by on the 95th Street. Boogie, who is at the time also going by the name Young Khalifa, would be close with one of the most loved members of Flipside called Tay, who would unfortunately be killed in August 2014, with Flipside starting to call their hood Tay Block in his honor. However, it seems that before Tay's death, Boogie would seemingly either move more up north, or at least begin to spend more time around the Woodlawn neighborhood, not far from Drill City's hood, with guys from a set called Criswold. Criswold is named after a 14-year-old boy called Christopher Travis, also known as Lil Chris, who was killed all the way back in 2010 by a man named Cordell Glover, known as Wheezy, or Wee Wee, allegedly from the EBT set. Lil Chris was seemingly part of TYMB and can be seen in old pictures with them, and Criswold would then begin as a faction within TYMB, or YMB, meaning Young Money Boys, as the set was known before they would eventually change their name in honor of a dead member called Ty, real name Edric Walker, who was killed a year earlier in 2009 during a particularly violent night where 4 people died in 3 shootings. But while TYMB was primarily repping the 65th Street, Criswold would begin to rep the 66th Street, which Chris had seemingly frequented, even though he would in fact live near the 64th Street. Around this time, TYMB, the newly founded Criswold, and witnessed with several other Kenny Macs from different sets in Chicago. This Kenny Mac was part of Criswold, and by all accounts, one of the central members in that faction. According to some Chiracologists, his death was the result of a dice game gone bad, which would make sense, given that even though witnesses would seemingly describe the killer simply walking up to Obama, he was in fact found dead in a hallway. Others have claimed that the beef between TYMB and Criswold actually goes back way before Obama's murder, with some drill fans claiming that one of TYMB's top rappers, Money Man, was in fact already dissing Criswold in a song together with Obama back in May 2011, with it being suggested that this dissing then led to Obama's death. However, in fact, Money Man appears to be shouting out Criswold just like he shouts out several other people before them, including E-Day from 600 and Boss Sean from Wick City, that would later become known as O-Block, meaning that around this time, the two sets were seemingly still on good terms. But what does seem clear is that the beef between TYMB and Criswold would indeed begin even before Obama's murder. And while there's even a photo of Jay Boogie himself seemingly throwing up the Y in January 2012, a few months before Obama's death, while hanging with a rapper Bad Habit affiliated with Criswold, already later that same month, a girl affiliated with Criswold would make the post on Facebook saying F the other side, while dissing YMB, aka TYMB, and also shouting out 3 sets, Chris World, Trap City, and Drill City. It appears that even before Obama's murder, TYMB had been beefing particularly hard with another Woodlawn-based set, this set being called Trap City, also known as Zone 7, with the 7 representing the 67th Street that they would claim, more specifically, the intersection of 67 and Rhodes. This location is only 0.2 miles from the intersection of 67th and Langley that Jay Boogie would post to his Facebook in September 2012, with this being the first photo that he still has up on his page. Trap City and TYMB's beef was at this point well established, with beloved members like a 17-year-old named Rio, real name Ryan Gibson, having allegedly also been killed by TYMB in October 2011. Trap City and TYMB had also been beefing through music, such as the TYMB member B Gutter releasing a diss song towards Trap City called Gangbang 067K Diss in January 2012, a song where he dissed numerous members and ended the song with an outro, sending a clear message to both Trap City and Drill City, as well as shouting out TYMB's allies at the time, Wick City, aka O-Block, Lamron, 600, and Macri, which at the time was a faction that was part of Drove City. It seems that as early as late in March 2012, Trap City and Chris World would immediately become one of their targets for revenge. Regardless of who may have been behind the murder, Jay Boogie and other Chris World members were now in an active war with TYMB, together with Trap City and also Drill City, or 06679 as they would call themselves collectively based on their respective streets on the 66th, 67th and 79th streets. TYMB's revenge for the murder of Obama would allegedly come in August 2012 when Trap City member Scooter, real name Johnny Howell, was gunned down in Trap City's hood. Needless to say that going into 2013, the war between TYMB and the 06679 was getting increasingly heated, with TYMB members even making custom shirts where they would exclusively diss these three sets. TYMB would also diss them heavily on the music side, with Money Man releasing a music video in April 2013 with none other than Prince Dre from O-Block, where Prince Dre would shout out Lil Chris while paying tribute to what he called Chris Way, before Money Man would go in dropping a very disrespectful verse dissing Drill City, including their rapper Fats Man, as well as rapper Tank Montana, who had been part of the Mix Mob, Drill City, and the Bloodhounds, and would later change his name to Bloodhound Hothead. Money Man would also essentially admit to TYMB killing Scooter from Trap City before also dissing Chris World. A few months later in June, B Gutter would also re-release the song 067K Diss, but this time with a music video where he can be seen driving around Trap City's hood. But unfortunately, things weren't about to just stay online, and only a few months later, in August 2013, 06679 would lose another important member, none other than Kenny Mack from Chris World, real name Kenneth Barber, the very person rumoured to have been behind the murder of Obama. A few days later, a photojournalist would capture the scene where Kenny had been killed and where his friends had left him a memorial, with one of the images capturing the tribute messages left for him by his friends, one of these messages saying simply, R.I.P. Kenny, CWBAS, YMCPDK, F. Obama. However, unlike so many murders in Chicago, this one would ultimately be solved, as the law enforcement would eventually charge a man named Anthony Bradley, also known in the streets as Capone from Drove City, more specifically a faction called Snowblock, which were affiliated with TYMB. Capone would end up receiving a massive 55-year sentence, but would eventually be granted a retrial where he would seemingly end up receiving a much shorter 20-year sentence, for which he would end up serving about half, and he's seemingly been released on parole. The killing of Kenny would hit Chris World hard, and the members such as Jay Boogie have continued keeping his memory alive throughout the years. But the death of Kenny wouldn't only affect the older guys already heavily in the streets, because Lil Jeff himself, who was only 11 years old at the time, would later tell during an Instagram Live how he would witness Kenny's murder firsthand, even admitting that this had likely messed his head up.
Long live my nigga back. I was down. Hey, Jug on my dead grandma for you. I damn near shed in a tail for that shit hurt me a little bit. I was like, dang, it's real. Long live Kenny Mack. I was there. I witnessed that. We was about to lake. I think ever since then I've been fucked up. That's probably what it was. I feel like they caught my homies.
Perhaps this was truly the first of many life-altering experiences that would affect a young Lil Jeff, that would ultimately eventually push him towards the life of violence that would end up costing him his life. But 2013 would also mark a moment when the Chris World members, including Jay Boogie, would end up getting heavily involved in the drill music scene, likely influencing Jeff to do the very same thing, as well as seemingly starting a new clique, a clique that Jeff would also eventually end up joining years later. That clique would of course be the Bloodhounds.
Organic chicken, everyday low prices. It's an Aldi thing.
Wix gives you the power of AI to build the website you need. With full business functionality and a design tailored just for you. Customize every element of your website and watch your vision come to life in minutes.
I can't even go down on fucking TikTok. But that shit too real.
Going into 2013, the Chicago drill music scene was reaching its peak, propelled by the immense popularity of Chief Keef. But while other up-and-coming drill artists were largely keeping the similar dark and violent themes that had made the genre popular, both lyrically and sonically, Chief Keef himself, who was now living the good life in the rich suburbs just outside of Chicago, and surrounded by all the lean and loud he could possibly consume, would quickly begin to experiment with his sound, cranking his auto-tune settings to the max, while beginning to add much more melodic elements to his rapping, combined with an often heavy slurring, likely at least partially caused by his increasing consumption of that prescription cough suppressant. Keef would also largely ditch his day one producers during this period, instead accepting beat submissions from random YouTube and SoundCloud producers, many of whom had taken the more upbeat elements from Keef's earlier projects, particularly his debut album Finally Rich, but turning those elements up tenfold. These beats were much more influenced by the late 2000s and early 2010s Atlanta rap and trap music, with artists and groups such as Roscoe Dash, Travis Porter, Young LA, and J Money, as well as of course Future, with inspiration also being taken from prolific producers from the area like DJ Spins, London on the Track, and KE on the Track. But with a new twist, these beats eventually got the label of futuristic beats amongst fans. While at the time, this era of Chief Keef was extremely criticised by mainstream rap fans, it's now largely considered perhaps his most influential era, playing a large role in making him one of the contenders for the most influential rapper of the 2010s, with this era that his fans tend to call the Lean era, together with what would eventually evolve around 2014 into an equally fantastically named era, the Xan era, arguably largely birthing what would become known as mumble rap, as well as playing an enormous role in influencing the flows, rapping styles, and beat choices of later popular artists like Lil Uzi Vert, Playboi Carti, Kodak Black, and countless others. But the reason why Chief Keef's 2013 era is so important to mention here is because by late 2013 and going into 2014 and 2015, the members of Chris World would also end up getting heavily involved in the buzzing Chicago music scene. But unlike the majority of rappers coming out of Chicago at this time, they would attempt to build heavily on this new sound that Chief Keef was creating, even using the same YouTube and SoundCloud producers such as Intel on the beat, who was one of the producers behind Chief Keef's classic that perhaps best describes the Lean era, the song Love No Thotties. Another producer who was getting commissioned a lot during this period was the French beat phenom Cash Money AP, who produced numerous songs for Keef and other GBE members during this time. Chris World would do this under the name Finesse Crew, which the Chris World rapper Saw J would present in his solo song titled after the group in September 2013. In the music video, we can see many key members of Chris World, including the main people of the Finesse Crew, including of course Saw J himself, as well as Chief 2 Times, Smooth, Bad Habit, now going by BH, and J Boogie, who incredibly at this point was still only 15 years old. J Boogie would eventually not only appear in these videos, but also participate in the rapping, such as the song BAS, released with a music video in May 2014, and a music video for Finesse Party, which was released in November 2014. J Boogie would release early solo songs, such as his 2014 remix of Bobby Shmurda's Hot N-Word, but for whatever reason, these songs have been now wiped off the internet. Despite most of Finesse Crew's songs being pretty upbeat party anthems, they would also keep wrecking their gang sets in their music videos, including in the banger titled Forever Mac and Chris, which was released in June 2015, as well as being seen dropping Wise for TYMB. However, TYMB was taking the dissing once again to another level, as Money Man would release his remix of Lil Durk's Competition, titled No Competition, in July 2014. Once again, he would get straight to the point, beginning the song by dissing Scooter and Rio, as well as Kenny Mac and Chris World. He would then begin his verse by saying how he blew someone's brain back on the 67th before aiming his diss directly at J Boogie, saying that he better cool, and asking how is he even Chris World when he didn't even know Chris personally, as he had seemingly stayed flipside in 2010 when Chris was killed. Whether or not J Boogie actually knew Chris personally is unclear though, as Boogie himself has seemingly indicated that he did in fact know him, and that he has stayed on 67th since he was a young boy. Money Man would also diss Drill City and several other members from 06679 and their affiliated sets, such as Lil Ricky from Chris World and Lil Ant from Mix Mob, who was killed in 2013. Perhaps as a response to this song, Finesse Crew would eventually end up making their own dedicated diss track, released with a music video in May 2015. This song was called simply War, and the beat was a much more standard dark drill anthem. In the song, the Finesse Crew rappers go back and forth, spitting bars whilst dissing their ops, particularly TYMB, with Boogie also taking part in the rapping, saying that he's the youngest running things, being now 17 years old, before telling how he's driving through the ops hood with big clips while dropping Wise with both hands. This music video would also have a major cameo from a rapper who was making a lot of noise around this time, having become known a few years earlier for being one of the best friends of a true Chicago drill legend, L.A. Capone. This rapper was J.B. Bin Laden, who is the first person to appear in the video, he too dropping Wise with both hands. But this was not in fact the first time that J.B. had made an appearance on a Finesse Crew video, as already in December 2014, he can be seen in their music video for the song Kickstand Lean Boys, together with none other than Boss Top from O-Block, with this possibly reflecting how O-Block had now fallen out with TYMB2. JB is from a BD set called 400 East, or 400E, which is directly on the other side of the Interstate 90 from Trap City and Chris World, with their main block being on the 71st and King Drive. Due to JB's close relationship with LA Capone, and LA even allegedly living on 400 East Hood with JB for a period of time, the set would even take on the name LA Gang in his honor following his death. But it seems that JB had a particularly strong bond with J Boogie, as he would often post and shout him out on social media.
Smoke your like a blue cigarette, a blue one.
However, not everyone was happy about people outside of 600 paying tribute to LA Capone, and 600 member Blast His Ass, aka Blastum, would in fact call out J Boogie and Chief 2 Times, aka Vontae, for throwing the LA hand sign on social media. But anyway, Chris World and also members like JB from 400 East were still also close with 0679, aka Trap City, and the Drill City Alliance, and particularly they were hanging out with members like CJ from Drill City.
Every Jersey Mike sub is sliced and stacked right in front of you since 1956. You slice, I snack. I said slice and stack. Tomato, tomato. It's tomato.
Freshly sliced since 1956. It's a Jersey Mike's thing.
Meanwhile, it appears that in Drill City's hood, a new clique was forming, where guys like CJ were heavily involved in, with the earliest mention about the name seemingly going all the way back to the early 2010s. This clique, of course, being the Bloodhounds. It appears that they were particularly influenced by the early Glory Boys rappers, like pretty much all of Chicago at that point, and would often quote on social media lyrics from rappers like Lil Reese and Gino Marley, mentioning how they were like Bloodhounds. Towards the end of 2015, CJ would even begin to tease what appeared to be a music project titled Bloodhound Savages. Going into 2016, CJ, J Boogie, and JB were seemingly still spending a lot of time together. Also, members from other sets were beginning to claim the Bloodhound clique, such as the members from the MTV 079 set.
Yeah, you see them bandanas, that mean we Bloodhound.
Yeah.
Come on through with your flag out.
Like a man running at the car flipped over.
As mentioned in an earlier chapter, MTV 079 is a brain-dead BD set that has had a long-running beef with the same sets as Drill City and Trap City, namely the historical majority GD sets from Lon City, Evans Mob, A-Tray Mob, and Hit Squad. However, MTV's relationship with Drill City and Trap City was a complicated one, as they had seemingly until recently been also cool with the other brain-dead BD set that these two were beefing with, called Wiz City. This being likely another example of just how quickly the alliances and beefs were evolving in the area. But in any case, soon the Bloodhound clique was beginning to drop music, just like CJ had teased in late 2015, as in May 2016, they would drop a new song called Vicious, featuring the rappers MTV Cash from MTV 079, Hothead from Drill City, formerly Tank Montana from Mix Mob, and Drizzy Bands from Drill City, and in the chorus, labeling themselves as the Bloodhound Villains. Some months later, in October 2016, Hothead would drop a song with a music video titled simply Bloodhound, where he warns his ops that if they're on any type of BS, they're going to die, and that he's a bloodhound, and he wants his money dirty, like blood money. Around this time, J Boogie was now also repping the Bloodhound crew commonly on his social media. Going into 2017, the clique was beginning to gain increasing momentum, culminating in their biggest song at that point, the song Bloodhounds, released with a music video in April, which at the time was the song featuring the most Bloodhound-affiliated rappers, including CJ from Drill City, JB Bin Laden from 400 East, Hothead from Drill City, and MTV Chino and MTV Cash from MTV 079. The song is a pure Bloodhound anthem, mixed in with a very dark drill beat, with CJ beginning the song by rapping how the Bloodhounds are making noise in the streets, and that he's not talking about the music. JB comes in by also repping Bloodhound from the start, followed by Hothead, who raps how the ops know that the Bloodhounds are the ones sending shots, and the killing won't stop. MTV Chino then begins his verse with a much more pointed diss, aimed likely at either the A-Tray Mob, or the Evans Mob, or both, as well as dissing Brick Squad 069, made famous by late rapper Lil Jojo, who was seemingly close with the A-Tray Mob at the time.
A-Tray Mob.
Say it for me, bro. On the motherfucking eye.
On that side, man, we out here, man.
The song is ended by MTV Cash, who implies that others are trying to claim the name Bloodhound, but they are the real Bloodhounds. Also, J Boogie is in a visible role in the music video, where he's often shown toting his gun with a laser beam. And at the very end of the song, someone who sounds a lot like Boogie even begins to rap a few bars before the song fades out. The Bloodhounds were at this point clearly an established group, seemingly made primarily out of members from Drill City, Chris World, 400 East, and MTV 079. But while they were for a time being putting out quality music, it was clear from their raps that they were also staying very busy in the streets. Meanwhile, Lil Jeff had gotten to about high school age, still holding on to his dream of becoming a professional basketball player, with his 2017 sophomore team even seemingly winning some tournaments. Unfortunately, though, it would appear that the next year his dream would come crashing down, as Jeff would not make it to his high school's varsity team. He would later talk about this during his DJU interview, saying how not making the team made him realize just how real life is, and that he had no idea what he would do after.
So all this is brand new. This is a brand new life you living, Lil Jeff, because you're 21 now. So I wonder what you were doing at 16.
Well, I was 16. Around that time,
you were doing the Soldier Boy.
I was trying to play basketball, but that's around the time I ain't make the varsity team. So at 16 was when I was realizing this for real. I don't know what the I'm gonna do. Cause you know, after that point, like once you don't make that team, it's over.
It seems that this was likely the moment when Jeff's life would truly begin to take a new direction, and with his previously desired career path now falling off track, he was looking for a new future. Jeff would still graduate from high school in 2020, with his mum throwing him a fancy graduation party, but Jeff wasn't about to head to university to chase an ordinary career. Instead, it seems that he would end up following in the footsteps of his big brother, and soon he would begin showing up in the streets, raising hell with the rest of the Bloodhounds. Coming into the 2020s, J Boogie and the rest of the Bloodhounds would keep repping their new clique in their music, such as the May 2020 music video for the song Go by Boogie, JB, and another Drill City rapper called Lil Vic, where Boogie first raps that he's only been out for 60 days but has already ran his paper back up, with this likely referring to his 2017 arrest on numerous charges, the most serious one being UUW, or unlawful use of a weapon, for which he would end up receiving a 4-year sentence. He would then mention the Bloodhounds, saying that they will come and get anyone for the right bag, all while the members would be flexing big bags of vacuum-sealed dope in the music video. JB then steps in and calls the Bloodhounds his family, while flexing a new Bloodhound chain, which is the very same design that Jeff would later rock in his own music videos. Boogie also comes back towards the end, as he compares the Bloodhounds to an army due to the wide selection of guns that they have. The Bloodhounds would also have a new rapper that would begin to drop a bunch of songs around this time too. His name was Bloodhound Z Money, real name Zaire Nelson. In fact, he's actually Lil Jeff's cousin, with some of Jeff's family members from his mother's side commonly liking and commenting on Z Money's family's social media posts. There are also old photos of Z Money from the early 2010s together with J Boogie and the mother of Jeff and Boogie. In a music video by Z Money dropped in December 2020, Z Money can be seen hanging out with J Boogie, flexing big guns and stacks of cash. Unfortunately, not long before this video dropped, Boogie would get in trouble with the law once again in August 2020, when he was seemingly arrested twice on numerous charges, including possession of a stolen vehicle, and once again UUW. This would once again see J Boogie doing another long bid in prison, with his projected parole date now being in 2027. Meanwhile, the new generation of Drill City, Trap City, and Chris World members were also reaching adulthood. One of these kids being the Bloodhound rapper Vert, or Rel Vert, who seemingly spent much of his childhood in these neighborhoods. In fact, his and his old friend's social media accounts still have plenty of pictures left from around that time period, and in these pictures, the young Vert can be seen dropping the Ys, likely once again for TYMB, whilst also throwing what seems to be either a 6 or a B hand sign, perhaps either as a homage to 66th Street, meaning Trap City, or Chris World, or for Barnum, that Drill City rep. Or the B may possibly even represent the Bloodhounds, which at this time were already a major thing amongst many of the older members from the area, who were using this very same hand sign. Now, Vert is slightly older than Jeff, and he would also begin his rap career a few years before him. For example, his music video for a song called Next Song Remix, dropping in early 2019. The music video begins with Vert saying that they are posted up on the 79th, meaning Drill City's hood, before once again dropping Ys and throwing the 6 or B hand sign.
Hey, you know how the police come in? Let me kill you. 07 now, you know, yeah. Whole lot of that. Yeah, whole lot of that.
He then begins his verse by saying how he's posted on the 9 and sometimes on the 6, meaning that he hangs out in both Drill City's hood and Trap City or Chris World's hood. While it appears that Vert was mostly repping Drill City, he would also be very close with Trap City members, as can be seen from his 21st birthday vlog in 2022, where he hangs out in Trap City's hood, with this video being eerily posted exactly 2 years before Jeff's death in that very same hood. More specifically, Vert is hanging in the video near 67th and Evans, while Jeff would be killed near 67th and Rhodes, only about a 0.3-mile walk away. Vert would also explain in his early 2022 interview with Truth Teller TV that he was both Drill City and Trap City.
I'm from 67 Trap City and 79 Drill City. My name is L'Oreal Vert, man.
Meanwhile, during the late 2010s, another main rapper from the new generation of Bloodhounds, who is also a cousin of Jeff and Z-Money, Q50, was still attending high school, eventually graduating in 2022. Jeff, on the other hand, was still largely absent from any social media activity concerning Drill City or Bloodhounds coming into the 2020s, with one of his first appearances seemingly being in a late 2021 music video by Z-Money titled Gone MIA, where a 19-year-old Jeff can be seen chilling in the background while his cousin raps, while his other appearance will be soon after in a music video for his brother J Boogie and JB Bin Laden's track titled N-Words Green, where Jeff can be seen next to his big bro smoking big blunts and toting a gun with a drum magazine, showing that at this point he was already likely deep in the streets together with his brother. Coming into the 2020s, it seems that the beefs of the 06679, aka the Chris World, Trap City and Drill City Alliance, which now included also the Bloodhound clique, were now increasingly beginning to revolve around their oldest enemies, the GD majority sets of the former Lon City, A Trey Mob, Evans Mob and Hit Squad, which is likely why they were increasingly dropping rakes for the GDs in their music videos instead of the Ys for TYMB like they had primarily done throughout the 2010s. That would have been back when the beef with TYMB was particularly hot. But still, Vert would aim his disses in his September 2020 song No Dissin' squarely at TYMB and A Trey Mob, saying both Die Y for TYMB and F83rd for A Trey Mob. However, in his November 2021 remix of Lil Durk's track Piss Me Off, he would rap how it's F the Ops and Young Money, perhaps showing that the beef with TYMB was a much more passive beef now, while the beef with A Trey Mob, Evans Mob and Hit Squad was much more active at this time. Some months before the release of that song, on the 1st of March 2021, a very respected 8-Tray Mob member called Clay, real name Darian Cherry, was sitting in his car in the 8-Tray Mob's hood on the 86th Street when another car pulled up next to him and somebody began firing shots from the inside. Clay received a gunshot to the mouth and was transported to the University of Chicago Medical Center in critical condition. Clay would survive the shooting for the time being but would remain in hospital fighting for his life. One member from the 8-Tray Mob who would comment on Clay's situation particularly often was a guy called Lil Crew, real name Nyreek Curtis, who was seemingly a very close friend of Clay. Crew was also an aspiring rapper who had been releasing music since at least 2017. Crew would comment on Facebook the very next day how he wasn't going to say too much, perhaps insinuating that he was going to respond by actions and not with words. However, his later post would also make it clear that Clay's situation was weighing heavily on his mind. Crew would also write about a week after Clay had been shot how they were testing their guns on stop signs because the ops weren't outside. And later, he would comment on how the ops had been on their high horse after Clay had been shot, even though they knew Clay had been sliding on them often. Unfortunately, Clay would eventually succumb to his injuries and pass away in May 2021. And to honor his memory, A-Tray Mob would begin to call their block the Clay Way. Clay's murder has never been solved, but the rumors online have placed the blame on a few different people. One of these, perhaps somewhat surprisingly, being Lil Jeff himself, with some people claiming that this information comes from a reliable source, while others would claim that Clay had in fact been killed by Vert. However, to be absolutely clear, there's seemingly no real evidence to tie either of them to this murder, although they would certainly take part in dissing Clay on social media, and in music, such as on Vert's song Knock If You Buck, that was released on October 2022, where Vert raps how 8-Tray Mob thought that Clay's name was ringing in the streets, but now he's irrelevant, as well as dissing another 8-Tray Mob member for allegedly getting shot and injured. Unfortunately, Vert and Drill City were soon about to experience a major loss of their own. During his teenage years, Vert had seemingly been particularly close with a guy from Drill City called Ruger, real name Jermaine Darden. Unfortunately, Ruger would be gunned down in Drill City's hood in March 2021, whilst 2 others were wounded. This would be another devastating loss for the people close to him. Q52 would pay his respects to Ruger right after his death, showing that while he might have been absent at this point from the music videos of guys like Vert, he was very much involved in the street side of things. Like Clay before him, the killing of Ruger would also become yet another unsolved murder in Chicago. However, there has certainly been some interesting posts that have come out after his death, one of these being a post from one of the cousins of Clay, who would say how he'd risked his life to get back for Clay. Then, less than a month after Ruger's death, on the 13th of April 2021, at around 7 p.m, Lil Crew would be outside of the very same 300 block on 86th Street, where Clay had been shot at the beginning of March, when someone would open fire at him, striking him in the chest. Crew would then be taken to the University of Chicago Medical Center, just like Clay had been. But this time, the injuries were immediately too critical, and Crew would be pronounced dead soon after arrival. Yet again, the murder of Crew would go unsolved. But in online spaces, such as Reddit, the Jeffologists themselves, who have been rumoured to possess an almost otherworldly ability to see the victims of their demigod and his disciples in their crystal balls, have once again pinned this murder on Vert. Some would even claim that Vert himself had gotten shot in the leg before Crew's murder, which he references in an unreleased song. This possibly even being the same shooting where Ruger would die and 2 others would be injured, one of these 2 then possibly being Vert. Vert would also mention Crew in the song Knuck If You Buck, as well as the rapper Don Darius from 8 Trade, who was one of the early rappers for the set before he was killed in 2013, saying that he can't go out like Don D and that 8 Trade haven't got a get back for Crew and Clay, with at least the implication being that the 06679 were indeed behind the murders of both Crew and Clay. But perhaps the most telling lyrics from Vert are in a lesser known song from early 2022 titled Live or Die by the Chris World rapper Chief 2 Times, now going by the name Big Boss 2 Times, featuring Tero and RB Tasky from Trap City, as well as Vert, who raps in his verse how it's F8 Trade, before specifically mentioning both Crew and Clay, saying how he got them both lit. Yet others have claimed that Crew was in fact killed by somebody from the Woodlawn set, 800, who are known for beefing with numerous sets, including both the Bloodhounds and the 8 Trade mob. However, what is once again clear is that following the murder of Crew, Vert would use many of his songs to send messages that they had in fact gotten get back for Ruger. Firstly, in the beginning of June 2021, Vert would drop a music video for his song titled Play By The Rules, where the video begins with the first repeats a bar of how someone was dissing on their raps, but now they can't speak, with this being a possible reference to Crew, before then continuing to pay tribute to Ruger, saying that he's pulling up on his ops block and making them run. And the references to Ruger would just keep coming, with Vert then releasing a music video for his song 21 in June 2022, with this being the music video that they had been filming in Trap City's hood during the celebrations of Vert's 21st birthday. In the song, Vert once again mentions how he cried after Ruger's death, but he had then wiped his tears and got to sliding, and saying how it's been back-to-back homicides ever since. At this point, it was clear that no matter who had been behind these murders, the war around the East Side was getting very heated. Unfortunately, the war wouldn't only continue between the established alliances, such as 8 Trade, Evans, and Hit Squad versus the Grill City, Trap City, Chris World, and the Bloodhounds, but it would eventually morph into a deadly civil war within the 06679 alliance. In late 2022, the time would finally come when Lil Jeff, or Bloody Hound Lil Jeff, as his artist name would be, begun his rap career, dropping his first song and music video titled The Bloody Family, together with JB Bin Laden, with the name of the song being an obvious reference to his gang in the streets, the Bloodhounds. In his DJU interview, Jeff would attribute the beginning of his music career to Vert, who had encouraged him to start rapping. This part of the interview coinciding with Jeff's right-hand man Q50 dropping up some prescription quality pain medication with a doctor-like focus and precision, showing that while Jeff would later earn the nickname the Pistol Professor, it was Q50 who was truly the Pill Professor. The track Bloody Family would be followed about a month later with Jeff's first solo song titled Can't Beat Us. In these songs, a babyface Jeff raps with a monotone delivery, lacking the high-pitched Joker-style voice that would later become his trademark. And this version of Jeff almost looks like a different person from the charismatic neck-tattooed demon that he would later appear as in his music videos, walking around his hood like he owned the place. Nevertheless, since the beginning, Jeff was rapping like he was really, truly about that life, ending the song Can't Beat Us with an outro monologue where he repeats twice how he's really not a rapper, whilst insinuating that he's actually a killer who just raps because that's what the fans want to see. This was followed in late November with the first collab between Jeff and Vert, a song and a music video titled I Love My Draco. And the music video begins with a clip showing a masked up Jeff in traffic, contributing to the image that Jeff and the other young Bloodhounds were actively sliding in the streets in between dropping their songs. This would also be the first video where Jeff would begin to showcase the more high-pitched voice that would later become his trademark, with him giving a little monologue mid-song dissing his ops, particularly TYMB. Jeff would then begin rapping how his mum prays every day that he makes it back home, but he tells her that he's okay because he's the one doing all the killing, before flipping the script Lil Durk style as he announces how this is all fake and just a song, the insinuation of course being that this is really not just a song. The music video then ends with a scene of JB, Jeff and Vert calling J Boogie in prison.
Freedom boys. Freedom boys, man. These folks on the way.
Free J Boogie, man.
Free J Boogie to count pain.
But coming into 2023, Jeff would keep dropping new music with videos like the song N-Words B12 on March the 23rd, as well as the song Big 3 on April the 3rd, together with Q50 and another Bloodhound rapper, Slimito. In both music videos, Jeff can be seen surrounded by the Bloodhounds, including this time also his cousin Z Money, who is now playing the role of background character, whilst giving Jeff all the limelight, as he once again continues to portray his image of a killer, insinuating on N-Words B12 how he'll see people that he'll kill in hell. Unfortunately, as these music videos drop, a tragedy had already stricken Jeff and the Bloodhounds that would completely change the alliances in the area, and ultimately cause the downfall of Lil Jeff. A few years before, in 2020, a bunch of rappers from the 0679 alliance of Trap City and Drill City, including RB Tasty, Lil Cap, Vert, and Mooka, will drop a music video for their song titled On Fire. The music video, which was filmed and released by AMF Visuals, who would eventually also become Lil Jeff's manager, is now interestingly unlisted. The music video begins with one of the most random cameos in perhaps all of drill history, with the camera showing King Von's sister, Kayla B, and the late Texas rapper Enchanting, who would sadly pass away in 2024, with both of them hanging out in Trap City's hood. The video also shows guys like Vert hanging out in Trap City, like on the corner of 66th Street, aka Marquette Road, and Rose Avenue, while the rapper Mooka raps a bar about how the alliance between Trap City or Chris World and Drill City would never divide. Indeed, coming into 2023, the alliance between Drill City, Trap City, and Chris World, aka 06679, had lasted for over a decade, with these sets seemingly never having any larger qualms during this period. Unfortunately, in 2023, this alliance would finally come crashing down, with one murder shrouded in mystery changing the relationship between these sets irreversibly. On the 7th of February 2023, JB Bin Laden would tweet a cryptic message saying how tables turn, bridges burn, but it is what it is. JB's tweet really could have been about just anything, but what would happen only a month later would certainly make this tweet seem ominous in hindsight, as on the 16th of March 2023, at about 2 p.m, Jeff's cousin Z Money, aka Zaire Nelson, was sitting in his car on the 1300 block of East 79th Street near the intersection of 79th and Kimball. This location being in the Avalon Park neighborhood, about 0.6 miles east from the main intersection of the Bloodhounds on 79th and Maryland, which is in the Chatham neighborhood. There, another vehicle would reportedly approach Z Money's car in a parking lot of a dry cleaners. Someone from inside that car began opening fire and hitting Z Money multiple times. Z Money would be taken to the University of Chicago Medical Center, where he would unfortunately be pronounced dead. Chi-Town crime chasers would later arrive at the scene to film the aftermath of the shooting, showing the police combing through the scene with numerous shell markers left on the ground. In the comments of the video, Q50's mum would react to the footage, clearly personally affected by the death of Z Money, and the loss of Z Money would be a huge blow for the Bloodhounds, particularly Jeff, as his cousin had likely been like a brother to him in the streets ever since his real brother Boogie had gone to prison. To pay tribute to him, both Jeff and Q50 would get Z Money tattoos on the top of their eyes, as well as a bunch of Z's tattooed on their index finger, aka their trigger fingers. But, as can be imagined, Z Money's death was an even greater loss for his family. In December 2023, a non-profit journalism project called The Trace, which investigates gun violence in America, would actually write a story about Z Money, aka Zaire, and in the piece, they would interview his mother. In this truly heartbreaking piece of journalism, the mother explains how Z Money had been dropped off at the hospital, but according to a doctor, he'd been dead on arrival, having been shot over 29 times. The mother would also reveal that Z Money had been waiting for his friend in the parking lot who had gone to drop off some clothes at the dry cleaners to be tailored. And when the shooters appeared, this made Z Money attempt to run away, but ultimately getting caught by the hail of bullets, with it also being explained that his friend had then arrived and returned fire before fleeing the scene. And that friend was later not willing to speak to the police in fear of getting in trouble with them himself for using his gun. Unsurprisingly, Z Money's murder would once again go unsolved by the Chicago Police Department, leaving his mother even more traumatized, with her explaining in the article that she was tortured by the idea that she might just be walking the streets amongst her son's killer in the local community. The mother's fear was indeed legitimate, because as the rumor goes now, Z Money was allegedly killed by people who were very close to him, more specifically by his old friends from Trap City who had allegedly backdoored Z Money. At the time of the shooting, Z Money's death would be posted in Reddit's drill community Chiracology, but the speculation about the reasons behind his death would only truly begin after Lil Jeff began making noise in the drill scene, with some claiming that the killing was actually all the result of a girl and a stolen gun, while others completely denied that any backdoor situation or setup had even taken place. However, the case would seemingly get some clarity in July 2024 when members of Trap City, including Trap City Rob, Vert's former good friend Tero, who's also a rapper, and OTF Black, who's actually a friend of Lil Durk and a Trap City OG, would give an interview to the Chicago YouTuber X-Man Rico, where they would insinuate that the relationship between Trap City and Drill City had actually gone sour over a stolen chain.
Wait, ready? This is why I want the clip too. They say his dad from down here, Big J or something like that. Big J.
Anybody
that. Also, his daddy is from down here.
Yeah, fuck used to hang with them. They know what they did.
So okay.
They know what they did.
So okay, the Bloodhounds. Y'all was cool.
Everybody got a those my homies. He stole the chain, bro. We tried like took it. He stole my homie chain.
Was that South Jackson?
Nah, bro. One of the other guys. This one of the other. This other one. I was letting him wear the J. He come back like he got into a happy he was 12. Last year he lost it. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
That's how they look.
Yeah.
You know what's crazy?
Yeah.
You know Jay Boogie, like Jay Boogie under us. I was shorty. I was in the field and this kid. Like this looks your brother. Like exactly. I don't know how this gonna play out. They say he ain't claiming the hood still, but he Trap City. That's what I'm saying. Like, from. You over same night blood. But we already know Trap City and Drill City was the same. Lucky and Wood'em. Like that's our family.
So that chain incident really split it up? Or was it something else before then?
It was a chain. They tried to steal a chain. He ain't take it. I ain't trying to limit his image. You know what I'm saying?
I just feel like when it came to like when you went on some real, because you know we don't just move on situations. So we just feel like a lot of feel like it was just dumb the chain on my soul. Like from our hood being friendly, let them away your chain. Who does that?
We may never know exactly what took place, but what does seem clear is that following Z-Money's death, the Bloodhounds would cut all ties to their old friends around Trap City and Criswell. And as Jeff would rap in his feature on another Bloodhound rapper, Hotheads, aka Tank Montana's song, Still Walking, released in November 2023, losing his cousin would also make him lose his mind, with Jeff's focus from that point onwards seemingly being one thing and one thing alone, the get back that he would allegedly get during the summer of 2023. When it comes to Lil Jeff and his alleged bodies, the rumours and theories tend to range from the absurd, suggesting that he's truly a demon catching all of these bodies, to pretty much complete denial that he ever killed anyone at all. But there's no doubt to me that Jeff was really in these streets though, with several videos circulating on Q50's Instagram years later showing that by 2024, Lil Jeff was indeed a hardened gangster riding around the city, constantly strapped with guns, ready to kill at a moment's notice. However, it would seemingly be a process of several years before he would become the hardened gang member he was known as today. In one of the earliest YouTube videos covering Jeff's alleged bodies, his rumoured murder spree stretches all the way back to September 2014, with his first alleged body supposedly being an 18-year-old who went by the name Mally Marl, real name Kamal Burton, who was allegedly affiliated with the A-Tray mob. Although the murder itself would take place in the far south side in the Old Geld Gardens community, at the time Jeff would have barely been a 12-year-old boy, seemingly gifted in basketball. He would have been spending most of his days training for a career in the sport. Also, according to a CPD spokesperson, Marl was approached by two men who then opened fire. The idea of a scrawny 12-year-old Jeff being mistaken for a grown man in this case sounding pretty unlikely. But for further context, even Jeff's own brother Boogie would have still only been 16 years old at the time of Marl's murder, albeit he would arguably always look older than his age. In more time, we'll likely learn much more about Jeff and his younger years as things come out, but when it comes to his deeds in the streets, it's likely much more sensible to take his own account of his childhood seriously. As he would recount in his DJU interview, Jeff would allegedly truly get in the streets quite late in his life, around 2020, this being his last year in high school and graduation.
So around what age did you jump off the porch and start hanging out in the streets?
I'm gonna say when I came outside for real, I was like 18 type.
Okay.
I just turned like 18.
However, this certainly doesn't mean that Jeff's childhood was normal by any of broader society's standards, as Jeff would also open up to DJU, saying that his father was not in his life growing up, as he too, quote-unquote, stood on business. This perhaps being a reference to Jeffrey Harris Sr.'s alleged time in the streets with the 068 C block.
They say back then he went around.
Says acting weird as shit. You know what I'm saying? Bubby. He cool. He be doing what he do.
So how did that affect you back then, though? Not having pops around?
OG stood on business, so, you know, that shit didn't matter for real.
But moreover, as we know now, Jeff's big brother, Jay Boogie, had clearly been in the streets since at least the early 2010s, which would seemingly affect Jeff's life and his experiences growing up significantly.
And I'm doing that. I've been seeing my whole life, you know what I'm saying? I told you I got an older brother, so this ain't nothing new for real. It's the same shit I've been seeing. everything I was doing, I was sorry.
One of these significant moments in the young Jeff's life would of course be witnessing the murder of Kenny Mack. Whilst another incident that affected Jeff growing up was his family house getting shot up with one of the bullets, according to Jeff, whizzing by right next to his head.
So can you tell us, like, who introduced you to the street life?
My brother.
Your older brother, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And how was he showing you the ropes?
Let me tell you, my crib got shot up when I was like 14. I was some stupid bullet that flew like right past my face. They had shot the back and the front. Then they blew the car and set that on fire. It was busting. I ain't gonna lie, what's going on. They almost hit me, you see what I'm saying? Those shit like that play a part. I was like, just seeing that shit every day. I was seeing it every day, you see what I'm saying? So like everything they was doing, I was seeing that shit all the time. Just like I'm doing right now. It's just I'm a part of it now, so
now, it's important to remember that while Jeff would seemingly appear in the drill scene almost out of nowhere, he was always the product of his environment, and that environment being one of the most dangerous in the whole of Chicago during the 2010s and beyond. When it comes to Jeff's time in the streets after 2020, when he supposedly got involved with the Bloodhounds heavy through his brother, there's still no shortage of alleged victims that are commonly or less commonly attributed to his supposed double-digit body count, with even the YouTuber who had originally published one of the first supposed body lists of Jeff spinning back with a new video sometime later, this time including only names post-2020. One of the more obscure names on this list of people that Lil Jeff allegedly took the lives of was an alleged member of the Crew Hit Squad by the name of Lil Gutter, real name Ronnie L. Sistruk Jr., who would lose his life in 2021 around the same time when the young Bloodhounds, such as Vert and Jeff, would allegedly be responsible for the deaths of the A-Tray members Clay and Crew, with Gutter being shot down on the 13th of May 2021, eerily exactly 1 month after the murder of Crew on the 13th of April. Gutter would be caught on the 700 block of 79th Street, this location being a mere 4 minutes walk from the intersection of 79th and Maryland, one of the main spots that Jeff and other Bloodhound members have claimed in their music videos. However, when it comes to any actual proof that Jeff or the Bloodhounds were behind this murder, the evidence seems to be slim to none, with this particular case further muddled by the fact that Hit Squad would have another, much more known member called Gutter too, who would unfortunately also end up losing his life, in this case in 2015, allegedly by the Bloodhound affiliated set MTV 079, whose members have commonly dissed this Gutter over the years too. Another less commonly heard name in this YouTuber's list is an alleged member of the Evans mob called the Black, real name Roger Lewis, who was a 33-year-old OG of his block, shot dead in a drive-by whilst driving in March 2022. The only problem with this theory is that Black's alleged killer was in fact charged already the following month, in April 2022, and is now serving his sentence for the murder. Also in 2022, Jeff would end up losing someone seemingly very close to him, a man named Jamarian Loston, better known in the streets as J-Mo, who was allegedly part of the 06679 Alliance. There are some rumours that claim that it was this murder that motivated Jeff to catch his first body as revenge, this victim getting allegedly caught outside of a corner store or gas station, as Jeff and other Bloodhounds have implied in several songs. Later on, there would also be some rumours surfacing online that Jeff was supposedly even carrying out contract killings all the way in Milwaukee, with one Chiracologist dropping a picture in the comments of Jeff hanging out with some alleged local gang members from Milwaukee, with this picture being from a music video of the rappers Ghost, 53206, Super Throwed Feifei, and K-Rax called Plenty Missed Calls, released in July 2023. This outfit actually being the very same one that Jeff is wearing in his music video for the song N-Words B12, released on March 2023. In fact, even now, K-Rax still seemingly has Jeff as his profile picture on Instagram, which he likely changed following Jeff's death. Jeff and the other Bloodhounds would also later make several references to doing contract killings and to Milwaukee, with JB Bin Laden rapping in the song Run But Can't Hide that also features Lil Jeff how the Bloodhounds have blood for hire, meaning that they're selling hits too, whilst Jeff himself would also rap in the song LA Freestyle how someone tripped and got killed and how he's in Milwaukee like the NBA team, the Milwaukee Bucks. Q52 would claim in the leaked song BH4L how people know that he has bodies from state to state and that he's clapping people in Milwaukee for money. However, while some people on Reddit swear that this is a fact, there seems to be very little actual proof to back up these claims, and it appears that when it comes to the more plausible rumours, these will begin not long after the death of Z-Money in March 2023, with one of the first alleged victims of Jeff following Z-Money's murder being a young man called Lil Pooh, real name Pierre Boozer Jr., who hailed from Jeff's old stomping grounds, being allegedly part of the Flipside set who repped the 93rd Street. However, Pooh was seemingly well affiliated in the East Side, with his brother allegedly being part of the 95 mob located in the Princeton Park neighborhood, while Pooh was also, according to some, allegedly affiliated with none other than Trap City, with him even having 067 in his Instagram profile name. However, there's very little to be shown about his affiliations on his social media. To the contrary, there's more to be shown about Pooh's connection with the Bloodhounds, although the reason behind these connections could be either affiliation or rivalry. Whatever the case, at the time of his death, Pooh was seemingly living far away from Flipside, Trap City, or Drill City, all the way outside of the borders headquarters of Chicago on the 1800 block of 223rd Street in the community of Sauk Village. There, on the 9th of April 2023, a few weeks after the death of Z-Money, police would respond to reports of shots fired and find an unresponsive Pooh laying on the front lawn of his home with multiple gunshot wounds, and his death would soon be ruled a homicide. Unfortunately, it seems that from the beginning, the police had very little to go on to solve Pooh's murder, and they would end up reaching out to the public in the hope that they would receive some clues or witnesses might step forward. But these clues would never seemingly materialize, and this murder remains unsolved. However, in this case, there are several examples of Lil Jeff seemingly claiming responsibility for Pooh's murder. For example, on the 9th of April 2024, the French Chicago drill aficionado Squid Ape would make a tribute post to Pooh on his Instagram, which would quickly gather numerous comments of people laughing at his death, which one commenter would ask what he had done to invoke such a reaction, to which Lil Jeff himself would comment saying that Pooh had been dissing Z-Money. Then, a few days before Jeff's death, an unreleased song of him was leaked online, the song having a bar where Jeff seemingly describes Pooh's death, saying how Pooh had dissed Z-Money and now he's gone, before describing someone waiting for him to come home whilst laying in the grass outside his house. This bar seemingly describing exactly what might have taken place before Pooh's murder. On Reddit, one commenter would point out how Jeff had been hanging out with members from Flipside not long before his death, whilst guessing that this is why the song was never officially released at the time. However, on Jeff's posthumous album Stepping in Blood, this song is indeed included with the title In Your Home. But what makes the matter even more confusing is the fact that one of Pooh's good friends from Flipside would seemingly post an earnest tribute to Jeff following his death. And to make matters even more complicated, Jeff by no means wasn't the only one dissing Pooh after his death. Only a few days before the murder of Pooh, a young man would be killed in the community of Park Forest during an altercation at a house party. Park Forest being only a short drive away from Pooh's Sauk Village community. As it would turn out, the killed man was not just anyone, but an actual blood brother of the infamous rapper and Chicago drill, Wooski, originally from the STL EBT set. His brother, who was called Lowski, real name Ladarius Williams, allegedly belonged to a set called the E-Block, and also apparently was part of a clique called Haddyway, which, much like the Bloodhounds, allegedly consists of members from a few different sets, and is named after a boy called Haddy, who was killed in 2016. This clique having been in a deadly war with JB Bin Laden's 400 East set for years. As the rumour would be, Pooh had allegedly had something to do with Lowski's death, and following Pooh's death, the members of the Haddyway would also seemingly claim to have been behind his murder. Meanwhile, following Jeff's death, Pooh's brother would rejoice on social media, laughing at how everyone who had dissed his brother had ended up getting shot themselves. However, who all these people were besides Jeff was not entirely clear, as it seems that Pooh was a known menace on the east side, as a rapper affiliated with the Mixed Mob set called Lou Glocks would say in his tribute to Pooh. This being yet another example that Pooh seemingly had both many affiliations, but also many enemies on the east side. But then, coming into the summer of 2023, Jeff would allegedly catch someone that almost no one would deny being his likely victim. As mentioned earlier, the murder of Z-Money would allegedly break down the decade-plus-long affiliations between Trap City or Chris World and Drill City, with Jeff and his Bloodhound friends from that point onwards seemingly being consumed by their urge for a get-back for Z-Money. In the song 333, which would seemingly first leak or be unofficially put out by Jeff's team some weeks before his death, the track would officially be released on the 14th of July with a music video that was filmed while Jeff was still alive. In the song, Jeff raps a bar about the Bloodhounds shooting so much on the Rhodes Avenue that their ops had to shut their trap down. This bar likely referring particularly to the Rhodes Avenue roughly between the 66th and 68th Streets, which is one of the main areas of Trap City or Chris World. Indeed, looking at sources like Chicago's Spot News, who follow the CPD's police radio traffic, there will be numerous times that gunshots will be reported around that area during the summer and fall of 2023. In fact, in his February 2024 song called Striker, Jeff even specifically implies that they are the reason why Trap City's hood is so often on Spot News. However, the alleged get-back for Z-Money would surprisingly take place far away from the hood of Trap City. On the 25th of June, at around 8:55 p.m, Trap City member called Leal, real name Jaleel Goins, will be sitting in a parked rideshare car in the Little Italy neighborhood near the University of Illinois Chicago campus. This neighborhood, sometimes now called Little Italy or University Village, is these days a truly upmarket neighborhood that's experienced high levels of gentrification since its inception as the home of many of Chicago's first Italian immigrants, and the demolition of all the large public housing complexes during the 2000s. By all accounts, this is one of the safest neighborhoods in Chicago, one of the last places where one should expect to be a victim of gun violence. Nevertheless, while Leal was sitting in his rideshare car on the 1300 block of West Taylor Street, someone would approach the car on foot and open fire through the rear passenger passenger window, shooting inside the car numerous times before running away. The rideshare driver would immediately take off and drive the seriously wounded Leal to the nearest hospital, which was less than a mile away. But by that time, it would already be too late, and Leal would be pronounced dead upon arriving at the hospital. The local ABC 7 News would be at the scene later that night and the next morning, interviewing the locals who had witnessed the shooting, with one of them explaining how the police may have counted 8 shots on the car window, but she claimed to have heard more than 20. This perhaps said something about the type of gun that was used in the shooting.
Well, as you know, these are very busy sidewalks. Here in Little Italy, you often have people walking to restaurants, bars, and stores, and last night was no different. Unfortunately, a young man lost his life, and a young man who is very well connected to an organization that many people in Chicago and across the country are familiar with, Project Hood. This evening, a statement from the founder about condolences and their recommitment to the work they do.
Chicago police investigating a fatal shooting yesterday evening. 19-year-old Jaleel Goins was pronounced dead at Rush University Medical Center, but police and nearby residents tell us the incident began in the 1300 block of West Taylor Street, where Goins was a passenger in a rideshare and was shot. And the rideshare driver drove Goins to the hospital.
I knew it was shots, and like I said, I was in my bedroom, and I kind of ran like on the side of my bedroom, on the other side of the wall, because, you know, bullets don't have eyes. I thought that was it.
This woman was outside to meet someone. She tells me she was looking down at her phone, then heard the shots. She thought she had been shot, but she had not.
I'm down there on the ground crying and shaking and stuff. Pow, pow, pow. They said it was like 8 shots. No, I believe it was more than 20.
Pastor Corey Brooks confirms Goins was the son of an employee at Project Hood, releasing a statement saying in part, "Today, we are not just an organization. We are a family mourning the loss of a young life taken far too soon."
I'm still processing because I'm still shaking. It's scary. You know, we should be able to walk out our door, walk to get something to eat, walk to get the newspaper. Stuff is happening everywhere, but something definitely needs to be done about the crime.
Pastor Brooks tells us that Goins was a son of their executive assistant as well as a brother of their youth manager. In his statement, he went on to say, "This reminds us of the need to stand together against gun violence." As for the investigation, Chicago police tell us at this point, no one in custody, no motive.
Following the incident, the rideshare driver too would open up about his traumatic experience, explaining how Leal had likely passed away already during the short drive to the hospital.
The rideshare driver whose passenger was shot to death in his car near UIC is opening up about the traumatic experience. 19-year-old Jaleel Goins was shot after getting into Robert Smith's car on Sunday night. Smith says he hit the gas when someone standing outside of the car started shooting. He rushed Goins to the hospital where he was pronounced dead.
I was running stop signs at intersections to get away. So at one intersection I had to stop because there was a car coming through, and then I turned to him and said, "Hey, I'm going to take you to the hospital." And he said, "Okay." Then the next time I stopped, I had to stop at a light because there was 2 cars coming through the intersection, so I couldn't run it immediately. I looked back then, and he wasn't moving anymore.
Police have not made any arrests in this shooting.
The very next day, on the 26th of June, Jeff, together with JB and Q50, will drop their remix to Lil Yachty's popular track Coffin, reusing the beat and making their own version of the song with the same name. The song and music video had obviously been made a long time before Leal's death, but the timing of the drop is still pretty interesting given the title of this track, Coffin. And the music video for Coffin begins with Q50 showing an old video of Z Money to the camera as the title of the song is placed on top of it, and the video ends with Q50 making a Z hand sign to the camera, showing that the death of Z Money was certainly playing a major role in their lives at this point. While in the lyrics, Lil Jeff largely continues his usual antics, talking about toting switches and Dracos and killing his ops with face shots, as well as saying how their ops are sneak dissing and throwing subliminals, before ending his verse by saying how he might rob a rapper next while showing 2 bust-down watches fully flooded with diamonds on his arm. The implication seemingly being that Jeff was already deep in his habit of robbing people of their watches at this point, with him even rapping that he might rob a rapper that just signed a record deal. And for the record, these watches are serious licks. These aren't vintage Datejust that we're talking about. The 2 watches being shown off in this video are serious pieces. One is an iced out Rolex Day-Day, which would be worth at least $33,000 if real, and the other appears to be a fully iced out Audemars Piguet Royal Oak chronograph with Arabic numerals. Now, I'm not saying that this watch is definitely fake, but I did do a lot of digging and I couldn't find a single listing for an AP in 2-tone with the same dial layout and the Arabic numerals like the one Jeff's wearing in this video. Like, I couldn't find one at all. doesn't exist. But I did find very similar configurations to the watch that Jeff's wearing, going for around $50,000 to $70,000. Perhaps it's an AP that's been customized, or perhaps it's fake, as I did find a very similar looking fake one for less than $600. But anyway, after dropping the song Coffin, Jeff would take a few months long hiatus from dropping new music, but he would still remain active on social media. During one Instagram live from this period that's still available online, Jeff describes how they are the reason their ops are dead or in a wheelchair, before Q50 notices someone who appears to be from Trap City commenting on the live how Jeff and Q50 are sharing the same Marnie mask, to which Q50 reacts by beginning to clap his hands, while putting on a smile that can only be described as devious, giving Jeff a run for his money for the #1 Joker of Chirac.
The other day in a wheelchair, they got shot or they brought a man.
Hey, who you talking about, boy? We was just talking on the phone and we was just cool, so who the fuck you talking about?
Yeah, my story was they said we was sharing the Marnie mask. Was great. Had a mask that we, you know, that's the hat.
What the fuck is that? That's the hat.
That's just like this.
The clapping of hands would eventually become somewhat of a trademark for Q50 when referring to killing ops or getting back for Z-Money.
Y'all move out here. Everybody probably see y'all got the Z-Money tattoo on your face. It's probably real noticeable.
You know that. You see, that's that's that get back for my man. That's that get back for my man. That's that get back for my man.
Y'all basically let us know who that too. We see y'all keep his name alive. Every chance y'all get.
That's cuz. That's our cousin, folks. Yeah, folks, cousin.
You see photos lead up.
That's real sandbox, baby.
Let us know like the impact he had on the hood. That
You see
his tattoo on his face. You see.
Hey, look, relentless. That's like that. Look, the same I cried about.
Anyway, more Trap City members would soon enter the chat, aiming their disses particularly at Q50, saying how he just came outside in 2020, and pointing out that he has Z-Money tatted on his face but hasn't even known him for over 5 years, as well as saying that he used to be just a gamer, to which Q50 would once again respond simply by clapping at the camera.
Hey, why do niggas talk about niggas running? Oh, ain't no behind you running, folks. Hey, look though, folks. They got no money on this racks, man. Hey, hold on. Even if folks came outside yesterday, guess what?
But they said I can't see no.
A lot of niggas, they ain't even gonna bounce.
Alright, the comments, they said Quill just came outside, got that man on my dick, on my L's. Come on now. Flo's great, I've been just,
Hey, L's, don't swear, just start doing
This back and forth would only intensify, with Vert now addressing Trap City explicitly, while Q50 would reminisce about the times that he allegedly made Trap City members run, before the discussion would eventually turn to Lil, with Jeff saying how he can't even smoke with you if you don't smoke Lil.
I wasn't even talking about them because they had some goofy to me now, because I wasn't even talking about them. I wasn't even saying anything, said that about 67. They had straight peons, so I don't believe that. They did it themselves. I wasn't even talking about them. They came trying to come into my life, be funny. Yeah, folks just around for us. Why you talking about some this, that? You know all that. I see where it is. Where it's at. 80 of them want to be so cool with 67, and that's what it is. I see that. Oh, man.
They say I woke up started spinning. That's like you know what I'm saying? That's a compliment. Hey, Ills on my dear grandmother's grave. Please go stand on your block right now and I'm finna show you just like I did. No.
Yeah.
So, folks, can we get half that list last today?
Of that Leo? You don't want to smoke Leo, I ain't trying to match.
Let's play a new.
You ain't smoking my eyes, I can't smoke your eyes.
Then, after taking almost half a year break from dropping new music, Jeff would come out with a new song and music video together with Vert in late December 2023, a track titled Stretched. In the song, Jeff ends his verse by rapping how he caught one of his ops in a bowl, this more specifically meaning a fishbowl, which is a reference to somebody being caught in a car with windows that are not tinted, making them an easy target, with this obviously seeming like a clear reference to the fact that Lil was caught in a parked rideshare car. Jeff would later make the same fishbowl reference during one of his IG lives, saying how he's trying to catch a shark in a shark tank.
I caught it in a fish bowl. Trying to see if we can catch a big shark in a fish tank.
Zyrtec algae relief works fast and lasts a full 24 hours, so you can seize the day.
And a few months later, in March 2024, the Trap City and Lil dissing would continue as Jeff and Vert released a song and a music video titled FTO, a common abbreviation for F the Ops. And on the song, Vert first raps how his old friends have become his ops now, before Jeff comes in, starting his verse with a wild opening line, saying that he left 7 people dead in his city, this time dissing Lil by name, saying how he's not giving any passes, and anyone lacking is getting smoked, before saying how they're smoking on a Lil pack. Later that same month, Jeff and JB Bin Laden would release their song and music video titled Run But Can't Hide, where Jeff raps just like Vert in the previous song that he's now beefing with guys that he used to be so close with that they used to sleep in the same bed. This would be almost word for word the same thing that Jeff's mother would allegedly tell him in a text message, where she appeared to praise him for the murders he was doing in the streets and appearing to be in awe of her son's violent reputation, saying, "Go ahead, son, your name ringing bells in the streets." I said, "Is that my boy?" And going on to say that she loves to see him sliding on the kids who slept in the same bed as him as a child. With this old Instagram story from Jeff showing this supposed text exchange with his mother going viral after his death and even getting reactions from channels like No Jumper. Dissing Lil and Trap City had now become a common occurrence in the Bloodhounds' music and would continue like clockwork. In the song No Tomorrow by Q50, Jeff and a rapper called FG Red dropped with a music video in April 2024. Q50 raps how he calls the last dead op from the 67th, aka Trap City, an Uber pack. And this was once again followed by that same month with Jeff's solo song Tony Montana, where Jeff raps how they're killing their ops while the ops are throwing up L's. This once again seemingly being a direct reference to Lil, as Jeff and the Bloodhounds would also make it their habit following the death of Lil to drop L's as a diss to him. In the song 333 by Lil Jeff, Q50, and the honorary Bloodhound member Lil Scoom from a set called The Burly Boys, that would first appear online in May 2024, but would later be released after Jeff's death, together with a music video. Jeff would once again seemingly reference catching Lil inside of a car, saying how Lil saw him and realized he was stuck. Even after his death, new songs would keep coming out, where Jeff references catching someone in a drive-share car, such as one song that was aptly titled Lift, that seemingly leaked shortly after his death, where Jeff raps how he makes his ops disappear like magic and that somebody shouldn't have been driving in that lift. Jeff himself would also acknowledge that he was dissing Lil in almost every song on his posthumous album, Stepping in Blood, on the song In Your Home. There's also some rumours that Q50 had in fact gotten shot in the leg not long before the murder of Lil, possibly by Trap City, with Jeff and Q50 sometimes seemingly referencing this in their songs. Meanwhile, Trap City members were mourning their loss, with even respected older members like OTF Black and Trap City Rob changing their Facebook profile pictures to pictures of Lil soon after his death. However, the death of Lil would also hit very close to home for even Jeff himself, due to his father being from the area that's now part of Trap City. And following his passing, many people who were seemingly close to Jeff's father would post their tributes to Lil. The rapper Terror, who used to be close with Vert before the beef between Drill City and Trap City, would also make a tribute to Lil in late 2023, saying how he wished he could get him back, to which Jeff would troll Tiro by liking the post with an emoji that's hugging a heart. No wonder then that the very next day, Tiro would repost another picture of him with Lil, this time with a message implying that the next year, the Bloodhounds were going to go extinct. This post, now seemingly eerily prophetic, giving what would indeed take place in 2024. But before 2023 would come to a close, 2 other people would lose their lives under mysterious circumstances, with these 2 becoming the latest victims of Lil Jeff, according to online rumours. In the early morning hours of November the 1st, 2023, a man and a woman were inside a parked car on the 8300 block of South Dorchester Avenue, which is in Mixed Mob's Hood. These 2 were known in the streets as Lil Deuce, real name Donado Buford, allegedly from a set called Foster Park, located in the Auburn Gresham neighborhood, located in the far south side. And he was with an infamous female gangster known as D-Money, real name Desiree McGee, who is allegedly affiliated with numerous sets, including the infamous Woodlawn sets like STL EBT, Jaro City, and Taekwon World, as well as the E-Block Hardaway set from the east side that Wooski's brother Lowski was part of. While the 2 were sitting in the vehicle, the car was reportedly approached by 2 suspects who would open fire on D-Money and Lil Deuce, shooting D-Money once whilst hitting Deuce multiple times in the chest, with both of them being transported to the University of Chicago Medical Center, where they would unfortunately both be pronounced dead.
We're told it was around 12:39 Wednesday morning when a 19-year-old man and a 25-year-old woman were sitting inside of a parked vehicle. Police are saying the 2 suspects fired shots, hitting the 19-year-old man multiple times in his chest. The 25-year-old woman was shot once in her torso. Both were taken to UFC emergency room where they were pronounced dead. As of right now, no one is in custody, but Area 3 detectives are now investigating this. If you have any information that could lead to an arrest, police would like you to contact them immediately. For now, we're here in the Mary Nook neighborhood. Glenn Marshall, WGN News.
This is another one of the rumors regarding Jeff's alleged body count that seems to have very little proof going for it, and many drill fans on places like Reddit and Chiracology have seemed either confused about this rumor or have straight up denied it, with one of the few pieces of evidence used to justify this claim being a post made by Jeff on April 2024 when he would quote an unreleased King Von song whilst adding 10 emojis after the lyrics, with many fans considering this as Jeff literally listing all 10 of his supposed victims, with number 7 of the emojis being a so-called woman's hat emoji. This emoji then supposedly being a reference to D-Money. Interestingly, Jeff would actually seemingly go back and edit this caption, switching the hat emoji to a princess emoji, making it even more obvious that he was indeed seemingly referring to a female victim. The so-called rescue worker's helmet emoji next to it, on the other hand, is much more open for interpretation, with one possible option being that the emoji's red colour actually refers to the Black P Stones, who were known to rep the colour red, with Foster Park, where Lil Deuce was from, actually being a Black P Stone stronghold. Or alternatively, Deuce could be symbolised by the crown emoji on either side of the princess emoji, crown being one of the symbols used by the People's Nation gang alliance that the Black P Stones belongs to. In fact, in a tribute video for Lil Deuce posted on his Instagram story after his death, his family can be seen putting crown decorations on top of a cake for his 20th birthday. Following the death of D-Money, Jeff would also boast on social media how the Bloodhounds were killing everyone, including women and kids.
Hey, lil' Fredo, what you on, lil' cuz? I still love you, folk, but it's like my little brother feel how he feel, and I'm right with him, right or wrong, or dead wrong, you know that. So it is what it is, folk. I wish y'all the best of luck, but we do spank it. And you know this person, for real, we really kill kids. If it get to that point, it'll make me mad enough, mamas will start getting all type of my shit on, right? My shit really fucking purse fuck on my head. Face ass, neck ass, back ass.
It's also worth noting that D-Money was seemingly close with numerous members of Trap City and would do stuff like promote their music and wish them a happy birthday on their social media. Moreover, some people close to D-Money, such as the rapper Flame, who is also from the SDL, EBT, Garo City and Taekwon World areas, would seemingly diss Lil Jeff following his death. There was also seemingly some kind of connection between Jeff and Lil Deuce, as the two were actually following each other on Instagram. But while these two victims seem like wild rumors at best, the next two are commonly believed to be the work of Jeff and the other Bloodhounds, with these two victims in many ways launching Jeff into the spotlight and helping him rise to become one of the most infamous names in modern Chicago drill, as well as being one of the most ruthless shootings the west side of Chicago had ever seen. To understand the events that would take place in early 2024, we likely have to go all the way back to the early days of the Young Bloodhounds. As I mentioned before, out of the three main rappers associated with the Bloodhounds, Jeff, Q50 and Vert, it appears that Vert was likely the first to get into the streets. On his old Facebook page that's under his real name, the young Vert can be seen often hanging out on the east side with the rest of the kids and older members from Drill City and Trap City or Chris World.
How long? No, I asked you something. My head. My head. Huh? Okay.
Hey, who was that? Who was that?
Say you want some smoke, you must be high. Everybody good over here? Everybody good over here?
We're partnering with eBay Motors to take the Boss Racing Time Attack car to the next level.
It's making.
These something I ain't doing.
What that is? I'm gonna give me some. The ants. Phone them. I need you.
But Vert had also made friends from outside his close neighborhood, with at least one of these friends being all the way out in the west side of Chicago, more specifically the hood known as The Jungle, which is located in the near west side neighborhood close to the United Center, which is home to both the Chicago Bulls NBA team and the Chicago Blackhawks NHL team. The relationship between Vert and his friend from Jungle would continue into their adult years, with Vert seemingly taking trips with the members from Jungle as recently as 2021. There's also a vlog from 2022 by YouTuber J Global Visuals, where Vert can be seen hanging out in the Jungle's hood with them.
Real stuff, man. Man. No, man. Jungle life, man. We was never known as dope. Never, ever. Jungle life, man. Follow that shit, man. Turn the camera.
Real live right now. I'm gonna eat, but got killers from West. GDK, same K, GDM K, whatever they say. West Side thing, what up?
The members from the Jungle, on the other hand, are known to be closely affiliated with another close-by set called BKN, also known as Nitty Block, named after a Jungle member called Frank Nitty, or Sosa Nitty, real name Frank Looney Jr., who was killed in 2019. It appears that eventually Jeff 2 would get close with the Jungle and BKN, with some videos still existing online showing him hanging out with them on their block. Unfortunately, as the rumour goes, the relationship between the Bloodhounds and BKN or Jungle would eventually go sour, after members of the BKN would allegedly turn on them and rob Jeff for some watches, with BKN then, according to Chiracologists, hopping on Instagram Live to gleefully show their alleged $50,000 bounty and the 2 guns that were used to take them.
Yeah. They coming like, look, tell the op.
We got like 50K, damn! That fake AP they got. I just turned off car.
In the video, they showed off 2 stolen watches and an iced-out chain. And funnily enough, one of the watches was seemingly one of those fake iced-out watches designed to look like an iced-out AP watch, like the one from the coffin video, with Redditors seemingly noticing that one of these watches was almost certainly an imitation AP, which was in fact an AP tribute by fashion watch company GLD, which currently retails for less than $700. And this is something that the thieves would actually point out in their video, ironically mocking the target of their robbery for having a fake AP.
Stop winning that. Stop fake. Stop winning that fake.
DK!
Tell her I'll start winning that fake.
Wait, what's fake AP they got down there, man? Y'all ain't
fake.
I just turned.
While the other watch was just a plain Jane Cartier Santos, which if real would be worth as little as $3,000, along with a matching chain that reads Bartier, which I guess would make sense for the Bloodhounds if they were swapping the C's with B's like old school Bloods when they were buying a chain to match the Cartier watch. But clearly, this was no 50 grand lick, and arguably such a small taking that the robbery would certainly not end up being worth the consequences that would come soon after, as despite the low value of the items taken, it would be the damage to the ego of the person the items were taken from that would escalate the situation severely. Jeff 2 would seemingly later open up about these events, saying that nobody took anything from him by force, but rather they ran off with them when he wasn't paying attention.
Public service announcement. On my dead grandmother's head, if I'm lying on down, God could come pull me out this car right now. I never took a dollar from nothing. A nigga said, let me take a picture, this, that, and that. I look up, the nigga that ran down. We all the way at the top of the staircase first time. The nigga that ran, I look up, the nigga taking off down the stairs with 5 more action. I'm like, damn, I thought it was gangster. The whole time I'm right there still working with him. I'm telling them we could keep this gangster and be gangster, and I respect it's gonna be what it's gonna be to keep this gangster. It's one gangster.
Then, on January the 20th, the Chicago-based YouTuber Word from the Trenches would upload a vlog where he hangs out with the BKN members in their hood, with this vlog also including a member called Monty, who also goes by the name Drench, or Czar, and who would allegedly be one of the people involved in Lil Jeff's robbery.
Drench right here. That's another one of the guys. He by himself, man. I don't think brother all the way on the other end, brother. On the other end, he by himself. Drench. Hey, tell she up, man. I need some listening, man. Hey, for the guest, I got him in a big trick. Just come up to the it's Drench, man. Loosely, man. Hey, y'all already know my name, Drench. Zah, they call me Zah. Smoke your dumb like some Zah. They say he's right on top.
Later, in the same vlog, BKN members can be seen hanging out inside a hallway of one of their buildings when Monty gets a FaceTime call from none other than Lil Jeff, with the energy between the two seeming tense, as Monty begins by asking Jeff where that J at, meaning jewelry, before showing off a watch on his wrist to the camera and saying again, let me see the J's, whilst also telling Jeff that they're all right here while showing his posse, as well as someone asking either Jeff or someone else how much their watch is costing, with the main member of the vlog, rapper Puda, seemingly wholly uninterested in including Jeff in their vlog.
Shit on my big cousin show, 2 feet B-no, yeah, look at the whole 4L, man, like I look the whole 4L, shout out Young Nudie, and my cousin too, all my folk down there in the 8, it going on for real.
You ain't got nobody in mind like you, with like, industry wise,
Really, like, I ain't gonna lie to him. Like,
look, man, we got JL, man.
Hold on, y'all, hold on. I ain't gonna lie. Put that J in. Look, artists, only artists I really want to with right now probably Big 30. Goddamn. How much that is on y'all wrist right there, man? Hold on, y'all. Hold on.
Only 6 days after the release of this vlog, on Friday the 26th of January 2024, Monty and another member of BKN or Jungle called Lil Rob, real name Robert Boston, would be attending the Innovations High School located in downtown Chicago, more specifically in an area called Loop. And then, close to 12:30 p.m., Monty and Lil Rob, together with other students, were seemingly heading out of the school, likely going on their lunch break, with one exit being next to the Washington or Warbush L train station, a very busy location, particularly during the lunch hour. Soon after exiting the school building, two cars would suddenly pull up with several masked shooters popping out of the cars and opening fire towards Monty and Lil Rob. After the shooting was over, someone standing on the train platform above the street level would capture the truly disturbing scene of the last moments of the two young boys who had been shot, whilst their friends and members of the public crowd around them in sheer shock, with some attempting to do what little they could to try and save their lives. Unfortunately, there was nothing to be done, and both Monty and Lil Rob were later pronounced dead in the Northwestern Memorial Hospital, while a third, unrelated victim would be grazed in her jacket, the bully fortunately missing her body. Not long after the shooting, the area would be bustling with local media who would interview witnesses that had seen or heard the shooting, including the woman who had just nearly missed getting shot herself.
Went through my arm, but during that shooting, Berenice Vargas says she was grazed with one of the bullets.
All of this happening near Innovations High School, where the two boys were students. Crisis responder Andrew Holmes speaking with the boys' families Friday night.
The 16-year-old just had a smile, that he kept a smile. The 17-year-old, he was just trying to work hard to just go into the trade business.
Holmes furious, like many other community members, about the brazen events that unfolded. He says one of those boys would be celebrating a birthday in just weeks.
You have no right to take another person's life like that. And this is a brutal way. This is cold-blooded murder.
Mayor Brandon Johnson responding to the shooting, writing, quote, "My deepest condolences to their families and the Innovations High School community as they grapple with unimaginable pain and trauma caused by this senseless act of violence."
In the aftermath, even the mayor of Chicago would comment on the senselessness of this attack, and the situation was so serious that it would actually be covered citywide on numerous Chicago news reports, including ABC7 Chicago.
As two families and a community mourn the slaying of the teens, Chicago police continue their search for the gunman responsible for the brazen downtown daylight ambush that claimed the boys' lives. It appears to be business as usual just a day after two teens are gunned down in front of their downtown high school. Many of the bullet-riddled windows have been boarded up following the slaying of 16-year-old Robert Boston and 17-year-old Monterio Williams. Friends say the boys knew each other, and so did their families. Investigators say both teens were shot and killed Friday afternoon near Wabash and Washington Streets as they left school with a group of friends. The teens were students at CPS Charter School Innovations High School. That's when witnesses say a dark-colored car and a dark-colored SUV pulled up and masked gunmen got out and opened fire. Authorities say while some of the attackers got away in the vehicles, at least two of them ran away. The wounded students were rushed to an area hospital where they both were pronounced dead. Investigators call the attack isolated and are combing through security camera video from the area. So far, no one is in custody and no arrests have been made. Police are asking anyone with any information to contact Area 3 police detectives.
Already on the night of the 26th, the police would also give a press briefing on the investigation so far, showing that the CPD was likely taking this case much more seriously than an average South or West Side shooting due to the extremely central location of this double murder.
First of all, I'd like to start out by offering our condolences on behalf of Superintendent Snelling and the Chicago Police Department to the two families that were touched by this senseless act of violence today. Approximately 12:25 today, several students were exiting the Innovations High School when two cars pulled up and a group of individuals exited said vehicles, fired multiple times, striking two of the teenage students of Innovations High School. These individuals were taken to Northwestern Hospital where they succumbed to their injuries. So we'd like to actually say again, our thoughts and prayers are with the families of these two students. We're asking the public, it's very early in investigation, but if anybody has any information, we'd ask them to call Area 3 Detective Division at 312-744-8261. You can also be reached an email at tipcpd At this time, it appears that a group of approximately 6 students were exiting, and there's no confrontation. Like I said, several individuals exited 2 vehicles, approached the group, and fired multiple times. At this time, it's still very early in the investigation. That just several individuals exited those vehicles where the gunfire erupted. There was an individual, a woman that was walking by. Her jacket was grazed. No medical treatment was sought, and she's talking with the area detectives right now. She was not a student, no.
And these teens are Innovation High School, or were Innovation High School.
Yes.
Would you tell us about their ages?
17 years old and 16. At this time, we believe it to be an isolated incident. You know, wherever the tragedy like this strikes in the city, it's heartbreaking for the families and everybody affected by it. It's a tragedy no matter where it happens. But down here, as the students were exiting, we believe it's, like I said, an isolated incident, and that there's no danger in the area continuing. We believe one to be a dark-colored sedan and an SUV. At this time, no one is in custody at this time.
Astonishingly, despite this seemingly being a targeted hitman-style execution taking place in one of the most central locations in Chicago in broad daylight, there would seemingly not be any possible suspects in the aftermath of the shooting. But there would certainly be a whole lot of dissing going on, particularly towards Monty, with members of the Bloodhounds also taking part in this on social media. And it seems that in the week following the shooting, there may have been some get-back shootings happening too, because
Tajín is as unique as those who enjoy it. Tajín, the irresistible blend of chili, lime, and sea salt. As unique as you. Tajín makes what's bueno more bueno. Tajín it.
because in early February, Jeff would post on his Instagram how his ops had lost their mind and were killing innocent people. Jeff would also seemingly get a new tattoo around this time of 10 teardrops falling down his neck, the message being that he had now officially updated his body count to 10 murders. But perhaps most notably, 2 of these teardrops appeared to be connected to each other, with many people believing that these 2 connected teardrops actually referenced Lil Rob and Monty's murders. Meanwhile, BKN were also seemingly dissing Jeff with a rapper called Get Back Doc, dropping a music video for his song Lost My Mind, also in the beginning of February, where 2 watches are shown together with the song title, these watches being clearly different from the earlier video, supposedly showing BKN members flexing Jeff's watches, yet seemingly very similar to the other 2 watches that Jeff had displayed on his second Instagram, with this suggesting to me that he hadn't got the watches back, but had at the very least upgraded or kept a much better pair of watches. However, the next move from Jeff would be the motherlode of apparent self-snitching that would end up arguably changing his whole career trajectory, as on the 16th of February 2024, exactly 3 weeks after the shooting that claimed the lives of Monty and Lil Rob, Jeff would release his biggest song to date, the track titled Ah, together with a music video that now has almost 2 million views. The video begins with the Bloodhounds showing off their full gun arsenal, before Jeff begins his confession, verse, starting by saying how he's toting a 10 milli and that his gun has some recoil, before saying then people did what they did and therefore had to pay the consequences. He then proceeds to explain how he still hops out of the car when he's doing hits and also drives the car because he's so thirsty to catch his ops, before saying that you would think he's lying if he told you about all the things he did in the streets. But Jeff was only getting warmed up, because he then proceeds to state that when he speaks it's only facts and that his supposed victim was screaming ah when he got hit, and how this person had been acting tough online but was now laying on the floor. This was another jaw-dropping lyric when you consider the fact that in the footage of Lil Rob and Monty after they've been shot lying on the floor, you can actually hear one of them screaming, ah. Jeff then puts the icing on the cake by rapping how he just walked into the Lids store to buy 2 hats. A hat, of course, being slang for catching a body and murdering someone. Going on to say that he's really stepping in blood, which would eventually become the name of his posthumous debut album, before explaining how his victims didn't get a chance to run, so can't say that he tripped, and that Jeff and his buddies hopped out with 4 guns, and 2 people got hit. Jeff then further continues by saying that he has lost his Draco, so he's going to have to use a switch on his pistol, and that before they were his ops, they were his fans. And the verse just keeps on going, with Jeff then rapping how somebody's best friend died and he wishes that he was dead with him, but it won't take too long until he's also dead, because Jeff is a madman who can't stop chasing and killing his ops, before explaining that they got the drop on their ops and spin the block, which would indeed seemingly be the only way that an attack like the one pulled off on Monty and Lil Rob could even be pulled off. Jeff would say that his favourite ops got killed, and he then appears to forget for a moment that he was in the middle of a confession, or perhaps he simply begins to reminisce about his earlier crimes, as he then lays down some bars about taking cops on high-speed chases and how he refused to fight and will just kill you. He explains how he loves robbing people for their jewellery, particularly watches, as well as being so thirsty that he might even take your socks off your feet, as well as saying that he'll pull up on the side of your car and kill you right there. Jeff then continues saying how he's the top op and known for putting his victims on Fox News, with the local Fox 32 Chicago channel also being one of the first news outlets that reported on the killing of Monty and Lil Rob.
We began with breaking news. 2 high school students killed in a Chicago Loop shooting.
Jeff then finally ends the song by saying that he is indeed everything that they say he is, a slimy guy who will walk you down before killing you, before shouting out Q50 and sending a stern message to all his ops that they better watch their mouths when talking about Jeff. But of course, Jeff was only getting started with the dissing with this song, and he would soon continue disrespecting his ops on social media, where even Shoebox Baby from O Block would comment on his live questioning how come Jeff suddenly has so many views, asking him if he's a rapper now. While Jeff would rap lyrics from his Ah song before noticing that a BKN member was commenting how Jeff was going to die, with Jeff then dissing BKN, saying how sending threats had gotten Sav killed, this being a possible reference to a 17-year-old boy from Jungle's neighborhood called Ray Sav, real name Raekwon Williams. He was killed in 2016 and had seemingly been even close to Vert in the past, as well as saying that sending threats had also got Lil Rob killed, the implication likely being that Lil Rob had died due to Monty's actions.
That's why Sav ass did that, because y'all ass sending threats and that get your men. You send threats like that, and then your homie go get. Now you gonna merch it on him next. Now it's on Dre. Now it's on Lil Rob. Now you gonna say now it's on all these new ass.
Jeff would also then begin to diss a young alleged BKN member called Baby Do It, real name Kadoni Smith Jr., who was found shot to death inside of a burning car in December 2023 at only 15 years old, with this murder allegedly being a get back for Monty killing two equally young boys from a rival set.
They put y'all shorty in the trunk and set his on fire. Now that guy ain't that bad. I ain't got this out like that. They burnt this to hell. They said this quick. Boy, I never play somewhere for it.
Still in February, Jeff would also post a picture of himself smoking on 2 blunts at 2:20 p.m, with the Chiracologists, who were now beginning to turn into full-blown Lil Jeffologists, commenting why couldn't he wait until that time was 2:22 p.m. to make the message even more obvious, with everybody now seemingly involved in this inside joke that Jeff was sharing about allegedly killing 2 high school students. Jeff's apparent self-snitching about the case would only become more brazen as time went on, and in April, he would once again do
Good evening.
Wawa Hoagie Fest is back. Celebrate with $5 shorties or $6 class.
What's going on? Well, today is going to be the most important show I've ever done personally. I want to say thank you for doing this, seriously. Yeah. We're going to get some good ratings. Everyone thought this was going to be fake, man, but we proved it wrong. So. Thank you. What's up, Baron? Yeah, Baron's awesome. Great kid. Amazing. He's tall. Very tall. Yeah, he's very smart. I'll tell you that. I do want to first off, say this. Everyone in the chat, everyone in this room, everyone loves you. And I just want to say you're a true hero for this country, and I really appreciate you. And yeah, again, I'm really thrilled we could do this today. So do you know what live streaming is on these platforms? Yeah. It's the new wave. It's the new wave. It's the new wave. I'm gonna explain it to you, all right? So I'm gonna show you this chat right now. So this is a live chat. So you already broke the website in 5 minutes. Yeah. All right. So yeah, everyone's just super.
It's about the American dream. Right now, you don't have the American dream. We have a country that's not respected, a country that's being laughed at, a country that just a little while ago was having a stock market explosion in a negative way as opposed to a positive way. And that's been happening for quite a while. It's been simmering and really happening for quite a while. And we're going to make this country so strong and so great. And when you're ready for your job, you're going to get a great job, so you can make the kind of money this guy's making.
If you're thinking of selling your home soon, you don't want to miss out on this. Not only will I buy your house fast.
Want to support me? Go to Nene Marie 37 on Instagram and support. Thanks for everyone who subscribed to the channel. If you ain't subbed to my channel, make sure you do. Make sure you join the membership. Shout out to the Real Mod Squad, man. If you ain't following my mods, make sure you follow their X at the end of the video. Remember, if you got anything extra, food, hygiene, clothes, bag it up, take it outside, and give it to the less fortunate. Remember, we all one step away from being homeless, man. I don't care how much money you say you got or think you got. Tornado could come, Mother Nature could come and destroy it all, man. You lose everything, so make sure you get back. At least wise you up. Hey, let's say the kids, man, they dying, bro. 2 kids got rolled down on yesterday, man. Sprayed down, man. Whether they black, brown, any color, man. It ain't okay to do it, bro. They kids. Let's say the women, the elderly, and the neutrons, man, which is civilians, man. Neutrons, man. They ain't got nothing to do with nothing. With that being said, I need everybody to smash that like button. I need this video to get around. I need this video to get a whole bunch of likes. God bless y'all, man. Make sure y'all safe, man. But we got 2 stories, man. We got Von off 1700, man, and G Herbo. Oh, we got G Herbo and Von 1700. I don't know what's going on, man. I don't know if it was the pink runts or the blueberry muffins or the sherbet cream pie, man, or the Durban poison. But look like Lil Herb took his first chain, man. I don't know. They might be playing. Von might be, in cahoots. They trying to blow up their YouTube. Everybody doing it now. We got that, and we got Bloodhound Q50, man. Bloodhound Q50 is out of jail, man. I called there, man, and they said that it's a possibility, but they said it's a good possibility that he used this Monopoly card, man. We're going to get into it. I need y'all to smash that like button so this video can get around. We're going to start off with G Herbo and Von off 1700. Now, G Herbo, we seen it with a chain on, with a producer or something, with the chain on, Von chain on. I don't know if it's real, but I did see it. And then I seen Herb saying, Von, get your chain black on, play all that whole ass shit that you been doing and all that. Man, I don't play like that. You know what I'm saying? But gang members and people who chasing views, they be playing like that. You know what I'm saying? So G Herbo said that, and then Von responded like, y'all ain't take my chain. Y'all took the chain from my homie. So stop acting like it. Man, like I said, I don't know if it happened, but if that did happen, and Herb them took a chain from Von, he canceled, bro. Like, he canceled. He let a creative player, supposed to be a creative player, you know what I'm saying, who finessed his way through the hood and made it. That's what they say. You know what I'm saying? He taking chains. He getting chains took. You know what I'm saying? Von 1700, I don't know if they was playing, like I said, man. I don't know if they was playing everybody be clickbait. You know what I'm saying? But Herb and them dude got the chain on. I know him and Herb got a song, but shit can go sour. I seen No Limit Cairo say, just because you cool with somebody from my block, that don't mean you cool with me. I've been saying this, man. You know, that's what all the Lincolns and all that, it always end bad. People steal guns. People rob people for what they got. People wake up feeling different, like we finna rob y'all. And then the block's into it, and then before you know it, people dying and shit. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what's the use of linking with somebody out west anyway. You know what I'm talking about? You linking with somebody out west, now you got their problems when you go to jail and on the streets. Because a person that traveled that long, look at Julio Fulio. They traveled all them damn hours to kill him. You know what I'm talking about? To follow him around. So, anything. 1,500 for his chain, I can't confirm it, but I did see him with it, and I don't know if they clickbait because everybody doing it. Lil Reese, Dirk, J-Man, everybody linking up to clickbait. They linking up, and then when the bloggers pointed out, they say, oh man, y'all reaching. You know what I'm saying? Then we got Bloodhound Q50, man. Bloodhound Q50 was arrested June 30th, man. July 30th. He was arrested, man. July.
Oh, yo, what's up, Austin?
Bill. I looked him up after somebody called me and told me that he had stuck his hand down his mouth to get up out the bullpen and go around. And they told me that, and I reported it. Then, you know, an hour later, 2 hours, he was on live, out. Hey, you can't get out. You can't get out. If the judge didn't let him out, if he ain't on house arrest, man, I don't see how he got out, period, bro. But I'm just giving y'all the possibility. You know what I'm saying? Ain't no first-time offenders, man. There's no bond now. So Q50, he used this Monopoly card. I called the sheriff's office. I called them and said, my little cousin, he wanted me to come and bond him out of jail, but there's a no bond. I explained I went through all the theories and shit. But an officer did get on the phone and tell me this morning that, you know, he don't know how he got out. Besides squeeze or Monopoly card, basically. He was like, you know how he got out. You know, he couldn't tell me this over the phone or none of that. But he was like, man, I don't know how he slipped through the crack with that. You sure? And then he got locked up in Skokie, bro. Skokie is racist. Anybody from out west, get in the comments and let me know about Skokie, bro. They got the same percentage as the feds, bro, a conviction rate. Nobody leaves out of Skokie, bro. Even if you got Goldberg and all that, bro. Like, you ain't white, bro, your chances are. If you going with a lot of probation. But now that they got this no cash bail, you ain't getting out. So Bloodhound 50, Bloodhound Q50, he gonna have to tell us how he got out, man, because we don't know. He is out, though. His name is off the charts in the county. He was in Division 8 on the Dope Fiend deck, and he out now. Squeeze can let you out. Squeeze is like the feds in the county. If you can get him bodies or you can get him guns, crack cocaine, set somebody up, anything, you can get out of Squeeze. You can get out right away. You can get him guns to knock down your time. You know what I'm saying? You can do all that with Squeeze. And then the feds, Dirk Daddy explained, once again, the feds came to him as he was in Cook County Court, took him out of there, took him to the back of the building, took him to the Dirksen Center, and then told him that if he give up Larry Hoover, they'll let him out. They'll let him right out, and his driver that's in the front of Cook County building won't even know that he's been taken out of Cook County Court on everything, bro. So it's a possibility what happened. I don't know, man, but I just know that his boys better watch out for that Rico, man, because if they just let him out like that, man, they let him out to work, bro. It is what it is. But Bloodhound Q50 is out. Trenches News ain't capped. The guys in jail told me, man, real BD members, man, told me that Q50 stuck his hand down his throat, man, when the ops from out west got on his ass in the bullpen upstairs in Division 8. They said they took Q50 and took him around the bullpen, around everybody, took him around the metal detectors, then he disappeared. And now he out, bro. Go back to my last story, my last video that I dropped. I told y'all all this before he got out, man. I don't know how Q50 got out, but, man, it sounds like he used this Monopoly card. Long Live Duck. I will be doing a video on Duck in a minute. Long Live Duck was killed today, man. My man is my now. You want to support me, go to Nene Marie 37 on IG and purchase your signed copy of my book. I do sign it, and we ship out for free. I appreciate all y'all love, support. Live was lit last night.
Make this team a powerhouse. Coming off of a bit of a tough year, guys, please, if you want more of this, hit the like button. I'm going to make a promise to you. You will have another one. I'm going to go recruiter. The last 4 coaches I've made, I haven't, and a lot of you have been upset. I've more went the ability to make my players better, but we're going to go recruiter.
How was school, Austin? How was your day at school, bro?
3-year contract. So these are the last.
How your day was at school?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 seasons. And the team has not had a winning record in 7 seasons until now. My alma mater is Air Force, and he has no, Brett Barrett signing officially the 3-year contract to be the coach of the Buffaloes. Now, the first thing we are going to come across here is obviously recruiting. We can see how many recruiting points that we get. We get 750 hours. That's kind of middle of the pack. But I want to, as I always do, the first thing we do is we look at the roster, we start making decisions, and we talk about our team. So, obviously, we have the senior, Shedeur Sanders, quarterback, number 2, 6'2", 215 pounds. Unbelievable talent, 98 awareness, 94 throw power. He runs quite well. He's going to be a first-round pick. But the thing is, he is a senior. So if we're looking at this, we got to be thinking to ourselves, okay, we have 1 year of Shedeur Sanders. We need to be recruiting quarterbacks. And that's kind of the one thing I want to talk about. There are good quarterbacks in this sophomore. I like Walter Taylor III a lot. I like Dustin Wade a lot. Both of these guys are solid sophomore quarterbacks. And then the redshirt freshman is solid too, but not really like great in one particular area. I would look at this and I would say you have 1 year of Sanders. Next year we need a new quarterback. Let's look for one in recruiting. So that's step number 1 of this entire thing. Running back, we have Dallin Hayden, a transfer from Ohio State. He's a junior from Memphis. I could see him going to the NFL next year. I really could. So I definitely I think we could get 2 years out of him. I really do. And statistically, he's a beast. 92 speed at that size is really, really, really solid. We have a sophomore behind him in Isaiah Augustave, who's also a beast. The player that's the most intriguing, probably, is this freshman. And I am 50-50 on what to do with this freshman. And we're going to talk about this. I'm definitely considering redshirting him because I don't know how much I would play him this year. But next year, if I redshirt this dude and he goes up to a 77 next year, that's our starter, 100%. But I'm not sure if I even have the ability to do that. So we'll kind of talk about that as we go. Receiver. Travis Hunter, everybody. Now, the thing is with Travis Hunter is he probably is going to the NFL after this. But he is easily the most dynamic, craziest playmaker in this game. 95 overall, 95 speed, 96 acceleration, 95 change of direction, 97 awareness. He's unbelievable after the catch. He's got crazy juke move, crazy spin move. He is just a walking, breathing clip waiting to happen. You play with this team, you get him the ball as much as humanly possible. You really do. And if you make that effort and you can get him the ball, I promise we will have a lot of success. Behind him, Jimmy Horn Jr., I would say NFL bound. Senior, 94 speed, 96 acceleration. Runs well, obviously, related to Jimmy Horn. I believe the son of Jimmy Horn, unless I'm really stupid. 91 change of direction, 94 speed. This is a really good 1-2 punch, but I would be willing to guess both of them are gone next year. Third receiver is Will Shepard, 6'3" deep threat. Senior as well. This is more your deep ball threat because these guys aren't overly tall, and neither is Wester. So I kind of look at Shepard as our deep threat, who will most likely play this year. So this is kind of your 1-2-3 punch. Sophomores, you got some good sophomores. Redshirt freshman Cordell Russell. You got Cam McKell, a freshman deep threat from Statesboro, Georgia, who looks like a beast. Timmons, and like these are the guys I want to get better because they're all going to have to probably play next year because we are most likely going to lose. Well, we're for sure losing our top 4 receivers after this season. Next up, the tight end position is one that I think I want to recruit. Not because these guys are bad, and they're not, but they're relatively old and they're not overly fast. Sam Hart is a junior. He's decent, but he's not a great overall. Same with Luis Pastorello, Seville Smalls. None of these guys are like crazy intriguing. Smalls has at least some good acceleration, but these guys are seniors. I think I'll be starting Hart, but definitely a position that down the road I want to recruit. Our line. This is where when you compare us to, and it's a good line. Don't get me wrong. But, like, it is going to be a line that's going to struggle against the crazy teams that we might have to play. Like, I'm talking more like Ohio State, Michigan, all those guys. It's a good offensive line, don't get me wrong, but this is a freshman, 79 overall tackle, starting. Now, that's a great thing to have a freshman starting. However, you better be ready to take some hits, Sanders. Justin Mayers, pass protector. This guy's really good. He's going to be gone. We do have a redshirt freshman behind him. Hank Zelinkas, sophomore, senior. Our line's pretty decent. It's not necessarily my number one priority because I think we've done a pretty good job, especially the fact that we have 2 young tackles. But for sure, in recruiting, it's going to be something that I talk about. Okay, on this side of the ball, Dayon Hayes, senior, stud. Option disruptor, 76 speed, 87 acceleration. He's our starter. We also have Quincy Wiggins, a sophomore from Baton Rouge, and Justin Bigsby, Baton Rouge, LA, yeah, Louisiana. Oh my gosh, Louisiana. Canadians. A lot of people always ask me if I speak French. I speak some French, but like most of the people, Maddie, my wife, a lot of my members of my family, everyone speaks like pretty fluently in French. A lot of people have, not everyone in Canada does, but it depends on where you're at. Just in case you guys were curious, I don't. But yeah, I don't speak very good French. Samuel Okunla, he is a sophomore speed rusher, 6'4", 80 speed. I like him a lot actually, just in terms of skill set. We got a freshman. His speed isn't great, but his acceleration is excellent. I wouldn't say like generational. I would guess that he was recruited as a 3-star. Yeah, you can kind of tell.
What's up with your dad, Chloe?
Ever since he got AT&T's best deal on the new Samsung Galaxy, he's been up on his high horse.
Best deal got me feeling like a big old cowboy. That's a very high horse. Perhaps you can wait in the waiting room? I'll just go wait in the waiting room.
Ride high with AT&T's best deal on the new Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 6.
You're really making all of this by hand.
Oh, yeah.
Sneakers.
He's a 3-star defensive tackle. We got a good defensive tackle, a senior. Look at our defensive tackle position. Better believe I'm going to be recruiting some defensive tackles. Outside linebackers, middle linebackers. In terms of users, I have some freshmen and Sergio Groves, who's pretty quick. But these guys, these seniors, I don't know if they're necessarily people that I want to like put a ton of effort to get better because I don't know. You just like. They're not overly fast, and it's going to be their last year. You have Brendan Gant, Trevor Woods. We're actually pretty good at outside linebacker, and then we have a redshirt freshman. DB-wise, we're a little bit slow. DJ McKinney, the sophomore, 89 speed. Colton Hood, the redshirt freshman. He's probably NFL bound, so he's someone you're going to see. And then just a ton of freshmen. Like, we're young at this position, where obviously I'm going to recruit because that's Coach Prime. That's what he does. Shiloh, 86 overall, 86 speed, 89 acceleration. He's probably going to be my user this year. backed up by Riley, 3 seniors at safety. If I don't recruit, we are going to be hurting at a lot of these positions. So guys, that is our official lineup. We'll obviously get into more detail kind of as we go and as the weeks kind of start, but I think the first thing we do is we do recruiting. And we start talking about prospects, pipelines, who are the players that are most interested in playing for us, who wants to come here, who doesn't want to come here. So usually what I do with recruiting is I'm at least going to take the players that they recommend. Usually they're recommending for a reason. It's not to say that I'm not going to shoot a little bit higher than these guys, but the players that they're saying, hey, we think these guys are going to sign, I'm for sure going to talk to all the 4 stars of that. Especially these are some good positions of need, like DB, free safety. I'm going to probably start, and then we'll scout and we'll kind of see. Then we can go to our 5-star prospects. There's a 5-star quarterback, 5-star running back, 5-star defensive end that are all willing to talk to me. And I think if you don't talk to them at the beginning, you'll probably end up losing them. So I'm at least going to put an effort in. Every single 5-star that has interest, I am going to try and at least make an effort to bring to the school. So let's scout. Now, sometimes I don't scout 5 stars, but it is good to kind of see. So Sisk, we can at least see that he's pretty good. This running back, we can see he has got that X where I think it means he's not as good as maybe he looks. I still think his stats are pretty solid, but that's kind of usually what I get from that. This defensive end looks really, really, really solid. This tackle looks pretty solid, but I won't worry too much about the scouting too many of those guys. Landon Muti, 89 speed, that's pretty good at that position. But let's look at some of these QBs and see if we can find one QB in particular that is really going to look at us. Like that guy, he does want to play here, but just based on what I just saw, like skill-wise,
You think Bursey on the way?
this quarterback.
Oh, yeah.
I'm glad that I found that out. And these are our kind of 3-star DBs. And sometimes with 3 stars, I do a decent amount of scouting as it goes. But I just want to see, like, if they're recommended 3 stars, I think you have a pretty good chance to get them. So I scout just a little bit, and then I offer them all scholarships. Okay, so Adrian has reached 1 quarterback through round number 1, has reached his top school. So I'll show you guys the schedule. I switched only the FCS game, so we had an FCS game that I switched to Clemson. So we have Clemson, Nebraska, Colorado State, which is going to be a blast, Baylor, UCF, Kansas State, Arizona, Cincinnati, Texas Tech, Utah, Kansas, and Oklahoma. That's a really tough schedule. And that's part of, like, this team's very good right now, and I believe we can win, but, like, that schedule is absolutely no joke. So I did a lot of my preliminary scouting. I have a pretty good idea of what's out there. This quarterback right here that I scouted, this Kevin Sisk, I do like him. 92 throw power. He's a true 5-star. So the players that I like, especially the 5 stars that I think look decent, I want to send the house toward. This guy, I think he looks, I'm shocked that he has that little like bar next to him that doesn't look very good, because I think he actually looks quite solid. Same with this Higgins dude, great awareness, great play recognition. Gonna send the house. This tackle, always such an important position. As I realized in my last franchise, you want to make sure you scout these. So this will probably be the last 5-star that I send the house on. And then this is where we get a little bit more like, we're starting to make some decisions. So I will be adding receivers, don't worry. I just want to kind of see what's out there first on some of these other positions. The DB situation, I scouted some of these DBs pretty good, and it's definitely a school I think DBs would want to go. So with a lot of the DBs that I'm like, had interest in us, that I'm going to just contact their friends and family. Just going to try and at least start off with a little bit of a less aggressive approach for the DBs that I know are good. Just so I'm talking to as many people as possible. This safety, this Henry Reinhardt, he actually is somebody that's a position that we're really going to need. So I probably will send the house with him. Same with this guy, 73 awareness as a 4-star. That means he's probably a 75 overall. I'm going to send the house with him as well because I feel like it's a pretty good decision. Other things. So this dude, this athlete, 5'11", 87 speed. Yeah, we don't want to waste any more time with him whatsoever. The quarterback position, it's interesting because there's one quarterback that I think intrigues me the most, and it's this guy. His awareness is a little bit lower, but I think we want to at least start by having an emergency on the off chance that the other guy doesn't sign. Having a QB that I know is like pretty solid with us is always going to be a good thing. And then other than that, that's pretty much the positions that I am going to offer big scholarships to. This power rusher we scouted, he looks pretty decent. Sure, let's contact his friends and family and let's DM him as well. With 5 recruiting points. So you can see early in recruiting, we're going to get to, once a lot of these people leave, receivers, I tend to be a little bit less in recruiting. Finished. Did we want to do some? What's, yeah, holy frick, okay. Never mind. Kevin Thorne, so right guards. Obviously, we don't have a ton of, no, Jimmy Paul. So we can do here as our slot receiver. Yep. Oh, shit. In the slightest. Barely off. But the timing was a little bit off. Yep. Go, Travis. I like that play a lot. That's just a play action. Let him run over the middle. Sanders is going to throw it perfectly. Not Hayden. Oh, early our line looks a little bit outmatched, which is not shocking, but yeah, get up there, Sanders. Get up there, Sanders. Slide. He wants to throw. Coming after him. Okay. Second down and 7, first drive of the year. I'm going jet touch pass to Travis here. Yep. Oh my gosh, he's so good. He's so good. Like, you see the shiftiness? The ability to just, like, the quickness, side to side and laterally is bananas. Okay. 7-zip. Clemson's going to put up points. We already know that. Our defense is a little bit weaker than our offense, so we got to put up lots of points in this game, 100%. Okay. He'll bring you back from inside his spot. Does you know he's going to be breathing down your neck, and you got to get rid of it, Jesse. Good throw. Let's see how this QB performs under pressure. No. Able to Stroud. Looking for a man. It's London. Come on, Hunter. It's all right. Okay, so obviously we have Hunter playing on this side. Jay, Hodge, and I'm just kind of lurking. Lovnick's got a lot of really good. Sanders. Get out of there, Sanders. Good job. Good job. Good job. Good job. Good job. Okay. Yep. Nope. Nothing. Third down.
On third down, he drops the throw. He'll take
Oh, that's a dot. That's a dot. That's an absolute laser. Wow. Shout out to Gabe Bubner. We had him on third down, a couple of good run stops. Sanders has been really good as a user, just kind of like swerving in and out in the run game. I think he's going to be an excellent user, but this is going to be a good game.
They've got it at the receiver position, so if you got one-on-one matchups, man. He's got his man.
That was on me. That was on me 100%. Okay, third down, I'm looking Horn to Hunter. Hunter all day. Yep, nice catch, Travis.
Use the play fake, now to throw.
Yep, Hunter. Oh my gosh, what a throw. Beautiful, beautiful throw by Sanders.
Keeping it balanced. What a great job by the receiver.
Oh, nice job.
On third and long, you'll have to turn it loose.
Yeah, okay, we're going to punt that. Shoots, decent drive, just got a little bit there. Carter got through there. Oh, okay, Buffaloes need to stop here, guys. Shoot.
He'll bring it back. It's Brown. Dropping back. It's Tubman.
Oh my gosh! What a lurk by Bentley. Okay, that was gorgeous. Okay. Offense, we got to look deep down the field.
Use the play fake, down to throw.
Ideally to Hunter. I got to get rid of the ball quicker.
They'll run play action.
Yep, dot. You can see there's a lot. Hate to say it, is not like like it is drop back, get rid of that thing. Yep. Get upfield. Yep. Good job, Jimmy.
He's looking to throw.
Yep. Good job, Sanders. Do I try? I think we maybe lean a little bit towards.
Play action on first down.
Yep. That's chemistry right there. He's got 8 for 1-on-1 in the first half. Oh, do we look to try and find him in the end zone? I might throw this up to Shepard if it's 1-on-1.
Down from inside the red zone.
That's all right. Okay. Take 3. That was 1-on-1 coverage. I went to my tall receiver. It is what it is. I actually feel pretty happy to leave this half with the way that we played. 10-7. Clemson gets ball at half, so to me, that's a win. 100% that's a win.
They might need even more production here in the second.
Oh, Hunter. Good job. It's a nice throw. There's like some part of me that wants to. I like him on that side. I feel like that's where he will be playing. But I feel like we need to play a little bit more man coverage potentially. Oh my gosh! Shalom! Good job. Good job, good job, good job. Okay, win this game. Oh my gosh. With this Colorado pressure, we gotta win early because it's only gonna get more difficult. Oh, that was okay, get out of there, Travis. Yep. Third down was. I feel like maybe, yeah, I don't hate this call. Hayden, you didn't get it. I am going to go for this, but it
makes the defense communicate and see.
Oh my God. Okay, play defense. That got there quick. Holy smokes. Okay. Defense has been phenomenal. We got 2 kind of lurks with our safety, which is wonderful. No. 3 fine.
Yeah, Dave, I think for a play call, this is tough. Right?
Yep. Go, Travis. Go for Travis. Okay, let's run the ball. This is still, our defense has been fantastic, but we still still are only up by 3 points, and our running game is not good. Every single time, I think we got like 4 or 5 runs for like 4 or 5 yards. So we do have to rely on throwing the ball. Oh my gosh.
Looking for a man. It's Sanders.
Cover 0. Go! Come on! Good job, Sanders. Oh my gosh. As he was hit too. Like we got depleted. Yep. Okay.
What's up with your dad, Chloe?
Ever since he got AT&T's best deal on the new Samsung Galaxy, he's been up on his high horse.
Perhaps you can wait in the waiting room?
What's that? I said I'd never join.
I said my childhood is better.
Joining the Navy sounds great.
Saying never actually is. We need to fix this. Slay.
Just to try to generate a first down. Well, and the good thing is they're and they've got the lead in the final minute.
Okay. It's not good. We've been good this game, but struggling to.
Stealing some heat.
Yes, good throw. Yeah, I like that. If Hunter's one-on-one, who's to say he can't run by that dude? I feel like he can. I feel like he can if he can. That's fine. Even though that looks stupid, the fact that I didn't get the touchdown means I can take the clock down a little bit.
On the option. The pitch. And now second down, clock ticking.
Cool. It's a bounce back drive, everybody. That's a bounce back drive. Okay, defensively, we play back. We play as far back as humanly possible because these receivers can run right by us. So I'm just gonna move everything.
On third and short, they'll try to he's right downfield. Timeout is called by the offense.
Thing is, if I play too aggressive, they're gonna run directly by us again. Like I kind of have to play a little bit in the middle of the field, but
To the air, it's Klubnik.
oh, Klubnik's got that. Hunter and Sanders
They
are there.
get the timeout called. 11 seconds remaining.
Okay. It's loud in here, bro.
Looking to move it through the air.
No, good defense.
He's looking for an open man on second down.
Well, that's Hail Mary.
Shot to the end zone.
It's a Hail Mary.
And that is interception number 3 on the day. Going the other way, and he's got room.
Come on! Let's go! Hunter gets probably 220 in the air. And then he also gets the game-sealing interception in front of the Colorado fans. What a game. Honestly, that was a 10 out of 10 game. We battled, we struggled. Our defensive line started to take, well, our O-line. Sometimes on third down, there's people coming through, but we made plays and we got the win, which is really all that matters. Statistically, week number 1, our run game, probably the biggest concern. 7 rushes for 0 yards. Do the math. That's not very good. That's why I gave up on it, because I was like, I have 7 rushes and I haven't got a single yard. Hunter had 212 yards. As I expected in this franchise, get Duke the ball as much as possible. We had picks with Sanders, and we had picks with Hunter. We win at home against Clemson. That's a beautiful, beautiful victory for us right there. Just confidence-wise and just as a team. The only thing that I remember Sanders saying in the stream where they played each other that he actually wears like an arm sleeve, so I'm gonna add that. Okay, so we are officially 1-0 to begin. We got Nebraska this week. How are we doing recruiting wise? So it looks like Tremble, we're not doing bad with these 5-stars. We're second for this free safety 5-star, which is exciting. Hopefully soon we can kind of unlock a little bit more to go for a bit more of a hard sell. This center I want to pay a little bit more attention to. Is there anyone that we're recruiting too hard that I don't think is really necessary? Maybe this safety doesn't require that. But then I also don't want to lose these guys. That's a true like kind of 4-star safety. Workman, it looks like we're doing a pretty good job here. In general, I would say with recruiting. The positions that I want to add, however, we don't really have any receivers at the moment that we're currently recruiting, so I was going to bring in, like, just kind of start talking to some of these dudes. Peter Grimes, Theo, all those guys, just to kind of scout some receivers, as I said that I would as we kind of went. He's 6'2". Receivers, I like to scout a little bit more. Just, like, look, 6'2", 93 speed. Contact is better than so he's going to be kind of one of my early receivers that we're going to put some effort towards. We'll know soon enough how our 5-stars are doing and how that's all going to start looking. But we got Nebraska, week number 2. Similar thing. Do very, very, very similar things to what we did week 1. We had a great game. Our running game was brutal. We couldn't move whatsoever in the running game. We got a pick from Bentley, Sanders, and Hunter, which is awesome. Good stuff for Shiloh. That was cool to be able to get that interception. But week 2, the Nebraska Cornhuskers on the road. Let's get it. Nebraska, everybody. I like the uniform. This is going to be a battle.
This matchup today, part of the lifeblood of the sport. A rivalry game where the results will be remembered for a lifetime. As we see a squad.
Okay. Jet sweep. Creative stuff. Try and get something that resembles a run. We can't have 2 games in a row where we have 4-yard runs. Rushing on offense. It's just not sustainable. We have to find a way to run the ball. Else things are going to get really ugly. Because you can see on some of those third downs, when they can just pass rush like crazy, they're going to get pressure. Defensively, keep using Sanders in the middle. Kind of just create interceptions, get his stats up. You got Hunter on that other side, who's a stud. I don't think I really need to overthink or do anything super differently on the defensive side of the ball. I actually felt like we played really good. Rail is a beast. Yeah, Sanders. Hey, that should be a TFL for him. Even though, technically, yes, that did go on down. He did push him, made a play, good job. Okay, second down and 11.
On the gun, the running back has it.
Yep, good tackle, second down and 11.
And really needing to win a game like this. Ultimately, you decide to need one of these 2 teams is going to get that number if they
go.
Continue to start the season off and build, right?
So very, very, very well placed there. Okay, press coverage, kind of play the middle here.
Finding out
But we're getting gas. Nebraska's line pushing us pretty good. Which isn't good. The odd pair is still trying to grab that. No, good job, Sanders. Good job. That's a tough field goal. Proud of the fact that we were able to get him off the field, and that's a huge tackle on his if they were able to get it. Luckily for us, they weren't. Okay, let's start off this game. We got to get Hayden the ball. Long term, I know a run game is just so incredibly important. It's his first big run of the year. 10 yards and a automatic first down. It is loud in Nebraska. Yep. Yep. Keep it Sanders. Okay, I'm looking Horn to Travis. It's kind of a step-up throw, but assuming I can step up, yep, move him. Maybe shouldn't have hurdled that, but it is what it is. First down. Hard. Go hard to Horn early here.
Trying to get to it. Back to pass, it's Sanders. They're bringing heat. Fires to the end zone.
Shot! Oh my gosh! Good job, man! Oh man! Stepped up in the pocket, bought a little bit of time, rolled out, made a beautiful throw. I can't believe Sandler was in there. I thought that was. I knew it was close. Catches it. Yep. He got his right foot in. Just kind of perfectly in time. Okay. 7-0 against Nebraska. They moved the ball, and that's pretty good though. We just they kind of got stopped at a random point because of Sanders. Do it again. Keep making big time tackles. Get him off the field.
Lifesavers gummies. Up the wow. With teachers' #1 life, bring on the science experiment mayhem.
What is that?
Off the play fake on first down. Good throw. Trying to take it back. And they'll drag it down after the coach throws the interception. Really nice job there.
I think that's his second trick of the year. On that kind of similar play, running into the line. Jimmy Horn Jr., yes sir. This is the year. If we're gonna win, it's the Sanders, Jimmy Horn Jr., Hunter year. This is when we have our best chance to do something. Next year it's gonna get a little bit more dicey, but man, oh man, we're talented right now. Okay, 14-0. Okay, we need to move. That was 5 wide. We had 0.02 of a second there. You gotta do this. Down there. Forces a fumble. Okay, beautiful. You gotta be able to step up. Yep. Step up. I got it.
Back to throw, it's Sanders. A shot for the end zone.
Okay, we got 9 seconds.
Trying play action. Pocket starts to the left. The pass is incomplete and the clock will stop with 5 seconds.
Okay, not
No chances. They'll send the field goal unit out before
far from excellent at this point. The way of offense. Just a little bit struggling to hit against these defensive lines. Seems to be my biggest issue. He's getting time. It's gonna come. And our defense has made just phenomenal plays throughout. That's probably what I can do with that. So I feel like on offense, guys need to come up with a bit better of a rhythm because you got a lot of cleanup in this. Like, I would say a significant amount. We do get ball to start the half, which is crazy though. Okay, come on. Do something. Good quick throw and run the ball. Yep. Go. touchdown, you get a ton of yards, Hayden. So that was something a little bit more like extreme. That was motion forward. So something a little bit more creative. Clearly paid off. Got a lot of room on the outside. And got the touchdown. Okay. 24-0. Crazy. Respectful that they're still running the ball a decent amount here, even though they're down, like, or maybe they feel like the best chance for them to move. And currently on the last few plays, it has been running the ball. Sanders is by far our best player in defense so far has been Sanders. Picking everything, big time tackles. Yep. And I don't know what Nebraska's doing, but cool. Doc, Travis Hunter right on the run and beat his man. This is a shellacking in Nebraska right now. This is an absolute dead in Nebraska. Great second game of the year. Now our schedule is going to get more difficult, obviously, but gotta be pretty happy with this. You can see he's throwing to him, he catches it, he's going. No one can touch it. He just destroys it.
Wants to throw. It's Rayola. He's going for a big play. He fires a ball. Now it's picked off. Got some room to run. And he's brought down.
He's the best. Like, you can't throw. He's 95 feet, nice, sort of an unreal man. And receiver ability when it comes to catching the ball. You cannot throw to that side whatsoever.
Has the lead here.
Cool. Okay. Well, this is going pretty well.
He wants to throw.
This is Staub. That's the QB who's technically next to us. Sanders is going. This is kind of what our lineup is. It's a bit of a teaser. I'm not going to play it very well. This is a bit of a teaser what our lineup would look like. Miller, Webster, Russell, Wentz, Hunter, and Sanders are both going. That should be easy. Okay, this rivalry game, I don't expect all these games to be like this, but that was absolutely, that wasn't a pitch. I want to show you guys this as well, without cutting, just so you guys know. I am playing this on the hardest difficulty possible, so there are going to be games that are quite difficult. I'll show you guys the gameplay slider. You can see all the CPU skill is completely and totally maxed out. So the CPU should be scoring as much as possible. We still, with Hunter, all of these guys, we're stopping them with ease. And that, to me, is a beautiful sight to see. 5 touchdowns, no interceptions for Sanders. 25 to 40 rushing. Sanders also doing really, really well. 12 for 30. And then Travis Hunter averaging 155 again. The fun thing is defensively, Shiloh has 3 picks, 1 TFL. He's been everywhere on the field. So far, through 2 weeks, this is going very similar to how I expected it. Felt like we could be a dominant team this year. I felt like this roster was kind of ready. Obviously, there's going to be some really good stuff coming up, and recruiting needs to be a little better because we're having a bit of a slow start recruiting-wise. But at the end of the day, I think we're doing pretty well. If anyone in our top 5, okay, we got a top 5. So, Landon Lucci, this guy, we are currently in his top 5. Now, I don't know enough about him to do much about it is the thing. I can't schedule visits. I can't do much. This 4-star and then Ben Power at quarterback, I'm not even that interested in. Those are our players were their top 5. I don't love those because they're not really, none of those are really players. This is good. Okay, so you see this? The 5-star running back, and we're now number 1 for him. The 5-star end, we're now number 1 for him. It just took some time to marinate, and we're 2nd for this year. So I don't want to mess with things too much because I feel like if you do, sometimes things can get a little bit ugly. So what I might just do, I might just play this one simple. Give Cal, contact his friends and family, kind of see how that looks. Don't expect all the games to be as simple as that last one was. That was a bit of an anomaly, but let's see how it goes. Cool, this is a fun rivalry game, this one right here. This is a really fun rivalry game. We're at their bar. It's going to be loud because it's a rivalry game. As I said, that was truly good look. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Similar thing. Travis Hunter, Sanders on defense, Sanders on offense. Just make plays, win games. Go, Webster might be your movie. Yep, good job, Hayden. Fall for it. That's better. Like, even that run right there is a little... That makes you optimistic for the future of the run game, because the run game has been such a disaster. Yeah, go to... Oh, my God!
He knew exactly where he wanted to go with that one. And then
Oh, gosh. Easily, he could have been gone there.
pick up running the drag route and finding that quiet, soft
Look at Sanders. Just realizing it's a slow linebacker over there, making the decision and throwing the ball. I like that a lot. And look here, this is fake screen wheel, but if nobody goes with Hunter, I'm definitely just, it's not going to be, look at this dude. Oh, good job. First down.
It's not a touchdown. They just want to get this guy lathered up and get him.
Yeah, go, let's go, Hunter. Get out of there, Travis. Get out of there. I like that throw a lot. Okay, look, Shepard to Webster here is kind of my read. 1, 2, boom. Yep.
He makes the connection. And he cruises his way to the house. Touchdown, Colorado.
These are the games we gotta win. 100%, we gotta win them. Travis Hunter, whenever you can get him the ball over the middle, he's just gonna make every single person on the team now. Beautiful, 75 yards in 2 minutes, touchdown.
He's looking to throw. He lets it fly.
Oh my! 24 was Moss out of the gym.
They'll dial up the run on first and goal. He'll run it up the middle.
Yep. Good job, third down.
Moving it down the field is to have the
Good throw. I came to the in route, corner route wide open. Let's dance, Colorado State. This should be a good one. Okay, we got to bounce back in. Yep, perfect. Just let Hunter cook. You just got to let Hunter cook. Yep. Go, good job, Horn Jr. Not a lot of room there. That is what it is. The other plays that are not always going to be for huge games, but just to, like, kind of show something else. Right now, Hunter is every single down. That's who I'm looking for. Like, that's been our guy. And Sanders, like, this is... That was almost chemistry. Shoot.
We're giving away $10 million in free Domino's pizza. What did you just say? Yeah, $10 million in free pizza.
Say that again. Shorter. How about 10 million? Oh, I like that.
Order Domino's now on Uber Eats to claim your free pizza.
Welcome to the Credit Karmaverse. Here, we monitor your finances and alert you to changes big and small so you can enjoy less stress and more peace of mind. Simply scan your screen to experience Intuit Credit Karma for yourself.
All the gear to go back in style. Welcome to your Walmart. Get 24-hour allergy relief that does not fade. Be wise all, take Zizol at night.
Yo. Whoa, 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 whoa. Yep. Oh, hearts. I don't love that. I don't love that. Okay. Oh, this play, third down. I'm looking. Hunter's got to be my main read. Yep. All day.
Let's go to the end zone.
Ah!
Red zone opportunity, but it's incomplete.
Friend of the channel, Matt is a friend of the channel. I need you to make this kick, dude. I thought I had that. It really thought we had that. In between, kind of in between the safeties. Decently thrown ball, but it is what it is. Okay. Colorado State looks very good on that first drive.
Fielded in the end zone, it's Olsen. Yeah. They'll throw it on first down.
Shalom! Shalom! It's me! Oh my God! That was actually a disgusting lick. I don't care what you guys say. That was a sick lick. Oh my God. That's 4 picks for him. Bruh.
Makes the interception. Everybody on
So cocky. That easily could have been a fumble into the end zone. Okay. Best user ever. I'm telling you, this senior class is crazy on this team. Like this is the year.
And Kevin Connors keeping an eye on everything all over the country. Stuff like this. And the ball's on the ground. How about that alert play from the defense? Touchdown, Buck!
Hold up, who got rid of it? I'm not sure who got rid of it. You hear the boos from Colorado State. They don't like what they're seeing. Who dropped that? I went over with 19, 38 forces the fumble. Sanders was there. Scoop and score, Brandon Gant all day. Okay, this game changed incredibly quick. Oh, there's room there. Go, Hunter. Oh, one cut. His one cut is bananas. That's the crazy. Like, it's like that first Hayden, call for it. Yeah, good job, Hayden.
Use the play fake. Now the throw.
Yeah, dot. Nice job.
The play action fake. And the quarterback can make a big play when he starts moving around. Complete downfield.
So 101 on Hunter on a DB that I don't think can probably guard him. Yeah, that's. He's the best. Honestly, he's the best receiver in the game. And you just gotta throw it to him every single chance that you get. Wow. Makes the game easy. Like, it truly, and it's gonna get tougher, and the competition's gonna get tougher, but like, we gotta be beating teams like Colorado State.
Looking to throw instead. He'll take a shot.
Look. Come on! Oh my gosh, I gotta show you guys. And it is Colorado State, so I don't feel the need to like. I promise you I'm playing this game on the most difficult you can against the computer. And we're absolutely dialed in right now. With Travis Hunter. And like, I might only get 1 year of Travis Hunter, so yeah, let's go up top. He's gonna run by everybody. No, we're just gonna. It's gross at this point. Okay, GG's, guys. That was just pure, simple, dog. That performance right there. There was nothing to it. Great game from Sanders. Defensively, we got a sick interception with Sanders as well. Offensively, Hunter's going for 230 a game. Sanders is throwing like crazy. As you know, this competition and the teams are going to get better. And this is a tough schedule that we're going up against. But hey, everything that's happened so far, I love it. Guys, we are in a lot of teams. We got locked out of the quarterback. We're in a lot of teams top 5 though. Travis Hunter wins Big 12 offensive player of the week. I'll kind of go through his stats here after 3 weeks. 3 weeks in a minute. National offensive player of the year. He's got interceptions. He's only done everything for us. 9 touchdowns, Travis Hunter's 555 touchdown defense, and like if you could tailor-made what you want in a Colorado thing, like in a Colorado dynasty, these are the players that people want to see. We have been locked out of a few of these races, but we're still very much in a lot of them. We don't have a ton of hours, and I have to know kind of when to give up and swerve on some of these dudes. Right now, with Damian Trimble, the 5-star, we're currently 1. The 5-star right end, we're currently 1. The 5-star middle linebacker, we're close. Very, very, very close to being his number 1 option. So I would say overall scouting-wise, we're doing quite well. There's players that I'm spending a lot on, like this guy that's free safety that I don't need to be sending him out anymore. Like really, I don't. I could probably just DM him for a few weeks just to see. Although I do think he's a beast. Like I obviously want him on the team. I need to save some of this money that I went all in on recruiting, and I kind of need to know when to pull back a little bit and allocate some of these resources to different things and kind of see what happens if I do that. This receiver, for example, 6'4" from Atlanta, I want to contact him. I kind of want to see what some of these guys are saying, just to kind of go from there. But I think as of right now, we kind of want to keep things going the way they are. I can switch to a hard sell once I know, and I think there's a few of them that I know their motivations. Like, okay, this 4-star DB from Wellington, I know all of his motivations. I'm sending the house. I can easily switch this to a hard sell. I can go proximity, campus lifestyle, sell him on that, and then I can also schedule his visit to be week 7, I believe, to try and lock that in. Like if we go here and we go to ready for visit, you can see there's all these players are potentially ready, but it's not letting me get them, and I'm not 100% sure why that is. Would that just be because I don't have enough? Let me see if I get rid of some points from the other guy. I might just not have enough money for it. Okay, yeah, I just didn't have enough money. So now I can start clearing stuff up and making sure, like, you want to make sure that no matter what, you can schedule these visits, especially with my, like, really top tier players like that. So even if it means I have to take some points away from some of these other guys, I need to make that happen. So Landon, I'm also going to schedule his visit on brand exposure. And then I have one more visit, this free safety that I think I really want to schedule his. And I'm going to schedule his on brand exposure too. So I would say that's pretty good in terms of I'm trying to make sure that I'm better at scheduling visits. I'm number 23 ranked team in the country, going up against the Baylor Bears at home. It's not always going to be this easy. It's been these last 2 games have been absolute layups.
Design a training program so that I can run a marathon.
Refresh your senses with a kick of citrus flavor. Do the do.
Earning a degree shouldn't complicate your busy life. WGU has the built-in flexibility you need to further your education without compromising on your commitments. Our generous transfer policy could let you bypass many general education requirements for bachelors if you already have existing college credits. With no set login times or rigid course schedules, you can study and take tests whenever works best for you. Plus, you get to use your existing credits, knowledge, and real-world experience to move through course material more quickly. Learn more and get started at WGU.edu.
Can't let that get in my head, because I know things are going to get more difficult. We just got to try and keep on winning. Come on! 3-0 start. Great start for the Buffaloes. We just got to keep on winning. We got 5 stars coming to our game in a couple of weeks. Clearly, our performance potentially is helping us a little bit in our recruiting, because we have done pretty well in terms of recruiting so far, and we're just putting on a show in every single game that we're playing. So we can continue to do that, continue to just play smart. I see no issue in hopefully us becoming top 5 teams. I think truly I believe they're capable. This play's been working quite well for us. Just trying
Oh,
to
short,
find
nigga.
has been our main.
Early in the afternoon.
In those situations, you drop back, throw it to him. His momentum's been carrying forward every single time. He's just super, super, super good in general.
To the air on first down.
Like even there, like that's a catch that a lot of receivers don't make.
We have to go on the road. Got to get off to a quick starting.
Yep. Go Jimmy Horn Jr. Get up there, my friend. Good first.
Every single year, so
Rolling out to my right. Found the receiver. Well done. Okay, first and 10. This looks like man on man, potentially with Travis. Pull this thing.
now second and 10.
Yep. Go Travis Hunter! He is insane! Oh my gosh, he's insane. I don't care what anyone says.
Misfired on the last play. They'll go.
Oh gosh, that one I was trying to learn. He's gone. Holy smokes, I was trying to learn that because sometimes if you click on the DB and they throw that kind of pitch, you can get it. I got torched bad. Okay. 7 up. Yep. Oh, good job, Shepard. That's okay. Baylor's playing excellent defense on us. Yep. This is where I gotta start making some tricky kind of decisions. This is one-on-one on the left with Hunter, but I'm thinking Horn Jr. might get open.
Looking to throw. Escapes the pressure going right.
Yep. Sanders, unbelievable throw.
Lost the throw on first down. Escapes the pressure to his.
Yep. Go Sanders. There we go. Good first down. I ran across the line. Nothing was open. Tried to have a little bit of patience, made a play. Oh, something. That should be probably up for great. Yeah. You know that's not from watching something. Yep. That's not good. I don't know what I saw. Oh, I'm just so dumb. That situation right there, that's a slot. You've already got the first down. You're moving the ball tremendously. Slide, dude. Like, you have to slide on that.
I'm interested to see this defense, too. Like, the momentum is clearly not in your favor. How do you use the play fake now to throw? Got it in the middle. It's John. They bring him down. Comes out throwing on first down.
Go. He's so good. You gotta house it. He's gotta house it. He's going to. I hope, like I said, this first year in the league, though, dude. It's just the greatest, coolest guy doing. Oh. Offense gets stopped. Horrible fumble by me. Sanders kicked from the very back of the end zone. He now has, I believe, 3 interceptions in 4 games and a 14-7 lead for Colorado.
Help this offense get back on pace here on the
I think Baldwin's fast. Let's take a look at Baldwin. I think that guy is freaking fast. Baldwin, yeah. Baldwin's a senior 98 speed. Yikes. Yikes, yikes, yikes. Okay, we got a game.
College football, fellas. How about that? Sounds as if they had a good ball game there. Kevin, thanks for the update.
Dot, nice throw.
Looking for a man. It's Sanders. Stepping to the right. He's going to take off. It's third down. They'll try to pick up the first through the air.
Come on. Shepard caught that. Don't ask me how, but somehow Shepard caught that kick. Stay aggressive. You got to make throws. Yeah, I'm thinking back kind of to Hunter could be the read if you're really confident, but I think that's a tough throw to make against any
Apparently some confusion.
Against any kind of defense with safeties, it's really difficult to throw it into that window.
Now the play fake.
This one I would throw to him though, because he's probably going to dunk on him.
I just love it.
I don't know how else to put it. He's a glitches player in the game.
You want to get that momentum on your side, and they do it.
That play right there, as soon as I see one-on-one, I'm just going to click on, stop a little bit, go up, jump, dunk off. Easy. Easy. Oh, there's a lot of them there, too. Good play, sir. Good play.
Seizing on the day. Reese, this defense has no answer for this guy. It doesn't matter where he's. They'll run it from the gun.
Yes, sir. Go to him. Let's go. Use a strip fumble. I don't know who got that. I think maybe that was, I don't know who exactly I was using there, but the dot.
Ready for it. Kane got on the running back, got him on the ground.
The run game fails me on first. Oh, I can take the run game going. That's just a dumb read through and through, though. There's nothing good about what I just did.
Off the play fake on first down.
Get that. You're short.
I know. I'm going to sit down and make a big play.
Okay, we got a game, fellas. Shoot.
Sorry about that. Should have ran better route.
Easy money, perfect throw, cut up field. My biggest concern with the team is the passing game is wonderful. Hunter is always open. My biggest concern is the inability to do this. Like, to get more than like 2 or 3 yards in turn. As the season gets ridiculous, let's say we make it to the playoff game, all those things. You can't get away past every single thing. You have to have at least some type of run game. And I feel like we don't have that right now. Yep. Davis goes to the other side. Beautiful. First down.
Running back involved in the pass, and the quarterback gives it to him early so he can go fires deep toward the end zone. And it's a down play. Looking to throw it, Sanders.
Look at this. Little bit of pepper on it. Good throw. Yep.
Defense makes a stop.
Things on defense, I can't press. I can't really do anything on defense. That's my biggest fear right now. It's just that I can't.
They don't want to leave too much time on the clock for an end. If no one's open, you got to make sure you're throwing that ball out of the end zone.
Yeah. Okay, third down and goal. We have a mile. I think we just gotta try and take 3 here. Set myself up, or go up top to Hunter. If I can get something, I'll get. Close. Okay.
So on fourth down, here comes the field goal kicker in a huge.
Yeah, we got it.
And this one
Didn't execute real well, but we still got the lead. We're still up in there. Oh gosh. Okay, we gotta win this. You lose a game like this early if you get out of it.
didn't find it. Back to throw. It's Finn.
No.
Oh,
I thought we were burnt again. I don't know why we're pressing. And manually it's pressing for us. Damn. Oh, that's a
little screen to the running back.
That screen for sure is going to be.
Slides his way down to the they'll try it again through the air.
Come on.
Catch in the middle. Looking to go up top on first down.
Oh, that's a weasel. That was gorgeous, that throw. In between that kind of pocket, that was wildly impressive. I'm up on you.
That pass right there.
Didn't work. I tried to use her. I was trying to switch something up. Excuse me?
Yeah.
What's going on?
Discover Cashback Debit gives everyone money back on the stuff they buy. So I bought all these kids a bunch of candy. I know what I'm doing.
A debit card with cashback. Discover Cashback Debit.
At L'Oreal Group, 85% of the PET plastic we used in our packaging came from recycled sources in 2023. This is how we create the beauty that moves the world.
Start your day with Nature Made, the #1 pharmacy-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. For over 130 years, Australia University has been offering affordable options to help students get ahead and stay ahead.
They're gonna review
This game has been incredible to watch, and the offense comes through late in the game.
Okay, this is our first big time nose drive of the year. Need 7 to stay undefeated. Oh my goodness. Okay. Short throws, quick throws, Hunter. Hunter with the ball in space is my best friend. I need to find a way where he gets the ball with a lot of room. Whether it be a jet sweep, whatever I gotta do, he is going to be the player that's going to get us out of it. So I want to try and keep clear. Still have 3 timeouts. We end up behind the line of scrimmage. On every play needs to be a first. We just need 7 and 47. And, oh my gosh, is that coming back? Oh, that's coming back. Okay, that's that holding call was crucial because that just changes the way I gotta play it. Oh my gosh, no, he didn't. Stop and go. Yep. First one. That PA jet sweep we did earlier. I'm thinking Shepard potentially, or even just throw it to Horn Jr. in the flat.
They'll have it first and 10. Off play action. They're bringing heat.
Everybody run deep. I'm throwing this drag route no matter what almost. Oh, you go up top of it there or something. Or you try and keep it low for one throw. Oh my gosh, he got it. Yeah, everyone just looked at the oh my! Oh my gosh! If you have not done a Colorado Dynasty, you owe it to yourself. Walk off. A walk-off to end the game at just literally a Hail Mary throw. One-on-one long from Sanders. Tell like mom when you get here. Comment if you're here. Comment at hashtag I just want to make sure people actually get to see that.
When you dream of
That
this
is
scenario,
we were dead to rights. We were done. Completely done. That could not be more done in that game. That's got to be one of the, maybe the best play since I've had this game, I would say. No time left. He throws it up, you swerve, catch it, and look at this catch. Somehow, to keep the season alive, honestly, we lose to Baylor there. We're going to have a tough time getting ranked. We're staying there.
when it mattered most.
That is one of the craziest plays I think I've seen.
That's going to do it for us.
Oh, did he put it?
Guy Reese Davis, and this has been another presentation of EA Sports.
Come on, I also want to keep this live so you guys can see that we are on Heisman difficulty. I'm going to show it multiple times. Not that it's impressive, like obviously I can keep, like anyone can, but it's just so you guys know I'm not just being a weirdo out here. You can see QB accuracy, blocking, and then all these stats, pass defense. I can move those higher. If you get to like 100, it's like kind of crazy. But I have it to the computer, like the defense against us, and they're playing us at 100 for everything. That's the craziest game I've ever seen. If that didn't make someone want to come to our school, I don't know what will. And that was crazy because Sanders, Hunter already has 800 yards in 4 weeks. What? That was so sick. Okay, that's gonna push us to be the number 19 ranked team in the entire country right now. As far as scouting, it looks like we lost some people, or we gained some points. And actually, maybe we didn't lose as many people as we gained points. So let's see, what about players that are ready for a visit? Yep, an athlete, a scrambler athlete. He is ready for a visit. I'm gonna schedule him against Cincinnati. Lamar, he is ready for a visit. We'll go brand exposure. And I try and get the visits done as soon as we can because your chances are so much better. I'm gonna try and sell him on Sunday time, and then Vaughn is a right top. I'm only really DMing this dude right now, but he also needs a visit. So I'm gonna schedule him a visit for this. Maybe I'm boxing a little. I'm trying to go for the family aspect of the visit. You know, I can add more prospects. But I feel like as of right now, just this instant, the only positions that I don't have on my board that I would like to have more of would be tight end and receiver, but I'm kind of just focusing on these top tier players at the start, and right now we're winning in a lot of these. The unfortunate thing is this current battle. We need to learn more about them. Like, okay, brand exposure, we got on there yet. This too. Proximity to home, the most proximity to home. So we need more time to be able to hopefully recruit these guys because I'm a little afraid of losing them. And I don't really know what to do in the meantime to try and like avoid losing them. This guy, okay, so this is a good example. So Damian Trimble, we know all of his motivations. So we know exactly the things that he cares about. So I can not only do that, I can go TV time because I think he's a 5-star running back. I can also, I have to clear from some other people, but I can also put some effort into these other things. Sergio looks like we got a lot of players that were in their top 5, but I would say we're doing pretty well at the moment, just all things considered on the recruiting side of things. 19 Colorado versus number 23 UCF. This is going to be a battle. I promise. Hopefully it does not come to the wire like that last one did. That was bananas. But just no mistakes, win the game. Let's get it. This is like the battle of like you probably don't know what team you're throwing to because their uniforms could not be more similar. There is this game, just even looking at it, it's the same uniform. If you take away the logo, you are slight differences, but this could easily feel like my team walking. Bizarrely close. I can't be losing that much. Those are the same uniforms. I also am really excited. Potentially something to UCF. I feel like UCF is solid. And UCF is being, it being in Orlando, it's an easy trip. I got really invested in Orlando.
Bounces through the end zone.
Okay, gonna start off with Travis Hunter here. Jet touch pass. Yep, go, gone. Yep, one cut. Just a highlight. Simply, you get him the ball and you make one cut. It's absolutely disgusting. Okay, well, that was a lovely start. I can't kick extra points, so don't worry about it, but hopefully our defense can clutch up. 6-0. Yep, I love that play. That's a cool one because it's at the top, there's a bit of like a cut, and then it's like a hook row, a curl row, but it's cooler than that. Got him.
For 100 yards. Look out. Caught there in the space. Got him on the ground as soon as he caught him. He's ready for that.
Okay, third down. Question is coming. Yeah, thank God. Just gotta slow up a little bit. You gotta slow down so you can speed up and catch him. That's sort of what I noticed. When you throw it, you feel like you can overrun it. You gotta stop. Try to like box out the DB. Accelerate.
Defense right now is really keying in on this run.
Okay, we got a game. 14-7.
Looking downfield.
we're good, but we're really just Travis. I feel like we're just Travis Hunter.
He's got great speed, and they had now an opportunity to really take control of this game.
You can feel the momentum. Like, I don't understand it, but once it gets going one direction, it's so hard to switch.
Pretty good. I would say I'm pretty confident on the left side. He's going to be around for a while. We got to hope, if you're watching this right now, you got to hope that Hunter needs to stay.
When life calls for a little peanut butter M&Ms.
Design your dreams. Polo 67, the iconic fragrances, Ralph Lauren. Lowe's knows you want appliances that do more, like a Whirlpool washer with 2-in-1 removable agitator. Tackle laundry day your way.
He's looking to throw.
Cool, we got a game, UCF. We got a game. I think it's Warren Jr. to Hunter has to win every game.
Out of bounds as long as it passes the line of scrimmage.
Dot! Such a dot! Beautiful. Oh my gosh, that was beautiful.
See what they're doing to
The
make sure
step up, that was needed too. The crazy thing is, we were sputtering, 100%. Like I had 2 straight drives, barely done anything. They've scored on us. 24-2, we're back. We needed that.
Check in with second down. They'll try the field goal to get the points before halftime.
Thanks, you got a game. Solid half,
Hoping to get an early drive going.
this offense is ready. They're ready to take the field here and see if they can get something established. They don't know. Everything's working. I would expect them to keep pushing this ball down. But just imagine.
Webster has shifted, so after he catches the ball, he's going to, he can make people miss through, which is fun. Shoot! Shoot! One more. No. This is the 4th I feel like we gotta go for. Warren Jr. potentially on that. Yeah, that's just Sanders. That's just Sanders being Sanders. Oh, now. Don't bother. Don't even bother. I know he was in. Yeah, he had 4 feet in. He only has 2. Don't waste our time with that. Sometimes the reviews in this, I'm like, there's plays that are worse than that. They don't, just the most random plays in the review. Yeah. Awful. Hunter said, yeah. I feel how to do it.
Well, that didn't necessarily go as planned, but it was.
That's a cool celebration. I love that the celebrations, the fact that you can pick them, is super sick. I hope Martin puts a bunch of them in and lets us do that as well. Okay. 24-27 game. UCF is playing out of their minds right now. And we just got to try and keep matching. Plaintiff essentially just 1,000, 2,000, 3,000.
Throws to the wideout.
Yep.
Trying to make exclamation point on this one. They bring him down and he's going to
that precisely right there is why I don't wonder if
get that ball back.
that was a good situation.
Here on 3rd down.
Yep. Throw a little bit of pepper. The opposite of pepper. A little bit of not pepper. I just love it. Keep it up. Boom! Undefeated. Blood. Blood. Things got dicey. very, very, very dicey in that game. At a few points, I was like, Jack, about to lose this one, but he fought and made great plays on terms of reserve once again. He totally carried us. And Sanders was amazing too. Like, you look at both these players, you can't deny, like, this is good. Dude has every single ability to make it really fun. Quite honestly, a little bit insane. Okay, through 5 weeks, we're 5-0, exactly what I expected. Let's keep it up. Okay, the Big 12 Offensive Player of the Week is none other than Travis Hunter. National Offensive Player of the Week, I would say he probably would be #1 for the Heisman right now, which I was expecting it to be easily #1 for the Heisman Trophy. It probably, if I can continue this, and if I, especially if he can continue to be as good as he is, like, on defense as well, I think the Heisman is well within reach. So, next kind of thing with our recruits, let's talk through this. So, this guy on TV time, on all these different things, very much working for this halfback. I think there's a very good chance we're going to get Damien, which would be awesome. This dude, we're #1. Still struggling to understand his motivation, but lovely. Okay, so Calvin McLennan, we are battling currently where we are going to have to make a really, really, really big push if we're going to get this guy. So I am going to have to hard sell and hope that that helps a little bit. Pass coverage linebackers stuck. This safety, we're also in the same situation. The issue is, this guy I just don't know enough, but I'm also terrified, absolutely terrified that he's just going to commit somewhere else if I don't try and take some type of risk. I would say it's like Texas, he's not going to Texas until week 13. So that's a benefit to us. But do I try and, like, where is he from? He's from Utah? Do I try and, like, guess what his, oh gosh. Okay, these guys, I guess I got his hometown hero. This student looks like we're in pretty good shape. So these guys, these linebackers, I want to, rather than going too far and trying to, like, get all these other people to bye week, I'm going to bring him to here with our specific athletic facility. Rather than going, like, to a bunch of different recruits, the players that we have in the top 5, let's try and make sure these guys sign. Rather than, sometimes I just think I get a little bit distracted and I start trying to grab all the great players rather than focusing on the fact that, hey, you got these players, try and make them sign as quickly as possible. And you can see a lot of them were in the top 5. This athlete is actually the one that we're struggling with. There's been a bit of a push elsewhere. I think he's a beast. Personally, I think this could be our QB next year. So I'm kind of leaning towards going a little bit more aggressive in our approach, and then Matthew Easy, I'm not as worried about that. So as far as recruiting, I'm happy with that. On our recruiting board, we have these players at the bottom that we haven't really talked too much. Some of which I want to try and just learn a bit about, like someone like him. I don't want to waste my time because he's not probably, no matter what, going to play. This DB, there's no world where he's ever going to play. So because of those things, this linebacker doesn't seem too bad. 73 awareness for a linebacker is actually pretty good. So I'm going to actually send that out on fantasy. Let's hope that recruiting is successful. We're 5-0. That's going to help us a ton in terms of recruiting as well. All we lost was Bragg, but this 5-star Moosey has reached his top 3 schools. So we're in the top 3 for a lot of these guys. Kansas State. We are now the number 14th ranked team in the country. How is our recruiting pitches going? Okay, so Tremble 1, Rico Higgins 1. McLennan still fighting. How the heck did I get this guy? Oh, how do you get? You just gotta hope he waits for his visit. Okay, Lucy I now know enough about. That was the risk though, by waiting that extra week. That was 100% the risk on him because he had that whole extra week and now he's definitely leaning even more to Texas than he was before, which is very concerning. This dude, I went aspirational. I'm really trying with this quarterback. It looks like it might not pay off. So part of me think let's go to the prospects and let's pick some new prospects that we weren't looking at before, and add them to our board. So this defensive tackle, this outside linebacker, this DT, tight end is very much a position. So maybe I'll scout 2 vertical threat, 4-star tight ends and see kind of what they look like. Wherever I can find them. What's up? Okay, so this vertical threat tight end, I'm going to 75 points. Part of me got an 89 acceleration. So part of me sees this guy, Darrell Rivera. Let's try and send him a crazy offer. Rather than kind of trying to play it slow, let's just roll him a good offer to 89 acceleration, position that we desperately need. You can see statistically, we've been unbelievable. By far my best dynasty I've played so far. So, Kansas State, Big Ten week, let's get it.
Try new Gain Relax Flings. It's not just a scent, it's a vibe. New Gain Relax Flings. Seriously good scent.
Your broken chair? Our Gorilla Wood Glue Ultimate. For the toughest jobs on planet Earth.
You got it right!
Have fun out there. Hi, we're Visible. Get set to travel this summer with a wireless plan that'll keep you connected on the go. All on one line with unlimited 5G data and hotspot. Not just $20 a month for 2 years. Travel like a champion with code CHAMP. Switch at Visible.com.
Okay, come on, Buffalo. Just keep doing exactly what Kansas State's going to be a tough out. They're not the greatest overall, but they're a very solid team. They're 4-1. They're doing their thing. They're ranked. This is going to be far from an easy out.
On the run from inside his own 5. Nice job by the kickoff team.
This
guy can go get it. He can run. He can drive in 2nd and 11. Just a short pace.
Okay, 3rd down middle.
The play action fake. Fires to the wall.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. McKinney, come on. Spencer's almost said that. Dang, that was... That throw was insane. Like, could not have been more perfect. Okay, 7-0. Oh, come on.
Each other during the game, the head-to-head matchup that everybody.
Yep, Travis Hunter. Not overthinking nothing. It's Travis Hunter all day. You can try, but that's man on man. Yep. As soon as it's man on man, that ball's going to be thrown every single time. Cool. Okay. Good job, Buffalo.
Yeah, and you got me searching for answers.
Smooth.
See, they ran to the right. They like this matchup. Is the right side of their offensive line really good? I'm going to be paying attention. Johnson wants to throw it. Got his man quickly. He's a big part of this offensive success.
Nah, there's lots of room there.
He's still on his feet.
Okay, we're struggling with this DJ Giddens. Like really struggling with this Giddens.
Single back formation, and they give it to him. Johnson,
Nice. Okay, we got a game.
off the play fake on 1st down.
Yep. Little bit of pepper on it. Get upfield, huh? I like that throw. Those are just, this is kind of a simple offense.
Play action.
They backed off on Hunter, which is smart.
Only off there for the offense, and the ball falls in.
Yep. Man on man. Oh, Hunter, we'll discuss them with that.
Last few years, extended into their own territory there. Anywhere, everywhere. Just look at the card, right? That card.
Look at this. Look at. Oh, yeah, I was going to say, I think he got it. Yeah, he did. I was going to say, I'm like, yeah. I was going to say, I'm pretty sure that he caught that. That was a sick animation.
Off the play fake on 1st down. This one. Just find out whether you're going to stay in the race. And who can step on it. And they're dragging down after a good reach. Excellent.
I was trying to log that.
From the gun, wants to pass.
ridiculously quick here. Yep, go to long pass. Cut on him. Yep. Let him go. Let him go, Travis Hunter. Just literally lob pass it to him in the middle of the field. One cut will make somebody miss. Go back.
He wants to throw. Unloads to the wide.
Sanders.
The tackle is made, but he's got it first and goal from the 6.
That was disgustingly close. For a second, I thought we might have that.
Johnson wants to throw it. Dances away from the heat.
Go. Fumble. Where's that fumble? Oh. No. So they fumbled it. I thought that was going to be a fumble at the end zone.
Looking to the end zone on 3rd and goal. Touchdown, Wildcats!
Okay, we are getting just
on first down. Going over the top. What a spectacular grab there.
somehow he catches that. Don't ask me how. I don't know.
More production here in the second. I think they will.
You know what? Put a little pepper on it, swerve it. No.
They'll run play action.
Moving
to his right, trying to make a big play.
Yeah, luckily we got it. He just didn't see anything.
And have to do a better job of separating and giving this quarterback a place to go with the football that time.
They want to just keep throwing it.
Go Sanders, go Sanders! Sit. That was brutal. You could see the pocket starts collapsing a little bit. Make our move, get upfield. Very low.
Wants to throw on first down off the play fake.
That's right.
He does a good job of dropping that race and take a sack. Great job making something out of that.
Yep.
Got a man, it's hard. After the incompletion, back to the passing game.
Thing is here. I feel like I gotta go for that. Like, I really feel like I'm dumb if I didn't go for that.
Now improvise.
Yeah.
He'll be brought down to 7 time winding down here in the quarter. He's to the air. It's Sanders. Getting some heat. And he'll fly his way in for the score. Touchdown, Colorado.
That was just step one. That was big, but that was just step one of a multi-part process. What's the best way? We got 3 time. I feel like I need to blitz like crazy here with Sanders and almost trying to steal the ball.
Takes the handoff. It's getting.
Yeah. They can run the clock, but no matter what, I want those 3 timeouts. As long as I have those 3 timeouts, I have like 4 or 5 plays to work with.
The give on the inside.
Fine. So now I got 30. There's a hope here because there's 33 seconds. I have 2 timeouts left, 2 big plays. And you guys have seen it time and time again. Travis Hunter is the best player in college football here, so there's always a chance we can just host it.
Not able to the air. It's Sanders.
Yeah, that's a dot. Get out of there. Go. I'm thinking Travis on this zero.
Throws to the wideout. That one will be incomplete, and we are down to
Adam, he just missed it.
ball still flying at the 34. It's 2nd and 10. Quarterback.
Okay, this is like step up. I need time in the pocket.
An open man on 2nd down.
You got it, time. Realistically, I could do one more play. That was a 50-50 ball. Okay, let's just go up top to him. Outside, lob it to the corner and see if he can win.
Deep shot for the end zone. It's incomplete, and the last chance is just out of reach, and that's going to do it.
Dang, GG's to Kansas State. I mean, that was going to be a tough game. They just totally gassed us. I think that one has ever done out for crazy 235, 3 touchdowns. We had a good, very good offensive game, but not clearly not good enough. We did throw 2 touchdowns. That pick was bad. Running the ball, we didn't do great. They went 7 once again. For him, 3 for 18, 2 rushes for negative, 4 for 80. But Hunter once again is over 224 yards. Shoot! The play before, right before the end of the game. This is the last play of that game. Up top, looks like he catches it, just loses it going down, which is unfortunate, but still a very good effort. Okay, cool. No one said it's gonna be easy. 5-1 now. A humble defeat at a game that I believe there was some visits at. I didn't want to get too blah about that, but I'm pretty sure some of these dudes that we had in the top 5, their visit was scheduled for Kansas State. Like that DB was Kansas State. There was a good amount of them that their visit was today. So, we might lose those guys. That's how crazy one game can be. Truly, like, I brought 3 people to that visit, hoping, boom, David didn't care. David did not care, and the 5 stars, it looks like we haven't lost them. But David signed. Okay, so we get a DB, and I expect as this goes to get a lot of DBs. That's not going to shock me. Verbally committed. He's 5'10". He's 91 speed. He's not the greatest player in the world, but he's solid. I'm happy that he committed. Let's go see how bad that visit. Oh no, this one was too bad. Looks like Calvin had a good visit. A lot of these guys, it looks like they had pretty decent visits. We'll sort by rank. Rico Higgins. Yeah, okay, good. I know his motivations now. Because I didn't know his motivations, we were falling in his recruiting. Like, we were losing pretty consistently. So now that I know that, I can't schedule visits. But now that I know that, that should help us a little bit. This is unfortunate. Hard sell kind of worked. Yeah, I don't know. That's going to be a tough one. I'm worried that we lost that guy. I'm a little worried that we lost him. This right tackle, too, I'm only DMing. But I definitely need to put more effort into his scouting, because I don't think there's any reason for him to be DMing. And I can schedule this guy's visit a little later, which is nice. And we still have 40 hours remaining, which I'll probably schedule this dude's visit. I swear, if I would have won that game, we would have had a lot more success. We had 3 people at that game. Okay, so now we go to Arizona, taking on McMillions and a very tough Arizona squad on the road. This is going to be a battle. Oh, this is a body. Oh my gosh. Future team to like, so my favorite uniform in college football, bar none. By far, so I don't every single team. I love their uniforms. So, I think they're just like the most beautiful uniforms ever. They're just like, they just look kind of like America.
Goldfish and chips. Together as one. Goldfish crisps. Light and airy. Totally irresistible. Taste how Goldfish does chips.
Hey, it's me, your skin. Help me maintaining my moisture balance with CeraVe Hydrating Cleanser.
Just by looking for healthy products made with coastal plastic like this,
You can help make a difference.
With Frito-Lay Variety Pack. Sliding into your school day with a perfectly packed lunch starts the day off with a win. Frito-Lay Variety Pack, the fun's inside.
Use the play fake, now to throw. Just a small return, but a big play as they
Don't box us. That was a bad read by me. I don't know why. I thought I had that coach. Oh, okay, Arizona's gonna get scored. Okay, every once in a while we do games that I can just make it a little bit longer when we don't play on defense. And right there, Arizona comes out and scores on us easily. Good job, Hayden. Good run, sir. It's a good first.
Line on first and 10. On the move to his left. He'll pull it down and run.
Yep. Good side.
Nothing home. Take off and slide.
Yep. Good throw. Ball for it. I don't know where Hunter is.
Let's it fly deep down.
Oh. I'm not 100% sure where Travis Hunter is, unless he's hurt. Go, Hayden. Kind of worried he's late. Just based on the fact that he's not in his game. Oh, gosh. We would be in shambles without Dude. Yeah, good check down. Without Hunter, though, I don't know. Yep. I don't know where Hunter is. And that's a little bit, that's moderately terrifying. I'm thinking he might just, okay, defense gets to stop him maybe. I'm thinking he might just had a couple plays off. No, he's, ooh, okay, we might have a serious injury to the Heisman. Oh, Webster. Good job, Webster. That dude's a stud. Oh my God. Okay, Arizona's getting home right now. Arizona's getting home. Out. Ooh. When I start looking around and there's no Travis Hunter, things are less. Thank you. This is actually nice to know that receiver bringing a chance. Nice job, Shepard.
He'll come out throwing on first down. On second down, he's looking downfield.
Yep. Check down all day. Should be a fish. Nice throw.
Looking to throw it again. Using the looking downfield, it's Sanders. Starting to feel a little pressure.
Okay. Travis, if this is some practical joke, not funny. That linebacker, look at the linebacker play that. That linebacker played that for okay. I'm gonna play smart even though we're on the road here. And I am a 41% field goal kicker, including extra points. This year I'm gonna take my points. Okay, defense, get us to stop. Well done, defense. Okay. Okay, Hunter's back. I'm guessing it was wear and tear with Hunter because he is back. And it makes sense that it would be wear and tear. Nobody has had the ball in his hands more than him this year. Like,
trying to make magic on the scramble.
Don't bother with
Get on second down. Feeling some heat. Pulls it in. Parker and pick up the first.
sit, catch, sit. Catch and sit.
Back to pass, it's Sanders. Lockett starts to the left. He's got it on the move.
Yes. It's not letting me, it didn't default to kick. Snap, snap, snap.
Good set up to throw.
How on earth did we get away with that? Don't ask me, don't look at me. How on earth did I just get away with that? 2 seconds. There was 2 seconds on the clock when we snapped that. Oh, that was beautiful.
On third and long, trying to have a big completion here.
I love this game. I love long passes. I absolutely love long passes.
29, defense can case getting off the field. It's third and long.
Look at this, little bit of pepper on it. Sugar Sanders. Perfect. Absolutely perfect.
Knock it down a few notches. Grabbed over the ball. Back to the air one more time. Trying to get to it. They get to it.
They got to. That was probably done the rest. Okay, we got to go.
Off the play fake on first down, wants to throw. Grabbed in the middle, it's Hunter.
Travis Hunter. Be smart with the clock here. I'm thinking try and just run this a little bit. Nothing dramatic. Nothing too dramatic. But kind of be willing to try and run this out. Shoot, I don't know if I would take 3 though.
They'll run it to keep the clock moving.
What's this?
Snap it to the back.
That's victory formation. Can't risk losses. You cannot risk losing back to back. Okay, take the job against Arizona. GG's in the chat. I'm not kicking this. I'm going for it. I'm going for that all day. All day, every day. You got the best player. You got the best player in the country. You go for that Arizona. They scored immediately. Arizona did. It looks like we have the ball. We got the onside kick. GG's in the chat. Okay, the show goes on. Lovely. I'm hoping the recruits sound of us too. The recruiting stuff is difficult, to say the least. There's some struggles, but I do think we're close on some of these top guys to getting them to sign with us.
Lifesavers gummies. Up the wow. With teacher's #1 bike, bring on the science experiment mayhem.
We can't be that far. Yeah, I have to do that one over. That one stings a little bit. That safety was a stud. That safety was an absolute stud, and we lost them. Okay, we still are in the running for 3. Wow. Ooh. Okay, what else do we do here? So Tremble, I can contact his friends and keep that TV time. Rico Higgins, it looks like we don't really know what to do. I don't. Calvin McKenna, he looks promising. Yeah, this guy's a stud. I don't know what else to do to get in here. Like, I feel like that one looks the most promising, probably, of all of them. Him and the running back, I have some confidence in. That tight end we lost. Okay, this Rivero. He's not bad. He's thinking South Carolina. Can't do much more if he's thinking South Carolina. That's the problem. These guys who I kind of like sort of talked to on the side of the house, contact, and search. Okay, that's where we're at. Cincinnati. We are currently the #13 ranked team in the entire country. We're having a really, really, really good season. Kind of what you expect. Sanders is the same. 1,400 yards already. Everyone is having really crazy years. 4 interceptions for Sanders. Everything that you could have wanted to go well is going well. So hopefully we can just kind of keep it up. Big game against Cincinnati. Okay, let's go Buffalo. Let's go Buffalo. I like the scoreboard of these teams. I don't know why I love it so much. Okay, Hunter is back in the building. We're going to start off with the nice little simple play fake. Roll out, boom, Hunter on the run, jump over him. So we're usually get them with the okay, wing trip, PA Swanson. So currently, as you can see, we're number 13 ranked team in the entire country. Clearly doing
Throwing right. Just in the mid-drive, but now a couple of incompletions leaves him in a hole.
Shepard.
Oh, and another incompletion.
That was slightly awkward. That was just a little bit awkward. The animation came right at kind of the point in the field where you go for it. Honestly, I'm thinking Hunter would be cool, but yeah, you just got to throw it in the field. Rather than throwing it right out of the field. Good throw.
He wants to throw it again. Grab behind the line. It's Hayden.
Go. Oh my God. Good job, Hayden. believe Cincinnati, yeah. Cincinnati just went out and got 3 points. Okay, go Wester or Shepard. Yep. You see that? Easy money. Late.
More and more making him scramble out of the pockets of the right.
Form Junior. I'm so like just slightly behind the little word.
Here's the fake. Now the throw. Let's it fly on the move.
Yeah, I gotta look at him here. Oh, wow. That one was wild. That throw was completely wild. And they go down and get through. They should. Realistically, they deserve to get 3 points in a situation like that.
The give from the gun. He's dropped behind the line. He's looking to throw. He's going to run it. Compose their will. 3rd and short from the 45. Steps away.
Okay, I've got C. You get a little comfortable. You start to think you got this thing figured out. All of a sudden, you're down. 3 field goals, luckily, for us by Cincinnati. Holy smokes. Okay.
Play action on 1st down. Time to stand.
Not that I really want to, but I don't know if Adrian knows firing on also. Oh, wow.
He tries to take the top off. And it's caught inside the 20. He's looking to throw it. Gets it out quickly. Raiding in the red zone here on 2nd down. They're trying to get to it. Finish the line at the end zone.
Take a bow. Take a bow. And we get a stop. Well done. Oh, wow. I think they must have fumbled.
On 1st down. Inside the 10. Touchdown Bearcat. He's going to pass on 2nd down. For the 3rd time today. Takes it the other way.
Okay. Well, hopefully all my bad reads for the season are gone in this one game. What a dumpster fire of reads. Just give it to this guy. Give it to that guy. Like, don't overthink it. I know I've thrown 3 interceptions trying to do stupid stuff. Well, at the end of the day, I have Travis Hunter. Probably is the last year of that.
With that last catch, now has over 1,500 receiving yards on us, especially when you're calling the perimeter of the field, but we just didn't have it there.
Gliding to the right, still trying to make a play. Nice one there.
Just barely on the inside. Players team was on 10 feet to this game, and I'm also throwing way too many picks here.
Feeling some heat.
You know they're in the field goal range. They're going to take the 3 points off the board.
Got it, pass.
Score on a little bit. What's the situation on maybe 15? Back shoulder fade. You must have barely. Oh.
To throw, it's Sanders. Throws to the wide.
Oh. Okay, you can see, guys, things can be going really well, and then all of a sudden, things just fall off an absolute cliff.
To the air on 1st down. Moves away as he feels pressure. He chucks one.
That's such a dot. Go! Hayden, yeah, that's a touchdown. I saw that was number 99, I was like, yeah, GG. Okay.
This guy just throws completions, man. The ball doesn't seem to touch the ground.
Dot. You can try, you can do whatever, but you cannot cover that dude. Okay. And the defense gets us another stop. Okay, just don't fumble this one.
Working that left side now. On 2nd down, he'll let it fall.
situation, that flat route, it's obvious if everything else is covered, they probably will cover too. Horrible.
Keep the pedal to the floor, right? Don't let up. You've done a great job.
Go Hunter. Yep. Get upfield. It's just there's no winning for losers in this game. We're all losers. Even if I'm in this, we lose this. I just can't believe how many picks I threw. Horrible. Just throw it up to Hunter. I'm sick of playing games. He did. God!
Protect the skin, you serve it.
The skin you defended. Every day is a sunscreen day.
Gatorade, the world's most superior sports drink, designed to rehydrate, replenish, and refuel. It fuels the best because it is the best. Gatorade, is it in you?
Frito-Lay Variety Pack. The fun's inside.
I don't know, man. I got no words to describe this one other than sad and painful and bad. I just choked. I choked completely. Okay, Colorado, do you believe in miracles? On a cloudy day in Colorado. Big game. That was all just bad decisions. That's kind of a wake-up call of steam, like I need to stop playing so much. You get away with something for the entire year, and you're like, okay, obviously I can get away with this, and then you get punched in the face. You lose 2 games. I thought that I was on this team was unstoppable, and then I just started. I threw 6 picks in 1 game. You can't. If I was smart, I wouldn't show that. And that's not what I'm about. You guys get to see no matter what. That's just stupid. I can't believe I just threw 6 picks.
Learn as you go.
Oh my gosh. Okay. That was tough. Okay. 4-star. Come on, man! Clip it! Timestamp it! I need you! Because I need to run the ball, because I'm an idiot. Damian Trimble is coming to Colorado. I lost Higgins and I lost McCarter. Punch me in the face. Okay, I'm pumped about that because that's a 5-star recruit. First and foremost, I got a 5-star. Worries about this 5-star that we got, just being 100% honest. This 5-star that we got had the tag, the not that good tag, like the diamond with the X through it. I don't know if that means he's an X factor. I saw the 70 awareness and I was like, this dude's a dog. I think this guy is really good. He has sidestep. To me, he looks like a stud. I don't know if that's a bad thing because he's 5-star. Higgins, you're dead to me. Muti, I hate you. Until the end, we almost had these guys. We were leading on a lot of them until the very last little bit there. We lose Nick, and we got to figure out our QB situation. Okay, I'm going to go golf. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that was a embarrassing, tough, stupid loss. And I'm embarrassed by it. 100% I'm embarrassed by it. But it is what it is. We got to bounce back. There's still a lot of games left. There's still 4 games left. And if we can win these ones, I'd say we still have a chance to do something in this season. So, got to remain optimistic. We lost 2 really, really, really good players, and our recruiting class is starting to look interesting. The other thing that we need to kind of talk about is that our quarterback recruiting class is in a word, this guy's pretty good. I think he's kind of not necessarily a last resort, but I think I do need to put effort into finding the next quarterback of the team. I think that's an important thing that I'm maybe not thinking about enough. And I'm trying to think about it, but it's also just I went after a lot of the top QBs. I struck out. So now I feel like we got to go for more of a 3-star quarterback. Maybe someone who sits on the bench. Maybe someone who redshirts, stuff like that. But we haven't found one yet. So this is where we really got to tighten up and do a little bit of scouting as opposed to just spending all the points. Do a little bit of scouting to see kind of what we can. Chocolati? What the heck do I do with that? Derek Chocolate. Bruh. And he's got the green thing next to him. Okay. And that's the best recruit I've ever seen in my life. Okay, I think this conversation's over. I need Derek Chocolate. He's currently going to Utah State. Correct. Okay, we're going to do everything we can to get Chocolate on this team. Okay, this 3-star, he does need a visit. I don't know if Greg, this guy was 85 speed. I don't need a visit. This 4-star needs a visit, and I think he's somewhat interested. Let's bring him to this game. Dude, Derek Chocolate could be the difference. This guy has the guidelines. This is a 4-star DB that I haven't really put in near as much effort as I need to. Okay, let me go to players that I feel like I'm wasting a bit of my money on. Who do I feel like that? This guy I've spent 30 points on, and I'm still nowhere with him. He's actually a stud, though, and I want him. I'm going to switch him to center out. Bob Given, do I know enough about these dudes to really? A lot of these guys are new to the board. That's why it's difficult for me too. But I do need to clear up some space. James working looks like another one. Okay, 1 second. I gotta find a way to clear some space here. Oh, I'm setting the house on this middle linebacker that's like not even super crazy good. So let me go to him, and then let's go to this player that I had that's 4-star. I think it was this DB, this 4-star DB. Let's set the house with him and kind of see where that gets us. Okay, hopefully we get some recruits. But yeah, the main thing right now is we gotta win games. We're 6-2. We're starting to sputter. I gotta get back on track. Okay, Colorado versus Texas Tech. I want to see how our recruiting. That Fantuz, it looks like we did decent with him. A lot of these guys we're doing all right with, but how we obviously lost some. I'm most concerned with Chocolatey. Okay. This guy's a pretty good center. Enrique Colares, quarterback, Greg. Vines was close. See, so someone like this guy, this right tackle, we're close. I gotta switch him to hard sell. Where the heck do I line these up? There it is. Okay, so now I gotta switch him to hard sell. Do this. And that should hopefully help. It's not 100%, but it could help. This safety, I think we got Sergio Lamar, which is nice. This DB, I want to schedule his. I don't think I've even set the house on this DB. What is his skill set? 85 excited. I don't even think I want this guy. So let's ignore him actually. Okay, where's Chocolatey? That quarterback is it's so crucial we get him, and that helped. Oh, what can I do? Am I too late to the party? No. He's from Utah. He wants to go to Utah. Okay, we're moving up with him, but not nearly as much as I would like to move up from. The other position that we have not really gotten anything from, right here, boom. TJ, stuck. We have really not done a good job recruiting receivers. So this guy also, we DM'd him. It looks like he's interested. So as long as we're getting some of these receivers, that's a positive. These athletes I wasn't quite as concerned with. This is a 6'5" field general. On the off chance we don't get Chocolatey, I feel like I need to at least talk to a lot of these dudes just to kind of see where they're all at. This DB I can schedule his visit, so I'm going to bring him to this game on athletic facility. And then this tight end, this vertical threat tight end, I'm also going to schedule him on brand exposure. So, okay, we got to get back with 100%. Texas Tech versus Colorado. Ladies and gentlemen, the fight continues. Let's go. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, goal here. Get our swagger up. We lost it a little bit. Last week, Sanders He said in an interview that he was embarrassed, he was humiliated, and he was disappointed in himself as a person. Now, what do you do when you come out and you have a performance like that? Well, you run the ball, and you be a little smarter. Mary, that's why we don't run the ball. Running it sucks. Yep, dot. Good try. Good try. Hey, I'm always going to try and jump over. 100%.
Use the play fake. Now the throw.
Yep. Good throw. Yes. That might be on us. Orange green. That's got to be there, isn't it? Oh, this knee pad. Oh, that's coming back.
Looking to throw. Got his hand quickly. And down. He's looking to throw. And they
Good down.
on third and long. Trying to convert through the air.
Yep. Good throw. Yes, sir. Needed that. Okay, try and go back to the counter and just get our one game at a time. We can't really afford to lose, if I'm being honest. Every game for Carolina. So I have to just put all my energy into making sure that every single read is clean. Every single throw is a clean pocket. Like that. Like throws like that. Yep. You gotta just get it to him, Hunter. Thank you, Travis. You can't lose. Never lose again. Shorzy, well, we're never gonna lose again. Yep. That's so perfect. Okay. That's great. 7-0. 2 throws. A deep dig route to Hunter. And then just a nice comeback row. Touchdown. Well done.
Coming into this one, so there's a lot of eyeballs, David, on this game to find out who's mentally and emotionally.
Good job.
He's looking to throw it.
Yep. Dot. Good throw.
Second quarter, getting closer to the half. Offense is
We're back. Oh, good try. Shoot.
Aerial assault continues. Finds the tight end. Use the play fake. Now a throw.
Perfect.
Looking for a man. It's Sanders. He'll throw it.
Warren Jr. Okay. I'm looking Hunter potentially on this zero right here.
Finds some time.
Go Sanders. Well done.
finish those plays and try to tackle that guy and make him think about running the football.
They turn to the passing game on third and short.
Dot. Oh, God. Come on. Yes, sir. Good job, Jimmy. Automatic touchdown. First down. Laser. Give me those. Okay, what a season he's had. Hopefully he goes first round, second round or something. I think he's got a really good chance to go pretty high in the draft. Okay, we are putting a boot down on Texas Tech, which is exactly what we needed to do to get back ranked, get our swag back. Beautiful things will happen. 3 touchdowns. We're back. Good job, Augustine. Love that.
Run that play again. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Why not just go back to the well one more time?
Hayden is so good in those situations. That's where he's my favorite.
Use the play fake. Now to throw. They're going to open this drive with a pass.
Hands down throws are not going to get it done. You've got to be more aggressive in the passing game. They're going to have to just start taking shots. This coaching staff is still trying to find things to build off of into their next game.
They keep attacking through the air. Immediately.
Not putting their best product on the field
Hunter.
And they're not on the
Oh,
same page there.
gosh. They're just not able to hook up. You got to give this defense a ton of credit. They've done a great job in coverage. They've been breaking out passes.
What a play by Jay. That was my favorite play of the game. This has been a bit of a messy game. My offense has kind of gotten a little bit messed up.
Pick up the first down. Makes the ground well past the stick.
Receivers to win one-on-one. You're not going to get a bigger opportunity to prove that than on Pat's fourth down. That was a throw.
Okay, I'm going to run the ball and go out of here. Just telling you right now. I can't let it lose the ball.
That might do it if they can get a first down.
Okay, GG. Last time out.
Okay, victory formation.
Quick timeout.
Oh,
Defense stopping the clock to save as much time as possible for their offense.
Oh, I think that game even got close, but that was phenomenal. I liked that Sanders was good on both sides of the ball. Hunter had a good bounce back game, and we beat Texas Tech. We didn't have a choice. We had to beat Texas Tech. Every single game was 100% a must win, and hopefully our recruits did well. We had some people. We have some people coming to our next game, which is exciting. Okay, let's go. Okay, no new recruits. Utah. Oh my gosh. Okay, let's see what's going on in terms of. Tell me I didn't lose, dude. Chocolatey. Oh, I gotta take a risk. I feel like with Chocolatey, I have to take a risk. No way I'm about to lose, dude. Oh, I can't even. I just gotta keep sending the house. Hopefully he doesn't pick. Okay, he doesn't even have a top 5. We might still be in the running for Chocolatey. Although I'm worried with him. I'm legitimately worried that he's the type. Ooh, this guy's pretty good. I'll offer him a scholarship. I'm worried that he's gonna just commit to Utah because that bar is almost full. Like, it kind of seems like he's the type who maybe was always planning on going Utah, and we're just kind of like being strung along here. Okay, I'm gonna try and be a little more aggressive with some of these guys. So we're gonna hard sell this dude. Same with Workman. I now know everything I need to know about Workman. So most of these guys in the top 5, I know enough about where I want to go from hard sell to a bit of a different approach. More of like a hometown hero. You kind of have to do this unless they're already really interested. So like this guy, this is a 4-star center. I think he's gonna sign no matter what. He seems to be really interested in signing. So what I could do with him is just spend 20 points, soft sell, just to make sure that he knows that we are in line with his interests. Pro potential is DB. I know 2 of 3 things about him. I have a visit schedule I kind of want to keep back. James Keown looks like we're doing pretty good with him. And then this tight end, I'm sending the house, but I'm also trying to ooh, okay. Yo, I can, hey, okay, I'm getting better. So now I know those are his 3 deal breakers. So I can get a little bit of a head start on recruiting him. Okay, this quarterback, let's scout a little bit, because I'm not 100% certain. This guy actually seems pretty decent. He's from JUCO, 5'11" from JUCO. I'm a little afraid that we're going to end up with no QBs at this rate. So this guy looks good as well. So why don't I offer him a scholarship or search his social media? Okay, let's see what that looks like. Okay, big game, let's go. Okay, this is a good rivalry here. Look Hunter on the knee. I think he's got him right there. Oh my! Whoa. Chill, Travis. Chill. That was unbelievable, though. Yep. Shoot. Good job, Psyche. Okay, just trying to, honestly, keep things in front of the chain. Early in the game, it makes such a difference. You can come out and score. Well, and honestly, against the number 17 ranked team, this would be a touchdown. Just zoop. Job. Go, Horn. And you can come out and you can score early. It's just everything. Real football, virtual football, whatever type of football, this first drive is 10 out of 10. And I have a lot of recruits at this game, so I think this one, for more reason than just the fact that we need to keep our top 12 hopes alive. We need this for these these recruits who we're hoping to bring to the school. So, yep, nice throw. Good one. Yep, go, jump. Okay. I feel like we gotta go for this. The run just failed. Yes, sir. Good job, Hayden. That play, one flat run on this side, running back flat run on the other side. Oh, that's huge. That is huge. Good job, man. Okay. 7. Yes, sir. Good job. Third down. Okay, keep kind of using in the middle with Sanders. Trying to do whatever you gotta do to get fixed with that dude. No. Stick. Good defense. That was looking dicey for a minute. Great defense. Nice run. Great job. Offense. Just keep on scoring. Number 10 team, number 10 ranked team in the country. Just get the ball to Hunter. This could be a touchdown. What do you got on deck? What are you gonna call? Makes a move. Coming back onto the field. They're bringing heat. And the defense is all over. Oh, that's on us. That play action is taking way too long to get in. But Hunter. On 3rd and long, doesn't need to take the check down. Shepard. That was there. Oh, I feel like this part of the field, this situation, this is a go for it situation. 100%. There's no reason to try and play this safe. This is you go for this. We just got hit hard and dropped. Okay, defense, we've been solid the last few weeks. We're gonna have to continue to be solid here. He won't convince me otherwise. Oh my. I think he's going to win a major award, personally. I would be shocked if he doesn't win something major.
The best way you affect him is with pressure. You're able to hit him on that play. That forced the incompletion.
Started to.
And the open tight end. Yeah, because it freezes those linebackers. It freezes.
Come on. Yes, sir. Webster. Oh, that was sketchy. I don't know if you guys saw. That was like a late read right there that he had to make. Sanders, step up. Sometimes you just accept the ball, get a minimal gain. I like the slide, by the way, to get down and don't take the big dogs. That's so sick. Come on, Travis. That is beautiful. I don't care what it's like. I love that they have that animation as like one of the like go-to things that you can do in this game. It's just tough. Like you get like the point and everything. Yeah, I like that. That to me is cool. Just like the details of that is what I like so much about it. 14-0 against Utah. Defense, I had one of my best lurks probably of all the dynasties I've done last time. So let's continue that. He's looking to throw. Utah's got actually a really good lineup. The Rising's got really good stats. They got good running backs. They got a good tight end. Utah is, for good reason, in this top 7 team. He's looking to throw. Quick strike complete. Chip away. Here on 1st and goal. Hill trying to get it in. Good job, Hunter. Push him back. Come here. Caught him. Throw down. Time out. They gotta throw. We gotta make them throw. And we got the best safety, potentially DB of the Year award winner. Oh, that's just played man. Sometimes it works. Sometimes it really doesn't. Utah gets 7. Well done. Come on. Oh, wow. Thrown a little bit kind of in front of the safety. there. Well thrown ball, though.
To give on the inside. They give it to him again. Can't get it.
Tackle. Third down.
They'll try to pop the throw.
Nope.
And the defense had its hands full, but they
They're taking
finally
three. They're
wrestled
making
it
them
down.
win. They're keeping them close. It seems to be that the draw plays are really common.
The kicker will try to punch one through.
Third and fourth down plays. Been close to working for them twice, but not quite enough. And we hold them.
Off the play fake on first down.
Yep, I like that throw. Get out of there. Oh my. Those are the ones on the NFL like highlight reel package when you get drafted and teams go look at them. They're gonna see that and they're gonna be like, yeah, I'm glad my team got me. That is exactly what Warren Jr. just did right there.
You saw it on that last play. It's not many. And got to find a way to help out the offensive tackle. Prevent this guy from taking the quarterback. Once the tight end made the catch, there was no doubt he was going down.
And that pressure Justin.
Do the right thing. No, I'm not gonna go for it. I'm gonna do the right thing here. I'm gonna be mature. I'll maybe pretend, oh, I'm gonna go for it. At the end of the day, in this situation, I'm going to be very mature.
Unloads to the wideout. Catch in the
And
middle.
and the reason you don't go for that, you gotta just, it's too much of a risk. Needed that. Shout out to Travis.
And he opened the floor. Back to throw, it's Sanders. Interception early, they need that turnover. And they're right. Quick touch pass to the receiver. Sweet cut there.
Good play.
Angry as it all turns. Unloads to the right. On target over the middle. You get a chunk of yards like that now.
Got him.
The defense is really on its heels.
Second down.
Defense credit because they have bottled
Nope.
this guy up all game.
Third down.
He's one of the
Oh my gosh, this is the biggest drive of the season. If we lose this game, we're officially eliminated. And it's on the 100% for a couple of meathead reads.
Use the play fake, now to throw. Grant behind the line. The give out of the gun. Can they get one more stop and hang on to this lead?
Got him, they got to go through this.
Throws it away, that is not what
Yep.
you're looking for.
That man on man, I'm 50-50 here. Do I go man blitz? What do you do? Biggest situation of the game. We got good man corner. I got a robber in the middle.
And they grab the advantage, taking the lead here in the fourth.
Okay. Well, guys, no drive time. This is for the season. Oh my gosh, this is for the season. Please. Please, Hunter. I feel like I just know I gotta get the ball to Travis Hunter. No matter what, this game will be won if we can somehow get him in open space. I'm right there. That's man on man. He's not 100%. That's all I was thinking when I saw this money drive. I'm like, okay, put him in the slot, hold the man on man. Do the simplest of right, and just let him play. Because no one can catch him. So, defense, now the pressure's a little bit on that side.
Looking to throw, it's rising. Throws.
Oh my.
He's right downfield. And it is a chunk play.
Oh, and then somebody fakes an injury to get a timeout for Utah. I'm not buying it. I'm not buying that injury is real. Thank you. Go. MVP of the year. Hunter's been great. He's our Heisman guy. Our personal Heisman player is Sanders. Oh my. The pick for the win was looking best. That was terrible. That was actually, that could have been horrible. Horrible. But he clutched up. I believe he had 2 interceptions in that game. Yeah, 2 TFLs. He was able to receiving wise. Yeah, we're 122 with Hunter. Passing, 3 touchdowns and a pick. Utah played their hearts out. That's the type of games you're going to get from their school. Now, I am most worried right now about making sure that I'm in the top 5 of that quarterback. I really want that QB. Chocolatey is, we're in the top 5. We're out on these guys, which is fine, but Chocolatey, it's nice that we are. Come on, good job. And we got Kansas next, and we're the number 18 in the nation right now. As far as my coaching skills, I try not to use these too much because I think they're kind of. I wish they were a little different. Yeah, QB. But we may as well try and max out our recruiting stuff. I think that's important. Now, if we go to the recruiting board, he has officially picked his top 5. Chocolate. It's sad, but I've been recruiting him for a little bit. The first thing I can do is I can schedule his visit on something that we're really good at, which would maybe be what's the best? Campus lifestyle. Let's go campus, because I think we have a really good campus lifestyle. The other thing we can do, if I don't send the house, so if I get rid of Chocolate, I can go hard sell on these 3 things: academic, campus, and proximity. This is the quarterback that we really want. And then I can contact his friends and family. I think that, for Derek Chocolatey, is going to be something that is worth talking about. The gem, the stats, everything about him doesn't even make sense. So I really, really, really want him. This tight end as well. We're kind of in this situation where we're fighting back and forth. South Carolina, it looks like South Carolina has a really good chance to get him. I feel a little bit lost with what to do. I have his visit. I've tried with TV time. I've DM'd him. I feel like I've done absolutely everything. So I am maybe going to try and sway on these 3 things. And then I'm going to DM him, and I'm going to search his social media just to make sure he kind of knows this defensive tackle we're doing really well on. So I'm going to bring him here on pro potential. What's his other motivation? Brand exposure. So I could potentially switch that to brand exposure, but he seems pretty interested. These receivers both are very interested, so I don't feel like the need to really do a lot to get them. This center, we definitely have a good chance of getting. These are the players that we're kind of meh on, but I don't really need him anyway. Okay, I'm proud of the fact that Chocolatey is at least considering. That makes me very happy. Now, as far as these dudes, this defensive tackle, I just talked about him. Keo, I think it's almost time that we grab some more receivers. So let's go to the prospect list. Recommended 4 stars that we haven't talked to. Potentially, I should think about I just said potentially twice, going after like more of a player that I could maybe switch to tight end. So this guy is a 300-pound 4-star athlete. Those are always intriguing. That's why I'm going to send out. I almost got one of those year 1 of Hawaii, and it was crazy. And this defensive end, 4-star. I can't afford to scout much because I want to save those points. But I'm happy with that. Okay, we're the number 8 team in the entire nation. We're having a really solid year, as we should. Okay? This is the type of year we should have. We're up, currently, number 1 in the conference, which is kind of what we were expecting. And we got Kansas this week. Statistically, to give you guys our statistics, of kind of where we're looking, how everyone's looking. 30 touchdowns for Sanders, 12 picks. 1,800 yards for Travis Hunter. 20 touchdowns. Dude's been insane. Then defense, 7 interceptions for Sanders. He's been everywhere. Completely and totally everywhere. So our seniors are the ones. That's why this recruiting matters, is because if all these dudes dip, okay, all of them decide what they are. We're for sure losing both Sanders. But if they all decide, hey, we're leaving, we need to have players that are going to be kind of the next generation. We're going to win major awards. Sadly, that QB isn't really in contention right now. But, okay, let's go finish the year off. Let's beat Kansas, and let's keep going. Okay, Kansas comes out and gets 3. So Kansas's D-line, to tell you guys my biggest fear is this defensive line. They're all insane. So against Kansas, in Kansas, you're going to see the run game be a huge emphasis in terms of how I think we can win. Because this is a matchup that should scare us. And you'll see once I decide to pass, and even you can see on these runs, there's a lot of abilities on their line, which makes them terrifying. Absolutely terrifying to play in pass situation. So I'm just going to try on this first drive to throw things short. Yeah. Go to Hunter. Upfield, Hunter. But you will notice how difficult it is going to be. Let's just check touch pass. Try and get it here. That's all right. Good effort. Second wave.
Play action.
Yeah. Go, Hunter. Travis Hunter, you're so good. We need him. Against teams like this that aren't necessarily great matchups for us, we need him. Look at that defensive line. Bananas. Yeah, we're gonna take 3 here. They're too good to not respect.
And he'll try to knock it through.
They're way too good to not be taking more points. You can see it. I feel like our time's gonna struggle. Kansas, we do stop those. Their offense isn't quite as good, but hopefully we can manufacture stops. That's why I'm taking my even plays like this where I can throw it quick to the flat to Hayden. So like boom. They're gonna get shed.
Back to pass. It's Sanders. Getting some heat. And the pressure gets him back at the 8-yard line.
Thunder right now.
Secondary deserves credit too.
No doubt. When you can cover like that in secondary and try to only rush a few.
Kansas, with our lack of run game success, and we got a 5-star coming next year, but with our lack of success in run game, a team with a pass rush like this can totally eat us up. Try and stop him. Looks like we do a good job defense. Okay. Oh. RPO runs. I don't know. I'm gonna try and just get Hunter one-on-one at some point. Yep. Go Hayden. That's
Finally, David, the offense breaks through. They finally generate something positive on the field.
Yep. Stop.
He wants to throw.
Yep. Perfect. Come on. Come on. Jimmy Horn Jr. That's gorgeous.
Lays out. That ball's coming in. You can see it from several yards out. Making that play. Laying out. Keeping the football.
Oh, it's out. And they are fortunate. And the to the air. It's Sanders. He's right on target.
Slow down. Just trick road all man. Don't even nothing even. This is one-on-one. One-on-one on Hunter. That's a solid BD.
Shot for the end zone.
Yeah. Don't do that.
They'll throw again after the incompletion.
Sanders. What a dot. Dot! Saw was man on man, moved a little right, lobbed the other way, and we score on Kansas. Okay. Can we stop Kansas? And we do.
Off the play fake on first down.
Come here, let's go. Give him have a day. Some games you're just waiting to see like, okay, who's gonna carry us? Who's gonna be the player? In this game right now, the matchup that I like is Jimmy Horn Jr. And as you gather, probably I've thrown it to him about 26 times, and there's a reason for it, because he's getting open. The slot receiver seems to be getting open because the outside is really solid on this team. Yeah, he's got body position. Okay, that was good. And we have the hold again. Around 16, I might just try and play this smart. See, this game easily, it's a type of game against a good pass rush. I easily could have gotten kind of behind the sticks and done some stupid things. But instead, just short passes, hopefully we're going to lose it down. Okay, the beautiful thing is here, halftime, we're the ones getting the ball. So, not only are we up, not only are we in a really good situation, we're the ones getting the ball first. Good job, baby. That's the first. Yeah. Oh my gosh! That's the high thing, man. That's insane. The lateral quickness from Hunter is just something you don't see from any well, through the running backs this game. As a receiver, you don't see it from anybody else. Beautiful. Okay, we're getting the ball back. Okay, let's just, the route is on here.
Off the play fake. He tries to take
Love that throw. Yes, sir.
He's looking to throw it. Touchdown Bucks. And the pummeling has started. So that didn't necessarily go as
That was so sick. Do the Heisman pose. Even though you're not winning it, your teammate is, you can still do the pose. Okay, this game is all over the line at this point. This is another one that just completely dominant.
The play fake on first down. The throw. And that one's in. Going up top on first down. He lobs one high.
Got him. Travis Hunter, GG. GG. Just want to prove to you guys we're still on Heisman, even though that was an absolute dumpster fire of a game by Kansas. Good game. We're in good shape. Okay, so I'm hoping this last week is the last week of visits. I'm just really kind of banking on the fact that going into next week, and the nice thing is this is the goal. I knew with this roster, the best quarterback, one of the best running backs, boom, we get Jimmy Graham. Boom, we get James Keogh. 2, where's Chocolate? Okay, we lost. Good man. We gotta figure out a way to get our recruiting class back. We're the number 3 team in the country right now. At home against Oklahoma. I want to see what happens with all of this. Let's go, Derek! Love you, man. So we went all in on campus personality, friends and family. We did everything for this dude. He's coming to this game. Is our QB of the future. Did we get Chocolatey in a bidding war? Ooh, that would be beautiful if we did. Okay, this guy, his deal breaker is playing time. I don't know if I think I'm locked out. I think he maybe feels like he's not going to get enough playing time with us, which is interesting because I feel like he probably would. But it's nice that, assuming this physic goes well, I think we'll get Chocolatey. He's probably, there's a very good chance he's the future of this team. I would say of all of those players are doing really good. So let's not overlook that. Let's clear the board a little bit because a lot of these guys that we lost over the last few weeks. So we want to make sure we get rid of these. We've had an okay recruiting class. We've gotten some 5 stars. It hasn't been, it's been far from picture perfect, but we have had some decent players. This dude, sending the house with that guy. Matthew Trubla sending the house. This athletic 6'6" player, power rusher, I'm going to send the house on him. And then we're going to find some new recruits and we're going to send the house on them as well, just in this last week. So I should maybe go a little bit more conservative. I'm not going to. There's all these wide receivers, and we don't have a very good wide receiver class. What I might do is I'm going to take at least 4 stars, I'm going to send the house, see where that gets us, see if he can jump anyone in the recruiting process, and try and scoop some of these players up. And then I'll pick a 6'3" receiver, I'll DM them, and I'll search his social media, get a little bit closer. Okay, final week of the year. Currently we'd be in the college football playoffs, and we'd have a really good chance in the conference, see if we can win the conference. But we got to beat Oklahoma State. Final game of the year. Let's lock in. Let's beat them. We got a huge player on visit. Let's get it. Okay. Biggest thing about this game is Chocolatey is in the stadium right now. So because Chocolatey is in the stadium, it's very important. I think we maybe have a spot in the Big 12 playoffs lined up. But it's important that this QB comes here. He has a good, he's going to play with the players. He's going to have fun. He's going to see everybody. It's going to be great. I remember one of my recruiting, school I went to, the recruiting trip, we went to a restaurant. This is a side story, but we went to a restaurant. And all of us ordered, I had never ordered 2 meals before. But we all got, I got chicken wings and a full, rib basket. Because they were like, oh, just get whatever you want, what you want. So we were all like, okay. So So we got your wings, ribs. That's what chocolatey right now. We're giving him everything he needs. Like, whatever he wants, chocolate. Let's say he wants chocolate. It's waiting. That was cheap. That was funny. But I'm saying, if I win this game, I think we're going to get a really good recruit.
They're in the red zone and they'll pass it.
Nice throw.
Got it in the middle, it's here. On second down, lost the throw.
Go Sanders! Go Sanders! Right at the look. That's it. See, why can't we get a better angle? It's my favorite replay. We just need a better angle of this stupid thing. That's the angle right there. That's a cool angle. You can see it's cold too. See, good detail in this game. I like the fact it's cold. So you can like see the breath. It just looks, the atmosphere looks so much colder. Okay, so we are, like I said, the video is 14 years long. We're going to be playing just offense here, and once again, shout out to the CPU defense for getting us started. Okay, drive number 2 here. Let's look middle of the field to, oh wow, yeah. There's going to be a lot of room there up top. Oh, with a slight risk. Oh, be willing to risk your health.
He's looking to throw.
Yep. Good job. Roll out and look shepherd maybe, or honestly roll out and throw it to Hunter. Super quick.
Looking for a space. He's
Good
got
throw.
it on the run. Looking to throw it again.
Yeah. Go down, I think they did get 7. No, they didn't. We got to stop as well. Oh, okay, good stuff.
Off play action on first down. Heel off one deep.
Low key. Good try.
I just missed a little bit deep on that shot. But listen, those are shots that need
Slide, Sanders. You got to slide.
Using his feet to buy time. All kinds of room to throw that one in there. Stop. Trying play action. Moving away from pressure. Feeling the heat.
I need a hug. Oh my gosh. I don't even know.
And he will step out of bounds.
So stupid. That was so stupid. That was so stupid. I don't even. That was just arguably the worst thing.
From the gun, the ground game. Looks as if we have an injury on the defense. Players will take a breakage. Back to throw, it's Sanders. Snags it over.
linebackers told that wide receiver so he got a little more help on the outside.
Got him downfield.
Lester has, he's got shifty ability. I think he's here now. I don't know. I can't say that absolutely. So dumb, you don't. Oh, okay.
One remaining in the half.
I don't know what I like that.
And they get him again.
And obviously I need to get, but like, bro.
More 2 sacks in the game. That's a
Holy moly. Oh, we got him now. No, that's all right. Okay, punt the ball, play for half. Doing a good enough job to hopefully just win this game, keep Chocolatey happy, keep everyone happy, and kind of go from there. That's really all this game is about. I think we got the conference wrapped up. We should end in the top 10. This is good.
25. From the gun, wants to pass. Going for the big
Dot. Love that throw.
Jameis Winston getting the call on a Thursday night. The ball didn't even hit the ground, did it?
It did not.
See, love the catch. The throw, I think the lead out was where everything fell. Yeah, so Travis Hunter almost put that throw.
I gotta tell you, I would too. If you're gonna make catches like that for me, I am going to force you to do the football.
They're just about to reach the end of the
One-on-one. That should be ice. Yeah. Soon as it's one-on-one. DB, Travis Hunter, easy throw. Okay, hopefully this visit, assuming and Oklahoma State goes to the points, hopefully this is enough to convince
keep it on the ground to keep this spot.
Chocolatey to play.
What do you do here?
Nice, bro. Good game. Good game. Okay. Victory formation. We did what we had to do. It was far from pretty. Not what hopefully things are going to look like come conference playoffs. But we finish off a great first year with Colorado. With a good performance from Hunter. Good job on defense. Shadur Sanders had a crazy game. Hopefully that's enough. I think it will be. To get sorry, I was just looking at something. Sorry, I lost my train of thought there. Hopefully that will be enough to get him. We're about to find out right now. We're also got to worry about the conference finals, which are going to be coming up here in a minute. Guys. Bam, fellas! Oh my gosh! Derek Chocolatey, quarterback from Salt Lake City, Utah, has officially committed to Colorado. He was the one that I wanted most. I saw him just as a player, and I was like, bruh, Utah's a tough out. We'll talk about that in a minute. We got a recruiting bye week here. The fact that we just got that, dude, that's the only quarterback that I care to get. He's a verbal commit, 3-star with the kind of the green gem, option king, off-platform throw, the natural development trait we don't know. All we know is that his stats, 96 throw power and 97 speed. Dude is not aware. So there's a chance I redshirt him. I don't know exactly what I'm going to do with Derek Chocolatey next year. But that's definitely one of the coolest recruits I've gotten so far in any of these games. I really am pumped about that. These guys, I have set the house on some of these, and I think it's time to go a little bit more aggressive. So here I know one thing that he cares about is brand exposure. That's the only thing, unfortunately. So I have to I might just have to guess with some of these dudes. We're gonna try to recruit some of these players on some things that are going to be a little bit more of a guess. As far as the new people that I brought in, there was a lot of receivers that I wanted to talk to. And receivers, I feel like you definitely need to scout. Like this guy right here, 5'10" receiver, 3-star, runs well. Let's try and bring him in. Same with Hugh Kane. Overall, I'm happy with the recruiting class. 5-star running back and a 6 QB. Next week, we got the Utah Utes. This is where there's high expectations were set on Colorado for this year one. I set high expectations on myself, and I kind of felt like I had to. This would at least be a top-tier team, or else it was a huge bust. This is where we are at. Utah is coming to our barn conference championship. We finished the season statistically here. 36 touchdowns, 2,000 yards for Travis Hunter. Defensively, 7 picks. We get 3.5 from Wiggins, all of these guys. We didn't run the ball well. It wasn't necessarily from lack of trying. We averaged 3.7, 4.4. We just didn't have a good running game. And I think more than anything, it was just that I kept failing when I was running. So it was like, it's hard to continue to run the ball when every single run seems to be going nowhere. Travis Hunter, he is currently the Heisman favorite if it were to end now. Utah, let's talk about Utah. What are we dealing with the Utah Utes? We played them earlier. You know they got a good QB, good tight end play. We had a crazy close game against them earlier in the year. It came down to the wire. Quarterback Cameron Rising, Micah Bernard, Dorian Singer, Damian Alford. Like this is a squad. They have really good receivers, crazy good tight end. Their defensive line solid. This is going to be across the board. They might be a better team. But we got to fight at home, 10-2, conference championships. Okay, Big 12, baby. This is where it starts. The season did technically already do, but this is where the real season started. What can we do in bowl season? In post-prime league, I guess, and the Colorado Buffaloes clutch up when it actually mattered and put together a good performance against Utah? That's going to be the $1 million question. We're about to find I like where we get to actually play this.
Return starts from inside the 5.
Okay. Be smart here. Let's throw. Oh, gosh. Oh, my gosh, Utah. Okay. Utah's no joke. Holy smokes. Get them. Try and find creative ways to get Hunter, all these guys the ball early. That looks like man to me. That looks like man to me. Ooh, I don't love that. Right now, in a situation like this, conference game, I would say go. Yeah, you got to go to your best player, 100%. Yep, perfectly thrown. Well done. So go to Sanders, 33 yards, good ball. See what the run game is just not. I don't know how else to explain it. It's not there. It's really difficult to run. That's third down.
It's the offensive line's job to ensure he's kept clean. Here's the throw deep down to the goal. 4th down. Quick throw.
That was a good forward situation. Nothing open, unfortunately. Well, if there was, I just didn't see it. Okay. Colorado for him initially short. Defense, Sanders is probably going to have to clutch up to me. Okay, enough. We get it. It was sick. The pressure just got there quick against us.
They're going to throw him here to start the drive.
That's a good play.
On 1st and 10, they'll look to throw it.
You see, Sanders is ridiculously close there. Jump it, jump it, jump it! Sanders! Oh my God! Sanders just got put on a huddle highlight film. I thought that was going -6. Oh gosh, I knew as soon as I saw that little bit of movement, it's like, okay, that's halfback Lamb, no matter what. No doubt that's halfback Lamb. Yep, good play, Sanders.
This time, the secondary makes the difference.
Nice short.
Still have the ability to be sound at the line of scrimmage.
Put them down. Put them down. Good defense. Okay. Field goal. They got Pele back here. Oh, is that David Beckham wearing 36 for Utah? Okay, Messi. Who's that flag on? Running, roughing the kicker. I'd love to see. I didn't even, to avoid that, I didn't even come out and field goal block. Let's see the roughing. That's the roughing the kicker call? What was bro doing? First, I'm not even mad at the call. What is this moron? Dude, it's through the upright. What are you trying to block? He's running. He's just You can't make that up. Oh, okay. Just making my life a little bit difficult here in the conference. Shoot.
The shotgun running play call. The throw. It's rising. He's going to fling it.
And dot on Travis Hunter. Yo, I blame that one 100% on dude who ran to the kicker out of his defensive line for 20. He was like, he more tried to hug the kicker after the kick. Okay. 7-0. We gotta be better than offense. I'll admit that. Brutal. Yep. Go. Good job. Good job, Rick. Okay, we gotta freaking do something here. Oh, one throw. If it's man press on Hunter, the thing is Utah does have pretty good DBs, right? Oh, I got him. Up top, please. Sanders, please.
Off-play action, he's looking to throw. The ball's in to get the scoreboard. But if the defense can put that kind of pressure on...
Oh my gosh, we're in a snuggie. We are in serious snuggie. I'm looking Shepard to Hunter here. We just need 1 1,000, 2 1,000, 3 1,000. Yep, exactly what we need. Get upfield, Hunter. running into the kicker, the fumble. We are. Come on! Oh. I believe they get ball first. So if you want to process, do that math in your head. They get ball first. They're up 14-0. We need essentially 8 points right now. And then we need points right now. And then after right now, we need more points. And we stop them every single time. It's going to be our only game.
Try to get aggressive and cut into this.
Oh.
Fourth down, we're going to throw the ball. That's real good. It's Parks. Scanning the field. It's Rising. He's got it right in the end zone. And he scores. Touchdown. Yes.
Okay.
Football for the second half. Quick throw over the middle.
Yeah.
Wide open receiver complete.
Okay.
Snap. Off the play fake, looking to throw. There's a shot toward the end zone. Those are too far.
I feel like I just need to throw it to him. Yeah, and I got him. Oh, good job, Hunter. Oh. Like I said, I feel like I just got to throw it to him. It's been such a disaster class of the first half. His fumble, the tip pass interception, the block kick thing, every little thing has gone wrong here. But with that score, we need to give ourselves a chance. I can score after half. I got to get the ball to Hunter as much as I possibly can. Travis Hunter needs to be the one to get it. Yes, sir. Good job, 97. Huge, 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 huge. Second and 13.
And the same runners.
Yep. Sanders, another one. Third down. So it looks like Utah. I don't know if this is a strategy or it's just coincidence. The last two, they have ran. So if they were to continue to run, oh my gosh. Dot. Come on, Sanders. Fumble something. I'm spamming the right bumper every single play. Just trying to do my best to get rid of that ball. Yeah, there's no room there whatsoever. Okay, third down. Utah's on it. They're going to run, dot pretty much every single time. This is what's happening.
It's Rising. Defense is coming after him.
Second down. Okay. Oh, we just can't, like, every time they get a first down, it's another, like, 2 minutes off the clock. You can't. Oh my gosh, you cannot make that up. No.
Quarterback knocks back.
Get over there. Get over there, one of you, please. Come here! Go, Sanders! Go! Go, Sanders! Hey, literally what I said. Never say die. Just wait for Sanders. Just wait for Shiloh. One more stop. That was looking bleak. So many big plays by Utah. So many big plays. Oh, we finally get one. Pick 6 for the defensive player of the year in college football. One more stop, and we got 3 timeouts. This is attainable now. Nope, good job, guys. Sit him down. Nope, Sanders again. He's everywhere. Oh my gosh. So this play right here, Sanders just makes another huge stop. This play right here is absolutely everywhere. No, wait. Get there! Sanders is there! With help. Okay. The clock's gonna drip here. The $1 million question is, did we go for this? Hunter, you can cover. That's a lot of room for the vet. Okay. Well, let's go.
We're going to throw it up first down. We're looking to set up
Block one, 56 seconds. 3 timeouts for the conference championship. Conference championship life on the line. And Hunter just wins. Yeah, Horn Jr. Get out. Okay, second out of 23 after that. I just really didn't want to risk an exception. Dot Sanders, that's such a bean, kid. That's such a bean. Oh my gosh. And we got 3 timeouts still, so we can still play this pretty conservative. Yep. Yeah, it's the best player. Okay. Got him again. You got him again all day. Come on! Oh, this could be comeback of the year if I could pull this off. Make the kick, yes.
He'll return it from inside the 5.
Okay, good job. I decided rather than go substitute, I think that was the right move. To just be smart and potentially just live with the result in overtime. If this does go to OT. Ooh, okay. We just got carried for a lot of yards. Hunter! Hunter, wake up! That was a dot. That's a Hail Mary. Hodge. Hodge. Nope. Guys. Oh my goodness. In the conference championship, we are officially headed to overtime. Wouldn't have seen this one coming. Okay. We got a chance, though. We got a chance. Down 21-0, you take anything. This, to me, is just a huge win. Utah's on the top. Okay, score every single time. Yep, Gallen. Cut it.
Takes the handoff. They're looking to throw it.
I don't want my number 1 target right now to be Gallen. I can't be Gallen. Here on the Shepherd.
Quarterback setting up the throw. Contact on the throw. Oh, he dropped it.
Oh my gosh, I like that read. I just hated that result. Okay. You need a little bit of time here, nothing crazy. Yeah. Just get it to your best player. Just get it to your best player. Thank you, Travis. Thank you.
Shotgun, here's an inside give.
He's thinking not just stop this runner, try to rip that ball.
Keep.
Try to handle, but being epic on that play.
How did we lose 2 on that? I'm trying to think on that run. How on earth did we lose 2 yards on that run? God. Let's go! Good job, Jimmy. Good job. Okay. Sanders, I'm looking at you, bro. I'm looking at you in the eye. Just catch a pick 6. Whatever you gotta do, I don't care. Find a way to end this game for us.
First play of the drive.
That's the comeback of the year. That, my friends, is the comeback of the year. Oh my gosh. And we're just trying to score for the effect. Bam! 21-0. Fumble. Pick. Roughing the kicker. And what do? We somehow come back. We somehow come back to win that game. Hunter is the MVP. So many things went so wrong in that one. But the only thing that went right is eventually at the half, we got that 7 before half, and I was like, hey, we gotta stop. This could get interesting. Sanders gets the pick 6. That was huge. Got us right back in it. Used no time. And with that, we officially win the Big 12, which was check number 1 for us. Oh my gosh. We're going to have to play the winner of LSU and Alabama. That's where things are about to get real. But as far as right now, let's enjoy the fact that Wilson is here. If we lose that game, let's go. 4-star is coming. Steve. Welcome, Steve. Love you, Steve. Okay. Savion Riley. It's so funny that he's part of that. That was the biggest play. That it was nothing I did. It was just thrown directly at us. It was thrown directly at him. Travis Hunter, guys, this is when you get to kind of celebrate. I always forget that it's at this stage. Your player of the year and your Heisman winner is Travis Hunter. I expected this going in. 2,400 yards, 25 touchdowns. The dude was absolutely insanity. Every time he caught the ball, best receiver. He literally won the Biletnikoff, the Heisman, Shiloh, with best DB, 8 interceptions, 37 tackles, 2 touchdowns. We swept the award with the players that I really wanted to sweep the award with. Now, the job is far from done. We are going to be in the college football playoffs, potentially about to play the Alabama Crimson Tide. This is where the team were a little bit outmatched. What? What are the odds of that? Okay, so, dang. Alabama ended up losing to Utah. Wow. So Utah defeated Alabama 35-29. Now we play the same team as they played when we play Oklahoma, the winner of NC State. Wowzer. Okay, so. Is more bizarre than anything, but it is what it is. Okay, Colorado versus Utah College Football Playoff semi or quarterfinals. Okay, we're back, everybody. This is just crazy that we're about to play Utah for a second time. For a third time in year, all 3 games have been banging. All of them have been amazing. Like this is, and we're like in proximity. This is a rivalry game, so I like the fact that we get to play these guys again. This is the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl.
Taking on the number 2 seed.
Holy. Okay. Obviously, we want this game to start off. We can't rely on what we relied on last game, which was just coming back in the most crazy fashion ever. We can't run the ball against Utah. I hardly have time to breathe against Utah in the pocket. We have to play a certain way against this team. And you'll see kind of how we're going to have to do that.
You guys up in motion now.
Yep. Go, Dallin. All for it.
This offensive line has got to do a better job of taking care of their superstar if they want to have a chance to win the game. And he's wrapped up.
It's okay. Welcome to Utah, everybody. I'm telling you, you can't lose. Our run game sucks against these guys. Our pass game sucks. Shadur sucks. I suck. Everyone sucks against this team. I don't know how the heck we got to play them again. But, holy smokes, we suck against these guys.
Let's shut it down for the offense.
Okay, defensively, we got to rely on Sanders and stopping this ridiculously good run game they got.
Pre-snap eye candy.
Yep, good job. Hey, even if you didn't get the tackle, pushed him back. First contact. Now it's going out.
Is how well you defend first down. If you can
yep. Third down 12. Cameron Rising. I don't know who the heck calls that play, but that isn't you, bro. It's not you.
Dropping back. It's Rising.
No, Brett.
Strong hit by this quarterback. This is good. Short field. Quick touchdown. Yeah, you can just getting after this offense, whether it's putting pressure on the quarterback, great coverage down, breaks into the clear to sprint. Look at him run through those tacklers. And but this offense creates a
Jimmy Holmes, in case you haven't. I don't know. Next year, hopefully, we can with our new running back. Man, oh man, not that Hayden's good. We just can't seem to ever run on these teams. It's super frustrating because
here on second down. He's running out of time here. But needing this crucial conversion right now.
Yep. Go, Travis. Go, Travis. Cut on him. Cut on a dime. Good job. Okay. We're in real quick.
Yeah, stop. Dang.
Oh, now, kind of where my brain, I think defense, please stop the run. Stop the tight end. Make sure I play my assignments, hard flats instead, because rising is definitely our biggest issue. Because he's a sick pocket passer. And that tight end is stupidly good.
Offense and pre-snap motion. And the single back takes the handoff.
Short.
Work for the play caller. Allow him to make that defense think, are they going to run?
Come on, Webster! Oh my God! Good hit, though. Shoot behind the line. I just went for a clean, simple tackle. Unfortunately, broken. That tight end is gonna just.
Tackle is made.
Unbelievable.
Offense switches it up here, looking to throw the ball.
Hunter, it's your turn. You need a Travis Hunter. That would be kind of fire.
Looking downfield. It's rising. Launching downfield. Deep bullet. And looking to throw now on first down. Finds his man. It's Parks. Touchdown. Yes.
Okay. This looks kind of to me like man. And against man, there's one man that you just, doesn't matter how tough the team we're playing is, if it's man, there is a man on our team that can score pretty much everything like that. That's the Parker Bowl, Colorado. Please stay, Travis. I don't know what I gotta do to convince you. You're gonna probably make more money in the NFL, maybe. You're gonna go top 5, but like, don't leave us.
Everybody's gap sound. It's really solid defense on that.
He'll make his way out of bounds after getting decent yardage.
Command a little bit to the run. Try and at least try to.
They'll try to run for the first down. Breaking through at the 35.
Hunter, you're our last hope to stop that guy. Oh, gosh.
He is gone. This guy is as fast as there is in the game.
Breaks one time. They'll switch it up, looking to throw.
Oh, my gosh. Oh, good job, Hodge. Oh, man. Totally burnt on the cut. He was. Like, against whatever that was. Covered beautifully. No, like, I'm serious. Finally. And it wasn't from lack of, like, ridiculous effort. Don't hit him. Don't hit him. Okay, play it. Go. Yep. Stop and go. Stop and shoot. Good job. Down Aiden, fall forward a little bit, my friend.
Coming back. It's Sanders.
Travis Hunter. Those are throws you want to live and die by, especially at this stage of the game. You probably don't want to be making a ridiculous amount of those throws. I saw a man on man, I threw it as close to perfectly as I could.
Off the play fake, he'll look to throw it. Quick completion to the tight end.
Yep.
First and 10. On the shotgun to hand off. On the shotgun, drops back. Quarterback rolling to his right now.
Just don't fumble. I was just trying to get as close as I could without fumbling. I know there's the running enthusiasts out there, and this is going to be for you. Whatever happens, happens, and we're going to run it. Okay. Oh my God. Defense, one stop. On
first and 10, they'll look to throw.
Such an annoying road. Absolutely bulldozed his way for a few extra yards at the end.
And the quarterback drops back, looking for an open man. And the defender. And now they run the draw play. It's a fumble. Recovered by the defense, headed the other way.
Run the ball. Don't know how that even went down. Run the heck out of this ball, though.
Send it back in motion.
Utah is about to hate us.
Keep it on the ground
Good job. Yep, fall forward. Good. You're out of timeout. That fumble could be a Colorado sports heritage moment. Right there. Easily that could become a heritage moment. Yep, fall forward. First down. They got a lot of Thank you, Ron. Hayden. Here's the $1 million question. This situation. Everything on the line. First down wins it. Do we throw this ball? Hope that they're blitzing. We do. Hard job. We go for it. Oh my gosh. A field goal is nice, but there's no other decision. You go for the win in this situation. Yep. Travis Hunter. Of the college football playoffs with a great 10 out of 10 game against Utah. Come on! The fumble, everything. Hunter went crazy. Poor Gino, we had another horrible start. That team gave us a lot of trouble. It was not pretty, but we found a way. Travis, all the guys, figured out a way to beat Utah. Now it only gets more difficult from here. I think we got Oklahoma next with the thing. There's a good chance we're about to play Oklahoma. But either way, it's cool to move on and win that game. Now we get to play in the semifinal. I would say probably Oklahoma, who's tough in this game, really tough in this game. Yeah, it's gonna be Oklahoma. Boomer Sooners, and we're technically the away team. Okay, let's go have a look at this squad. Now. We don't want to go down early. We want to make sure, we want to maintain the lead, obviously. Let's go see kind of the way they're built as a team in here. Yeah, their defense is really good. Billy Bowman. So offensively, Jackson Arnold. They got good receivers. D-line's crazy. All these D-linemen have really good, that's going to be disgusting. Oh, I don't want to send them in a linebacker. Outside linebacker is crazy. Oh my gosh. DBs are good. Safeties are very, very, very good. And Bowman. Okay, guys, the way I see this, we're one game from the dance. One game. Somehow we got here, I don't even understand. One game from being able to play Ohio State or LSU in the national championship. Gotta win. Okay. This is a fun atmosphere. This is a really, really good final stage. One last hurdle to clear. Boomer Sooners. Okay, let's go. Hey, at least it's a new team. Like, I pretty much played Utah like 3 games in a row. Because they were one of the later games on the schedule. So I am sick of Cameron Rising. I'm sick of that defensive line. I'm sick of those guys in general.
From Miami. Just in case you might ask me that question, so I have an answer. Miami played.
Yeah, I'm just going to go. I don't want to risk a pick. I'm throwing almost in the first 2 games. I threw a gross pick in this situation. I just don't.
And the college football world would change since then.
Yep. Good job, Travis.
Well, it's a game of matchups. Always happens. I think that's on the quarterback and the offensive line. Breathing down this quarterback's neck before he can even recognize it.
Okay. Let's see. I just want to see what he does. Shoot. Stepped up in the pocket. I told you guys, this defensive line for Oklahoma looks really, really, really tough. Let's see kind of what this looks like. I stepped up too soon. I was trying to avoid losing yards, and then it's tough. I may have, usually if I notice that there's a decent amount of pressure, I try and step up to avoid getting hit like crazy, but there you can see, I got hit like crazy, and I stepped up. Shoot. Nope. Good call. Ooh, to say that's how we wanted to start, if I said that was how we wanted to start, I would be lying to you. shoot. Brutal beginning of this game. The fumble on the step up, not overly pretty. Okay, third down and 22. I don't love it. Third down and 22. I don't know about you. That was lucky. That was lucky. Don't know what I did to deserve that, but that was lucky. Okay. Oh. Travis Hunter. Okay. That was huge. They blitzed. I thought this game was so. Literally, I was like, okay, I'm third down and 22. I just made two horrible plays. First drive was a fumble. I thought this thing was all over. But Hunter clutches up for us. Nope. Like that. I don't know how the heck he got that shed. But that's big. This close to the end zone too. They might actually stay running the ball. We might have a chance to get something back here against Oklahoma. Yeah, I figured they would probably run the ball.
Back to pass. It's Arnold.
Nope.
Makes the grab.
That's short. Fourth down. Okay, we're getting the ball back. Good job, defense. That defensive tackle making that play is the reason we're in this situation, 100%. Get a chance to get the ball back. I gotta change up the offense. I gotta get a little bit more quick throw base. Throw it to the flats, do whatever we gotta do. Try and move the chains somehow.
And the coach tries it again later, maybe in the second half.
Yep. Go, Travis. Gone. Yeah, he was.
Deep in the plus territory.
Who that was chasing us. But I had no chance right there to actually score.
It's early in this game, so this defense better get their arms around it.
Okay, look Hunter on the C route maybe.
From the red zone.
Yeah.
He makes the grab. Crucial play coming up. Running out of time in the pocket. He runs it into the end zone. Touchdown, Colorado. The quarterback took
That was my favorite play of the year so far. Okay, good job, Sanders. That was gorgeous to watch. Absolutely gorgeous. Okay, we're back in this. We stopped Oklahoma. Stop them again, and this we could start talking about, hey, a lot of game left up.
Turner choosing to field this one. He's stuck. Dropping back. It's Arnold.
Oh no.
Looks downfield and finds a receiver who worked his way wide open.
Okay. That was just kind of a little press. Even if I do a decent amount, you just ran it. 1:45 left here in the half. Shoot.
First play of the drive, they come out throwing.
Good job, Hunter. That's well timed. Very, very, very well timed.
Handoff here from the shotgun. Now the defense has got it going the other way.
Oh my gosh. Just as we're creating it, they get ball at half too. Just as we're creating a little bit of momentum. Okay, Dallin Hayden might not touch the ball again. And I let that swing. Yeah, you can't press. If we press, we are stuck completely.
Looking to throw. It's Arnold. The screen pass complete to the running back. Launching one to the end zone. It's caught.
Sick throw, actually. No, it's so sick. I don't think there's necessarily these right. I'm pretty sure, yeah, I even saw it. Okay, 41 seconds, they get ball in half. Yikes.
It's Sanders. He's got some room and some blockers here. Out past the 30. Inside the 10. Touchdown, Oklahoma.
Stepped up in the pocket. I felt like this was decent pocket presence. I moved him and I tried to throw it kind of to his back shoulder, but that guy just jumped it. Immediately as I'm throwing the ball, boom, jumped. Okay. Oklahoma gets the ball at half. We've been in these situations before. I know I can come back. I need one interception, one stop for Sanders and his company, and hopefully we can go score. Shoot, man, we had all the momentum until the fumble. The fumble killed us.
Quarterback keeps the football.
Give me those! Willie Mays! Hayes, let's go! Take the fumble back. The game takes and the game gives back. Well done. Well done. Okay, we gotta get no way. Sanders, oh, we hit him. Another nice job by Hayes. Told you, these games are not over until they are over.
No running. Get it off to the running back.
Nope.
No stop there. Dropping back. They're going to throw for the first down.
That's well timed.
Second half into a third down. You got to throw the football. This is where you trust the quarterback.
Coverage now for these DBs. Handoff from the shotgun. I'll try and
come on, guys. Oh, what did I say? Don't give up on these games. These can be absolutely bizarre. They're returning back.
Bounce to the outside.
Okay. Because I missed the extra point, we're now down. Sorry about my hair, it's horrible. We're now down by 80.
To the last two possessions. To the air. It's Sanders. And the pass is in 4 more plays before the quarter expires.
Oh my gosh, the fourth quarter right now.
Let's take a quick look at the game sets where we have a chance.
Space, try to create one-on-one matchups, and the defense has countered over the years by trying to...
Come on, Hunter. Yeah, it's the first time. I don't know if it helps or hurt us. We kind of ran into the other team. I don't know if it helped or hurt our chances. Oh, gosh.
Off the play fake, looking to throw the football. Quarterback escapes the pocket and takes off.
Let's go back to the line.
And that takes the wind right out of your sails. This offense is trying to find a way to get back into this.
Don! Oh my goodness! What a play by Sanders. That was one of the best throws I think I've ever seen. Okay, here, relax a little bit. Relax a little bit. Oh.
Comeback victory.
You get a good pass rush here on second and goal.
You got nothing. Corner store.
Touchdown.
What do you do here?
That score makes things.
You obviously go for it.
National championship game now. You can see it on the guys' faces. That was a momentum.
Maybe, but like, I was worried about these three. I was worried about this guy jumping that. So I didn't try. I was worried about him jumping that. I knew the other side was covered. I just thought if I threw this, there was a chance. I'm here. I'm trying to. Then I feel the pressure. You know I got to get rid of it. I try and lead him into that next window, and it just gets picked. Oh gosh! I'm gonna kick it.
On the field to boot this one away.
Some people would onside this. I'm gonna kick and try and stop the run. That's as simple as that. You kick and you try and get a run.
Good field position here. Right at the 20.
Yeah, I can understand the play.
The reason I didn't onside it is because here, if I can somehow get the ball back, I win the field goal. Mind you, it would be a miserable field goal, but if we can somehow stop them here, we could go to the national championship with a few yards in the field. Please, defense, please, please. What did I tell you? We could potentially go to the Natty on a field goal. My friend of the channel, Mata. Okay. They're gonna pass. No chance they're gonna pass.
Oh, he breaks free. It's a foot race. Crosses the 10. Touchdown, Oklahoma.
That was great. That was, I was expecting run. You can see my user. I take the safety because I'm trying to help with the run. Boom. As soon as I go back, then I'm trying to guard this. And that is one of the best throws. This is how close we were to potentially a national championship. Hunter. He trips him off, but does not.
Comfortable in space.
We got one chance. Stop. Very well could be our starter. Is this going to be just a big throw? Guys, that was a tough one. That was a tough break. Came down to one play. Didn't have to make the start. Stop. If you can make that throw, give us a hope. Oh my gosh. Onside kick for a chance at the national. Oh, guys, that was fun. Great battle against Utah twice. And then an absolute ESPN instant classic here against the Oklahoma Sooners. Fumbles on my missed extra point, just a lot of things led to this defeat. One game from the national championship, which is the craziest part. One game from the national, we lose to Oklahoma. Struggled a little bit with the defensive line. Struggled to get stops at points. In general, it was just a really, at times it was a difficult game. 4 touchdowns. Jackson Arnold just threw collect passes of light on that post. 266 for Hunter, what could have been his last game. Oh, GG's in the chat, guys. So, one game short of potentially winning a national championship in our first year as head coach of the Colorado Buffaloes. Curious to see how Oklahoma does. We're gonna still do our off-season recruiting and stuff like that. But I'm interested to see when they'll actually win. Hayes had we've done 28 to 14 willing to have. Hunter won player of the week with Garrett. He's won player of the week like every single time. National offensive player of the week. He's the GOAT, but we lost. Let's find out here real quick. Wow, Ohio State. It would have been a tough game against Ohio State either way, but it would have been nice to at least have a chance at the dance. So, we finished this year with a solid year, but we are about to take an absolute hit. Overall wise, everything wise, it's going to be very difficult. We get Daryl Doggins, quarterback who just committed to us. Let's talk and see this. Persuasion chance. Yeah, it's saying I have no chance to keep it. I have to click the button. So, look at all these guys. Round 1, graduation. We have to try it. Can I click it again? Guys, we'll do this was coming. Sanders and, oh my gosh. Sanders and Hunter are both gone officially. New quarterback, and we need a new squad out here. Our depth chart's about to look a lot different. It's going to look a lot different. These guys obviously won't be here. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, draft results. Let's see the damage. Round number 1 for Sanders and round number 1 for Hunter. I'm guessing Hunter went before Sanders. Hard to say, but both of our top 2 players that led us to where we are now officially gone, which is where the difficult part of this entire rebuild really kind of begins. And I was trying to, I explained that at the beginning when I kind of did my whole, when I was trying to be like, hey, this is actually going to get really tough if we don't win year 1, and we didn't win year 1. So because we didn't win year 1, this is when things start to get a little bit dicey. And I'll talk as I kind of scout here. This guy's actually a really good player as well. Juco's good. I just want to make sure that some of these guys I'm really interested in. I just want to clear the board because transfer portal is always a big one that hopefully we can go after some of the top guys. And we can't. Let's take care of Davis, 6'4" DB. Can't go after him, but we do have a chance at this left guard. Hardesty and transfer, they're just important players in general for us because we don't have a ton of really good 4-stars. Guys, friend of the... No way Nate Johnson sitting here from Vanderbilt. If you know, you know. Okay. That is very, very, very intriguing. First player that I want to talk to. You guys might not know about this dude. He is the glitchiest player in all of Madden. I am going to contact his friend. I can literally I should text him right now. Tell him to sign. Nate Johnson looks like Oregon's is #1. Totally makes sense. But he's one that I automatically am going to put a ton of effort to get. This left guard, I can assume just because he's a 4-star left guard, I can make the assumption that he's really good. DB is always a position of need. This guy, 94 acceleration, hardesty, transfer. Definitely want to put a lot of effort on him. This right guard, lineman, and I know it's bad to assume, but I do kind of just assume that they're going to be decent. So all the transfers right now, I'm going to just initially in round 1 of dealing with these transfers, I am just going to pick some of the best ones. This guy, I don't know if I'm as interested in him. Not bad, but I'm not. If I'm going after Nate Johnson, I definitely don't need to worry too much about him. Ty Robertson, a little bit on the slower side, but wouldn't be a bad player to kind of bring in. This defensive end, I didn't do a good job recruiting defensive ends, and we do lose a lot of the defensive ends as well. And Trevor Medlock also. Going to go after him. So that's kind of the initial players that I'm going to put a lot of effort to get it. Now, these guys at the top, these are obviously the 4-stars that we could potentially, that we have been actively kind of going after. Can't get a social media. Let me see. I can send the house. I can schedule a visit with these guys. I'm going to schedule a visit for him. I'm going to schedule a visit for Isaiah as well. Problem is, I get 1. So he wants to be the championship contender. So if that's his motivation, I'm going to schedule his visit under championship contender. Now, can I schedule these guys' visits? Can't. So I have to be in the top 5 before I can really start scheduling some of those visits, which is totally fine. This guy, I'm going to send the house. I'm going to schedule his visit. I know championship contender we definitely are, so hopefully we can get him. True Blood, I am also going to send the house. Championship contender, and we are going to send the house on the defensive end. This 6'1", 300-pound dude, I really, really, really want him to sign, so I'm going to do the exact same strategy with all these guys. And then maybe as our last one, we'll send the house with this guy. Okay, round 1. So Nate Johnson from Vanderbilt is a potential transfer. Now, I would get 1 year potentially of Nate Johnson. Hardesty, Swanson, Nate Johnson, yep, we're in his top 5. We're not in Swanson, but a lot of these guys, we are in their kind of top schools, which is super, super, super sick. Lost some of them. Sergio Lemur, looks like we lost him, but a lot of these guys are doing pretty decent. So let's go to in top 5 and kind of go by this. So this guy, this transfer, I'm now in his top 5. I can schedule his visit. I can also search his social media, and I can DM him. So I can do 3 things to try and secure him as a prospect. Same with this power rusher athlete. I am already near at he's tough. I know 2 of his motivations. Championship contender, yeah. I'm not quite ready to send the house or to go hard sell. Matthew Trueblood, this dude, I know his motivation, so I can go to hard sell, and I can try and recruit him based on those 3 motivations. So that'll increase my chances with him. Nate Johnson, first thing I want to do is I want to schedule a visit. He wants to be on a contender all day. I don't know enough about him, but it looks like right now I'm just competing with Oregon for a chance to get maybe the sickest quarterback in the game. Adonis Hardesty, a transfer. I want to make sure I schedule his visit right away. We can go on Coach Prestige for him. That's 50 out of 50. This free safety. quickly we're going to schedule his visit as soon as we can. Championship contender Medlock, schedule his visit. We'll go championship contender. That seems to be a lot of these guys. All of them, no matter what, winning games is always going to help because most of these dudes, the number one thing they're going to be looking for is a championship contender. They want to go to a team that they're going to be able to win. So if you can kind of provide that, it can go a long way. This guy will go pro potential just to kind of switch it up a little bit. And then I'm also going to send him. Okay, that's all right. I'm happy with what we did with some of those things. If we could get Nate Johnson to join our, he wants out of Vanderbilt. Holy, we get 1 year with him. Boom! This was a transfer from Sedalia, Colorado. That one we had a really good chance at. Nate Johnson is down to his top 3. We lost a couple of the other guys, but our visits, I think, are maybe this week or next week we have visits with a lot of these guys. Okay, let's go one by one. So this guy, I've sent the house. Now I know his motivation. So this is where we're kind of going for the last stand. We got to go all in on these 3 kind of factors. You want to be a football influencer? Be a football influencer. That's what he wants as this guy. Okay, this dude, his visit was good. Nate Johnson, Oregon is really getting ruthless. So with him, I got to do this. I still have his visit scheduled. I got to hard sell him on 3 things. So I'm going to sell him on athletic, proximity, all of these things, and then I'm going to contact his friends and family. I don't blame him if he goes to Oregon. I really don't. That's a great scheme fit for someone like him. I feel like he'd do really well there. Adonis Hardesty, who also would be a really good instant kind of contributor for him. Let's see. So we're going to go brand exposure, and then we're going to DM him as well. Robertson, we look like we're in pretty good shape with him. Pretty good shape with this dude as well. Yeah, once you know the player's motivation, you're much better off. You want to switch all these things to this. So this will take me a minute, but I'm just going to switch all these. Okay, what do we got here? Week 4 of 4. Cornell Grubb from Oregon. Pat Robinson, a 4-star. Trevor Medlock. Did we lose Nate? I think we lost Nate. No. Oh. Dude, that was so close. Comment, if you guys are at this point, comment water. I did everything I could. Literally, I did everything I could. But we have a very, very, very good QB that is going to be coming to this team anyway. So, and this is a pretty good off-season recruiting class. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to get all the players that need visits. I am going to schedule the visits with all the players that need them. Bring them to the school. Try and really like lock it in, essentially. So we can schedule a visit with this quarterback. Just because you can never have enough QB. You never know what you're going to get with some of these guys. Quick, saying we're going to schedule his visit, championship contender, and then Torrance, I guess we're going to send the house and DM him. Put in a lot of effort on our guys. Okay, so in top 5, what are we missing on these top 5? Let's say we're doing pretty good. A lot of these guys, it looks like, are planning on coming to our school. This guy I sent Sunday down. I think I need to DM him too. Or I should probably, realistically, I think the only way I'm going to get him is if I go for the sway. I'm going to try and sway him, and then I can DM and search his social media. Same with Quick. I'm going to do the same kind of thing. And Ty Robinson. Okay. I'm just going to send a bunch of, this is the last kind of thing, so I'm going to send a bunch of money to a bunch of these players and just hope something happens. Guys, Trey Carlisle from Sarasota, Kent Robinson from Grand Prairie, Fatafia Valia from Oakland, Nick Crum, QB from Clovis, Juan Quick from San Bernardino, Danny Acquire from California. Rounds out our recruiting class on National Signing Day. I'd say we did. Let's go to top classes and see kind of how we did. I don't think we were number 1. We were the 15th best class in the nation. That's not bad. So we got 5 stars, we got good linemen, we got some 4-star DBs, 1 5-star, 11 4-stars and 12 3-stars. LSU got 5 5-stars. So they're going to be dangerous in the coming years. I would say as far as that, I didn't do a bad job. I feel pretty happy with the job that I did. You can see the depth that this team takes after year one. I warned you about it. I told you what this was going to look like. This is the dent. This is who we are now. So, as far as position changes, I was going to take one of these athletes that I got, and I don't know which one was. I was going to try and make one of them a tight end. But, and like a red shirt tight end. So a tight end that would like get better over time. I don't know if there's any that I would look at and be like, okay, this is the guy. Scrambler. These are some of our old players from last year. Actually, this doesn't have our new players in it right now. Nick Frum. I swear it does. James Keogh. Miller. Where's Chocolater? I don't even know where dude is. I'm losing it. I don't think I'm going to change anyone's position, but I'm very curious where that freshman, I think the freshman QB is here. I just want to make sure before we kind of wrap this thing up, because I want to talk about what our plan is going to be for the next season. We get our training results. Okay, that's good. Seton had a really good year. Colton Hood had a really good year. That's great to see. DJ McKinney, okay. We had a good enough year on defense where a lot of our guys improved on defense. That's good to see. I like that. I like the fact that, and even Cordell Russell, Mikkel, who was a red shirt, he went up to a 75 overall. I think he was a 71 before, maybe. He's definitely going to be inserted into the lineup 5 minutes ago. But what I'm excited to see here is what are we looking at in terms of our rookies? And I still have not seen my rookies, so I don't know what's going on here. Okay, this is the official beginning of the next season, so we can actually talk about this before. This is where we're going to end the video. But I want to make sure I have all my, yeah, there he is. The chocolatier, baby. Okay. Yo, we got some options. So, these are our freshman class. We got Daryl Doggins, Grubb. I can either start Derek Chocolatey, or I can quit my job. 100% Derek Chocolatey starts. That dude is like, literally, that could be the biggest generational talent I've ever seen in my life. 96 throw power. So this guy is just insane. Running back wise, I want to see, oh my gosh! Boom! Damian Trimble. Sidestep, 360 to 5-star back. I'm going to start him too. So I think going into next year, don't like button the video, they're excited for it. If you're here, comment this on it. I think we go Chocolatey and Trimble as a new look. Then at receiver, we bring up Mikkel to be number 1. We redshirt the freshman. I liked Miller. I really liked last year. Really, I feel like he's got some. Here's a redshirt freshman. I feel like he can be shifty. I like him. I like both these receivers. And then I have some freshmen who are decent. We didn't really have a very good freshman class. If I'm being honest, it wasn't perfect. Tight end, probably got to stick with Hart, even though he wasn't the greatest. Tackle, we had a really good class. We got good freshmen at all these positions, which I'm excited to show. Really good class when it came to that. Same with defensive end. We had good recruits everywhere. This freshman's crazy. DB-wise, I'm happy with this guy. He's a 4-star. He's going to get a chance to play. Hood's going to be our main dude. Guys, I don't know about you, but I cannot wait for the next video. I feel like Chocolatey, we got to rebuild this team a little bit. We lost a couple studs, but this quarterback is the most bizarre player I've seen so far. Like, insane. And he's got impact. So he develops at a faster rate. So he is 3-star freshman, absolutely bonkers in terms of skill. Okay. Lot to discuss. I can redshirt him. I don't know. Comment down below, but I think the Chocolatier might just start for us. Okay. See you guys next time.
Yo, who? Yo, who in the chat? Hey, what's up, Austin? Bro, I had to go to sleep. Bro, I was tired as a bitch. I was trying to fight it, bro. I couldn't fight it, bro. I was dead there trying to fight that shit. Hey, how your day was at school, though, look? How your day was at school, gang? Okay, how your day was? Hey, Lewis, if you watching me, comment, gang. Yeah, how your day was at school, Austin? You got any homework, gang? They gave you some homework yet? Fucking car is it? Damn, my ass been asleep for a minute too. I ain't gonna lie. I feel bad yet, but nigga, a young nigga, I don't even be taking naps. But y'all know I don't even be taking naps. This the first nap y'all ever seen me take. So y'all know I had to take it. But I'm finna be up all night though. That's the good thing. You feel me? When a nigga get some sleep, it's easy to do a vamping stream. I can do a vamping stream, you feel me? Nigga up now. I couldn't do no vamping stream. I be already ready to go to sleep. Shit be impossible, like. I ain't gonna lie though. I'm finna take a shit. So y'all give me like 5 minutes on God.